Chapter 1. A urine-induced time travel tragedy. The thing Lin Yi regretted most in his life wasn't working overtime until 3 in the morning, nor was it eating the bowl of beef noodles from Old Wong downstairs that claimed to be mildly spicy, but was actually fire-breathing. It was that deep night when everything was silent and his bladder was urgent. He chose to get up to go to the bathroom. A tea should have been extremely simple. Close his eyes, rely on muscle memory to find the bathroom, lift the toilet lid, release the yellow river water that had been stored all night, then crawl back into the warm bed, continuing to discuss promotion and salary increase possibilities with the King of Dreams. However, fate, that mischievous rascal, clearly thought Lin Yi's life script was too bland and needed some spice-like time travel. Just as Lin Yi closed his eyes, feeling the rush of relief, he suddenly felt a void beneath his feet and a familiar faint sound of his own toilet's water flow changed. It transformed into a muffled, wet, echoing sound. Then, a roar comparable to a slaughtered pig, mixed with terror, anger, and deep sleepiness, exploded in his ear like thunder. Ow! Hot! Hot! It's burning me alive. Which bastard did this? Lin Yi jolted awake, his eyes flying open. Moonlight? No. Familiar tiled walls? No. The scent of lemon, air freshener? Even less so. Before him was a dim alley constructed of rough stone bricks. The air was filled with hard to describe, complex smell mixed with horse manure, damp stone, and his own freshly produced special product. And he was in a very undignified, half-squatting position, aimed at something that was moving. Focusing his gaze, it was a man in some dark, oddly styled uniform. At that moment, this unfortunate fellow was jumping around like a pig scalded with boiling water, shaking his head, slapping his shoulders and chest. His face was covered with dense, brown beard stained with an unknown liquid, resembling a ball of string that had been ravaged by a storm, with a pair of copper bell-like eyes wide open, filled with shock, anger, and physiological tears. Lin Yi's gaze followed the man's frantic slapping to where his own crime tool had not yet been retracted. The air seemed to freeze. Time, at this moment, was completely turned into mush by Lin Yi's significant urine. Captain, what happened? Accompanied by chaotic footsteps and the clattering of metal armor, several figures in equally strange uniforms holding torches rushed into the alley. The firelight flickered, instantly illuminating this bizarre scene. A boy in a strange pajamas Lin Yi's dinosaur onesie looked particularly childish under the torchlight, bewildered in a lewd posture, and their usually stern captain, now like someone just struck by lightning, wet all over especially the upper body, exuding a suspicious smell. Barton, Captain, a young guard exclaimed, nearly poking his companion's face with the torch. Captain Barton, with a beard, finally stopped jumping. He panted heavily, his chest heaving violently, like an enraged brown bear. He wiped the unknown liquid off his face, pointing at Lin Yi, who was still in the release position, his finger trembling with rage. Grab him, this little brat. Lawless. Insane. I patrolled for 20 years, caught thieves, brawlers, even idiots trying to climb over walls. But I've never seen such boldness, such filth, such precise attacks. He actually dared to pee on me. Captain Barton's voice rose an octave, filled with incredulous indignation. I just leaned against the wall for a nap. And he soaked me awake, scared me awake. Lin Yi finally snapped out of his petrified state, hurriedly pulling up his pants, the dinosaur tail awkwardly drooping, trying to explain. No, Uncle. Misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. I was peeing into the toilet. My toilet. White. With a flush. I closed my eyes and opened them here. I really didn't mean to. In his desperation, he blurted out standard Mandarin. However, to Captain Barton and the guards, it sounded like a string of gibberish, incomprehensible foreign dialect. Listen, what language is he speaking? He clearly isn't a good thing. A guard wrinkled his nose in disgust, instinctively taking a step back. Another guard looked Lin Yi up and down with a hint of curiosity. Captain, this kid looks pretty fair, delicate, and his clothes are strangely soft. Like a pampered young master who has never suffered. But his guts are too big. Captain Barton suppressed the urge to jump again, covering his wet, smelly chest, and walked up to Lin Yi. He was burly, like a wall, casting a shadow that completely enveloped Lin Yi. It was then that Lin Yi terrifyingly realized a more serious problem. His perspective was off. Normally, looking at someone at eye level or slightly upward was enough, but now looking at Captain Barton's beard. Why do you have to tilt his head back so much? He instinctively looked down at his hands, small, clearly a size smaller. His skin was delicate, lacking the calluses from typing on a keyboard. He touched his face again, feeling smooth and tight, his chin bare. He fearfully reached down, confirming a more devastating fact. What the hell? Lin internally wailed. Time travel is one thing, but why did I shrink? Captain Barton was also frowning, scrutinizing the little criminal before him, with black hair, black eyes like the finest obsidian, and skin so pale it was blinding, clearly a greenhouse flower that had hardly seen the sun. The green outfit with the tail and hood, the dinosaur pajamas, though oddly styled, felt soft to the touch and was definitely worth a lot. At that moment, This little thing was staring with innocent big eyes, tilting its little face, babbling incomprehensible words, its expression shifting from confusion to terror to despair. Captain Barton scratched his wet, smelly beard in irritation. Damn it, what bad luck. Captured a little brat. And he's a mute. Looks like a lost young master. But his behavior is simply outrageous. He waved his hand, his tone filled with fatigue and helplessness. Tie him up. Take it back first. This little body, locking him up for 10 days or half a month might just kill him in jail. I'm already unlucky. Let's report this up and let the higher-ups deal with it. Thus, due to a urine incident that resulted in time travel and a drastic reduction in age, Mr. Lin Yi officially became the special suspect in the hands of Barton, the captain of the patrol team of the small border town of Greystone in the kingdom of St. Laurent, charge. Conducting a liquid insulting attack on a guard in the street alley with an unknown identity, suspected to be the foolish son of a wealthy foreign family. The subsequent process fully embodies the fine tradition of the bureaucratic system in Greystone City of not making decisions and reporting up the chain. Captain Barton brought Lin Yi, who was drooping like a chick and internally complaining, "I'm more wrong than Do Yi," back to the outpost, symbolically wiped him down with clean water, which Lin Yi strongly requested, and then wrote an emotionally charged report to submit to his superior Commander Gruff Stonefist. Commander Gruff had a square face and a broad mouth, and he looked like a strong man who could fight well. He held Barton's report, which emitted a faint scent of, ink, and frowned deeply. He circled Lin Yi, who was tied up with his hands bound, wearing a green dinosaur onesie, looking utterly confused as if to say, "Who am I? Where am I?" He poked his arms and examined his teeth. Lin Yi, "What are you, buying livestock?" and finally concluded. "Black hair and black eyes. So, white is like a peeled egg. Strange. Clothes, but good material. Can't understand a word he says. No tattoos or markings on him. Strange. Really damn strange. Not from around here. And not one of those rough men from the north," referring to the orcs. "Barton, are you sure he's not some fairy brat that ran out of the forest? Or some magic doll created by a wizard?" Barton rolled his eyes. "Captain, do magic dolls urinate? And urinate all over me? Can a fairy brat be this stupid?" Commander Gruff scratched his bald head. "Ugh, troublesome. I can't figure it out. Better report it to the sheriff." Thus, the document traveled to the sheriff of Greystone City, a lean man with sharp eyes named Edgar Silverwhisker, an old fox. Lord Silverwhisker pinched his nose while listening to Gruff's stammering report, then carefully examined Barton's emotionally rich report, and finally personally interrogated Lin Yi. After going through several people, he looked at the well-dressed young man before him, who clearly had a status. Lin Yi attempted to use body language to express his grievances and innocence, pointing to the sky, mimicking flushing a toilet, and desperately waving his hands to indicate it was unintentional, but the sheriff interpreted it as some kind of mysterious dance or provocation. Lord Silverwhisker stroked his neatly trimmed mustache, his eyes flickering. Odd behavior, strange clothing. Language barrier. Could he be a noble from a foreign land? Stranded here? But this behavior truly disgraceful. He ultimately also gave up. This matter is not trivial. It involves a diplomatic relations. Better report it to the lord of the city for a decision. Thus, Lin Yi's incident caused by urination led to a diplomatic dilemma, finally catching the attention of the highest official in Greystone City, Baron Fred Greystone. This Baron Fred, now in middle age, was slightly plump, with the most notable feature being the few carefully styled strands of hair on his head, which still couldn't hide the thinning patches, stubbornly styled into a classic Mediterranean support style, and slicked with shiny hair oil. Upon hearing that they had captured a foreign brat who dared to urinate on a guard and whose identity was a mystery, Baron Fred instantly became energized. Recently, the city had been too dull, with not even a decent bard around. This was something fresh. The next morning, the side hall of the Lord's mansion turned into Lin Yi's personal exhibition. He was escorted by 2 guards actually carried, as Lin Yi had completely given up struggling, his eyes vacant, standing in the center of the hall. Surrounding him were audiences who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Curious maids covered their mouths and giggled. Strong soldiers tried hard to suppress serious expressions, and a few elderly men dressed in robes, looking like scholars, held magnifying glasses, yes, magnifying glasses, and stared intensely at Lin Yi's face and clothes, exclaiming, "Look at this hair color, pure black, like the deepest night. This skin, delicate and flawless. Not even Eastern silk can compare. This attire, this strange pattern," referring to the dinosaur, "unheard of." Did he just roll his eyes? This expression profound. So profound. Baron Fred sat in the main seat, holding a glass of red wine, watching the farce with great interest. He sometimes leaned in to closely examine Lin Yi's face, sometimes stepped back to stroke his chin in contemplation, and sometimes whispered discussions with nearby scholars. He doesn't look like a local, nor even like any known race on the continent. A scholar stroked his goat beard. Soft skin, obviously hasn't done any work, definitely from a wealthy family. A plump cook offered her opinion. Just a bit too bold, daring to urinate on Barton's face. TSK. The youth is formidable. An old soldier shook his head. He's quite handsome, but too foolish a young maid muttered softly. Lin Yi felt like a newly arrived monkey in a zoo, the rare kind that performs the urination trick. His inner monologue had already staged the 108th episode of The Injustice of Yi, but on his face, he could only maintain a vacant expression of who am I? Where am I? As long as you're happy, he looked down at his hands, which were clearly several sizes too small, then looked at the people around him dressed in medieval-style clothing, commenting on him, and a great sense of absurdity and powerlessness surged within him. While others traveled to this world as either princes or princesses or with a system golden finger, what about him? He crossed over because of a sudden urge to urinate, landing as a child, and ended up as a strange suspect urinating in public. Who could he complain to? Finally, Baron Fred seemed to have seen enough and discussed enough, cleared his throat, put down his wine glass, and made a brilliant decision. He waved his hand and announced with a tone full of compassion. All right, everyone. Although this child's behavior is slightly improper, Captain Barton huffed in the corner, considering his youth Lin Yi internally. I'm practically in my 30s. Psychologically, and his mind seems a bit unclear, Lin Yi. You're the one who's unclear, with a language barrier and unknown identity that I, Fred Greystone, in the name of His Majesty the King of the Kingdom of St. Roland, will exercise the mercy bestowed upon me. We cannot let him roam the streets, damaging the dignity of Greystone City. And we also fear he might have disturbed others again. He paused, as if moved by his own compassion, then said the words that would determine Lin Yi's fate. Let's do this. Send him to the Charity Relief Institute of the Church of the Holy Light. Let the merciful nuns take care of him, teach him manners, and learn our language. This can be considered a way to give him a chance to live. That's settled. Is this the decision? Lin Yi observed. Although he couldn't understand the specific words, he had an ominous feeling and sensed something bad. Where are they going to throw him? Just as he was about to struggle and protest, he was firmly held by the two guards. Captain Barton finally breathed a sigh of relief, finally shaking off this hot potato. His gaze towards Lin Yi even carried a hint of good luck sympathy. Thus, under the benevolent decree of Baron Fred, and under the watchful eyes of the various audiences filled with curiosity or pity, Mr. Lin Yi, who crossed through time and space because of a urination, officially completed his identity transformation, and he became a child awaiting relief, registered as approximately 12 years old. The nun pinched his little arms and legs and decided on the age at the Charity Relief Institute of the Church of the Holy Light in Greystone City. Little friend Lin Yi, he walked out of the Lord's mansion, being escorted to the Relief Institute. Lin Yi looked up at the gray sky of Greystone City, with only one thought left in his mind. God, are you messing with me? My toilet, my blanket, my adult identity. Give it back to me. Oh, in a tiny, humble prayer, I hope the restroom in the orphanage at least has a pit, right? Please don't let anything weird happen again. He's really scared to pee. Chapter 2, Survival Guide in the Orphanage, on how to elegantly take care of kids and stealthily cast fireballs. The Charity Orphanage in Greystone City is located on the west side of the city, next to the Holy Light Church. It is a two-story building made of gray stones, complete with a small courtyard. It resembles a simple cake that has been battered by time and numerous mischievous children, emitting a mixed scent of disinfectant herbs, cheap soap, old wood, and, well, an ever-present, faint hint of childhood innocence. This moment, Lin Yi is far away from this noisy battlefield, like a hermit who is seen through the red dust, comfortably nestled on the thickest branch of an old crooked oak tree in the courtyard. Warm sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled patches of light on his slightly faded, yet still decent orphanage uniform. Leaning against the rough trunk, his calves, which are noticeably sturdier than when he first arrived, dangle leisurely, while he holds a copy of Beginner's Guide to Herbs of the Kingdom of St. Roland written in the common tongue, which he found among the old books in the church. Quiet, peaceful, and the years are good. Not at all. Lin Yi, big brother Lin Yi, help! Two piercing cries, filled with urgency, exploded like two precisely thrown noise bombs, instantly shattering Lin Yi's carefully curated treetop paradise. Accompanied by the sound of branches being violently pushed aside and heavy panting, two little heads popped up from the foliage below like gophers. The one on the left, with messy straw-yellow hair that looked like a chicken had scratched it, a sunburnt face, and a few freckles on his nose, was staring at him with round, terrified blue eyes full of the sky is falling. His name is Jack, nicknamed Charge, a 10-year-old firecracker whose mind seems to only contain the words passion, brotherhood, and recklessness. The one on the right, with two somewhat loose pigtails, revealing a smooth forehead and a pair of wet, big brown eyes like a frightened fawn, had a red nose. She was the orphanage's famous little crybaby Lucy. At this moment, Lucy's little mouth was pouting, and it looked like her golden tears were about to fall. Big brother, it's bad. That big guy tiger is bullying Lucy again with his gang. Jack reported urgently, his little chest heaving as if he had just run a marathon. They stole the pretty stones Lucy found. They pushed her, said she was a useless crybaby. He waved his little fist, filled with righteous indignation, as if what was stolen was his family heirloom. Lin Yi helplessly closed the book, letting out a long, heavy sigh that was more burdensome than the overtime he had worked until 3 in the morning in his past life. "I say, Jack," Lin Yi replied slowly. After more than a year of immersive learning, his command of the common tongue had become quite fluent, though his accent still carried a hint of something he couldn't quite identify. "Why are you looking for me if Lucy is being bullied? Shouldn't you be looking for Granny Martha or Sister Emily?" He pointed to the entrance of the church not far away, where the nun in a dark gray habit stood tall with a straight back and sharp eyes like a hawk Granny Martha. Her presence was like the eternal sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of all the mischievous kids in the orphanage. Jack shrunk his neck, his voice dropping an octave. "Granny Martha. She's scolding George and the others for farting during prayer. If we go now, it will be like sending ourselves to death." He then puffed out his chest, looking determined, and, "As a friend, as Lucy's guardian knight, we can't trouble Granny with this. We have to solve it ourselves. Big brother, you're our recognized king of the kids. You can't just ignore it. King of the kids." Lin Yi's lips twitched. This throne felt incredibly suffocating and reluctant for him. The story goes back a few months. This orphanage isn't big, with only about a dozen half-grown kids, ranging from 7 to 13 or 14 years old. Wherever there are people, there are rivalries, and wherever there are kids, there's bound to be a king of the kids. A 13-year-old robust boy named Tiger, relying on his age and size advantage, quickly gathered a few younger brothers and crowned himself the leader of the orphanage. He would shout loudly every day, trying to make all the kids submit to him. Lin Yi scoffed at this. A working adult with a psychological age nearing 30 competing with a bunch of little kids to be the big boss? That's too demeaning. He just wanted to quietly be a handsome guy in a tree, studying the flowers and plants of this world. And, well, secretly researching a few other things. So, when Tiger swaggered in with his Tiger gang and demanded Lin Yi offer him his share of dinner fruit as a sign of loyalty, Lin Yi merely lazily raised his eyelids and replied in a tone that suggested he was caring for a simpleton. "Oh, sure, great king, mighty king, feel free, great king," that he was just one step away from clapping. In Lin Yi's view, this dismissive attitude was a way to keep the peace, but in the eyes of the hot-blooded fool Jack, it was blatant bullying. It was an insult to his recognized big brother, a betrayal of friendship, a trampling of justice. The spirit of justice within Jack ignited instantly. "Do not bully Lin Yi." A youthful roar echoed through the cafeteria. Little Firecracker Jack charged bravely towards Tiger, who was a head and a half taller than him, holding his empty soup bowl like he was ready to face death. With great momentum. And then, there was no and then. Tiger didn't even move his robust body. He simply swatted Jack away like a fly. The brave knight Jack, along with his bowl, thankfully it was wooden, tumbled to the ground, held down by 2 of Tiger's little brothers, unable to move, futilely kicking his legs, while shouting, "Let me go, you bad guys. Don't bully people." The cafeteria fell silent. All the kids wide-eyed, and Lucy, scared, covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. Lin Yi looked at Jack, who was being squashed on the ground, then at Tiger, who wore a smug expression, and then at the surrounding kids, some fearful, some just watching the show. Along with the young nun, Emily, and the caretaker old John, who had rushed over with a look of "here we go again," and he felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue wash over him. Sigh. Lin Yi put down the half-eaten bread and resignedly stood up. He rubbed his forehead and walked over to the tangled human pile. "Let him go." Lin Yi's voice was not loud, and he wasn't even angry, but strangely, it made the kids holding Jack pause momentarily. Tiger crossed his arms, looking down at Lin Yi from a height, sneering, "Oh, the little one finally stopped playing dead? Want to stand up for your little follower? With just you?" He puffed out his sturdy chest deliberately. Lin Yi said nothing but quickly reached out and grabbed the back collar of one kid, holding Jack's arm as if lightning struck. That kid felt an irresistible force surge through him, gasped, and was easily lifted by Lin Yi as if he were holding a chick, and set aside. The movement was fluid, and he didn't even bump into anyone else. Next, the second, third, and several other little brothers who had just been so aggressive were quickly picked off by Lin Yi one by one and neatly stacked to the side, all of them wide-eyed and speechless. Throughout the entire process, he didn't even break his breath. This was another benefit he discovered after crossing over. Aside from shrinking his physical fitness, was enhancing an unreasonable speed. His strength was astonishing, his reflexes were incredible, and his senses were sharp. He had secretly tested it by moving a large wooden barrel filled with potatoes in the relief center, which was heavy enough to be a struggle for adult caregivers, as if it were child's play. His comprehension was even more outrageous after flipping through that herb guide a few times. He had memorized most of it, and he could speak the common language fluently within a few months. That he even vaguely felt that some strange energy was flowing in the air around him, and relying on his vague concepts from reading novels in his past life and his strong mental power. As a guest, he secretly attempted to communicate, and surprisingly, he was able to gather a little weak airflow or a nearly invisible flame at his fingertips. Although he was still far from being a wizard, it was enough to surprise him this moment. His light lift clearly exceeded Tiger's expectations. The smug look on Tiger's face froze as he looked into Lin Yi's calm and unperturbed black eyes, feeling inexplicably intimidated. The dining hall is a place for eating, not for fighting, Lin Yi clapped his hands, as if he had just dusted them off. If you keep causing trouble, they'll tell Granny Marcia that you waste food and dirty the floor. He pointed to the spilled soup and Jack's empty bowl on the ground. Granny Marcia's name was undoubtedly the most intimidating weapon in the relief center, and instantly, Tiger and his little brothers turned pale. The once imposing Tiger gang instantly wilted. Tiger huffed weakly, "Fine. You win. We're leaving." And he scurried away with his little brothers. Jack got up from the ground, rubbing his sore arm, looking at Lin Yi with admiration in his eyes. "Boss, you're amazing. I knew you were the strongest." Lin Yi rolled his eyes and pulled him up with irritation. "Amazing my ass. If you act recklessly again and get beaten into a real pig's head, I won't care." He walked over to Lucy, who was still sobbing softly, squatted down, and tried to soften his voice, though it still sounded a bit awkward. "Lucy, stop crying. Was the stone taken away? What did it look like? Next time, I'll help you find a prettier one." Lucy raised her tear-filled face to look at Lin. This boss, who usually quietly stayed in the tree, but always stood up to help her when she was bullied, was glowing in her eyes at this moment. She nodded vigorously, sniffling. It was a white one, with patterns." All right, got it." Lin Yi rubbed her little head. "The feel's surprisingly nice. Go wash your face. We have literacy class this afternoon." From then on, Lin Yi's status as the king of children was forcibly usurped by Jack, who firmly held on to it. Although Lin Yi himself had no interest in this throne and just wanted to quietly engage in some illegal research referring to playing with small flames, at least with him around, Tiger and his gang no longer dared to bully Lucy openly. Little crybaby Lucy, under Lin Yi's invisible protection, gradually smiled more, though she still got shy easily. At least her tears had decreased significantly. At this moment, listening to Jack's urgent report under the tree and seeing Lucy's tearful little face, Lin Yi once again felt the heaviness of "with great power comes great responsibility," specifically referring to the responsibility of taking care of kids. He resignedly stuffed the herb guide into his arms. This was the survival guide he had worked hard to find in this other world and was very precious. Then nimbly leaped down from a tree branch several meters high, landing steadily without kicking up much dust. "Let's go." Lin Yi patted his pants, his face filled with the helplessness of having to clean up the mess again. "Lead the way, Charge Knight. Let's go see which warrior is acting up again." He flexed his wrist, and his knuckles made a slight cracking sound. Jack instantly became full of energy, as if he had received a royal decree. "Yes, boss. Follow me." He grabbed the still dazed Lucy and dashed toward the other end of the courtyard. Lin Yi leisurely followed behind, looking up at the gray, dusty roof of the relief center, and sighed. This damn, childishly innocent, otherworldly life. And would he be able to quietly play with a fireball that could light a cigarette, even though he didn't smoke? Chapter 3. The Lucky Newbie Adventurer. Time, like the rag in the relief center of Grey Rock City that could never be cleaned, was rubbed hard by the children's cries, the nuns' admonitions, Jack's occasional charge calls, and Lucy's gradually decreasing tears, slipping away unknowingly for several years. When the leaves of the crooked old oak tree in front of the relief center turned golden for the fourth time with the autumn chill, Lin Yi finally welcomed an important milestone in his otherworldly life, his 16th birthday, along with the impending expulsion order. The Compassion Relief Center only accommodates children under 16. This is the rule of the Holy Light Church, and it is also to help you learn to face the life bestowed by the Holy Light independently. Granny Marcia's stern face softened slightly when announcing this news, although it quickly returned to its usual severity. "Lin Yi, you are a special child. Although your origins are unknown, you are not a bad person, and you have some abilities. After you leave, remember the teachings of the Holy Light, stay grounded, and do not go astray." Lin Yi's heart was calm, even wanting to laugh. Finally, he could finally escape from this group of energetic, constantly yelling little brats, especially that hot-blooded idiot Jack, who had caused him no small amount of trouble over the years, although it had been quite lively. Lucy had grown into a quiet little girl, though she still got shy easily. At least she no longer cried at the drop of a hat. With red eyes, she secretly handed Lin Yi a small cloth pouch that she had sewn herself, with crooked stitches, containing several copper leaves she had saved for a long time in a smooth white pebble. "Boss, you have to come back and see us often." Lucy's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Jack, meanwhile, was patting his chest, trying to act mature. "Don't worry, boss. From now on, the relief center will be protected by me, Jack. That guy Tiger now avoids me like the plague." The truth was that Tiger had been taken away by relatives last year, and Jack was just boasting. Lin Yi ruffled Lucy's hair and patted Jack's shoulder, carrying his meager belongings of few old clothes, that well-worn herb guide, and the little money he had saved. Walked out of the relief center's main gate with a flourish, in his opinion. The air of freedom, mixed with the smell of garbage from the street corner and cheap beer. But Lin Yi still took a deep breath. First step, make money. A few months ago, just after turning 16, Lin Yi eagerly sneaked into the slightly shabby Adventurers Guild Hall in Grey Rock City, which was always filled with the smell of sweat, leather, and a hint of blood. Amidst the curious or scrutinizing gazes of the burly, battered men and a few tough women, he registered as the lowest-level gravel adventurer. Taking on quests? Don't make me laugh. Hunting monsters? That a job for the silver tier big shots. Bodyguard for the merchant convoy? People just shook their heads when they saw this skinny, black-haired kid with thin arms and legs. Lin Yi could only take on those mosquito leg tasks that even formal adventurers wouldn't bother to look at. Help old John from South Street find his lost calico cat named Sweetheart. Reward: 5 copper leaves. Collect 20 stalks of hemostatic grass on the outskirts of the city. Reward: 15 copper leaves. Must identify them yourself. Wrong ones. Won't count. Clear out a giant rat's nest near the sewer entrance. Reward: 30 copper leaves. Here, the currency is divided into 3 types: gold, silver, and copper. 1 gold sun GS, 27 silver moons SM, 729 copper, leave CP. A typical family spends about 3 silver coins a month. Lin Yi was more than happy with this. Mosquito legs are still meat. Furthermore, these tasks were just right for him to familiarize himself with the environment and train disguise as normal skills. With the patience developed from his previous life as a corporate worker and the detailed observation skills brought by his strong mental power, he handled finding cats, collecting herbs, and poking at rat nests with ease that he even earned a reputation as a little expert in the low-level task circle for his high efficiency and keen eyesight. But the real way for him to save up some starting funds was the annual hunting season in autumn. Around Greystone City, during the harvest season, a creature called the flame-jumping beast would start to proliferate. This creature has a name that sounds intimidating, but it looks quite unremarkable, about the size of an ordinary dog, covered in rough, dirt-yellow skin with dark red stripes. Its hind legs are exceptionally strong, allowing it to jump impressively. They don't have any advanced magical abilities, they're just temperamental and can spit out some sulfur-smelling sparks that are quite hot. If provoked, they'll even use the short, hard horn on their heads to charge at people, which is quite a bit of force. The key point is that they reproduce at an outrageous rate, appearing in droves every autumn, rushing towards the farmland and devouring the crops that are about to be harvested, making them a bane for farmers. However, the flame-jumping beast has one huge advantage: its meat. Their meat is firm and delicate, with a unique aroma reminiscent of nuts and game, with evenly distributed fat. Whether stewed or grilled, it is extraordinarily delicious. It is the most popular game in Greystone City and the surrounding areas during autumn, and it's almost the only kind that commoners can eat freely. Thus, every autumn, the Adventurers Guild would issue a massive number of clear the flame-jumping beast tasks, paying per beast. A complete adult jumping beast could be exchanged for 1 silver moon. 4 low-level adventurers and commoner hunters. This was like a windfall. The entire area around Greystone City suddenly transformed into a large hunting ground, with hunters waving crude weapons and setting traps everywhere, the air filled with the smells of sulfur, blood, and the savory scent of meat. That year was Lin Yi's first year as an adventurer, and it was also the first time he was qualified to officially participate in this jumping beast feast. TSK, there are more people than jumping beasts. Lin Yi stood at the edge of a relatively remote, brush-covered hilly area in the west of the city, watching the crowd of heads near the farmland and the rising shouts and the cries of the jumping beasts, and he curled his lip that he deliberately avoided the most crowded areas first. He didn't want to compete with others for prey second, and most importantly wanted to keep a low profile. Suddenly, a flame-jumping beast burst out from a patch of withered yellow bushes, kicking off with its powerful hind legs, charging towards Lin Yi like a dirt-yellow cannonball. Lin Yi didn't even flinch, his body sliding aside with an extremely slight movement, easily dodging the fast impact. The jumping beast missed its target, landing clumsily with an angry gurgle, turning its head, a red glow appearing in its throat, a plume of sulphurous smoke about to erupt. In that split second, Lin Yi's right-hand index finger hanging by his side, discreetly and swiftly pointed in midair. Incantation. No flashy wand light, not even any obvious magical fluctuations, only the air in front of his fingertip twisted minutely. Puff! A soft sound, like a bubble bursting, echoed as the jumping beast, about to breathe fire, suddenly froze in place that a thin, transparent layer of frost instantly covered its head, especially around its open mouth. That plume of sulphurous fire was forcibly frozen in its throat, only a wisp of pitiful white smoke escaping. The small eyes of the jumping beast were filled with confusion and fear, its body swaying before it collapsed to the ground with a thud, its limbs twitching a few times before going still. The fatal injury was its brain frozen by instant low temperatures. Lin Yi then leisurely walked up, kicked the unfortunate jumping beast, confirming its death. He squatted down, swiftly taking out a small knife to start processing. Skinning? Not necessary. For now, a complete prey is worth more. The main focus was on bleeding and simple handling of the internal organs to prevent decay. Got one done, Lin Yi silently thought, his face showing little expression. For him, this was no difficulty at all, communicating with the water elements in the air, instantly condensing, compressing, and cooling, forming a nearly invisible ice spike that precisely pierced the target's most vulnerable core. This was one of the results of his secret practice over the past year. Thanks to his abnormal mental control, this silent ice spike was highly discreet and consumed little energy. This was the true benefit of being a transmigrator, not just an overall improvement in physical quality, but also an almost monstrous affinity for and control over elemental magic. He didn't need systematic incantations or complex meditation. It was as if he instinctively understood the language of these elements, with his powerful mental strength serving as the best controller. Wind, fire, water, earth could vaguely sense and initially guide them. Currently, the skill he mastered most proficiently, and the one most suitable for quietly making a fortune, was this highly discreet water ice technique. Of course, he was well aware of the principle that a tall tree attracts the wind. A boy without support and of unknown origin, if he displayed extraordinary magical talent, might not be greeted with a bright future, but rather trouble. Therefore, he had to keep it hidden. So, when Lin Yi returned to the Adventurers Guild in Greystone City, dragging to the maximum number, he claimed processed flame jumping beasts to turn in the task. It sparked a bit of attention. Wow, little Lin Yi, not bad kid. Uncle Tom, the big-bearded clerk in charge of registering tasks, looked in surprise at the two plump jumping beasts on the ground. Isn't it just the first day? You got two already? And they're both intact? What traps did you use? Such good luck? Lin Yi showed a slightly shy and tired smile. 3 parts genuine and 7 parts acted, wiping the non-existent sweat from his brow. Just lucky, Uncle Tom. Right near that rocky slope in the west, I set a few snares and pits, and 2 clumsy guys happened to run into them. He pointed to the makeshift snares and a small shovel hanging from his waist. TSK, the rocky slope in the west? That place has complex terrain, and the jumping beasts run fast. Traps are hard to catch there. A bronze-level adventurer who had just turned into a jumping beast, with scratches on his arms, said sourly, "You kid, looking all skinny and weak, but you have quite a talent for hunting. Just lucky." Lin Yi replied with a simple smile as he carefully accepted the 2 shiny silver moons handed over by Uncle Tom, tucking them safely into his pocket. The heavy feeling was really reassuring. The little man inside him was already cheering. He was one step closer to buying a sturdy new pair of boots, as the ones provided by the Relief Center were nearly worn out. No one doubted him. A gravel-level newcomer who had just left the Relief Center and registered only a few months ago, relying on a bit of cleverness and luck to pick up 1 or 2 jump beasts during the hunting season was perfectly normal. Who would have thought that this seemingly harmless black-haired boy could casually conjure deadly ice spikes? As he stepped out of the guild's door, the warm, golden glow of the sunset bathed Greystone City, and the rich aroma of jump beast stew wafted through the air from every household. Lin Yi took a deep breath, feeling the silver coins in his arms and the scent of freedom, a genuine, relaxed smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Hunting season, what a good thing, he murmured to himself, calculating how many he should luckily pick up tomorrow to seem reasonable without drawing too much attention. 3? That seems a bit much. Maybe 2 would be safer. He set off, planning to find a cheap inn to stay at. Perhaps he could first go check out the Relief Center, and while he was at it, enjoy a meal of the famous jump beast stew cooked by Grandma Martha. After all, the few he had donated to her should be ready by now. Lin Yi licked his lips, his steps unconsciously quickening. Chapter 4: The sheathed dagger in the west area of Greystone City, at the end of a relatively quiet alley. Lin Yi finally rented an old house with a small courtyard using the jumping beast fund he had painstakingly saved during the hunting season. The courtyard wasn't too large, with overgrown weeds in the corner, but it was peaceful and had a well. The house was built of stone and had seen better days. The walls were uneven, and a few tiles on the roof were a bit loose, but it was sufficient to keep out the wind and rain. Most importantly, it belonged to Lin Yi. No more listening to the cacophony of children's voices, noise, from the orphanage, and no more worrying about being disturbed by Jack's loud voice while practicing magic in secret. With a handful of heavy silver moons left, Lin Yi felt a bit straighter in his posture. This substantial sum was enough to support him for a while and to do something significant, like going to old blacksmith Baron's shop to retrieve the treasure he had ordered half a month ago. The blacksmith shop was still hot and noisy, ringing with the sound of metal striking metal. Old Baron, a burly man with arms thicker than Lin Yi's thighs and a beard singed into curls by sparks, grunted when he saw Lin Yi enter. He pulled out a long object carefully wrapped in thick burlap from behind the counter. "Here you go, kid. The strange thing you wanted." Uncle Baron's voice was powerful, like the sound of hammering iron. "I modified it according to that ghostly drawing you made. The curvature of the blade was off, and the point of force on the handle was unreasonable, purely asking for trouble. I've reinforced it for you. Added some weight to ensure it chops bones without rolling the edge." Lin Yi couldn't wait to unwrap the burlap, and when the dagger was fully revealed, even though he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but catch his breath. The blade was about 2.5 feet long, with an elegant and understated curve, single-edged, and the cutting edge shimmered with a cold light in the reflection of the forge fire. The back of the blade was thick, gradually narrowing towards the tip, making it suitable for chopping while remaining agile. The guard was a simple brass disc, and the handle was wrapped in dark non-slip leather, with a plain brass pommel at the end. The entire dagger had smooth lines, exuding a sharp beauty that was distinctly different from the wide swords, two-handed greatswords, and standard single-handed swords hanging in the blacksmith shop, full of the unique charm of an ancient Eastern country. This was precisely the dagger Lin Yi had sketched based on his memories and vague impressions of ancient swords from his past life. modified by Uncle Baron with his rich experience, along with some coarse reprimands. Kid, do you want to chop people or cut vegetables? If it's not reinforced, you might as well wait to break your hand. A fine dagger, Lin Yi exclaimed sincerely, his fingers brushing over the cold blade, feeling the exquisite craftsmanship and stable weight. This weight was just right for him now. What do you expect? Do you think I forge poor quality stuff? Uncle Baron proudly stroked his beard. The sheath is ready too, just the simplest hardwood wrapped in leather. Didn't he make it fancy for you? 10 silver moons, that is for the blade and materials. And the sheath is on the house. 10 silver moons. Lin Yi felt a pang in his heart. That was 10 hefty jumping beasts. But he knew a custom-made weapon of high quality was definitely worth the price. He paid promptly, carefully inserting the dagger into the equally simple and unadorned hardwood sheath and hanging it at his side. The sheath fit well, the balance was perfect. And drawing and sheathing the dagger was incredibly smooth. As he walked out of the blacksmith shop with this uniquely shaped dagger, he indeed attracted a few curious glances. In a world where standard weapons were mainstream, a dagger with a distinct exotic style was certainly eye-catching. However, as Uncle Baron said, as long as it was kept in the sheath and not drawn, it wouldn't be a problem. After all, adventurers came in all shapes and sizes, using axes, hammers, spears, sickles, and even spatulas. A uniquely designed sheath was hardly anything special. Lin Yi soon witnessed the wisdom of the merchants in this other world. He passed by a shop specializing in weapon accessories and decorations. With a dazzling array of products in the window, ornate sheaths inlaid with low-quality gemstones and carved with intricate patterns, rugged sheaths made from the hides of unknown magical beasts, featuring natural patterns, and even artistic sheaths painted in bright colors with exaggerated designs. A sign nearby read, "Make your intimate partner, blade, unique. Show off your personality." Starting from 5 silver moons. Lin Yi couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Intimate partner? Starting from 5 silver moons? That's enough to feed him for over a month. Sure enough, in any world, money from equipment enthusiasts and appearance-focused buyers was the easiest to earn. He looked down at his plain sheath and thought, well, this is better, low-key, practical, and most importantly, cost-effective. With his equipment in hand, it was time to get started. Early the next morning, Lin Yi arrived at the Adventurers Guild, full of energy. He wore his new dagger at his waist, carried a small pack with some dried food, a water pouch, rope, and simple tools, and headed straight for the task board's miscellaneous section. Soon, a task that had been hanging for several days, with low rewards but an interesting description, caught his eye. Task: expel the Midnight Canteen Thief location, outskirts of Greystone City, Oak Village. Farmer Old Brown's home description. For 7 consecutive nights, the kitchen door lock of Old Brown's house has been broken, and stored food such as cured meat, cheese, and bread has been largely stolen, leaving behind a small amount of gray fur and round pebbles at the scene. It is suspected to be the work of a cunning small magical beast, which moves swiftly and is highly alert. Old Brown's son described seeing a gray shadow that also threw stones at him. Attempts to set traps have been ineffective. Due to the farmer's inability to pay a high reward, no one has resolved the issue. Requirements: expel or capture the magical beast to stop its continued destruction and theft. Reward: 2 silver moons recommended level, black iron and above, due to the target's cunningness and aggressiveness. Status: unclaimed throwing stones, gray fur, a cunning little creature. Lin Yi stroked his chin. The reward of 2 silver moons, considering the local prices, 1 silver moon is the food cost for 10 days for an ordinary civilian, was indeed low, but much better than finding a cat, 5 copper leaves, or gathering herbs, 15 copper leaves. At least it could cover 20 days worth of food. Moreover, this kind of task that required a bit of brain power, patience to stake out, and a little danger was exactly what a newcomer like him, who wanted to train his practical skills while making money discreetly, needed. Those capable adventurers wouldn't bother with such a low reward and long distance, while the less capable ones might get hit by stones and still fail to catch it. Perfectly suited for him. Uncle Tom, I'll take the task from Old Brown's house in Oak Village, Lin Yi said as he approached the counter, pointing at the task sheet. Uncle Tom looked up, saw it was Lin Yi, glanced at the task, and raised an eyebrow. Oh, little Lin Yi, getting bold, huh? You dare to take on a task involving an aggressive magical beast? Though it's just a small thing, those stones can hurt, and it's quite slippery. Are you sure? Let us give it a try, Lin Yi replied, showing a fearless smile of a rookie. If I'm lucky, I might just catch it. Besides, it's not far from the city. I'll treat it like a picnic. Uncle Tom shook his head, muttering as he registered the task. All right then, be careful. Only you, this little hunting expert, would dare take on a task recommended for black iron at gravel level. Here, take the task sheet. The address is on it. Lin Yi took the task sheet stamped by the guild, thanked him, and turned to leave the bustling guild hall. The sunlight bathed him as the sheath at his waist swayed gently with his steps. He took a deep breath of the air outside the city, which carried the scent of grass and trees, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. The Midnight Canteen Thief? Throwing stones? Let me see what kind of cute little creature you are. Chapter 5 Night Watch Kill. Leaving the Adventurers Guild in Greystone City, which was filled with the smell of sweat and leather, Lin Yi stood at the slightly noisy city gate, watching the flow of people and carriages come and go, lost in brief contemplation. Oakwood Village? It doesn't sound far, It looks like just a dozen miles on the map. Walk there on 2 legs? Lin Yi looked down at his old boots from the relief center, with soles nearly worn to paper thin, and decisively dismissed that thought. The silver moons saved during the hunting season were not meant to torture his feet. His gaze swept over the row of carriages parked by the roadside, some adorned extravagantly, carrying merchants and goods, others pulling hay, exuding the scent of the fields, and a few that looked worn but still sturdy, used for short-distance passenger transport. To Maple Leaf Town, passed by Oakwood Village. 10 copper leaves, delivered to the village entrance. Shouted a coachman, his carriage looking like a survivor of multiple earthquakes. With suspicious mud splattered on the yoke, Lin Yi's internal calculations were clicking. Walking saves 10 copper leaves. But these worn boots would cost at least 1.5 silver moons to replace, and might even cause blisters. Taking the carriage would save time and effort. Conclusion: take the carriage. The coachman quickly took the money, grinning widely to reveal a few yellowed teeth. All right, young sir, hop on. I guarantee it'll be fast and stable. Lin Yi climbed onto the old carriage, which made noises all over except for the horn, with serious skepticism about the phrase fast and stable. The cabin was filled with the smell of aged straw, a mix of livestock odor, and the strong scent of tobacco from the coachman. Also sharing the carriage were 2 farm women heading to Maple Leaf Town to visit relatives, carrying baskets and curiously eyeing the young adventurer with a knife. It turned out Lin Yi's suspicions were absolutely correct. Fast and stable? Non-existent. Once they left the relatively smooth suburban roads and hit the dirt road to the countryside, Lin Yi felt as if he had been stuffed into a massive, crazy shaking machine. The carriage jolted violently up and down and swayed side to side on the bumpy road, each leap accompanied by the painful creaking of wood and the grating sound of the axle. Lin Yi had to grip the edge of the carriage tightly to avoid being thrown out and colliding intimately with the farmwoman beside him. His insides were churning, and the little bit of black bread he had eaten that morning was protesting vehemently. Young sir, is it your first time riding a country carriage? You'll get used to it. You'll get used to it. Ha ha. The coachman laughed loudly, his voice breaking intermittently during the bumps. Lin Yi held back the urge to vomit. Internally ranting, get used to it? Get used to your head. Is this called taking a carriage? This is called paying for suffering. Is this road made by a meteorite? What was originally expected to be over an hour's journey felt like a century under the torture of the shaking. When the carriage finally stopped at a relatively flat spot at the entrance of Oakwood Village, and the coachman shouted that they had arrived at Oakwood Village, Lin Yi practically rolled off the carriage using both hands and feet. He leaned against a crooked tree by the roadside, gagging several times before feeling his soul return to his body. Looking back at the worn-out carriage, it resembled something just pulled out of a muddy pit, with thick mud caked on the wheels. Young sir, come find me for a ride next time. The coachman waved goodbye enthusiastically, driving the carriage away. Still wobbling towards Maple Leaf Town, Lin Yi silently raised his middle finger in the direction the carriage had gone. Then, dragging his nearly falling apart body, he trudged along the path indicated by the coachman, taking deep and shallow steps for a full half hour before finally spotting the old brown family described on the task list. A low stone house surrounded by a small yard, where a few chickens were free-ranging and firewood piled in the corner. An elderly man with gray hair and a worried expression, along with a seemingly honest but equally frowning young man, greeted him. Why, you are the adventurer sent by the guild? Old Brown looked at Lin Yi's excessively young face and his obviously childish features, despite Lin Yi, who trying hard to maintain a serious expression, his eyes filled with skepticism. However, when his gaze swept over the uniquely designed dagger at Lin Yi's waist, which was clearly not a cheap item, his doubts lessened slightly. At least this was a well-equipped novice? Better than no one coming. Yes, Uncle Brown. My name is Lin Yi. Lin Yi tried to make his voice sound steady and reliable. I understand the task. It's about the guy who sneaks food at midnight, right? Leave it to me. You can sleep as usual tonight. Just don't come out to avoid startling it. Uncle Brown and his son exchanged glances. Still not entirely at ease, but deciding to give it a shot. They quickly invited Lin Yi into the house, serving him a steaming bowl of grain porridge with a slightly burnt taste and a piece of hard black bread. Lin Yi was not polite, as he was indeed hungry after the bumpy ride, though the porridge's taste was quite rustic. As night fell, the Brown family, following Lin Yi's instructions, extinguished the oil lamp early and huddled inside the house, not daring to make a sound. Lin Yi, on the other hand, silently slipped out of the yard. He chose not to hide in the yard itself, as that would make him too obvious. Instead, he set his sights on a large, leafy tree not far outside the yard, climbing it effortlessly like a raccoon, finding a well-hidden branch with a good view, allowing him to overlook the Brown family's kitchen door and part of the yard. The village night was particularly quiet, with only the rustling of leaves in the wind and the occasional distant barking of dogs. Lin Yi leaned against the rough tree trunk, cradling his precious dagger, his mind highly focused, senses fully alert, capturing any unusual sounds. Time passed slowly, the moon gradually climbed higher, and Lin Yi's eyelids began to droop. The instincts of his past life as a corporate worker seemed to protest, working overtime and staying up late to catch thieves. This plot felt so familiar. He even began unconsciously calculating the hourly wage for this task, 2 silver moons divided by the expected watch time, concluding it was lower than some unscrupulous companies he had worked for in his previous life. Just as his mind was about to drift off to discuss the 18 ways to eat a jumpy beast with the king of dreams, a faint rustling sound, almost covered by the wind, came from the base of the yard wall. Lin Yi instantly snapped awake, all sleepiness gone. He held his breath, his sharp gaze locking onto the source of the sound like a night owl. He saw a gray shadow, slightly lighter than the night, slipping into the yard with extreme agility, like a weightless wisp of smoke. Its movements were fluid and silent, landing almost without a sound. With the moonlight, Lin Yi clearly saw its form. It was slightly larger than a house cat, with short, nimble limbs, covered in sleek gray fur, and a fluffy tail held high. The most striking feature was its small eyes, which glinted mischievously in the dark, and a sharp little mouth. This little creature was highly alert. It did not immediately rush toward the kitchen door, but crouched low to the ground like a little scout, its small nose twitching and ears rotating, carefully checking for any movements around. After confirming it was safe, it cautiously darted to the simple wooden door of the kitchen. Lin Yi watched as it extended its sharp claws, targeting a spot below the door lock that was clearly weakened from its previous attempts, and began to scratch rapidly. Its movements skilled to the point of being painful to watch. Now's the time. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened, and his powerful mental strength spread out like an invisible web, silently covering the entire small yard. In his perception, the breathing of the Brown family of three was steady and long, clearly fast asleep. The audience has left, and the actors can now improvise freely. With a slight movement of his mind, Lin Yi instantly summoned and combined the water and earth elements in the air. There were no grand spells or brilliant lights. Instead, the ground beneath the mischievous stone ferret suddenly turned soft and sticky like a swamp without any warning. At the same time, several resilient, vine-like bindings formed from condensed water vapor shot out of the mud like living creatures, accurately wrapping around the ferret's limbs. Chirp! The stone ferret, focused on its work, was caught off guard, its four short legs sinking into the mud while being tightly ensnared by the cold, slippery water vines. It let out a terrified scream, struggling and writhing, making gurgling noises from its throat, clearly trying to spit out the stone projectiles it was known for. However, how could Lin Yi give it the chance? He had been waiting for this moment. Just as the ferret opened its mouth, a barely noticeable, lightning-fast cold light flashed by. Uft, uft, uft. Lin Yi's figure floated down from the tree like a ghost, his waist knife striking with the precision and swiftness of a viper, landing 3 quick jabs at the ferret's vital areas on its chest and abdomen. The movements were clean and decisive, without any hesitation. The cold blade instantly severed the ferret's life force. The ferret's scream abruptly stopped, its body twitching violently a few times before it slumped into the mud and water vines. Motionless, its cunning little eyes still held terror and disbelief. Almost at the same moment the ferret breathed its last, the kitchen door was flung open. And Old Brown and his son rushed out, holding an oil lamp and a pitchfork, panic written all over their faces. What happened? What was that noise just now? Lin Yi had already sheathed his knife and casually dispelled the mud and water vines on the ground. He pointed at the lifeless stone ferret lying on the ground and, with a tone that mixed feigned exhaustion from intense activity and a hint of luck, said, "Uncle Brown, it's fine now. This thing tried to pry the door earlier, and I caught it after a bit of effort. It wanted to spit stones, but luckily I dodged quickly and gave it a few hits." In the dim yellow light of the oil lamp, Old Brown and his son could only see Lin Yi slightly out of breath. The dead ferret that had been a headache for them for nearly half a month, and the fresh scratch marks below the kitchen door lock. They didn't notice any traces of magic, thinking Lin Yi had used his agility to ambush the ferret while it was prying the door, and after a struggle, had killed it. Those screams, of course, were just the sounds of the fight. "My goodness, you really caught it," Old Brown exclaimed, his hands trembling with excitement. His eyes filled with gratitude and awe as he looked at Lin Yi. "Adventurer, you are truly amazing. This damned little beast has caused us so much trouble. Thank you. Thank you so much." Old Brown's son nodded repeatedly, glancing at the knife at Lin Yi's waist with even more admiration. Sure enough, those who carry knives are different. Lin Yi felt a bit disappointed inside. Was that it? The back-and-forth battle he had imagined, the battle of wits and courage? He hadn't even experienced the ferret's stone-spitting skills firsthand. This task was completed too easily, completely lacking the practical training effect. However, seeing the relieved and tearfully grateful expressions on the Brown family's faces, and then looking at the ferret's body that could still fetch a bit of money, he suppressed this slight regret. It was just a small effort. Lin Yi waved his hand, trying to maintain the demeanor of a skilled person. That night, Lin Yi slept exceptionally soundly in the simple but clean guest room of Old Brown's house. Compared to the noise of the blacksmith shop and the clamor of the orphanage, the tranquility of the countryside was simply heavenly. The next morning, under the warm hospitality of the Brown family, he enjoyed a simple but hearty farmhouse breakfast. Eggs. Fresh eggs. Then, carrying the ferret's body that had been simply processed, he set off on his way back to the city. This time, he didn't take that death trap of a ride, but chose to walk. The morning air was fresh, and the sounds of birds and flowers filled the air. His boots stepped on the dewy grass, and aside from a bit of protest from his soles, everything was 100 times better than taking a carriage. In the afternoon, Lin Yi returned to the Adventurers Guild in Greystone City, handing over the ferret's body and the task slip to Uncle Tom, successfully receiving 2 shiny silver moons as a reward. Uncle Tom looked at the clear knife wound on the ferret's head, then at the knife at Lin Yi's waist, and nodded in approval. Not bad, not bad. Little Lin Yi, your knife skills have improved. This mischievous stone ferret is quite slippery, and being able to deal with it with a knife shows you've really put in some effort. Lin Yi could only chuckle awkwardly, thinking to himself, practice? What practice? It was all thanks to a magical ambush and a follow-up stab. With the newly earned 2 silver moons, plus what he had left over, Lin Yi felt his wallet bulging a little more. To reward himself, and mainly to soothe his stomach that had been tortured by the bumpy ride and the hard farmhouse bread, he decided to indulge a little. He walked into the Broken Axe Tavern next to the Adventurers Guild, which was always bustling with noise and filled with the smells of ale and boasting. He ordered the cheapest stew set meal for 20 copper leaves, looking at the cheapest ale on the menu for 5 copper leaves a cup. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to experience the adventurer's happy water. After all, he was already there. Soon, a large cup of murky, frothy liquid, the color of diluted mud, was served. Lin Yi eagerly took a big sip. Puffed. Cough, cough, cough. An extremely strong, bitter, sour, and indescribably over-fermented grain flavor instantly overwhelmed his taste buds. Lin Yi nearly spat it out on the spot. This stuff was 10 times worse than the most undrinkable industrial beer from his previous life. No, 100 times worse. It was like it had been concocted from spoiled overnight porridge and rusty water. He forced down the nausea, watching as the surrounding adventurers guzzled this muddy water, looking satisfied as they burped and bragged about how they single-handedly took down a snow giant bear on the northern tundra. Lin Yi fell into deep self-doubt. Was there something wrong with his taste buds? Or did adventurers in another world have taste buds made of iron? Looking at the half-full cup of mud left, and then at the craft beers and dwarf spirits on the menu that were priced at dozens of copper leaves or even several silver moons, Lin Yi touched his deflated wallet and finally sighed in resignation. Forget it. Poverty makes me rational. This adventurer's happy water is not for me. He silently pushed the undrinkable beer to the corner of the table, focusing on the bowl of stew that was still somewhat palatable. He secretly vowed, once I have money, I must taste what the most expensive dwarf spirits are like. This awful ale isn't fit for a dog. Chapter 6. The Library Adventure After Leaving the Broken Axe Tavern, which was filled with the stench of cheap ale and boasting. Lin Yi rubbed his stomach that had been tortured by the muddy water and deeply felt that the lack of spiritual nourishment was even more unbearable than material poverty. How many years had it been since he crossed over? Counting on his fingers, from a bedwetting child who crossed over and shrank down to a 12-year-old brat, to now nearly 175 meters tall, he had been struggling in this other world for 4 or 5 years. During these years, what was the greatest source of spiritual entertainment? Jack's ear-splitting, blood-boiling howls in the orphanage? Lucy, although cute, was too quiet and soft-spoken? Or listening to the old caregiver John repeat his glorious tales of winning an arm-wrestling match against a dwarf in a tavern when he was young? Lin Yi seriously doubted the authenticity of those stories. Or during hunting season, sitting in a tree and listening to the distant primal battle cries of for meat. Charge. From the fields? It was too barren, too dull. Without a phone, a computer, or the internet, without any novels to update, and without the 3 major works that could make one's adrenaline surge. Even a decent book to immerse oneself in for leisure was absent. Lin Yi felt like a refugee exiled to a cultural desert, his mental world drying up to the point of cracking. No, he had to save himself. He thought of knowledge, specifically, magical knowledge. With his inexplicably acquired magical talent, he couldn't just stay at the level of summoning ice spikes for hunting or binding small beasts with water vines, right? There had to be a systematic way to learn, or at least some direction for reference. Thus, Lin Yi set his sights on the only public library in Greystone City, said to have a rich collection of books. Early the next morning, Lin Yi set out. The library was located in the relatively quiet eastern part of the city, near the municipal square. The building itself was quite imposing, featuring a classical column style, with a weathered wooden sign at the entrance that read in elegant script, "The Sanctuary of Knowledge in Greystone City." It sounded impressive. Pushing the door open, a familiar smell of old paper, dust, and a hint of mildew greeted him. Ah, this scent was authentic. Lin Yi perked up, but soon, he was doused with cold water by the scene before him. In the spacious hall, the lighting was somewhat dim, and tall bookshelves stood like silent giants. However, the spaces between the shelves were empty, with only a few figures present. Only a handful of young students, dressed in faded academic robes that clearly indicated their poverty, were hunched over at a long table in the corner, frowning as they copied something or pondered over a thick tome that could crush someone if dropped. Apart from them, there was only an old administrator sitting behind the front desk, his hair gray, thick glasses perched on his nose, dozing off like a chick pecking at rice. It was desolate, too desolate. Lin Yi approached the desk and gently tapped on the surface. The old administrator jolted awake, nearly knocking off his glasses. Ahem, young man. Here to read? The old administrator adjusted his glasses, his murky eyes sizing up Lin Yi and the dagger at his waist, seemingly a bit surprised. 50 copper leaves for a day. If you want to borrow, the deposit is extra, according to the book price. His voice carried the slow, hoarse quality typical of the elderly. 50 for a day. Lin Yi's mouth twitched. Knowledge was really damn expensive, but for the sake of his magical dreams and to relieve his boredom, he reluctantly handed over the money. The old administrator slowly wrote out a receipt, pointed inside, and said, "Find it yourself. The classification signs are all there. Keep quiet." With a sincere reverence for knowledge and a heartache for a silver moon, Lin Yi stepped into this sea of silent books, his goal clear, heading straight for the area of magic and the arcane. Then his heart sank halfway. The so-called magic and arcane area had only a pitiful 2 rows of bookshelves, sparsely populated with a few titles. However, when Lin Yi leaned in for a closer look, he nearly lost his breath. Complete collection of hymns from the Church of the Holy Light, with basic healing prayers, on the importance of pious faith in resisting evil magic tales and warnings of ancient evil sorcerers' identification of common potion ingredients. Beginner-esque guide. Warning. Do not attempt to concoct without permission. Introduction to Noble Heraldry. Includes a small amount of elemental symbolism. This is it. Forget about advanced spell models, magical circuit construction, or elemental affinity theory. There wasn't even a decent beginner's guide to fireball spells. The only one that had a hint of magic, identification of common potion ingredients, when opened, was highly similar to the content of Beginner's Guide to Herbs of the Kingdom of St. Roland that he had salvaged from the orphanage. As for those church books and terrifying legends, they were filled with prejudice and intimidation against non-holy light magic. Lin Yi sighed helplessly, completely dispelling the thought of finding serious magical textbooks in the Greystone City Public Library. This little broken city was lucky to have a library at all. Expecting it to have precious magical books? Those things probably only existed in the mage towers of big cities or in the private collections of nobles. And their prices would definitely be shocking. Hope was dashed, but money couldn't be wasted. Lin Yi, adhering to the spirit of not leaving empty-handed, shifted his gaze to the truly thriving area of biographies and novels within the library. The bookshelves here were noticeably more crowded. The books varied with colorful covers, exuding cheap allure. The stale smell of paper in the air seemed to be somewhat diluted by the aroma of various bizarre stories. All right, miscellaneous books are still better than staring blankly. Lin Yi comforted himself as he plunged into this sea of spiritual gossip. He randomly pulled out a hefty tome with a cover depicting a white-bearded old man holding a staff, radiating light. Standing atop a fire-breathing dragon, the legendary Archmage Rodriguez, an epic life from shepherd boy to elemental sovereign. Opening to the first chapter, Rodriguez was born on a stormy night, with an extraordinary celestial phenomenon and 9 stars aligning. The moment he cried out, the magical elements within 100 miles boiled over. Lin Yi couldn't help but smirk. Goodness. An orphanage-like extraordinary beginning. What a standard template. Skipping over the lengthy childhood hardships, he was struck by lightning 3 times while tending sheep and miraculously survived. Awakening his affinity for lightning elements instead, he flipped directly to the scene of spellcasting. Faced with the tide of the undead army, the great Rodriguez merely smiled calmly. He raised the cosmic staff, crafted from the trunk of the world tree and inlaid with 7 elemental heart gems, and chanted an ancient and obscure incantation. Falling stars. Elemental tides, heed my command. In an instant, the sky seemed to be torn apart, and endless fiery rain mixed with frost storms, thunder that split the earth, and howling hurricanes descended like divine punishment. The undead army was obliterated in the fury of the elements, leaving deep cracks in the earth that lasted for ages. Lin Yi's eyelids twitched. Is the forbidden spell supposed to be cast like this? This blue bar is infinite, right? And what about this incantation, falling stars? Did the author get lazy and just throw in some gibberish? Although it was full of plot holes, at least it gave him a vague concept of advanced magic being very cool, though he felt that if he really tried to do this, he would probably be the first to be blown to ashes by the elemental backlash. Putting down this over-the-top mage story, he picked up another book with an extremely sultry cover and an even more explosive title, 300 Nights I Must Discuss with the Frost Dragon Queen. Goodness. This is otherworldly literature featuring non-human women. Flipping it open, he found that the writing was surprisingly decent, describing how a handsome and exceptionally talented human mercenary saved the injured Frost Dragon Queen, in human form, during an accident, leading to 300 nights of deep communication and cross-species cultural collision in an ice palace. Ahem, Lin Yi's face flushed, internally. Not bad. Quickly closing the book and glancing around furtively. No one was paying attention. He silently shoved the book back deep into the shelf. Its reference value wasn't too high, but its entertainment value was quite strong. It was just too taxing on his mental energy, referring to the mental imagery. He also discovered some bizarre books, 5 years of spellcasting, and 3 years of simulated arcane academy entrance exam questions, 300 years ago edition. Flipping it open, it was filled with questions like please describe the optimal distribution of magical nodes and elemental conversion efficiency for fireball spells and discuss the energy loss model of protective fields in resisting goblin self-explosion attacks, which were utterly mind-numbing. Lin Yi stared blankly at the questions, silently putting the book down. This is a reference? He couldn't even understand the questions. The Goblin Engineering Joke Collection. This book records a large number of unreliable and extremely dangerous magical gadgets invented by goblins and their disastrous consequences. For example, an automatic sock washer that can twist socks and people into a braid, a portable portal with a random destination that once teleported a user into a dung pit, and a perpetual screaming chicken that couldn't be turned off and was ultimately smashed into cosmic dust by an angry dwarf with a hammer. Lin Yi read it with great interest and even gained some inspiration, such as the consequences of unstable magical control, which might be scarier than goblin inventions. This book turned out to be unexpectedly useful. The Crimson Rose and Her Seven Night Lovers, a noble romance novel filled with melodrama, misunderstandings, love triangles. No, it's a seven-sided love triangle and multifaceted relationships. Lin Yi patiently read a passage describing a knight's aria confessing to the Rose female protagonist. The flowery language so exaggerated that it gave him goosebumps, prompting him to decisively abandon the book. Unknowingly, the sunlight outside moved from the east to the west, casting long shadows on the dust-covered floor. Lin Yi was completely immersed in various bizarre stories, sometimes amazed and sarcastic, about the mages, crossed out, greatness. Sometimes face-palming at the melodramatic romance, sometimes nearly laughing out loud at the goblin jokes, then quickly holding it in, and sometimes feeling deeply powerless against those profound topics. When he finally lifted his head from an adventure novel depicting a group of adventurers battling wits and courage, mainly relying on the protagonist's halo, in a labyrinthine ruin, his neck had become stiff and his stomach was growling in protest. Had he really spent an entire day? Lin Yi rubbed his sore eyes and gazed at the orange-red sunset outside, feeling a bit dazed. Although he hadn't found the magical textbook he was yearning for, he had gained unprecedented mental satisfaction, or rather, a temporary relief from some sort of video game novel withdrawal symptoms. The contents of those miscellaneous books, although mostly exaggerated, bizarre, and even melodramatic, were not without value. At the very least, they painted a broader and more vivid picture of another world, filled with powerful magic, perilous ruins, unique races, and complex politics and noble life. More importantly, they mentioned various magical concepts, phenomena, and even certain casting methods of spellcasters, which, even if artistically processed, provided Lin Yi with great inspiration and room for imagination. Fireball magic isn't just about tossing a ball. The book mentioned something about magical compression, elemental shaping, and stabilizing the core. Sounds a bit reasonable? That frost dragon queen, in human form, could freeze lakes with a wave of her hand, besides having strong magic. Doesn't that imply absolute control over water elements? How is that achieved? The goblin joke about the magical node going out of control and exploding suggests that during spell model construction, node connections and energy flow paths are crucial. Countless thoughts collided and combined in Lin Yi's mind. He felt as if he had pushed open a door to a new world. Although there were no ready-made answers behind the door, it was filled with directions for exploration and experimentation. Knowledge truly is power. Lin Yi stretched lazily. He carefully returned a few books he found somewhat enlightening, mainly the goblin jokes and that adventure novel, rubbed his empty stomach, and left the knowledge temple that unexpectedly provided him with spiritual nourishment. In the afterglow of the sunset, Lin Yi, with a long sword at his waist, walked briskly. He decided that when he returned home that night, he would try to see if he could make the silent ice spike larger, faster, or perhaps add some rotation while facing the innocent large stone in the corner of the small courtyard. After all, when that mage in the biography cast forbidden spells, the elemental storm would rotate. As for whether the stone would break, whether the neighbors would complain, well, that was something to consider tomorrow. Chapter 7. Corner Experiment. The last trace of the sunset reluctantly climbed over the low walls of Greystone City, casting a warm orange hue over the small courtyard rented by Lin Yi. However, the owner's thoughts at this moment were colder than the Siberian cold wave. Well, to be precise. Focused on the cold, Lin Yi shut the creaking courtyard door behind him, completely isolating himself from the noise outside. He took a deep breath. The lingering aroma of stew from old John S. house next door still hung in the air, and today it seemed to be cabbage stewed with some suspicious meat. But this did nothing to shake his currently heightened enthusiasm for research. His gaze, like a hawk locking onto its prey, was firmly fixed on a large stone in the far corner of the yard, weathered and covered in moss and suspicious stains, possibly marks left by someone who had sneaked in over the wall. This half-human high stubborn rock, at this moment in Lin Yi's eyes, was no longer an eyesore but rather his first, and possibly last, touchstone on the path to becoming a mage. Lin Yi took several deep breaths, calming his somewhat chaotic thoughts bombarded by various miscellaneous book information in the library. Those world-destroying forbidden spells and biographies, the flashy casting techniques in novels, and even the bloody lessons about magical control failures and goblin jokes spun like a carousel in his mind. Don't aim too high, don't aim too high, he quietly reminded himself, trying hard to shake off unreliable images like the 9-star conjunction, the frost dragon queen, and the 7-sided love triangle. Focusing his attention on the most core and practical point, control. The old con artist, the old mage in the biography, had to have the elemental storm rotating when casting forbidden spells. The explosion in the goblin jokes was likely due to incorrect connections of magical nodes, causing energy to run wild. That 300-year-old book, 5 years of casting, 3 years of simulation, although incomprehensible, repeatedly emphasized nodes, paths, and stability. Lin Yi stroked his chin. pacing around the large stone like a barefoot doctor contemplating a difficult ailment. My silent ice spike has advantages in concealment and precision, but its drawback is power. Well, it works against jumpers and stone raccoons, but if it encounters tough opponents like thick-skinned wild boars or armored bandits, it would probably just tickle them. He recalled a scene from the adventure novel he read during the day, where the protagonist broke through a rock shield with spiral energy. Spiral? Rotation? A bold idea full of goblin-like adventurous spirit formed in his mind. Could he make the silent ice spike rotate? Just like a drill, rotation could increase its penetrating power. Moreover, rotation itself might also be a stabilizing structure, just like a tightly screwed screw doesn't easily loosen. Let us do it. Lin Yi stood firm in front of the stone, about 5 steps away. He closed his eyes, and his powerful mental energy swept through the surrounding space like the most precise radar. The lively yet somewhat scattered water elements, ubiquitous in the air, were captured and gathered by his intention. For him, this was as easy as breathing. Step 1. Condense, with a slight movement of his mind. A fist-sized white mist emitting a chilling aura quickly formed in front of his palm. This was the embryo of the ice spike, a rough ice lump. Lin Yi frowned. This wouldn't he do. It was too rough and far from the elemental shaping described in the biographies. He tried to use his mental energy to mold it, wanting to shape it into a standard cone. The ice lump trembled under his intention, changing shape like stubborn Play-Doh, its surface pockmarked, and its tip crooked, resembling a poorly developed radish. Step 2. Give it rotation. This is key. Lin Yi tried to imagine the ice cone spinning at high speed, while simultaneously using his mental energy to push it. The result was a pop. The crooked ice cone suddenly shot forward, spinning wildly and erratically in the air like a drunken top. It was spinning quite fast, but completely out of control, rotating and tracing bizarre arcs, and finally, with a loud thud, it crashed sideways into a rock, shattering into a pile of ice shards, leaving only a shallow white mark and a few water stains on the stone. Lin Yi thought, well, at least it proves that spinning is feasible? But the accuracy and stability are comparable to a goblin's portable teleportation portal. Where's the problem? He crouched down and poked at the pile of ice shards. The spinning was there, but it was completely random. The energy, or magic, had not formed an orderly flow path, like a water pipe spraying everywhere, splashing water but dispersing the force. He recalled the nodes and paths in the simulation problems, and the feeling of the protagonist controlling the spiral energy in the novel. That sense of twisting it into a single strand. Let's try to construct an internal structure. Lin Yi focused his mental energy again. This time, he didn't rush to shape and spin, but instead sank his thoughts into the core of the condensed water element. He no longer viewed them as a pile of loose sand, but tried to imagine them as countless tiny soldiers, connecting stable nodes to guide paths. He recalled those fragmented concepts from miscellaneous books, combining them with his understanding of spinning. He used his mind to carve out an extremely tiny, stable axis point at the core of the ice cone, then imagined the magic flowing like water, surging outward along the preset spiral path from this axis point. Just like when twisting a wet towel, the water is flung out by the spiral force. This time, the speed of condensation of the ice mist in front of his palm significantly increased, and the shape became more regular, faintly outlining a cone. More importantly, when Lin Yi tried to impart the spinning thought again, the entire interior of the ice cone seemed to be penetrated by invisible threads. The magic flowed rapidly along the spiral path he had preset. A buzzing sound, extremely subtle, like the wings of a mosquito, began to resonate. And the suspended ice cone no longer spun chaotically, but started to rotate rapidly and stably along its central axis. The surface of the cone even formed a thin layer of spiraled white frost patterns due to the high-speed rotation and low temperature. The surrounding air was stirred, forming a weak but clear spiral airflow. It worked. Lin Yi felt a surge of joy, but did not dare to be careless. His mental energy was like the most precise lathe, maintaining the stability of the core node and the smooth flow of magic paths. He could feel that maintaining this high speed, orderly rotation consumed several times more mental energy than simply creating silent ice spikes. Moreover, the ice cone itself seemed to become denser and heavier due to the high-speed operation of the internal energy. Go! Lin Yi's gaze sharpened, locking onto the center of the stone. Whoosh! That high-speed rotating ice cone, with a momentum several times sharper than before, transformed into a blurred white spiral afterimage, instantly crossing a distance of 5 paces. Thud! A muffled sound accompanied by a clear, cracking noise emerged. The ice cone did not shatter like before, but instead, the entire tip embedded deeply into the hard stone, sinking in more than 3 inches. Spiderweb-like cracks spread across the stone from the point of impact. The tail of the ice cone was still spinning rapidly, emitting a continuous low hum, stirring the surrounding air and sending tiny ice shards flying. After several seconds, the rotation gradually slowed, and the ice cone began to crumble and melt due to the depletion of energy and the impact, leaving a deep pit and a rapidly freezing mixture of ice water on the stone. Lin Yi let out a long breath, feeling a bit dizzy, as if he had just done 10 sets of calculus problems in a row. But looking at the clear, deep pit and cracks on the stone, a huge sense of accomplishment surged within him. The spiral ice cone. It worked. He excitedly let out a low roar. Its power was far superior to that of silent ice spikes, with penetrating and destructive capabilities that were on a completely different level. Moreover, due to the stability and energy concentration brought about by the rotation, its concealment did not seem to decrease too much. Mainly, that sound of impact was too loud, overshadowing the low hum of the rotation. Ignoring his fatigue, he immediately attempted a few more times. Although each success required complete concentration and was incredibly taxing on his mental energy, the success rate steadily increased. He even tried adjusting the pitch and rotation speed of the spiral, discovering that the tighter the spiral, the faster the rotation, and the stronger the penetrating power seemed to be, but the control requirements for mental energy also increased exponentially. After trying 7 or 8 times, he felt as if his head had been emptied, and his vision began to darken, realizing he couldn't continue any longer. Breathing heavily, Lin Yi supported himself on his knees, looking at the several fresh deep pits on the stone and the scattered ice shards and water stains, feeling both excited and exhausted. Should I call it the heart-piercing nail? Or spiral ice cone? Forget it, let's stick with spiral ice cone. It sounds more straightforward. Just as he was about to return to the house to rest and think about how to deal with this stone that was quickly becoming a honeycomb coal, an angry voice like thunder came from the next yard. Hey, you over there by the wall. Why are you chipping at the stone in the middle of the night? Can't you let anyone have peace? My old partner is about to have a heart attack from your noise. If you keep it up, do you believe I'll throw my night pot over? It was old John from next door. Clearly, the muffled sound of the ice cone hitting the stone and the cracking noise were particularly clear in the quiet night, successfully disturbing the neighbor's sweet dreams and even threatening the safety of his night pot. Lin Yi shrank his neck and instantly transformed from a wizard into a timid tenant. He hurriedly shouted to the neighbor, "Sorry, Uncle John. I'll be done soon. I'm up practicing carving." "Yes, carving. I'll go to sleep right away." As he spoke, he hurriedly tried to sweep the ice shards on the ground into the weeds in the corner to destroy the evidence. While he was cleaning up the scene, his gaze inadvertently swept over the corner where the cold air from the tail of the ice cone had spread. To his surprise, he saw that the ground in that area had actually formed a thin layer of white frost, and a few resilient weeds growing in the cracks of the wall were also frozen and wilted. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Cold air. The tail of the high-speed rotating ice cone would continuously release dissipating cold air. An idea suddenly flashed in his mind, a bold, practical idea that might avoid the neighbor's night pot attack. Could he maintain the high-speed rotating low-temperature core with magic without launching it, but instead use it as a mobile cold source? He suppressed the fatigue of his mental energy and tried again. This time, he no longer launched the condensed spiral ice cone, but carefully maintained its core's rotation and low-temperature state, while trying to control the magic not to leak out and form a sharp cone, but instead keep it relatively stable, about the size of a fist, as a high-speed rotating frost core. A familiar subtle buzzing sound echoed again. A glowing sphere, emitting visible white cold air like a mini snowstorm core, hovered above Lin Yi's palm. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply, and Lin Yi could even feel his breath turning into white mist. Excitedly, he controlled this frost core to move slowly in the yard. Wherever it passed, the dust on the ground condensed into frost, and the air emitted faint cracking sounds of freezing. He attempted to bring it close to the corner where he had just bought half a loaf of black bread that he hadn't had time to eat. A magical scene occurred. The surface of the barrel rapidly became covered with a layer of white frost, and the temperature inside the barrel clearly dropped. Lin Yi carefully maintained the frost core close to the wooden barrel for about half a minute before dissipating the magical energy. He couldn't wait to open the lid and reached in to touch the black bread inside, which had become icy cold and rock hard. Its effect was outstanding. Wow. Lin Yi couldn't help but curse, his face lighting up with ecstasy. A refrigerator. A portable mini refrigerator. A food preservation miracle. This was simply a delightful surprise. Even more exciting than the offensive spiral ice cone. In a world lacking effective preservation methods, the practical value of this byproduct was immeasurable. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about the meat he hunted or the fruits and vegetables he bought going bad. He gave this newly developed practical magic a simple name, Frost Spiral. Just then, he heard old John next door bellowing with vigor. "Hey, you over there. Why is it so quiet? Are you up to no good again? I warn you, I already have the chamber pot in hand." Lin Yi was startled and quickly dispelled the cold air in his hands, forcing a smile toward the neighbor. No, Uncle John. I'm really asleep. Just going to sleep. Good night." He hurried back into his room, shut the door, and leaned against the door panel, his heart still pounding. The room was pitch black, but excitement sparkled in Lin Yi's eyes. He looked at his slightly trembling hands from mental exhaustion, recalling the battered stone in the yard, the patch of white frost in the corner, and the icy, life-saving black bread in the barrel. Magic is truly marvelous, he murmured, a genuine smile breaking out on his tired face. Tonight's corner experiment yielded remarkable results. Offensive magic had made a breakthrough, and practical magic had unlocked revolutionary applications. Although the neighborly relationship might face severe tests, it was all worth it. He rubbed his grumbling stomach, picked up the cold, hard but definitely fresh black bread, and took a big bite. Delicious. Chapter 8. Low-key development. Having mastered the two self-proclaimed divine skills of spiral ice cone and frost spiral, Lin Yi felt his back straighter and his wallet thinner. After all, the battered stone in the corner of the yard ultimately couldn't withstand his relentless enthusiasm for research and completely cracked in half during a power test. Lin Yi had to painfully spend 20 copper leaves to hire someone to haul away the rubble, and another 15 copper leaves to buy a few cheap rammed earth bricks to fill the hole. Old John next door expressed his relief but always looked at him with an inquisitive gaze that seemed to say, "You definitely did something bad." To fill the financial gap and practice new magic, while also testing its power, Lin Yi became active again in front of the task board at the Adventurers Guild in Limestone City. Thanks to the slight reputation he had accumulated from being a small hunting expert and the knife skills of Uncle Tom, along with his deliberate choice of tasks that had moderate rewards and a bit of challenge, his gravel level badge was finally upgraded by the Guild's grace to a black iron level, symbolizing a preliminary mastery of combat support skills. The badge transformed from a dull gray stone into a slightly rough black iron piece, now adorned with a small star. Black iron level adventurer Lin Yi. Uncle Tom patted him on the shoulder while updating the badge. "Good job, kid. Keep it up. Next time, aim for a shinier one." Lin Yi smiled foolishly on the surface, but his heart was calm. Whether the badge was shiny or not didn't matter. The key was that the task rewards behind the badge could increase. He picked up several new tasks. 1. Clear the poisonous fog vines at the entrance of the abandoned mine in the west of the city. Reward: 3 silver moons. A type of magical plant that releases paralyzing poisonous fog, occupying the entrance of the old mine and blocking adventurers, mainly poor adventurers hoping to sneak in for loot, from entering. Lin Yi rubbed together a stronger version of Frost Spiral from a distance, controlling the frost core that emitted a chilling aura, and slowly floated it into the mine entrance. Wherever the extreme cold passed, the poisonous fog vines instantly froze and withered. Even their ability to release poisonous fog was killed in its budding state by the low temperature. Lin Yi waited until the cold air dissipated somewhat at the entrance, then donned his self-made simple gas mask and entered with his waist knife, symbolically chopping a few times at the now crispy frozen vine trunks, perfectly illustrating what it meant for magic to pave the way and physical combat to finish off. The task publisher looked at the clean entrance, the vines thoroughly dead, and praised Lin Yi's superb knife skills and fearless courage. 2. Drive away the swift weasels harassing the sheep flock in the northern suburbs. Reward: for silver moons. A type of small magical beast that is extremely fast, has sharp teeth, and can glide briefly, known for harassing shepherd sheep in groups and biting them to death just for fun. This time, Lin Yi was a bit more daring. He lurked on a hillside near the sheepfold, locking onto a swift weasel that had strayed from the group and was baring its teeth at a trembling little lamb. With a slight mental push, a silent, yet rapidly spinning spiral ice cone shot across dozens of meters in an instant. The swift weasel didn't even have time to scream before it was accurately pierced through the head, its small body propelled by the ice cone's impact, pinning it against a wooden post in the sheepfold. Ice crystals mixed with red and white splattered on the post, creating a small, tragic flower. This thunderous strike instantly intimidated the other swift weasels, which let out terrified shrieks, disappearing like a gray whirlwind in the blink of an eye. When the shepherd arrived, all he saw was the dead swift weasel on the post and Lin Yi, who had sheathed his knife, wearing a face that concealed his achievements and fame. 3. Investigate the strange noises in the cellar of the old monastery in the south of the city. Reward: 5 silver moons. This was the first investigative task Lin Yi took after being promoted to Black Iron, and it had the highest reward. Rumor had it that every night, eerie scratching sounds and low growls emanated from the abandoned monastery's cellar, scaring off several nearby households. Lin Yi, bold and skilled, mainly because his mental detection hadn't revealed any strong energy reactions, accepted it. Late at night, he held a torch and hung his long knife at his waist, carefully prying open the rusty iron door of the cellar. A strong stench of decay and dust hit him in the face, and his mental energy, like tentacles, explored ahead. The scene that feedback nearly made Lin Yi laugh. Deep in the cellar, several grotesquely fat giant rats, with eyes glowing red, were happily gnawing on the bones of an unknown animal. In the shadowy corner, there was also a makeshift activated construct, about half a person tall, made from rags, broken bones, and rust, likely the remains of a former night watchman from the monastery, activated by magic or resentment. It was scraping the stone wall with its arm, which only had 3 iron rods left, producing a harsh noise while letting out incomprehensible low growls. Is that it? Lin Yi scoffed. He had intended to send that construct to rest with a spiral ice cone, but considering the narrow space of the cellar, the ice cone's power might cause a collapse. He decided to use his knife instead, and perhaps, practice a bit? Taking a deep breath, he lowered his body, stealthily sneaking into the cellar like a cheetah. His target was the construct, which had its back to him and was engrossed in scraping the wall. He recalled the assassin steps and deadly strikes described in biographical novels, exerting force underfoot and lunging forward. His waist knife, imbued with an unstoppable momentum, came crashing down hard at the neck joint, which was wrapped in rags. Clang! A deafening sound of metal clashing echoed through the cellar. Sparks flew. Lin Yi only felt a sharp pain in his palm, his arm numb. The decisive strike he aimed for only left a faint white mark on the rusty iron bar's neck. The tremendous recoil almost made him drop the knife. The construct only staggered slightly, turning its head made of a broken helmet and 2 green glass beads towards Lin Yi, its hollow eyes locking onto him. Damn, so tough? Lin Yi was stunned. Wasn't it supposed to be scrap metal? This thing's neck must be made of solid steel ingot, right? At the same time, the few red-eyed giant rats gnawing on bones were startled, emitting sharp squeaks, their crimson eyes glinting with ferocity as they lunged at Lin Yi like several gray shadows. Their sharp front teeth aimed at his ankles. Damn, I messed up. Lin Yi's scalp tingled, his attempt to show off failed. At the critical moment, he couldn't care about being low-key anymore. He swung his left hand violently at the charging giant rat swarm. Buzz. A rapidly forming frost vortex instantly appeared in front of the rat group. The biting cold burst forth like an invisible wall. The 2 giant rats at the front were instantly frozen into stiff rat sticks, falling to the ground with a thud. The rats behind were startled by the cold air. Their speed drastically reduced, letting out terrified squeals. At the same time, Lin Yi flicked his right hand at the construct that was swinging its iron bar arm towards him. Whoosh. A spiral ice spear, moving so fast it left only an afterimage, accurately struck a severely corroded weak joint at the construct's knee. The painful sound of metal breaking echoed, and the joint of the supporting leg of the construct shattered, causing it to lose balance and crash to the ground. Its iron bar arm futilely scraping the ground. The crisis was temporarily averted. Lin Yi gasped for breath, looking at the frozen giant rats and the disassembled construct on the ground. Then glancing at his still-numb right hand and the waste knife that had only left a white mark on the construct's neck. A wave of immense frustration surged in his heart. Magic is really amazing. He sighed sincerely. But soon, looking at the waste knife that cost him 10 silver moons, which now seemed so useless, Lin Yi's face fell. Although he completed this mission without danger thanks to magic and received his reward, the process was too embarrassing. The image of him almost falling flat on his face from the recoil of his full-power strike was simply a Waterloo for his knife master persona. The more realistic problem was that while magic was good, it couldn't always be used. First, it consumed a lot of mental energy, making endurance a problem. Second, it was easy to expose oneself and attract unnecessary trouble. The waste knife was an important physical weapon and disguise for him. He couldn't always use it as a firewood stick, right? This time was lucky. But what if next time he encountered a situation where magic was ineffective or he had to fight up close? Wouldn't his pathetic knife skills be doomed? Returning to Greystone City to report the task, he didn't even have the heart to respond to Uncle Tom's teasing. Hey, little Lin Yi, how was the cellar adventure? You look pretty intense. Lin Yi walked heavily down the streets at dusk, clutching the newly acquired 5 silver moons. He knew there were places in Greystone City that taught combat skills. The city guard's training ground occasionally opened to the public, several retired veterans had private tutoring schools, and even the Adventurers Guild itself offered paid combat training courses. However, after inquiring about the prices, Lin Yi's heart sank further. The Basic Knife Skills Introductory Course, 10 lessons. Taught by a retired bronze-level warrior, costs 10 silver moons. Advanced Practical Skills, small class teaching. Taught by a former silver-level adventurer, costs, starting from 30 silver moons. 10 silver moons. Lin Yi touched his entire fortune, which added up to less than 20 silver moons, then touched the treasured knife at his waist, and thought about his pathetic chopping skills. The sigh of poverty weighed more heavily on his heart than old John's nightpot threat. Damn it. Lin Yi let out the most classic lament of a time traveler at the sparse lights gradually illuminating Greystone City. Can't you just let me quietly cast a fireball? Or no, an ice spear? Why is learning knife skills so expensive? It seemed that after the hunting season, he had another goal to save money for, so that his waste knife wouldn't continue to be shamed, and to avoid being injured by the recoil at a critical moment. He had to grit his teeth and take that damn knife skills class, no matter how expensive. Chapter 9. Paying to get stronger? No, it's cheat learning. 10 shiny silver moons. Just like that, with Lin Yi's heartbroken sound, they fell into the calloused palm of Harold Stonefist, the retired old soldier at the Greystone Veteran Tutoring School. Instructor Harold weighed the pouch of coins, and on his weathered face, which bore a gruesome scar from his left brow to the right corner of his mouth, a forced smile emerged. Kid, you have good eyes. Harold's voice sounded like 2 rusty iron sheets rubbing together as he patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. Follow me and I'll guarantee you'll turn this flower vase into a real weapon that can chop. Tomorrow morning. At the old oak training ground in the west of the city. If you're late once, you'll train an extra half day. Lin Yi rubbed his sore shoulder, watching his wallet instantly shrink by half, his heart bleeding. 10 silver moons. How many cold, hard but life-saving blackbreads could that buy? How long could it rent a small house with a yard? He could even buy another waste knife made by Uncle Baron as a spare. To avoid embarrassing his waste knife, and to not be knocked out by the recoil, it was worth it. Worth it. Lin Yi held his chest, repeatedly performing self-hypnosis. The next day, before dawn, Lin Yi appeared on time at the old oak training ground in the west of the city, sporting 2 faint dark circles under his eyes. Instructor Harold was already waiting there, with an unlit wooden pipe in his mouth, arms crossed. His sharp gaze like that of an inspector scrutinizing misfits in a new recruit camp. There were already 7 or 8 students in the training ground, most of whom were around Lin Yi's age. with two young men appearing to be in their 20s. They wore simple leather armor or cloth garments, wielding an assortment of rusty weapons, long swords, axes with nearly split wooden handles, and even sharpened wooden sticks. Upon seeing Lin Yi's waist knife, they cast either envious or curious glances. "What are you looking at? Stand up straight." Harold's shout was like thunder on a clear day, instantly making all the students straighten their backs. "From today on, you bunch of softies are soldiers under my command. Want to learn to chop people? First, learn to take hits. Want to learn skills? First, learn the rules. First lesson, stand." Thus, Lin Yi began his new recruit life. The first week was so boring it was maddening. Stand. Under the scorching sun, standing still for an hour was required, maintaining perfect posture, back straight as a gun, not even blinking when sweat dripped into their eyes. Walk. Not just any walk, but armed marching. Maintain a defensive stance, center of gravity lowered, steps steady. Harold called this training for a stable foundation and being ready to fight at any moment. Swing. Empty-handed swings. Repeating the most basic chopping, slashing, sweeping, and stabbing motions against the air, each motion repeated thousands of times, euphemistically called building muscle memory and feeling the force trajectory. Lin Yi felt like a marionette. He had never experienced such intensity in military training in his past life. By the end of each day, his waist ached, his back hurt, his legs cramped, and even lifting his arms was a struggle, dreaming of 1-to-1 at night. However, amidst this extremely tedious repetition, Lin Yi's superhuman physical abilities and extraordinary mental control, brought by his time traveling, began to quietly take effect. As other trainees wobbled and grimaced, Lin Yi found that he could easily control every muscle in his body, maintaining the most standard posture, as if his body instinctively knew how to conserve energy while keeping balance. Sweat. No problem. Just a slight adjustment of mental focus to guide the sweat away from his eyes, while others marched out of sync and stumbled. Lin Yi's powerful mental energy allowed him to control his body with meticulous precision. He could accurately control the height of his leg lifts, the range of his arm swings, the force of his footfalls, and even distract himself to observe Harold's demonstration, imprinting every detail in his mind before perfectly replicating it. After a few days, his marching was even more standard than the instructor's demonstration, the sound of his footfalls steady and powerful, carrying a unique rhythm. As for the thousands of empty swings, they were a piece of cake for Lin Yi. His immense strength allowed him to swing the wooden sword effortlessly, and his abnormal endurance supported him through high-intensity repetitions. More importantly, his powerful mental energy acted like a high-precision scanner, allowing him to clearly visualize the contraction and relaxation of his muscle fibers, the path of force transmission, and the coordinated operation of his joints with each swing. He could even construct a virtual power model in his mind, continuously optimizing and adjusting it, striving for maximum efficiency and fluidity with every swing. Harold, the instructor, soon zeroed in on this anomaly, watching Lin Yi stand like a statue under the blazing sun, observing his marching as if it had been measured with a ruler, and seeing the smoothness of his empty swings that didn't resemble a beginner's at all. Harold's brow furrowed deeper as he noted the disparity in skill. This kid, with his delicate physique, had strength, endurance, and control that didn't match that of a rookie, but rather resembled someone who had trained for over a decade. Yet, the way he held the sword still seemed clumsy. After a week of grueling training for the new recruits, the exciting moment of sword practice finally arrived. Harold brought over a bundle of training wooden swords, weighted and sized to mimic real swords. He picked one up and began explaining the most basic grip, power techniques, and the three essential movements in swordplay: chop, slash, and thrust. The sword is an extension of your arm. It's not just for flailing around, Harold shouted while demonstrating. A chop must come from above, with force driving through the tip of the sword. Use your waist, not just your shoulders. A slash is a horizontal cut. The arm drives the wrist, and the blade follows a curve. A thrust is the simplest yet the hardest. It must be fast, precise, fierce. All your strength focused in one point, exploding in an instant. Did you all see that clearly? Yes. The trainees responded half-heartedly. Lin Yi gripped the wooden sword tightly. When the cold hilt touched his hand, resonating with the memory of the real sword, an odd sense of familiarity surged in his heart. Following Harold's explanation, he attempted a chop. Whoosh. The wooden sword sliced through the air, producing a clear sound of wind cutting, although his movement was still a bit stiff. The trajectory of power was clear, with his torso twisting to drive his arm, the force transferring quite smoothly, completely unlike a novice just picking up a sword. Harold's eyes widened in shock. Following that, Lin Yi seemed to hit the accelerator. He grasped the key points of Harold's movements almost instantly, his powerful mental energy allowing him to construct a perfect model of the action in his mind, then nearly perfectly replicating it through his finely tuned body control. The wooden sword descended with a heavy wind pressure, its trajectory straight and powerful. The blade swept horizontally, its arc smooth, producing a faint sound of air being torn. Lin Yi pushed off the ground with sudden force, his body shooting forward like an arrow, the wooden sword becoming a blurred line, carrying an unstoppable momentum, accurately piercing the heart of the straw dummy ahead at a speed that left the other trainees seeing only an afterimage. A gasp echoed through the training ground. The few trainees holding sharpened wooden sticks looked at their own limp movements, then at Lin Yi's fierce thrust, their eyes filled with existential doubt. Harold nearly dropped his pipe. Quickly walking over to Lin Yi, scrutinizing him up and down, his gaze as if he wanted to dissect him for study. "Kid, have you really never trained before?" Lin Yi innocently shook his head. "Report, instructor. I really haven't trained. Maybe just a bit of talent?" He tried to appear like a lucky fool. "Talent?" Harold scoffed, clearly not believing it, but he didn't pursue the matter further. He squeezed Lin Yi's arm with his rough hand and patted his shoulder, feeling the surprisingly powerful muscles and control hidden beneath his seemingly slender frame. Good muscles. Good control. You're a good material for sword practice." Excitement sparkled in his eyes, akin to discovering a raw gem, and though Lin Yi felt more like he had found a new training bag. Harold's voice became even louder. "Did you all see that? This is what it means to practice sword. You lot, get your act together and learn properly from him. Lin Yi, step forward. From now on, you'll be the demonstration model." Thus, Lin Yi's good days came to an end. Not only did he have to practice himself, but he was also pulled out by Harold to demonstrate for the other trainees over and over again. Chop 1,000 times. He had to chop 1,200 times. Slash 800 times. He had to slash 1,000 times. Thrust 500 times. He had to thrust 700 times. All under the pretense of, a benchmark should have the strength of a benchmark. Lin Yi internally wailed, "Instructor, I just wanted to quietly level up, not become a model worker." But looking at Harold's fierce gaze that promised extra practice if he dared to slack off, he could only resign himself to wielding the wooden sword, transforming into a relentless chopping machine under countless envious and jealous gazes. Sweat soaked through his coarse training uniform, and his arms ached so much he could barely lift them. His powerful recovery allowed him to quickly alleviate fatigue during brief breaks, while his mental energy acted like the most precise auxiliary system, continuously optimizing every detail of his movements and correcting the slightest deviations in power application. With every swing of the sword, he felt the connection between his body and the sword become tighter, his control over power more exquisite. It was tedious and painful, but progress was rapid. After a few weeks, Lin Yi's wooden sword movements became increasingly methodical. The chops were powerful and heavy, accompanied by the sound of wind cutting. The slashes were smooth and fluid, with intricate trajectories. The thrusts were as fast as lightning and deadly accurate. Although he was still far from the novel's depiction of a blade flowing like water and the unity of man and sword, at least he looked the part now. No longer was he the rookie who could barely swing at a construct's neck without being knocked down by the recoil. Harold watched Lin Yi's progress, and even his scarred face softened a bit. After a high-intensity sparring session, where Lin Yi was essentially on the receiving end of Harold's wooden sword and ended up with a swollen head, Harold clapped him on the shoulder. "Kid, not bad. Although your foundation is as thin as paper, this muscle, this insight, this ability to endure hardship, I've taught for so many years. And someone as quick to improve as you is rare. Practice for another year or so, and you should have no problem testing for the bronze level." Lin Yi rubbed his sore arm, listening to the rare praise from the instructor, looking at the sweat marks he left on the training ground, and then touching the real sword at his waist that seemed to have a bit more pride now. Although the process was painful, although he had been turned into a human demonstration machine, and although he was exhausted like a dead dog every day, these 10 silver moons seemed to have been worth it just a little bit, at least. Next time he encountered a construct with a neck as hard as a steel ingot, he probably wouldn't get knocked down so badly, right? Lin Yi dragged his tired yet fulfilled body towards the small courtyard where he could freely use the frost whirlwind to preserve the leftover food, facing the setting sun. To avoid embarrassment, it was worth it to not be shocked to death. He confirmed once again, but this time, his tone had less pain and more anticipation. Yes, anticipation for the next real battle. Chapter 10. The test blade stone of the goblin camp. The frost whirlwind diligently guarded the last half-piece of cured meat in Lin Yi's small wooden barrel. Emitting wisps of white vapor, Lin Yi stared at the pitiful piece of meat and touched the waste knife at his side, which was becoming increasingly handy under instructor Harold's loving training, feeling a flame of combat hunger burning in his chest. Just standing as a human-shaped wooden stake on the training ground wouldn't do. The dull thud of Harold's wooden sword hitting his body was far less real and stimulating than the feedback of a real blade striking an enemy. He needed a real battle to test the results of these 10 silver moons, along with countless sweat and bruises, and to replenish some fresh supplies for the cured meat barrel. With his black iron badge and the few remaining silver moons, Lin Yi returned to the Adventurers Guild. This time, his gaze was sharp, directly filtering out the mosquito legs looking for cats, mice, and herbs, locking onto a task that seemed to offer good value for training. Task: exterminate the goblin camp on the outer rubble slopes of the Greystone Mountains. Description: a group of about 15 to 20 goblins, including a few large goblins, is occupying the natural caves on the outer rubble slopes of the Greystone Mountains. They have been frequently harassing the lumberyard below, stealing tools, intimidating workers, and allegedly setting up crude traps to injure people. The threat level is low, but they need to be eliminated to ensure the safety of the lumberyard. Requirements: drive away or eliminate the goblins in the camp. Reward: 8 silver moons, crowd funded by the lumberyard. Recommended level: black iron. Be cautious of traps and numbers. Status. Newly released goblins, in moderate numbers, with cave terrain. And trap hints. Perfect. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Goblins, he had read in miscellaneous books, were cowardly, greedy, bullied the weak, and feared the strong. Equipped poorly with wooden sticks, stone axes, and broken bows and arrows, with individual combat power roughly equivalent to an enhanced version of a rogue thug. They were ideal sandbags to test basic sword techniques, train battlefield awareness, and respond to emergencies. The reward of 8 silver moons was also quite considerable. Enough for him to eat. Enough for him to save a good amount. After accepting the task, Lin Yi carefully prepared, sharpening his waist knife, checking his bracers, crude leather. Barely useful, and bringing food and a water pouch. He didn't overestimate himself like last time in the cellar. Magic was his trump card. But this time he focused on swordsmanship. 2 days later, Lin Yi appeared on the rubble slopes. The place was rugged with stones, vegetation sparse. And a dark cave entrance looked like a monster's mouth halfway up the mountain. Scattered near the entrance were broken bones, rags, and some suspicious excrement. And the air was filled with a foul smell of low-quality grease and the unique, indescribable body odor of goblins. The smell of a goblin den, authentic. Lin Yi wrinkled his nose in disdain, his mental energy extending like invisible tendrils towards the cave entrance. Soon, feedback returned. There were chaotic life forces deep inside. About 17 or 18 in number, mostly weak, with 2 slightly stronger, likely large goblins. There were faint magical fluctuations and traces of physical mechanisms near the cave entrance indicating traps. Sure enough, there were traps. A smile of satisfaction crept onto Lin Yi's lips. This money was well spent. He cautiously avoided the area directly in front of the cave entrance that had clearly been tampered with and approached from behind a large rock. As he got closer to the cave entrance, the sounds of commotion inside became clear. Chattering arguments, the clanging of stones being struck, and some noise that sounded like wood being gnawed. Now's the time. Lin Yi took a deep breath, suppressing a bit of nervousness about his first proactive attack. Recalling Instructor Harold's roar, attack, like a wildfire spreading. Strike unexpectedly. Hit when they are unprepared. He suddenly exerted force with his feet, his body launching forward like a cheetah that had been coiled for a long time, bursting out from behind the rock. The waist knife was drawn, shining with a snowy light, directly pouncing on the 2 green-skinned goblins who were arguing over a piece of moldy jerky with their backs turned to him. Enemy attack. A sharp-eyed goblin sent out a heart-wrenching scream, but it was too late. Lin Yi's speed far surpassed the normal goblin's reaction. He rushed forward, and the waist knife followed the muscle memory imprinted from the training ground, executing a clean and swift downward strike. Puff! The blade precisely swept across the weak neck of the goblin on the left, green blood splattering out, and the goblin's scream abruptly stopped. Like a chicken with its neck snapped. Almost simultaneously, Lin Yi flipped his wrist, changing the chop into a slash. A fierce arc of light slashed upward. Swish! The right side goblin, just turning its head in horror, raised its broken wooden shield, only to have this slash send both shield and arm flying. Its wailing instantly drowning out the sentry's scream. Instant kill. A double kill to start. Clean, neat, and without dragging his feet. Instructor Harold's principle of power through the blade and waist strength, with a smooth arc, was perfectly displayed at this moment. Lin Yi even felt the clear resistance feedback as the blade cut through the goblin's skin, flesh, and bones, along with the strange pleasure of controlling the power to destroy the target. I am so fierce. Lin Yi himself was surprised. This feeling was completely different from chopping scarecrows on the training ground, blood surging, adrenaline skyrocketing. The goblins inside the cave were completely startled by the screams and the smell of blood, like a hornet's nest being stirred up, with over a dozen little green goblins waving their broken weapons and screeching as they rushed out. Leading the charge were 2 large goblins, nearly the height of an adult human, with bulging muscles, wearing crude leather armor, and wielding spiked wooden clubs. They glared with blood-red eyes, emitting threatening low growls. Clearly the leaders of the camp. Come on. Lin Yi was not afraid. Instead, his fighting spirit soared. He needed pressure. He needed real combat. He took the initiative to meet them. The waist knife transformed into a flurry of silver light. He struck head-on against a large goblin's swinging wooden club. Lin Yi's arm trembled slightly, but his feet remained steady, the powerful force allowing him to clash with the large goblin without losing ground. He countered with a slash aimed at the exposed side of the large goblin, which hurriedly retreated, its leather armor cut open, blood seeping out. Another large goblin's wooden club swept towards him. Lin Yi crouched and slid, the knife following his body, delivering a precise horizontal slash. The blade cut deep into the large goblin's thick calf, causing it to howl and kneel on the ground. A goblin lackey, trying to sneak up from behind, just raising its stone axe, was instantly pierced through the open mouth by Lin Yi's backward thrust, exiting through the back of its head. Instant death. Lin Yi was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, executing his basic sword techniques increasingly proficiently, combined with his extraordinary speed, strength, and reaction. Dashing through the chaotic goblin crowd, the blade flashed, green blood splattered, and the screams continued. Every block, every dodge, Every swing of the knife deepened his understanding of combat rhythm, distance control, and power application. Just as Lin Yi had taken down 7 or 8 goblins as if they were cabbages, the 2 large goblins were also battered and bruised. A sharp, piercing screech echoed from deep within the cave. Immediately after, a dark red fireball the size of a fist, wobbling and emitting black smoke, came hurtling towards Lin Yi's back like it was drunk. Holy crap! A shaman. Lin Yi's scalp tingled, and his mental energy instantly alerted him. Without thinking, he dove to the side. Boom! The fireball exploded at the spot where he had just stood. Although the power was not great, the scorching shockwave and the flying debris still left Lin Yi in a bit of a mess. With a shard of rock slicing open his arm and causing a sharp pain, a shriveled old goblin shaman, dressed in a tattered feather robe and wearing a bone necklace, appeared deep in the cave entrance, protected by a strong goblin guard. His small green eyes sparkled with malice and cunning. He muttered incantations, and the tip of his shabby bird staff began to gather a faint red glow again. Interrupt him. Lin Yi made a quick judgment. Just as he was about to rush over, he was entangled by the 2 injured yet ferocious goblins and a few remaining lackeys, who fought desperately. As the second crooked fireball was about to take shape, Lin Yi's gaze turned cold. Low profile? To hell with low profile. If he continued to be low-key, he would be roasted by the goblin shaman. He discreetly flicked his left hand towards the shaman's direction, and a silent, rapidly spinning spiral ice cone shot out instantly. The target was not the shaman, but the shabby bird staff in his hand. Thud! Crack! The ice cone accurately hit the red glow at the tip of the bird staff. With a crisp sound, the murky, low-quality crystal that served as the magical core at the staff's tip was instantly pierced by the ice cone, exploding. The half-formed fireball was like a punctured balloon, extinguishing with a puff, leaving only a wisp of blue smoke and the shaman's terrified scream. Ow! My precious staff! The old shaman looked at the broken staff in his hand, hopping in pain. The goblin guards were also dumbfounded. Seizing the opportunity, a cold light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he braced himself and took a glancing blow from a not-so-heavy wooden stick on his shoulder. His waist knife was like a venomous dragon emerging from its cave. Stab! This stab gathered all his strength, speed, and the essence of his days of hard practice. The blade flashed like lightning, carrying an unyielding determination. The blade precisely pierced the throat of the old shaman, who was momentarily dazed from the destruction of his staff, forever freezing his piercing scream. With the shaman dead, the remaining goblins completely collapsed, and even the 2 larger goblins showed fear. Lin Yi would not let the opportunity slip by. Like a tiger descending from the mountain, the blade flashed again, and the remaining battle turned into a one-sided harvest. When the last large goblin was cleaved in half, collapsing with a loud thud, the entire rubble slope camp finally quieted down, leaving only a heavy smell of blood and Lin Yi's slightly hurried breathing. Leaning on his waist knife, he surveyed his surroundings. The ground was littered with green-skinned corpses, broken weapons, and the shattered bird staff. The wound on his arm throbbed faintly, and the spot on his shoulder where the wooden stick had struck felt somewhat numb. He was also quite exhausted, but an immense, unprecedented sense of exhilaration and satisfaction filled his chest. Ha ha ha! Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle softly. Chapter 11. The intermittent wail of the wallet he won, relying on his own swordsmanship, confronting a group of goblins head-on. And although he used a bit of magical tricks to deal with the shaman in the end, the process was thrilling, but he held on. His knife really could cut people, and it seemed to cut quite well. He carefully inspected his spoils. Aside from the cut on his arm and the bruise on his shoulder, the rest were just superficial injuries. Although his swordsmanship was still somewhat clumsy, with imperfect connections, and he had taken a few hits while being besieged, the core techniques of chopping, slashing, and stabbing all played their roles, and his strength, speed, and reflexes were all put to the test. Most importantly, the feeling of controlling the rhythm in battle, remaining calm in the face of danger, was something that could never be experienced on the training ground. Real combat is indeed the best teacher. Lin Yi sighed sincerely. This mission was worth the price. Not only did he earn 8 silver moons, but more importantly, he truly understood his strength under the torment of Instructor Harold. His swordsmanship seemed to have genuinely improved. Carrying his spoils and a sense of fulfillment back to Greystone City, Lin Yi did not immediately turn in his mission. He first went to the Greystone Veterans Teaching Institute. Instructor Harold was guiding a new student with a wooden sword. Upon seeing Lin Yi enter, especially noticing the fresh bloodstains, goblin blood is green, but it turns black when dry. On his waist knife and the injury on his arm, the scarred-faced instructor raised an eyebrow. Kid, you saw blood? Yeah. I took a task to clear out a goblin den. Lin Yi replied succinctly, though his tone carried a hint of barely detectable pride. Oh, Harold became interested. How did it feel? Not bad. Lin Yi tried to maintain a calm demeanor. I chopped a few, slashed a few, and stabbed a shaman. Just got nicked by a fireball and felt a bit embarrassed. I also took a few hits from wooden sticks while being surrounded. Shaman. Fireball. Harold's gaze sharpened as he appraised Lin Yi, nodding slightly. You didn't lose any limbs and managed to stand back, so you pass. Taking hits isn't a bad thing. It helps you remember. What about your swordsmanship? You didn't embarrass me, did you? I shouldn't have. Lin Yi thought of how he had been chopping through goblins like cutting vegetables, feeling more confident. Humph. Harold snorted, but the corner of his mouth seemed to curve slightly. Want to learn something more intense? Absolutely. Lin Yi replied without hesitation. All right. Harold extended 2 fingers. Advanced combat techniques. Small class teaching. I'll personally lead it. 20 silver moons for 10 classes. Each session lasts half a day, covering battlefield sword applications, footwork and body techniques, group combat techniques, trap recognition and response, and of course, taking hits. 20 silver moons. Lin Yi felt as if he had been stabbed in the heart again, but thinking of the exhilarating battle on the rubble slope, the thrill of the shaman's fireball, and recognizing the vast room for improvement in his swordsmanship, especially in group combat and dealing with ranged magic. It seemed he still had to spend the money. I'll sign up. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, feeling his wallet weeping. Great. Harold satisfiedly withdrew his fingers. Bring the money. Read the syllabus yourself. Come whenever you have time. If you can't make it, let me know in advance. No makeup classes. Thus, Lin Yi began his intermittent, money-burning, hard-working journey of becoming stronger. Accepting missions, summarizing combat experiences in the city, tending to wounds, counting money, lamenting tuition fees. Going to the institute, spending money. Accepting Harold's even more perverse combat guidance. Learning new techniques, focusing on compensating for the shortcomings of the last mission. Returning home to frantically practice on the newly bought sandbags and wooden stakes in the small courtyard, integrating insights from real combat, optimizing his movements before taking on new missions. Real combat is the best whetstone. Every mission, whether facing cunning goblin scouts, tough wild boars, or packs of werewolves, forced him to apply what he learned in training to the utmost, grasping the essence of swordsmanship on the edge of life and death. Getting injured became a common occurrence, but his strong recovery allowed him to quickly engage in the next battle. Harold's beatings acted as a catalyst. Every time he brought real combat problems and insights to Harold, he always received piercing guidance. Harold seemed to see through his weaknesses, specifically designing various tricky group combat simulations, trap ambushes, and ranged harassment to torment him, forcing him to enhance his reflexes, footwork, and responsibilities. His strong mental fortitude and body control allowed Lin Yi to absorb real combat experiences and Harold's teachings like a sponge, the content of a single class. After practicing on the sandbags at home for a few nights, he could master it roughly. Mistakes made in real combat were almost never repeated. His swordsmanship became increasingly sophisticated, cunning, and efficient at a visible pace. The progress was astonishing. From initially being flustered and taking hits from goblins' wooden sticks while surrounded, to now being able to maneuver effortlessly under the assault of 3 or 4 werewolves, or wherever the blade passed. It was either death or injury. From being scared to the ground by the shaman's fireball to now being able to calmly judge the casting time, using footwork and cover to evade, and even seizing opportunities for precise counterattacks. His swordsmanship is no longer limited to basic slashes and thrusts. It has started to incorporate techniques from Harold's teachings, such as unbalancing, borrowing strength, and entangling moves, resulting in a more fluid connection and seamless transitions between offense and defense. His overall control of combat, sense of rhythm, and danger prediction have significantly improved. There's a hint of a veteran feel, as Harold would say, although Lin Yi feels it sounds more like an insult. His strength has skyrocketed like a rocket, and the black iron level star badge seems somewhat unworthy of him now. Uncle Tom watched Lin Yi return with injuries time and time again, taking on more dangerous missions, his gaze shifting from initial worry to surprise, and now to a bit of numbness. Did this kid grow up eating monster cores? Why does it feel like he's getting stronger every few days? Uncle Tom looked at the task-proof Lin Yi handed over, which involved a small ogre that had taken residence in an abandoned watchtower. Although the ogre was solitary and underage, it was still quite fierce. Lin Yi listened to the discussions behind him, appearing calm on the surface, but feeling secretly pleased inside. He weighed the slightly heavier wallet in his arms, feeling the familiar sense of connection and power from the long knife at his waist, as if it were linked to his very blood. Yes, the feeling of rapidly increasing strength is really nice. Of course, it would be even more perfect if the tuition could be a bit cheaper. He looked up at the gray sky of Greystone City, as if he could see countless silver coins with wings flying into Instructor Harold's pockets. He sighed and resignedly headed towards the Greystone Veteran Training Center. This intermittent money-burning, continuous strengthening deal doesn't seem to be a loss, right? He tried to convince himself, but the tone carried a certain tragic feeling of an empty wallet. Chapter 12. The return of the nestling hawk time flowed like the water in Greystone City's moat, seemingly slow but unknowingly slipping away for nearly 10 months. Lin Yi stood at the door of his stone house with a small courtyard, looking at the several blocks of cured meat in the corner, frozen hard by the frost, and weighed the nearly 50 shiny silver moons lying in his heavy money pouch, along with a few average-quality beast fangs he had taken from some unfortunate warg. His strength has already become outstanding among the black iron level, and it seems he only needs a suitable opportunity and a test task to reach bronze. The waist knife, sharpened by Instructor Harold's wooden sword and his own diligent practice, has become even sharper and more handy. And he has also replaced his leather armor with a sturdier one. With a stable home, food can be preserved, and occasionally he can treat himself to a stew set without ale at the Broken Axe Tavern. Ale is still off limits. Everything seems to be steadily improving. But somehow Lin Yi always felt something was missing, until he saw a fledgling bird that had left its nest. Staggering back to land on the edge of the old nest in the yard, chirping away, Lin Yi suddenly realized. It has been almost a year since he left that noisy place, which also carried all the warmth and helplessness of his early days after crossing over. The stern gaze of Grandma Martha, Sister Emily's gentle smile, old caregiver John's rambling stories, Jack's ever-energetic loud voice, and Lucy's timid yet dependent gaze. It's time to go back and take a look. A warm current surged in Lin Yi's heart, and then he felt a bit smug. He had to bring something back. It would be so embarrassing to return empty-handed. After all, he is now a successful adventurer. Thus, the only grocery store in Greystone City welcomed its big customer. He bought 2 large bags of cheap but absolutely popular hard candies for the kids, several bundles of sturdy rubber bands, the jumping rubber band artifact. He got Uncle John a jar of fine tobacco, a bouquet of dew-kissed wildflowers picked outside the city for Sister Emily, and a small bottle of perfume. He also bought tea snacks for the other nuns and caregivers. For Grandma Martha, Lin Yi hesitated for a long time before finally choosing a box of herbal tea said to help with calming and sleep. He bought Jack a short, sturdy steel dagger, unsharpened for safety but enough to impress. For little Lucy, he got a simple necklace made with a fine silver chain, inlaid with a small piece of smooth white crystal, which cost him 3 silver moons. It hurt, but it was worth it. His sister deserved his care. Lin Yi, with a bulging package on his back, a long knife at his waist, and wearing a clean but slightly faded adventurer-esque outfit, set off on his way home. When he pushed open the familiar, time-worn door of the relief center, an odd sense of belonging instantly enveloped him. Big Brother Lin Yi, a voice that rivaled a broken gong, hoarse yet still full of energy, roared as if a cannonball had come crashing in. A figure moved faster than the voice, lunging at Lin Yi and nearly knocking him off balance. It was Jack, the former little cannonball of the charge, now taller than Lin Yi by half a head. His messy straw-colored hair remained, his freckles had faded a bit, but the enthusiasm and admiration in his blue eyes were about to overflow. He wore the relief center's uniform, which was clearly a size too small, with his arms and calves exposed, but the muscle lines were already starting to show. Big Brother, you finally came back. I missed you so much. Jack excitedly patted Lin Yi's shoulder. Look, I'm so strong now. Since Tiger left, I'm the best fighter in the relief center. Lucy can't even handle me. He boasted proudly, completely unaware that Lin Yi was gritting his teeth from the shoulder pats. Yes, you're the best. Lin Yi helplessly pushed away the overly enthusiastic big bundle, his gaze crossing over him to see Lucy standing a bit further away, smiling with her lips pursed. Lucy had also grown quite a bit. Though still slender, her complexion was rosy, and her eyes were much brighter, no longer the little crybaby who would easily shed tears. She had her hair in 2 neat braids, dressed in a nun's dress that had faded a bit, quietly resembling a budding flower. Upon catching Lin Yi's gaze, she shyly lowered her head, twisting the corner of her dress with her fingers, but the smile on her lips couldn't be hidden. Big Brother Lin Yi, she greeted softly, her voice delicate and gentle. Lucy, you've grown. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, handing her the small box containing the necklace. Here is a little gift for you. Lucy was surprised to receive it, opening the box to reveal the necklace, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes instantly filling with surprise and disbelief. It's so beautiful. Thank you, Big Brother Lin Yi. She tightly clutched the small box, her face turning red. What about me? What about me? Jack eagerly leaned over. Can't forget you. Lin Yi tossed him the dagger. Jack caught it as if it were a sacred object, unsheathing the unsharpened blade to the sunlight, making swooshing sounds as if he were already a master swordsman. The children's ruckus attracted others. Sister Emily smiled gently as she accepted the wildflowers from Lin Yi, thanking him softly. Old caregiver John's eyes disappeared into slits of joy upon seeing the tobacco, patting Lin Yi's shoulder and repeatedly praising him. Other children rushed to him, scrambling for candies and rubber bands, and the yard was instantly filled with a long-lost noise and laughter. Finally, the last to appear was Grandma Martha, always standing tall with sharp eyes. She looked at the lively scene in the yard, then glanced at Lin Yi, who had clearly matured and grown more stable. The corners of her stern mouth seemed to soften a bit. Back. Grandma's voice still lacked warmth. Yes, Grandma, just came back to see everyone. Lin Yi respectfully handed over the box of herbal tea, a little token, for your peace of mind. Martha glanced at the exquisitely packaged tea box, said nothing, and took it. Come with me, let's have some tea, she said, turning towards her simple but exceptionally tidy little office. Lin Yi hurriedly followed, as Sister Emily kindly brought in hot tea. Drinking the slightly bitter tea and listening to Martha inquire about his recent situation, Lin Yi felt a daze, as if he were being interrogated by a parent. As they chatted, the topic shifted to the children. Martha set down her teacup, her gaze drifting through the window, landing on Lucy, who was carefully putting on a necklace in the yard, frequently checking her reflection in the water tank. That child Lucy, Martha's voice turned a bit low, is pure-hearted, quiet, meticulous in her work, and understands the teachings of the holy light better than many adults. She paused, seemingly weighing her words. Emily noticed that when Lucy practiced the most basic purification prayers, she could occasionally invoke a faint, Very pure response from the holy light, though still very weak. That feeling was quite special. Lin Yi's heart stirred. A response from the holy light? Could this be the talent for church magic? Martha looked at Lin Yi and continued. When Lucy turns 16 next year, before she leaves here, I will ask her myself. If she is willing and passes the test, I will write a letter recommending her to the charity monastery in St. Roland City for study. That place is where the church trains nuns and priests. Much better than our small place. With her character and this little talent, she can at least find stability in the church. After hearing this, a weight lifted from Lin Yi's heart, and he felt a surge of genuine happiness. That's great. For a gentle girl like Lucy, who has no background, venturing out alone is truly easy to get taken advantage of. Being able to enter the church, learn holy light magic, and become a respected nun is the best home for her. With Martha's recommendation, her starting point would also be much higher. Martha, that's wonderful. Lucy will definitely make it. Lin Yi said sincerely. Martha slightly nodded, accepting Lin Yi's affirmation, then changed her tone with a hint of helplessness. As for that blockhead Jack. Before she could finish, the office door was suddenly slammed open. Jack burst in, holding his treasured dagger, his face filled with excitement, shouting at Lin Yi, "Boss, I've made up my mind. When I leave here next year, I want to be a powerful adventurer like you, free and unrestrained, punishing evil and promoting good, becoming a legend in Greystone City, a name that resounds across the continent." He waved his dagger, nearly knocking over the teacup on the table. Lin Yi and Martha both darkened their expressions. "Nonsense," Martha scolded sharply. "With your reckless appearance, you wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps in a monster's teeth." Jack shrank his neck, but still stubbornly looked at Lin Yi. "Boss, you tell me, do I have potential or not? I'm strong, I run fast, and I'm not afraid to fight." Lin Yi looked at Jack's eyes filled with youthful passion and foolishness, then glanced at the dagger he was waving around aimlessly, and thought about his own experiences crawling through goblin camps and fighting werewolves. Sending Jack to be an adventurer now? That would be asking for trouble. "Jack." Lin Yi set down his teacup, his tone becoming serious, carrying a hint of the weariness of someone who has been through it. Being an adventurer isn't just about being strong, running fast, and being fearless. Do you have any idea how many traps are waiting for blockheads like you out there? Do you know how dangerous those monsters, robbers, and even treacherous companions can be? With your current skills. He mercilessly pointed at the dagger in Jack's hand. You wouldn't even be able to beat a trained guard dog. Jack was momentarily stunned by Lin Yi's harsh words, his face turning red. "Boss, I can learn. I can learn from you." "Learn from me?" Lin Yi scoffed. "The tasks I'm currently taking on are enough to crush you if you even catch a little edge. You're not qualified yet." Seeing Jack's face fall and his aggrieved expression, Lin Yi shifted his tone and proposed his plan. "Do you really want to get stronger? Do you really want to be an adventurer in the future? Fine. I can point you to the city guard to join as a recruit." "The city guard?" Jack was taken aback, then showed a disdainful expression. "Standing guard? Patrolling? Catching thieves? How boring. Where's the adventure and excitement in that?" "Boring?" Lin Yi shot him a glare. "The city guard has the most basic combat training. There are veterans to teach you how to use weapons, how to cooperate as a team, how to recognize dangers and traps, and it will also hone your discipline. You need to rein in all that brute strength and impulsiveness." He spoke earnestly. Being an adventurer isn't child's play. People really die. Without a foundation laid in the city guard, going out means walking to your death. Once you've truly trained in the city guard, become a veteran, and gained experience, it'll be a much higher starting point when you want to be an adventurer. Understand? Jack was a bit dazed by Lin Yi's rapid-fire reprimands and the future vision he painted, although he still thought adventure was cooler. The words about dying and having a higher starting point made him waver. He looked at Lin Yi's waist, where his dagger was stained with the blood of countless monsters, then at his own flashy dagger, and finally drooped his head in resignation. "Okay, fine, boss, I'll listen to you." Having convinced Jack, Lin Yi felt a sigh of relief. However, joining the city guard as a recruit, while not a golden opportunity, was still a stable job in Greystone City with some competition. It wasn't something one could just walk into. This required connections. Fortunately, Lin Yi's nearly year-long adventuring career had not been in vain, although he wasn't quite at the level of drinking with those silver elites or the heads of trading companies. In the small pond of Greystone City, a young black iron adventurer under 17 with strength close to bronze, high task efficiency, and exceptional sword skills was already quite eye-catching. He had interacted a few times with the city guard captain, Gruff Stonefist, the one who handled his case back then, helping to deal with some minor troubles that the city guard couldn't handle directly, such as clearing out a nest of mutated giant water rats in the sewers. Gruff had a good impression of him, praising him for being efficient. The sheriff, Edgar Silvermane, that old fox. Lin Yi had also helped him resolve a few tricky civil disputes, such as quietly using magic to subdue a drunken man causing a ruckus in a tavern, making it easier for the city guard to take him away. Lord Silvermane had once stroked his beard and commented on Lin Yi's clever methods. Even the butler of Baron Fred, the lord of the city, had met Lin Yi once during a task to retrieve a watch that the Baron had lost, which was said to have special significance. It was actually a gift from a lover, and the butler had praised his meticulousness and efficiency. These people were the connections Lin Yi had now, the ones he could talk to and with whom he had some rapport. The next day, Lin Yi brought 2 bottles of mid-range ale bought from the Broken Axe Tavern. Although he didn't drink himself, it was a suitable gift. He also had a small package of fragrant roasted flame jump meat jerky wrapped in oil paper and first went to the city guard station. He didn't go directly to Captain Gruff, but instead found a familiar squad leader who had worked with him on the water rat nest case. Slipped him a bottle of wine and some jerky, and explained his intention. He wanted to recommend a clean-living, sturdy young man named Jack to the recruit camp. The squad leader accepted the items, patted his chest, and said it was no problem. The recruit camp was short on people. And as long as the person wasn't too useless, he could help put in a word for a test. As for Captain Gruff, he would just mention it. As such small matters generally wouldn't be turned down by the captain. Next, Lin Yi went to the sheriff's office, where he delivered the remaining alcohol and a silver moon coin to an old clerk under Lord Yin Hao, who was responsible for paperwork and well-informed. He explained the situation again, hoping that the sheriff could vouch for Jack's identity and background, mainly that he was an orphan raised in the Tsigwang Relief Institute, proving his innocence and reliability. The old clerk accepted the items with a smile, wrote down Jack's name, and indicated that such a small matter could be easily handled with a word to the household registration department. Lord Yin Hao was busy with many affairs and wouldn't concern himself with trivial matters, but the people below would certainly help out. With these 2 arrangements, Lin Yi spent less than 2 silver moons and managed to get things mostly sorted out. The favors were given and requests made, all of which were small matters well within the other party's ability. Now that they had received the items and acknowledged the favor, if Lin Yi needed help in the future, such as checking on information or making things easier, they wouldn't be able to refuse. They were also pleased to see Lin Yi, a potential talent, showing goodwill. Perfect. Stepping out of the sheriff's office, Lin Yi felt elated. He seemed to see a small network of relationships centered around himself, quietly weaving the first thread through this matter of Jack, covering some influential figures in Greystone City. Social interactions, it turned out, were about give and take, mutual benefit, and long-term connections. Back at the Relief Institute, Lin Yi conveyed the news to the eagerly awaiting Jack and Granny Martha. Really? I can join the city guard? Jack was so excited, he almost jumped up. Although Granny Martha still had a stern face, there was a hint of subtle approval and reassurance in her gaze as she looked at Lin Yi, and she nodded. Watching Jack run off to boast to the other children, seeing Lucy quietly putting on the crystal necklace, and noticing the slight relaxation in Granny Martha's shoulders as she turned, Lin Yi stood in the familiar courtyard, the evening sun casting a long shadow behind him. The Relief Institute was his starting point. Now, it seemed he had a bit of ability to slightly pave the way for his partners at this starting point. This feeling, well, it felt even better than cutting down a group of goblins. Chapter 13. Scavenging in the mountains. The air in the Greystone City Adventurers Guild, always filled with the smell of sweat, leather, and a faint hint of blood, seemed to carry a whiff of copper today, as Lin Yi noticed. He stood at the counter, the small star on his black iron badge polished to a shine that could almost be used as a mirror. He straightened his back, trying hard to appear like a mature adventurer on the verge of breaking into a higher realm, rather than the unfortunate kid who had been sent to the Relief Institute a few years ago for a simple accident. Uncle Tom, Lin Yi's voice was deliberately steady. I want to apply for the bronze-level adventurer assessment. Behind the counter, the bearded Uncle Tom, who was picking his teeth with a wooden stick, perked up immediately at the words, his small green bean-like eyes shining as though he had caught the scent of gold coins. He spat out the wooden stick with a snap, put on an overly enthusiastic smile, and rushed around the counter, giving Lin Yi a hearty hug so strong it almost made him vomit his breakfast jerky. Wow, our little genius from Greystone City is finally taking a step forward. Uncle Tom's voice was so loud it silenced the slightly noisy hall for a moment, and countless eyes turned to focus on Lin Yi, some curious, some scrutinizing, while a few familiar low-level adventurers threw him friendly cheers. Lin Yi struggled to maintain his expression, but inside he felt a bit uneasy. That old Tom was grinning like a weasel that had stolen a chicken. Come, little Lin Yi. Uncle has picked out a task absolutely worthy of your strength. It will surely make you famous in one battle, Uncle Tom said, pulling Lin Yi to the task board, his finger accurately pointing to a dusty, yellowed piece of parchment in the corner. Lin Yi leaned in to take a look, and the title read, Clean out the abandoned dwarf mine in Echo Valley of the Greystone Mountains and draw a structural map. Looking further down at the description, remote location, requires days of walking, harsh environment, rugged mountain paths, potential magical beasts, complex and dangerous interior, collapses, toxic gas, underground rivers, mazes. Target creatures, numerous burrowing crystal-backed lizards, dozens, with hard shells, adept at ambush, and capable of spraying paralyzing slime. Task requirements. Eliminate the lizards and draw a relatively accurate structural map. Reward, 15 silver moons. Lin Yi's calm demeanor shattered instantly, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. He turned sharply to Uncle Tom, his eyes filled with disbelief. Uncle, you call this a good task? This thing has been on the task board for half a year. Right? 15 silver moons? For a bronze level? Are you sending me to be a beggar? Uncle Tom's smile was unshaken, even more radiant. He patted Lin Yi's back enthusiastically. Oh, young man, you need to think long-term. This task tests your overall strength, patience, wisdom, all essential. The reward may be modest, but this is an assessment. Do you understand? The key is to prove your ability. Once you become a bronze adventurer, there will be plenty of lucrative tasks waiting for you. He lowered his voice, with a hint of temptation. Besides, that mine has been abandoned for so long. Who knows if there are any little treasures left by the dwarves? The guild only requires you to clean out the lizards and draw the map. Anything else you find is yours. It's a sure profit. Lin Yi was internally screaming. What comprehensive strength! This is clearly a stingy guild looking to exploit a potential talent. 15 silver moons? I could earn more than that by fighting a group of wargs. Dwarven treasures? If there were any good stuff, it would have been cleaned out long ago. Do you think I'm 3 years old? Drawing a map? My drawing skills are even worse than Jackass. You might as well ask me to dance for goblins. He scanned the task board for other bronze tasks. One was to escort a merchant caravan to the neighboring town, offering 30 silver moons. But it required a team of 3. Another was to hunt down a group of goblin raiders that had been roaming the nearby mountains, number unknown, possibly including big goblins or shamans, offering a reward of 50 silver moons, but it was marked in bright red as high risk. There was also one to investigate unusual activity in a certain ancient tomb, which had a generous reward but was vague and eerie. Weighing the pros and cons, team up? He was used to acting alone and found it troublesome. High risk. His life was precious. Eerie? No thanks. After much consideration, it turned out that this stubborn task was indeed the best option. Although the reward was pitiful and the requirements disgusting, at least the target was clear, lizards. The location fixed, mine, and the danger relatively controllable. Lin Yi sighed deeply, laden with weariness, feeling the shadow of poverty loom over his path to becoming a bronze adventurer before it even began. All right, I'll take this task, he said, his tone filled with a sense of tragic determination, as if he needed to calculate whether he could break even first. Uncle Tom was overjoyed, quickly processing the paperwork, stamping it, and shoving the task scroll into Lin Yi's hands as if afraid he would change his mind. Good job, little Lin Yi. Uncle believes in you. When you return victorious, the bronze badge and, generous rewards will all be yours. He conveniently ignored the word generous before modest. After accepting the task, Lin Yi immediately switched from the would-be bronze expert mode to the meticulous scavenger mode. He headed straight for the largest general store in Greystone City, which wasn't that big, to prepare for this public-funded adventure, spending a hefty sum on a map, costing him 5 shiny silver moons for what was said to be the latest version of the outer map of the Greystone Mountains. As he unfolded it, the lines were blurred and the annotations were sloppy, with Echo Valley just marked with a small circle, next to an advertisement for a tavern. Lin Yi's mouth twitched. This money was painfully spent. He asked Uncle Baron the blacksmith for help to make a simple hollow iron cage with a handle, which securely held a fist-sized frost core that he had carefully condensed, slowly rotating and emitting a soft cold light. The illumination range was small, but it lasted long, was not afraid of wind, and could also serve as a small refrigerator. Lin Yi was pleased, a must-have for home travel, killing and looting, adventure and treasure hunting. He bought the cheapest charcoal pencils and several large sheets of thick waterproof leather paper for his drawing tools. How it turned out was another matter. But he needed to be fully equipped. Scavenging professional gear, a sturdy extra-large backpack that could be used as a shield when filled with things, a small but tough medicinal hoe, a dozen different-sized sealed jars, collection bags, durable ropes, and a crowbar, dreaming of prying open dwarven treasures. Logistics support was of utmost importance. A large amount of storable hard flatbread, salted dried meat, several large blocks of salt, a small pack of mixed spices, a few large water bladders, basic detox agents, insect repellent powder, spare torches, flint, a simple tent, and a thin blanket. Lin Yi looked at the pile of supplies and his once again deflated wallet. Sighing again, this hasn't even started, and 10 silver moons are gone. On the morning of departure, just as dawn broke, Lin Yi carried a backpack almost larger than his upper body, a long knife hung at his waist, and a homemade ice crystal lantern hung on his chest. Fully armed as he walked towards the city gate, this moving grocery store appearance attracted the attention of early rising vendors and guards. Lin Yi wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow, adjusted the heavy backpack, and stepped onto the dirt road leading to the limestone mountains. The initial path was still easy to walk, following the trails made by hunters and gatherers. Sunlight filtered through the sparse leaves, and the air was fresh. His mental perception was fully engaged, like invisible tentacles sweeping through the grass, rock crevices, and tree roots by the roadside. Oh, there's a tranquil flower in the shadow of the rock wall. It looks good. Lin Yi's eyes brightened, like a squirrel that had found a pine cone. He crawled up a small steep slope, using both hands and feet. He carefully avoided the little rock lizard guarding the flower, dug a few plants out with the medicinal hoe, roots and all, wrapped them in moist moss, and placed them in the dedicated collection bag. This thing could sell for a good price at the apothecary. Wet bleeding grass by the creek. A whole patch. Lin Yi squatted by the stream, selectively gathering mature plants with thick leaves and purple edges. He also took the opportunity to wash his face. The cold stream water invigorated him. There's a fluctuation of wind elements in the crevice of the cliff. Lin Yi looked up at a stone gap several meters high, faintly seeing a hint of bluish gray. Light feather moss. He recalled the description from the guidebook. This could be considered a low-level magical material. He unloaded his backpack. Relying on his outstanding physical condition and climbing skills, he struggled to ascend, carefully scraping off a small piece with his dagger. It felt light in his hand, as if it had no weight at all, and when pressed against his skin, it seemed to make his body feel a bit lighter. Maybe it was just psychological. But Lin Yi still happily tucked it away close to him. At noon, Lin Yi found a large stone sheltered from the wind to rest and unloaded his heavy backpack. He took out the hard flatbread and dried meat, crumbled them into a small pot, added some stream water, sprinkled in a bit of salt and wild onion scraps he had collected on the way, and lit a small campfire to cook. The ice crystal lantern sat nearby, its soft, cold light dispelling some of the shadows in the forest, while the cold air it emitted kept the soup from boiling too violently. And it could also chill a few slightly sour wild fruits he had picked along the way. Lin Yi looked at his creation with satisfaction. This was the small wisdom of life. However, wisdom was soon challenged. As the ice crystal lantern continued to operate, the cold light and faint energy fluctuations began to attract mosquitoes. First, a few curious little flying insects danced around the light sphere, followed by buzzing mosquitoes, and eventually, even some unknown little beetles joined in. A small swarm of insects quickly formed around the lantern. Damn it, I forgot about this. Lin Yi waved his arms in a flurry to drive them away, but it was of little use. A few brave mosquitoes broke through the defenses and bit several large welts on his neck, itchy and painful. He hurriedly covered the lantern with a thick cloth, leaving only a small gap for light, and the insects reluctantly dispersed. Lin Yi scratched his neck, looking at the covered lantern. Feeling both amused and helpless, a mobile mosquito lamp? What a side effect. The afternoon path began to grow difficult. The dirt road disappeared, replaced by rugged boulders and steep slopes. The blazing sun made him dizzy, and Lin Yi was drenched in sweat, the backpack weighing down on him like a mountain. To make matters worse, the weather changed abruptly. Just moments ago, it was clear skies, and suddenly a dark cloud floated by, and cold raindrops began to pour down. Damn it, Lin Yi cursed as he hurriedly put on his rain cape, but the rain was too heavy, and he quickly became soaked inside and out. The mountain path turned muddy and slippery, and he stumbled several times, almost falling. The cold rainwater flowed down his neck into his clothes, making him shiver. By evening, the rain stopped, but Lin Yi was exhausted like a dead dog. He found a relatively dry and open hillside to set up camp. When he unloaded his backpack, he felt his shoulders were already numb, and his wet clothes clung to his body. The mountain wind blew, chilling him to the bone. No, I need to start a fire. Lin Yi struggled to get up and collected dry twigs that had been soaked in rainwater. After a hard time, he managed to use magic to ignite a small pile of firewood, and the orange flames danced, bringing precious warmth. He took off his soaked outer clothes and boots, placing them next to the fire to dry, only wearing a thin inner garment, wrapped in a thin blanket, shivering by the fire, looking at the pot of reheated, mushy dried meat and flatbread soup, smelling the strange odor of his damp clothes mixed with sweat and moisture, and glancing at the ice crystal lantern covered in cloth. Looking like a wronged little wife, Lin Yi scooped a spoonful of the mush into his mouth. It tasted like chewing wax. He looked up at the undulating gray limestone mountains in the twilight, like the back of a monster. And the place called Echo Valley seemed to open its invisible giant mouth. 15 silver moons, he chewed on the dried meat, his voice muffled, waiting, damn pitiful mine. Glowing crystal toad, here I come. If I don't pluck you bald, I won't be surnamed Lin. He bit down hard on the hard flatbread, as if he were biting the shrewd face of the guild leader. Chapter 14. The crystal mine. The darkness of the mine was not pure silence, but carried a thick, oppressive vitality. Lin Yi stood at the entrance, the last rays of light quickly dwindling behind him, as if swallowed by a giant beast. Before him lay an endless expanse of darkness, mixed with heavy odors of decaying centuries-old dust, the dampness of water seeping from the rocks, and an indescribable stench, like the marks left by countless beasts dwelling in their nests for years. The air was thick and stagnant, and each breath felt like swallowing damp rags. The ice crystal lantern hummed in his hand, its soft, cold white light poured out like flowing water, barely tearing through the chaos in front of him. Where the halo reached, the skeleton of the abandoned mine silently revealed itself, rusted tracks deeply embedded in the accumulated mud, twisting into the dark depths. The thick logs supporting the tunnel had long since rotted, filled with worm-eaten holes and moldy black spots, and some had even broken, barely connected by a few fibers. Swaying precariously, the rock walls were damp, and cold droplets of water continually seeped out, gathering, dripping, creating a monotonous and chilling sound in the silence. Scattered at his feet were chunks of varying sizes, their edges glinting in the cold light, most of which were just worthless common iron ore. Lin Yi took a deep breath, the air mixed with rust and humus making his throat itch. He unfolded a thick waterproof paper, the tip of his charcoal pencil hesitatingly moving across the rough surface, producing a soft rustling sound. The crooked lines sketched the rough outline of the cave entrance. Barely marking the first fork, left, unknown, right, smells like lizards. This was already a great display of sincerity he had poured into his drawing skills. Just as he was deep in thought about how many crosses to use to indicate the lizard density on the right path, his mental perception suddenly trembled. It wasn't an attack, but an extremely viscous, slippery sound of something slicing through the air. TSK. Lin Yi instantly crouched and rolled, his movements as swift as a startled wildcat. Almost at the moment he left the spot, a blob of dark green slime, emitting a pungent sour smell, smashed onto the ground where he had just stood. A sharp white smoke immediately rose from the rocky surface, accompanied by a nauseating sizzling sound. And the hard stone was actually corroded into a small pit. Goodness, what a warm welcome. Lin Yi spat, and swiftly drew his waist knife. The blade reflected a flowing cold gleam under the lantern's light, and he no longer looked at the grand masterpiece he had just started. His entire focus instantly shifted to combat mode. The crystal-backed lizard was here. The first one pounced out from the shadows of the left rock wall. Its size akin to a half-grown wolf dog, covered not in scales, but in rough, thick, gray-brown shells with sharp edges. Most notably, on its raised back, several clusters of uneven, murky crystals protruded irregularly, currently emitting a faint yellow or sickly green glow under the cold light of the ice crystal lantern, resembling several subpar light bulbs. It hissed, opening its mouth filled with dense sharp teeth, a new slime brewing in its throat, while its robust hind legs pushed off the ground. Charging at Lin Yi with its hard head, Lin Yi didn't retreat but advanced, stepping aside and twisting his waist, his strength exploding in an instant. The waist knife, with a tearing sound through the air, drew a fierce arc and slashed towards the relatively weak neck joint of the lizard. Clang. Sparks flew. The blade struck the edge of the shell, producing a huge sound like metal clashing. A powerful recoil surged back through the blade, causing Lin Yi's arm to tingle slightly. The hardness of that shell exceeded his imagination. The lizard was merely knocked off balance by the tremendous impact, its action slightly delayed, leaving a clear white mark on the shell at its neck, but it didn't even break the skin. So hard. Lin Yi's pupils constricted, just at that moment. When the old force had just dissipated and the new force had yet to be generated, a shadow loomed overhead. Another crystal-backed lizard silently pounced down from a hanging stalactite, its front claws shimmering with cold light, aiming directly at Lin Yi's crown, the stench rushing towards him. Lin Yi's mental power, like the sharpest radar, had already captured the subtle sound of slicing air and the intense hostility. He didn't even look up. His body moved like a boneless fish, his footwork sliding dangerously close as he narrowly brushed past the glimmering claws. Uffed. The third blob of slime barely missed his heel and splattered against the rock wall, once again emitting corrosive white smoke. 3 of them, forming a triangle, had him cornered in the narrow tunnel. The light bulbs on their backs shimmered under the lantern's glow, like clumsy actors on a dark stage, eagerly exposing their positions. Lin Yi was surrounded by the fishy and slimy smells emanating from them, knowing he must not lose focus. His eyes turned cold, and the momentum of the knife instantly became tricky and fierce, no longer seeking a single fatal blow, but specifically targeting the gaps in the shell connections, the joints of their limbs, and the prominently visible sides of their bulbous heads. Swish! A knife accurately swept across the joint of one lizard's forelimb, dark green blood splattering out. The lizard let out a painful hiss, its offensive momentum greatly reduced. Lin Yi sidestepped to avoid the thick tail swung by another lizard, and with a reverse stroke, he stabbed towards the third lizard's mouth, which was wide open due to spraying slime. Uffed. The knife tip penetrated deep into the soft interior of the mouth, and the lizard's shriek abruptly stopped, its body convulsing violently before collapsing. The battle wasn't over, but Lin Yi had basically figured out the tactics of these bulbous sandbags. After some more back and forth, he finally dealt with the remaining 2 crystal-backed lizards. The narrow tunnel temporarily returned to silence, leaving only his slightly hurried breathing and the sound of dripping water. Lin Yi leaned against the cold rock wall to catch his breath, the lantern's light illuminating his slightly sweaty face and vigilant eyes. After confirming there was no new threat for the moment, he finally relaxed and began to check his spoils. His gaze swept over the lizard corpses. He noticed a large piece of shell on the lizard he had struck crookedly on the head, with edges that had been lifted by the knife blade. About the size of a palm, its edges sharp as a blade. Good stuff. A thought flashed through his mind, and he carefully pried the shell piece off with his knife. It felt heavy in his hand, unusually hard. Next, he looked at another lizard with a cut on its neck gland. It was still slowly oozing dark green slime, the smell pungent. Lin Yi took out a prepared, thick leather pouch and a sealed jar from his backpack, carefully scraping and collecting with his tools, even with quick movements. The indescribable stench made his stomach churn. This money truly comes at the cost of life. He held back his nausea and tightly sealed the container. After processing the materials, Lin Yi's gaze turned to the end of the narrow branch, which was completely blocked by an ancient landslide, a massive pile of rubble forming a desperate barrier. Just as he was about to turn to leave, a faint but exceptionally clear fluctuation came from deep within his mental perception. Unlike the chaos and hostility of the crystal-backed lizards, this fluctuation carried a stable, restrained heat, as if the heart of molten lava was sleeping deep underground, sending a vague call through the thick rock layers. Lin Yi's heart jumped sharply. He held his breath, concentrating his mental power like the most precise probe, directing it towards the direction of the fluctuation that was just behind the pile of rubble, deep within the rock wall. It wasn't an illusion. A strange attraction emanated from that fluctuation, carrying the pure and vibrant essence of fire elements, instinctively creating a strong repulsion and attraction with the ice magic flowing in his body. There is something. Lin Yi's eyes burst with astonishing light, the previous fatigue swept away. He dashed a few steps to the front of the rubble pile, disregarding the thick layer of dust and slippery moss on the stones, pulled out the crowbar at his waist, infused it with strength, and aimed it at a relatively loose, basin-sized gap at the bottom of the rubble pile, driving it in hard. Open up. Creak. The rocks were pried loose and rolled down, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin Yi didn't pause, repeating the action, soon. Sweat soaked his temples. The crowbar scraping against the rocks produced a piercing sound. Finally, after prying open a stone about half his height, a small gap appeared in the previously blocked rock wall. A rush of air, hotter than the outside, surged out from the gap. Lin Yi eagerly brought the ice crystal lantern close to the opening while concentrating his gaze inward. The cold white light dispelled the darkness within the gap, revealing not a hollow formed by the landslide, but a natural small cave. On the ground in the center of the cave, several pieces of ore the size of pigeon eggs were scattered. The ore displayed a deep crimson hue, its surface not smooth, but rather rough. Strangely, within the ore, it seemed as if molten golden-red magma was slowly flowing and swirling. The intense and pure elemental fire fluctuations originated from here. Firefly ore. Lin Yi's breathing instantly became labored, and a fleeting memory flashed through his mind from a certain adventurer's biography he had glanced at. A rare ore containing pure fire elemental power, worth far more than gold. In a place like Greystone City, it was impossible to sell, but once he reached a big city or a mage tower, he couldn't afford to be careless. He rummaged through his backpack for food wrapping supplies, thick multi-layered oilcloth, and carefully wrapped the few scorching pieces of firefly ore, isolating the searing heat. Then treasuredly stuffed them into the bottom of his backpack, pressed against his back. The heavy feel and the faint warmth made him feel as if he was carrying not stones, but shining gold coins of the future. After resolving the issue with the firefly ore, Lin Yi set off again, in high spirits, as even the murky air in the mine seemed much fresher. However, the mine was like a giant underground labyrinth, with more and more branches resembling entangled tree roots. He chased after a few fleeing crystal-backed lizards, twisting and turning in the maze-like tunnels. After an unknown amount of time, when he stopped, he found himself surrounded by cold, slippery rock walls and endless darkness. The path he came from had long vanished around countless corners. The cold light of the ice crystal lantern could only illuminate a few feet around him, beyond which was an all-consuming darkness. His mental energy spread out, but under the interference of the complex, winding rock layers and numerous branches, it became unclear, as if separated by a thick frosted glass, making it difficult to discern direction. He was lost. Lin Yi took out the leather map that only sketched the entrance and a few forks, looking at the childish lines and the annotations that smelled of lizards. Feeling despair for his soul-drawing skills for the first time. This thing couldn't even provide psychological comfort now. He forced himself to calm down, his gaze scanning the limited view. Suddenly, a faint, ghostly blue glow seeping from the side pocket of his backpack caught his attention. It was the night glow mushrooms he had collected earlier. A thought flashed through his mind like a spark of lightning. Lin Yi quickly took out a few intact night glow mushrooms and carefully crushed them with his fingers. The cool, slippery juice and fine powder, with a faint herbal fragrance, coated his fingertips. He walked to a protruding rock corner at a fork in the road and carefully smeared the faintly glowing blue mushroom powder on it. The ghostly blue light points in the absolute darkness resembled miniature stars, although the glow was extremely weak, only illuminating a few inches around itself and likely not lasting long. In this absolute dark maze, it was like a lighthouse on a vast sea. It worked. Lin Yi looked at the makeshift marker he had created and let out a long breath, chuckling to himself. It seemed his outdoor survival wits were much stronger than his drawing talent. Choosing a direction, he left another similar ghostly blue mark at the next fork and stepped once more into the incomprehensible darkness ahead. Chapter 15. Poison Gas, Dark Rivers. In the wealth of the throne hall deep within the mine, silence had transformed from a state of peace into a thick, heavy oppression that tightly enveloped Lin Yi. The air became stagnant, and each breath felt like he was laboriously swallowing cotton soaked in water. The uneven ground beneath his feet continuously sloped downwards, guiding him toward deeper darkness. A new, hard-to-ignore odor, like a sinister snake, quietly coiled around him. At first, it was just a faint trace, mixed in with dust, humidity, and the fishy smell of lizards, carrying a hint of sickly sweetness. But the further he descended, the more distinct and potent the smell became. Sweet to the point of cloying, coupled with a nauseating stench reminiscent of rotten eggs. Gas. Lin Yi's heart sank suddenly, and his steps unconsciously slowed. This term was often tightly linked in miners' casual chatter and horrifying passages of adventurer biographies, with rumbling sounds and the absence of corpses. He immediately pulled out a thick cotton cloth from his backpack, dampened it with some water from his water pouch, and tightly covered his mouth and nose. The damp cloth slightly reduced the sweet, foul odor, but a subtle, unsettling dizziness began to creep up along his temples like a cold snake. The dim white light of the ice crystal lantern now appeared particularly fragile amidst the increasingly dense, deathly sweet aroma. Lin Yi extended his mental energy like the most delicate probing wire into the dark ahead, but what came back made his scalp tingle. About 50 steps ahead, the tunnel seemed to suddenly widen, forming a larger cavity. In that area, the air was no longer transparent, but displayed a thick, murky light yellow. Countless tiny bubbles rolled, expanded, and burst in that murkiness like boiling water. The magic particles floating in the air had also become wildly chaotic and turbulent, as if a single spark could ignite them completely. A high-concentration gas accumulation zone. A true death trap. Cold sweat instantly soaked Lin Yi's inner shirt, sticking to his cool skin and bringing waves of chill. He immediately stopped, pressing his body against the cold rock wall, even slowing his breathing to the gentlest rhythm, fearing that any extra vibration or airflow might trigger disaster. Just as he focused on observing that lethal yellow mist, he suddenly felt an extremely subtle, yet distinctly perceptible tremor from the iron cage that gripped his ice crystal lantern. The humming sound seemed to rise slightly in pitch, and Lin Yi instinctively tilted the lantern forward, allowing more cold light to spill onto that pale yellow area. An abnormal change suddenly occurred. The cold and unique energy fluctuations emitted by the lantern, belonging to the core of the frost vortex, instantly shattered the fragile balance of that murky light yellow. The originally slowly rolling pale yellow mist, under the stimulation of the ice crystal energy fluctuations, was stirred wildly, as if by an invisible giant hand. Countless bubbles expanded rapidly at a visible speed, bursting. The entire gas mass violently churned, deepening in color, and even its edges began to show a sinister, almost orange-red hue. A stronger, searingly sweet foul odor rushed toward him. Lin Yi was terrified, his heart nearly leaping out of his throat. Without a second thought, he used the fastest speed of his life to yank off the thick leather bag from the side pocket of his backpack meant for storing food. Stuffing the troublemaking entity inside, without even looking, he tightly tied the bag's opening with a rope, causing his knuckles to turn white. The light was instantly snuffed out. Absolute darkness, like a cold tide, swallowed him whole in an instant. The thick, inky blackness enveloped his vision, stripping him of any sense of direction. He couldn't even see his fingers in front of his eyes. Only the increasingly violent sweet foul odor, now stimulated, stubbornly drilled into the damp cloth, irritating his nasal passages and nerves. The darkness amplified his fear and heightened his senses. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, hitting the icy rock floor with a faint sound that was infinitely magnified in this silence, like a drumbeat on his eardrums. Although the swirling orange-yellow ahead was no longer visible, the invisible, deadly pressure pressed in more clearly, as if an invisible mouth was ready to swallow him in this space hole. No retreat. Going back meant giving up the assessment. And it also meant giving up the possible calming stones and deeper secrets. Move forward. Ahead was a boiling death trap, where a single spark could shatter him to pieces. Damn it. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, his lips trembling slightly beneath the wet cloth. He forced himself to calm down, raising his mental energy to an unprecedented state of focus, like the most precise sonar, carefully spreading outwards to perceive his surroundings. The contours of the rock wall, the unevenness of the ground, the faint disturbances in the air ahead, the feedback from his mental energy painted a blurry world in his mind, purely composed of perceptual lines. He was like a blind man, pressed against the cold rock wall, feeling his way forward with his fingers, his toes testing every inch of ground. Each step was taken extremely slowly and cautiously, afraid of kicking a loose stone. In the darkness, time lost its meaning. Every second felt as long as a century. The intense sweet smell of gas was like an invisible rope, tightening around his throat, making it increasingly difficult to breathe, waves of dizziness hitting him. The wet cloth was too tight, making him feel a bit suffocated. Loosening it slightly allowed the foul odor to invade again, triggering stronger nausea. Sweat mixed with the dampness of the mine made him feel sticky and cold all over, as if wrapped in a soaked shroud. He didn't know how long it had been, maybe a few minutes, maybe half an hour, but finally, the tendrils of his mental energy clearly reported back. The area of violent energy fluctuations ahead had been left behind. Although the air was still murky, the heart-pounding sweet, foul stench and the chaotic surge of magical energy had clearly diminished. Lin Yi felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Suddenly tearing off the wet cloth and gasping for air, the cold air rushing into his lungs, bringing the sweetness of survival. He fumbled to unfasten the thick leather bag and took out the ice crystal lantern again. The cold white light lit up once more, dispelling the suffocating darkness, illuminating his pale, sweat-soaked cheeks and his eyes filled with lingering fear. He looked at the lantern that had almost led to his demise. His expression complex. It nearly became a self-destructing lantern. This thing truly brings both fortune and disaster. After steadying his nerves, Lin Yi continued downward. The terrain of the pit became steeper and more slippery. Streams of water seeping from the rock wall converged into tiny rivulets, flowing along the crevices. The air also grew colder and more humid, carrying a strong, earthy smell and moisture. Just as he cautiously stepped onto a moss-covered sloped rock, an accident happened. The moss underfoot was as slippery as if it had been oiled. His center of gravity faltered, and he instantly lost his balance. Oh no! The cry got stuck in his throat. Splash! The cold, rushing water instantly engulfed him, the heavy backpack dragging him down like an anchor. In his panic, Lin Yi felt countless icy streams rushing into his mouth, nose, and ears, choking him until his vision darkened. His body was swept away by a powerful force, tumbling and colliding in the darkness. The instinct to survive made him struggle desperately, using his hands and feet to try to grasp something. Finally, his fingertips touched a hard, rough protrusion amidst the chaos. Grasping it like a lifeline, he exerted all his strength to hold on tightly, his body suddenly jolting in the rushing water, the immense pulling force nearly tearing his arm off. With the dim light from the ice crystal lantern distorted by the water, Lin Yi saw that he was holding onto a rusted minecart hook embedded in the rock wall. He endured the biting cold and the feeling of suffocation, using his other hand to cling tightly to the rock wall, kicking against the water with all his might, slowly dragging his body out of the icy current. He lay on a protruding rock by the water like a drowned rat, coughing violently and vomiting, expelling the icy river water he had choked on. Soaked to the skin, his clothes clung tightly to him, heavy and cold, making his teeth chatter. What hurt him even more was that the water had torn a hole in his backpack, and a package of jerky carefully wrapped in oil paper had been swept away without a trace. My jerky! Lin Yi let out a wail, staring at the dark underground river, tears streaming down his face. That was his food supply for several days. The cold pierced him like countless steel needles, shaking him all over, his lips turning purple from the chill. Make a fire? The thought barely emerged before it was snuffed out. The space here was relatively open, but who knew if there were residual gases nearby? The lesson from before was still fresh in his mind. Making a fire in a mine that could explode from gas. That would truly be asking for death. A nearly self-destructive thought flashed through Lin Yi's mind. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to sit up, mobilizing the remaining mental energy within him, and urged it with reckless abandon. Buzz! A frost vortex, larger than usual, spinning faster and emanating a chilling aura, formed between his palms. He did not release it, but suddenly pressed it against his soaked chest. Crackle! The extreme cold erupted instantly, the moment it touched his wet clothes. Countless tiny ice crystals spread rapidly at a visible speed. In just a breath or two, his entire body, from head to toe, was covered in a thick, hard layer of white frost, instantly freezing him into an ice sculpture. The bone-chilling cold nearly froze his thoughts and heartbeat. Lin Yi felt as if he had fallen to the bottom of an ice cave. Even his soul was about to be frozen stiff. Break free. He used the last bit of his willpower, tensing every muscle in his body, while fiercely shaking the remaining weak magical energy within him outward. Crack! Crash! The hard ice layer covering his body instantly became covered in spiderweb-like cracks, then suddenly shattered, countless tiny ice crystals scattering like snowflakes, hitting the surrounding rock walls with a delicate sound. As the ice layer shattered, his soaked, heavy clothes surprisingly became dry and hard, cold but miraculously no longer dripping. The biting cold still existed, like countless ice needles stabbing at his skin, but at least he was free from the damp, heavy clothing that continually drew away heat. Lin Yi trembled violently, sneezing dramatically several times, his nose running and tears streaming. Achoo! Achoo! He curled his body, hugging his arms, feeling as if he had been hollowed out and then forcibly stuffed into a freezer. The expenditure of mental energy combined with the extreme cold made his vision blur, and his temples pulsed. He quickly took out his water pouch, gulped down a few mouthfuls of icy water, and forced down a few pieces of dry biscuit that had softened in the water but hadn't been lost, feeling a little warmth return to his cold body. Truly self-inflicted suffering. Lin Yi chuckled bitterly, his voice hoarse. He looked at the still rushing underground dark river beside him. The sound of the flowing water echoed particularly clearly in the vast cave. This icy underground river was the source of life for those crystal-backed lizards. After recovering a bit of strength, Lin Yi cautiously shouldered his backpack and proceeded along the direction of the flowing dark river. The rocks along the riverbank were even more slippery, and the air grew increasingly humid. After walking for about half a stick of incense's worth of time, the path ahead suddenly opened up. The light from the ice crystal lantern seemed to be swallowed by a massive space, and Lin Yi stopped, staring in shock at the scene before him. This is an extraordinarily large natural cave, with a height of over 10 zhang and as spacious as an underground plaza. Countless stalactites of various shapes hang from the ceiling, resembling frozen waterfalls, shimmering with a moist glimmer under the cold light of the lantern. The cave walls are not naturally formed, but show clear signs of human excavation, with many places embedded with rusty, broken remnants of iron tracks and minecarts. Massive, cracked stone columns support the towering dome. Clearly, this was once a resting and gathering place for dwarf miners, an underground throne hall. However, at this moment, this grand throne hall is completely occupied by a group of uninvited guests, turned into their nest. In the center of the cave, a relatively flat area covered with thick straw and animal bones is dominated by a crystal-backed lizard much larger than its kind. Its body is almost the size of a small calf, and its carapace is a deep dark brown, with edges that glint with a metallic hardness. Most striking is the high, bulging ridge on its back, covered with dozens of uneven, murky crystals. These crystals are no longer small protrusions, but resemble heavy plates embedded in its carapace, the largest one being as big as a basin, presenting an ominous dark yellow-green hue that emits a faint glow under the cold light of the lantern, exuding an unmistakable aura of a bronze-tier magical beast. Surrounding it, at least 20 ordinary crystal-backed lizards loosely encircle it like loyal guards. The bulbs on their backs reflect each other under the cold light of the throne hall, illuminating the entire central area in a bizarre display, while the air is thick with a strong fishy smell and the distinct odor of lizards. The Lizard King, Lin Yi, felt a chill in his heart and quietly concealed himself behind a large rock shadow at the entrance, holding his breath. A direct confrontation? Facing a bronze-tier Lizard King along with over 20 fearless guards, even with his spiral ice cone and frost vortex, his chances of winning were pitifully slim. The greater possibility was being overwhelmed by the sea of lizards. He cautiously observed his surroundings, searching for anything he could use. His gaze swept over the massive stalactites swaying precariously from the ceiling, over the large supporting columns covered in cracks that looked ancient, and over a relatively calm pool formed by the convergence of a dark river in a corner. A risky, yet almost costless plan began to take shape in his mind. Trigger a collapse. Bury the lizard horde. Just as his gaze drifted past the rock wall near the pool, his mental senses suddenly caught a faint yet exceptionally cool energy fluctuation. That fluctuation was like a refreshing spring in the desert, carrying a calming and stabilizing force that resonated wonderfully with his currently restless mental state due to the cold and exhaustion. Lin Yi's heart stirred, and he quietly moved positions, using the cover of the rocks and remnants of mine carts to approach the direction of the fluctuation. The light of the lantern was deliberately dimmed. He arrived at a relatively moist rock wall by the pool, covered with thick, slippery moss. He extended his finger and carefully brushed aside the wet moss. Beneath the moss, embedded in the moist rock wall, were several small stones only the size of a fingernail, presenting a warm, milky white translucence. They were inconspicuous, mixed among ordinary rocks, easily overlooked if not for the unique mental energy fluctuation. Calming stones. Lin Yi's heart raced uncontrollably again. He recognized these stones, having seen them on the high-priced acquisition list of the Silverlight Federation caravan, a rare magical material that can faintly soothe the spirit and help spellcasters concentrate. Their value far exceeds gold. Moreover, the quality of these stones looked quite good. The immense surprise washed over him like a warm current, instantly dispelling the cold in his body and some of the fatigue in his mind. He suppressed his excitement and, treating them like the most precious jewels, carefully pried the stones from the rock wall with a medicinal hoe and a small knife, wrapping each one in soft moss and placing them into a dry little leather pouch, hiding them close to his body. Feeling the cool touch and the calming wave emanating from the pouch in his arms, Lin Yi took a deep breath. The cold air mixed with the humidity of the pool filling his lungs. He took one last look at the Lizard King in the center of the cave, resting in its nest and radiating a powerful aura, as well as the surrounding bulbous guards, his gaze becoming sharp and determined. The plan became clear, and the target was set. An unexpected gain was also in hand. Now, it was time to show these bulbous guardians occupying the dwarf ruins what a demolition team truly looks like. Chapter 16. The birth of lizard sauce. The cold mist from the dark river mixed with the peculiar fishy smell of the lizard nest, spreading throughout the grand throne hall of the cave. Lin Yi pressed tightly against a giant rock covered in moss at the entrance, holding his breath, his mental energy scanning every detail of the cave like the most precise probe. On the slightly raised rocky platform in the center lay the ultimate target of this assessment task, the crystal-backed Lizard King. It was a full size larger than ordinary lizards, with murky crystals on its back as large as basins, emitting a faint yet chilling bronze-tier fluctuation, flickering like a poor-quality neon light in the darkness. Over 20 ordinary crystal-backed lizards spread around the platform like loyal guards, their small crystals flickering with ghostly light, illuminating the cave in a bizarre manner while also revealing their positions. 15 silver moons just for this thing? Lin Yi silently criticized Uncle Tom's greed. Yet his gaze was sharp like a hawk, scanning the ceiling and supporting structures of the cave. His target was never just the Lizard King, but the few inconspicuous stones in the corner of the rock wall, partially obscured by the Lizard King's massive body, radiating a soft blue-white glow, irregularly shaped, yet giving his mental energy a strange sense of calm and comfort. Calming stones. Lin Yi's heart raced uncontrollably again. These things were highlighted in the mineral section of the herb catalog as low-tier mental stabilization materials, rare and hard to find. Alchemists and certain meditation sects would go crazy for them. If he could collect these few intact, not to mention 15 silver moons, even 10 times that might be possible. But with the lizard horde surrounding them, a hard charge would mean death. His gaze shifted to the cave's ceiling, where massive stalactites hung like inverted swords, shimmering with a damp cold light under the glimmer of ice lanterns and lizard crystals. Some of the particularly thick ones, where they connected to the rock wall, appeared especially fragile and thin due to years of water seepage and geological activity, covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Lowering his gaze, a large, weathered stone column that supported the massive rock slab of the cave came into view. The surface of the stone column was uneven, with several deep cracks that seemed to reach the bone, as if a strong old man was holding up a heavy burden with his last breath. A bold, almost crazy plan formed in Lin Yi's mind like a lightning bolt. Zero-cost demolition, physical exorcism, all in one go. Lin Yi licked his slightly cracked lips, his eyes shining with the light of a hungry wolf seeing meat. Lizard sauce? That's a nice name, very fitting. I hope you all enjoy this great gift. Lin Yi moved like a wisp of smoke blending into the shadows, pressing close to the cold rock wall as he began to move. Each step was as light as a cat, his mental energy highly concentrated, like invisible tentacles, sensing ahead for any possible rubble, slime traps, and blind spots in the lizard's line of sight. He made full use of the natural cover at the cave's edge, the toppled remains of giant mine carts, broken stone column bases, and even the mounds of lizard droppings. The fishy smell and humid air became his best disguise. His goal was clear, to approach several key supporting points while ensuring a clear retreat route, and most importantly, not to alert the Lizard King. His mental energy, like threads, precisely wound around the selected stalactites at the cave's ceiling. He touched the texture of the rock, feeling the almost imperceptible cracks at the roots, searching for the weakest stress points. The third crack on the left side, deep and with the loosest structure, had a small groove eroded by water at its base. Lin Yi silently marked it in his mind, like an experienced bomb disposal expert analyzing the fuse. Finally, his gaze locked onto that supporting column. His mental energy penetrated along the jagged cracks, as if he could hear the faint groans from within the rock. The largest crack was located slightly above the middle of the column, and the internal structure had long since become crumbly due to the passage of time and the humid environment, barely held together by a relatively hard outer layer that maintained the last semblance of balance. This is it. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he selected the final blast point. He silently moved beneath a massive stalactite, far enough from the lizard group, with plenty of stalagmites for cover. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers slightly spread, as ice blue magic gathered, compressed, and spun in his palm. There was no earth-shattering momentum, only a sound so subtle it was almost imperceptible. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 tiny, finger-thick, high-speed rotating miniature ice spikes shot from Lin Yi's fingertips like the most precise sniper bullets. They traced almost invisible light blue trajectories, targeting the most vulnerable stress points at the roots of the 3 key stalactites. The ice spike struck. There was no explosion, only an extremely faint, almost masked by the eternal echo of the cave, cracking sound. The penetrating force generated by the high-speed rotation of the ice spikes instantly tore through the already fragile rock connection, and the subsequent extreme cold magic quickly permeated, freezing the minute pores and moisture within the rock. Tiny ice crystals spread and expanded within the cracks. To the naked eye, a thin layer of white frost covered the roots of the 3 massive stalactites. They trembled slightly, and an extremely subtle misalignment appeared at the connection with the rock ceiling, as if they could break free and fall at any moment. 3 shots fired, precision perfect, magic consumption controlled well. Lin Yi felt a sense of calm in his heart, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. This ultra-long distance, ultra-micro precision control consumed far more mental energy than a large-scale bombardment. Next came the main act, the precarious supporting column. Lin Yi took a deep breath, his gaze becoming incredibly focused. He raised both hands simultaneously, and the ice blue magic gathered in his palms, forming a spiral ice spike several times larger than before, spinning much faster. The temperature of the surrounding air plummeted, and even the water droplets on the rock walls instantly froze into ice particles. He infused nearly half of his mental energy into it, and the ice spike emitted a deep hum, its tip shining dazzlingly. The target, the deepest part of the largest crack in the middle section of the supporting column. Get in there, Lin Yi silently commanded, pushing both hands forward with force. Buzz. That solidified and substantial spiral ice spike, carrying a bone-chilling cold and terrifying penetrating power, tore through the air and accurately shot into the deepest part of the crack in the supporting column. Thud! The ice spike burrowed deep into the rock, and the high-speed rotating ice particles raged like a miniature storm within the crack. Immediately, Lin Yi unhesitatingly activated his pre-prepared backup plan. Frost Vortex! Lin Yi shouted, no longer concealing his intentions, as he thrust his hands toward the supporting column. A chilling ice storm, far more violent than the usual pest control or preservation, erupted instantly around the ice spike that had penetrated the crack. The dense, white mist-like cold surged toward the middle section of the supporting column like a raging dragon. Crackle! Crackle! The terrifying sound of freezing erupted, like thousands of pieces of glass shattering simultaneously, as the surface of the supporting column was covered with a thick layer of ice. Inches thick, at a visible speed. This ice layer was not just a covering. The extreme cold surged into the rock through the cracks, instantly freezing and expanding all the moisture within the rock's pores. The moans from within the rock turned into painful wails, as the enormous stress from the expanding ice crystals struck the already fragile rock structure like countless invisible giant hammers. The supporting column trembled violently, the surface ice layer cracking under the internal expansion force, producing a nerve-wracking crunching sound. The entire column visibly twisted and deformed, bulging outward. The deadly crack, filled and expanded by the ice crystals, opened wider and deeper like a gaping maw. Roar! The crystal-backed Lizard King finally sensed impending doom. Its massive body leaping up from the rock platform, its murky giant eyes filled with rage and a hint of fear. It locked onto the source of the ice magic explosion, the human hiding behind the stalagmite. A menacing roar echoed through the cave, and its sturdy limbs propelled it forward like an out-of-control rocky war chariot, hurtling towards Lin Yi with a foul wind. The ordinary lizards around also seemed to awaken from a dream, shrieking and swarming forward. Lin Yi's heart raced, almost leaping out of his throat, as the force of the Lizard King's charge made his scalp tingle. But he could not retreat. Although the inside of the supporting column was on the verge of collapse due to the ice power, it still needed that final straw to break the camel's back. Besides, he needed to secure a perfect angle. Go for it. A glint of madness flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he charged forward instead of retreating. He rolled to the side just in time, narrowly avoiding a foul, sticky liquid sprayed by the Lizard King, which sizzled and corroded the stalagmite upon contact. In the instant he rolled up, his body was nearly parallel to the ground, and he once again gathered all his remaining mental and magical energy. Target: the middle section of the supporting column, where the ice layer was thickest, the distortion and expansion most severe, and the crack was at its widest preset collapse point. Demolition team, time to wrap it up. Lin Yi poured all his strength into launching this larger, more solid spiral ice spike, condensed from all his remaining power. The ice spike streaked through the air, leaving a brilliant blue trail, like the Grim Reaper's invitation. Hit. Boom. This time, it was a world-shattering explosion. As the ultimate ice spike struck precisely at the collapse point of the supporting column, the terrifying rotational penetrating power contained within it erupted instantly, and the rock structure at the impact point, already devastated by the expansion of the ice crystals, could no longer withstand this final blow. Chain collapse. The supporting column, which had held up the cave's ceiling for countless years, suddenly broke in half. The upper section, weighed down by the heavy ice layer and shattered rock, fell down with a desperate howl like a severed giant tree. Losing this crucial pillar, the entire cave's ceiling emitted a deafening sound. Like the terrifying groan of an ancient beast on the brink of death. The three massive stalactites, which Lin Yi had previously loosened the foundations of with ice spikes, were the first to bear the brunt, as the frozen rock at their roots completely shattered under the immense pulling force. Boom, boom, boom. 3 stalactites, thick as beams, broke free from their restraints first, crashing down with immense force like giant spears thrown by deities, mercilessly smashing into the panicked lizard swarm below. In an instant, several unfortunate lizards were turned into actual meat paste. But this was just the beginning. The chain reaction triggered by the broken support pillars was like a domino effect. More stalactites, unable to withstand the sudden violent vibrations and stress changes, began to shatter. Massive stones poured down from the 100-meter-high cave ceiling like a torrential rain. Boom. The large rock slabs at the cave's top lost their support and, with a deafening roar, collapsed as if the sky was falling. Smoke, debris, and ice mixed with an indescribable, terrifying force instantly engulfed the Lizard King along with its more than 20 loyal guards and their throne platform. The entire throne hall shook violently, as if it had experienced a massive earthquake. At the moment Lin Yi fired the last ice spike, he turned around without hesitation and sprinted desperately back toward the entrance passage, with a tide of debris and the thunderous sound of collapse surging behind him. A stone the size of a millstone grazed his back as it fell, causing sharp pain from the splintered rocks. He dove forward, tumbling awkwardly into the relatively sturdy entrance of the main pit. Boom. The deafening sound of the collapse continued for over 10 seconds before gradually calming down. The entrance passage was blocked halfway by fallen debris, with smoke filling the air, rendering visibility to zero. Only Lin Yi's rapid heartbeat and heavy breathing echoed in the darkness. Cough, 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 cough. Lin Yi was choked by the dense dust and coughed repeatedly, his body covered in dirt and debris, his face streaked with black and white, looking as if he had just crawled out of a mining disaster. Struggling to get up, he leaned against the cold rock wall, feeling as if his body had been hollowed out, his head buzzing as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, his temples throbbing, a typical symptom of mental exhaustion. He had barely survived. Gasping for breath, he looked back at the entrance, which was mostly blocked by rubble. Inside, it was still shrouded in dust, silent as death, with only faint sounds of rocks sliding. The earlier scene of destruction was still vivid in his mind. After catching his breath, Lin Yi's eyes immediately brightened. All fatigue vanished in an instant. My calming stone. He didn't take the time to rest, sensing with his mental energy. He found no large-scale signs of life in the collapsed area, and he began to crawl back through the gaps in the rubble. The collapse site was in utter disarray, with massive stones piled like mountains, completely burying the center area of the former throne hall. The pungent smell of dust mixed with a strong metallic scent of blood and an indescribable meaty aroma permeated the air. Lin Yi held back his discomfort and, guided by memory and faint mental energy, cautiously made his way toward that corner. Fortunately, the collapse was mainly concentrated in the center. Although the corner where the calming stones grew also had some debris, the main rock wall was still relatively intact. He carefully cleared away the covering rubble and dust, revealing several stones emitting a soft, blue-white halo. They were intact. Lin Yi was overjoyed, taking out a small medicinal hoe and collection bag, treating these precious stones as if they were rare treasures, carefully excavating them along with a small piece of moist soil from the roots, and quickly placing them into a specially made sealed box lined with soft fabric, tucking it close to his body. I'm going to get rich. The heavy box against his chest made Lin Yi feel as if his exhausted mental energy had eased a bit. Next, his gaze shifted to the highest point of the collapsed ruins, where something reflecting murky light caught his eye. It was the largest crystal from the Lizard King's back, buried shallowly with part of it exposed. Lin Yi climbed up, using his short knife as a lever, and with great effort, managed to pry the blood-stained and dusty, basin-sized murky crystal from beneath a massive stone that was pressing on it. It felt heavy and cold in his hand, much larger than a regular lizard's crystal. Upon careful sensing, he found a faint energy fluctuation inside that was clearer and more active than that of ordinary crystals, though still chaotic and murky. A mosquito's leg is still meat. After all, it's a core material of a bronze-level magical beast. It's enough to serve as a token. Lin Yi weighed it in his hand, tore off a thick oilcloth from the outer layer of his backpack, wrapped it securely, and stuffed it into his pack. As for the bodies and materials of the other lizards, they were all buried thoroughly. Digging them out would be too laborious, and their value was low. So Lin Yi decisively gave up. He didn't want to trigger a secondary collapse. Standing at the edge of the ruins, he looked at the massive graveyard he had created, which buried a small magical beast group, patted his bulging backpack, and weighed the heavy Lizard King crystal in his hand, wearing a mixed smile of exhaustion, lingering fear, and immense satisfaction. Satisfied, he nodded at the ruins, turned, and stepped back on his return journey, leaving behind a silent scene of lizard paste. Chapter 17. Soul Map. The deafening sound of the collapse seemed to still echo in his ears as Lin Yi leaned back in a relatively safe corner of the main pit passage. Gasping heavily, the air was thick with dust that felt unbreakable, and each breath carried a gritty sensation. His head felt as if it were filled with lead, heavy and painful, with his temples throbbing. This was the price of severe mental exhaustion. He fumbled to pull out his water pouch, took a few sips of cold water, and finally felt some relief from the burning in his throat. Almost choked himself in the process. Lin Yi glanced nervously at the throne hall entrance, which was mostly blocked by rubble. Dust had yet to settle, and it was silent inside, with only the occasional sound of small stones sliding, proving the lingering aftermath of the icy demolition. After resting for a moment and feeling a bit of strength return, Lin Yi stood up, dusted himself off. Looking as if he had just crawled out of a brick kiln, he cautiously approached the blocked entrance, extending his mental energy like a weary tentacle, struggling to penetrate the thick smoke and cracks in the rubble, carefully sensing the situation in the collapsed area. No large-scale signs of life. Good. The physical extermination is thorough. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. In the core area of the collapsed ruins, his mental energy feedback revealed a chaotic mix of residual energy and the strong scent of life material being crushed together. He had no doubt that the Lizard King and its group of subordinates had now intimately fused with the rocks, becoming lizard paste, indistinguishable from one another. His mental energy swept over the edges of the collapse and some corners that were not completely buried. A few lucky lizards that had evaded the disaster, perhaps patrolling the outer areas or scared out of their wits, were trembling in the shadows like startled birds. Their crystal backs had dimmed significantly, filled with fear. Tough luck for you, caught in the big cleanup. Lin Yi smirked, feeling no pity. The assessment task was to clear out. These frightened lizards posed no threat, but leaving them would be a stain on the task. He drew his short knife, his movements not elegant, but rather crude, like cleaning up, swiftly and cleanly dealing with these unfortunate creatures. He pried off a few relatively intact shell fragments, collected some residual mucus glands, and stuffed them into the outer layer of his backpack. After dealing with these remnants, his gaze turned once more to the massive ruins, his mental energy sweeping through the depths with a hint of regret. It's a pity such a large cave is here. There might be other treasures buried in the dwarf ruins. He smacked his lips, but reason told him that with his current condition, trying to dig through this collapse was simply wishful thinking. Never mind, with the Tranquility Stone, Firefly ore, and that big crystal, this trip was still a great success. After confirming that the core threat in the mine had been eliminated, Lin Yi finally remembered the main task of this trip, to draw a map of the mine structure. He rummaged through his backpack for the thick, durable parchment provided by the guild and a drawing charcoal pencil, as well as his makeshift markings made along the way, some hasty lines and symbols to record the general direction and key points. Looking at the mess before him, with some areas completely changed or even disappeared, Lin Yi fell into deep thought. A sly smile crept onto his lips. Accuracy? Scale? Details? What are those? Can they be eaten? Lin Yi shook his slightly dizzy head and decided to follow his inner guidance with an abstract and expressive style. Information condensation. He sat cross-legged on the ground, spread the parchment on his lap, picked up the charcoal pencil, and, like a flamboyant artist about to create a groundbreaking masterpiece, took a deep breath and began to draw. Entrance, starting point a hasty, crooked oval shape, with a note beside it. Doorway, windy, has a strange smell. Main tunnel, a line that shakes like a wave drawn by a Parkinson's patient, running through the middle of the paper. Next to the line, he drew several twisted little lizard symbols, labeled, many slime monsters. Beware of slipping. Slipping symbol, a stick figure falling. Fork, at a certain point on the wavy line, probably corresponding to the actual location. Two thinner, shakier lines split off. Left fork, at the end of the line. He drew a big cross, X, labeled, dead end. Has bright stones, good stuff. Next to it, he sketched a hasty but recognizable flame-shaped stone. Right fork, the line winds downward, with a note beside it. Leads to a big water hole, falling warning. And the big lizard's lair, cave in. Do not disturb. At the lair location, he vigorously shaded a large area black with the charcoal pencil, pressing hard enough to penetrate the paper, and on top of it, he drew an extremely abstract, flattened Lizard King stick figure, labeled with a powerful flair, Lizard King sauce. Cleanup complete. Dark river, near the big water hole. He drew several shaking wavy lines, labeled, water cold. Urgent. Are there fish? Drew a question mark fish. Falling in will cause a cold. Sneezing stick figure. Gas area. In an area not far from the entrance, he drew a bottle symbol spewing black smoke, with a label, smells like rotten eggs. Will explode. Don't get close. Run. Stick figure running symbol. Tranquility stone point. Corner of the throne hall at the edge of the collapse area, represented by a black block. He drew an inconspicuous little star, labeled, may have good stones. Others, based on feeling, he drew several meaningless little dots along the tunnel, labeled, many mosquitoes, echo noisy. Ground a bit wet. Putting down the charcoal pencil, Lin Yi picked up this map, filled with postmodern deconstructionism and wild warning style, looking at it from left to right. Growing more and more satisfied. Perfect. He nodded in self-indulgence. All key information intact, dangerous areas highlighted, and the results of the collapse clear. Plus, it came with environmental tips. The amount of information, the warning effect, was simply explosive. It was filled with the beauty of pragmatism. He carefully blew off the charcoal dust, rolled up this masterpiece, and stuffed it into a waterproof tube. Those old scholars in the guild, what do they know about art? On the way back, his mood was completely different. The heavy Lizard King crystal pressed against his back in his backpack. The Tranquility stone box and Firefly radiated a secret warmth. All of which made Lin Yi's steps much lighter. Although his mental strength was still exhausted, his radar for sensing valuable little things around him was rebooting at full power. Tranquility flowers. Good quality. In a sunny rock crevice, he found 3 plump Tranquility flowers and carefully picked them. Hemostatic grass? Also collected. Passing by a moist depression, he didn't miss the mature hemostatic grass clusters. This moss, in a dark, damp area, emitted a faint paralyzing aura from a stone wall. He discovered a patch of deep purple moss with a slippery texture. Paralyzing moss? Good stuff. The raw material for crystal-backed lizard slime? Selling it to the apothecary might make him a small profit. He took out a small shovel and a sealing jar, carefully scraping off a layer. Night glow mushrooms. Forget it, the backpack is almost full. Just pick a few of the biggest and brightest. Passing by the previously marked night glow mushroom growth point, he added a bit more stock. The backpack visibly bulged, the fresh scents of various plants, the earthy smell of ore, and the faint odor of slime mixed together, forming a peculiar harvest aroma. He even luxuriously took out the frost vortex, carefully covering the roots of several delicate tranquility flowers and hemostatic grasses with a thin layer of frost to preserve them. This is money. It can't wilt. Chapter 18. Bronze. When the familiar air of gray limestone city, filled with the smell of smoke and livestock manure, rushed into Lin Yi's nostrils, he felt a hint of warmth. He looked travel-worn, with traces of battle and dust on his face, his backpack bulging, several sealing jars hanging at his waist, and one hand carrying the tightly wrapped Lizard King crystal in thick oilcloth, striding confidently toward the Adventurer's Guild. Behind a counter, Uncle Tom was lazily flipping through an account book while holding a pipe. When he saw Lin Yi's fully loaded appearance, he raised an eyebrow, a hint of barely perceptible surprise flashing in his eyes. So soon? Oh, our little rookie, Lin Yi is back? That cursed place in Echo Valley didn't get eaten by lizards, did he? Uncle Tom habitually wanted to tease, but seeing Lin Yi, though disheveled, with bright eyes, he swallowed the rookie comment back. Lin Yi didn't waste words. He walked to the counter, placed the heavy oilcloth bundle and crystal down with a thud. Then, he set down several jars containing slime glands, one of which seemed to have its lid not tightly screwed on, faintly emanating an indescribable foul odor, along with a cloth bag stuffed with shell fragments. Finally, he carefully pulled out the waterproof tube from his chest, drew out the rolled-up, thick parchment map, and with a snap, unfolded it in front of Uncle Tom. Uncle Tom, I have fulfilled my promise. The mine has been cleared. The Lizard King and his minions confirmed eliminated. The map has also been drawn. Uncle Tom's gaze was first drawn to the oilcloth bundle. He untied the rope, revealing a Lizard King crystal the size of a basin, murky but emitting a faint bronze fluctuation. He picked up a magnifying glass to closely examine the crystal's texture and size, weighed it in his hand, and a genuine smile of satisfaction spread across his face. Not bad. This is indeed the core crystal of the crystal-backed Lizard King. You kid, you really did it. Looks like you weren't bragging. His gaze then fell on the jars and cloth bag. Out of professional habit, he picked up one of the slime gland jars, intending to open it to check the quality. Just as he twisted the lid open a crack. Ugh. A wave of horror stench mixed with decaying, fishy smells. Irritating, paralyzing gas, and some indescribably fermented substance hit Uncle Tom's face like an invisible heavy punch. Caught off guard, his face instantly turned from red to green, then from green to white, his eyes bulging, throat emitting a choking sound, as if he were about to pass out at any moment. He slammed the lid shut, staggered back 2 steps, and leaned against the counter, violently coughing and gagging, tears and snot streaming out. Lin Yi, what kind of biochemical weapon did you bring? Uncle Tom pointed at the jar, his finger trembling, his voice hoarse. Lin Yi looked innocent. It's the mission target. The mucus glands of the crystal-backed lizard have medicinal value. I worked hard to collect them. They are sealed. Who knew you would be so quick? Uncle Tom finally caught his breath, nervously distancing himself from the jars, and his gaze finally landed on the open map. Then time seemed to freeze. The expression on Uncle Tom's face changed from shock to confusion, then to astonishment, ultimately settling into a sense of suffocating disbelief, absurdity, and deep despair. He opened his mouth, and his pipe fell from his lips, landing with a thud on the counter. Completely unnoticed, his eyes were fixed on the bizarre map, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Lin Yi, Uncle Tom's voice changed pitch, trembling on the brink of collapse. This map has been in the guild's archives for over 100 years. Every cartographer has poured their heart and soul into it. The worst ones are still neat and clear. This map, He struggled for a long time before squeezing out a few words between his teeth. It's going to drag the artistic standards of the guild's archives down to the center of the earth. The commotion had already attracted the attention of others in the guild. A few adventurers curiously gathered around, and upon seeing the items on the counter and the map, they also displayed shocked expressions, whispering, pointing, and stifling laughter. Soon, a more formally dressed, gray-haired, serious-looking supervisor, everyone called him Old John, was alerted. He furrowed his brow as he approached. What is going on? What's all this noise? Old John's authoritative gaze swept over the scene. When it landed on the Lizard King's crystal, he nodded. Upon seeing the jars, he frowned, and finally, his gaze fixed on the map. Old John, this well-informed guild supervisor, felt his hand tremble slightly as he held the map. He looked at the map, then at Lin Yi, who was seriously completing his task, and then at Uncle Tom, who seemed to have lost his soul as he stared at the map. Lin Yi, the apprentice? Old John's voice struggled to maintain calm. Can you explain this? Illustration? Lin Yi immediately straightened his back, pointed at the map, and spoke rapidly and passionately. Sir, please look. This is the entrance, pointing at a rough oval. Inside is the main tunnel, wavy line, full of lizards and mucus. Here, left turn is a dead end, but I discovered ore with fire element fluctuations, marked with bright stones. Right turn leads to a water source and the lizard's lair, pointing to the blacked out area. I created a collapse using the cave structure, burying the Lizard King and all its minions, cleaning it up completely. Specially marked Lizard King sauce, do not disturb. And here, pointing to the gas area. It smells like rotten eggs and will explode, absolutely do not go. Also here, pointing to the dark river. The water is cold and fast. I fell in once. And here, pointing to the little stars. There might be good stones for stabilizing the mind. All the information is inside. The positions are absolutely accurate. And no danger points are missed. The collapse result is clear. This map is concise, efficient, full of warnings. Perfectly meets the task requirements for clearing and mapping the internal structure. Lin Yi spoke passionately, his eyes sincere as if showcasing a rare treasure. Old John, Uncle Tom covered his face. Among the onlookers, someone couldn't help but chuckle, which quickly led to a suppressed burst of laughter. Old John took a deep breath, as if using up all his composure. He put down the map and carefully examined the Lizard King's crystal. Then listened to Lin Yi's recounting of the battle process, emphasizing terrain utilization, the thrilling collapse, and his own courage, while glossing over the magical details. His strength was indeed beyond doubt. Old John finally spoke with difficulty, acknowledging Lin Yi's ability to handle the lizard swarm and the Lizard King alone, utilizing the environment to complete an impossible task. This bravery and quick wit deserved the bronze rank. He then shifted his tone, picking up the map, his facial muscles twitching. However, this map, it does not meet the guild's archiving standards at all. The proportions are distorted, the lines are chaotic, and it lacks any detail. It's simply a doodle. It cannot provide any effective guidance for possible future explorations. He pointed to the large blacked-out area. Moreover, you have completely destroyed the core area of the mine, which could contain dwarven relics, equivalent to permanently damaging the future development potential of this mine. This is a huge loss for the guild. Old John's stingy spirit was burning fiercely. He tapped his fingers on the counter, his gaze sharp as an eagle, beginning to balance the value. Overall assessment, bronze badge, awarded. Strength meets the standard, and the core task, clearing, has been exceeded. Task reward, 15 silver moons. Deduction items, severe map drawing non-compliance fee, 3 silver moons. Reason, serious violation of guild drawing standards. Cannot be archived. Irreversible environmental damage, mine core area collapse. Compensation fee, 2 silver moons. Reason, severely damages the guild's potential interests. Final payment, 15 to 3, 210 silver moons. Loot handling, lizard mucus glands, shell fragments, and other materials. The guild will not purchase, poor condition, handling costs too high, to be handled by Lin Yi himself. Old John pushed a heavy bronze badge, engraved with a pattern of 2 crossed swords, and a small bag of jingling 10 silver moons in front of Lin Yi. His expression mixed serious business with a hint of barely noticeable pain. Deducting money is always unpleasant. Lin Yi looked at the bronze badge and the noticeably diminished bag of silver moons on the counter. Joy bronze. Finally no longer a novice apprentice. This badge is a symbol of strength and status. It's heavy, feels great. Greystone City, I'm standing tall. Sadness. On the surface, a surge of immense grief and anger instantly welled up. After risking life and death, being both wise and brave, clearing such a dangerous mine, the reward was still deducted by a third. Black shop. Robbers. The guild is a scam. Lin Yi grabbed the badge and money bag, his face a mixture of anger and disbelief, perfectly portraying an exploited low-level adventurer. 15 silver moons for risking my life. You deducted 5 silver moons. What's wrong with the map? What's wrong with the collapse? I cleaned the lizards. Isn't that enough? You are exploiting me. I want to complain. His voice was loud, trying to resonate with the other adventurers. Ecstasy, internally, just as he lamented in anger. His fingers subconsciously brushed against the tranquil stone box hidden close and the firefly or wrapped in a thick cloth deep in his backpack. The sensation from his fingertips and the estimated value in his mind, the tranquil stone worth dozens of silver moons, and the firefly, or is an unknown value, was like the sweetest spring water, instantly extinguishing all his anger, leaving only an almost uncontrollable laugh. Go ahead and deduct. A random stone in my bag is worth more than your pathetic task. A bunch of ignorant bumpkins. Ha! Making silent profits is the way to go. Lin Yi, in grief and anger, pinned the badge prominently on his chest, tucked the 10 silver moons into his inner pocket, and then grabbed the few stinky jars and shell fragments from the counter as if they were his last shred of dignity. Humph. He snorted heavily at Uncle Tom and Old John, standing tall, internally feeling ecstatic, and, under the complex gazes of everyone, strode out of the guild door. He didn't go straight back to his dorm, but instead turned into the commercial area of Greystone City. Potion shop. Boss, do you buy tranquil flowers? Just picked. In top condition. Also, bleeding herbs, paralysis moss, and glow mushrooms. The pharmacy owner was knowledgeable, and his eyes lit up when he saw Lin Yi take out the fresh Ning-Shen flower preserved in the frost spiral. After some haggling, they finally struck a good deal, making a small profit. Lin Yi pinched his nose and handed a sealed jar containing the mucus gland and a bag of shell fragments to a scruffy, shrewd-looking materials dealer. The mucus gland from the crystal-backed lizard was processed, and the shell fragments were hard enough to be used for low-level armor materials. The materials dealer opened the jar with disdain, sniffed through the cloth, and weighed the shell fragments, curling his lips. The smell was strong, and the quality was average. The shell fragments were too small and uneven on the edges, but seeing that Lin Yi was a newcomer, he gave him a bit of pocket money. They ultimately settled on a very low price. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. After dealing with all the public and collected scraps, Lin Yi weighed the few newly acquired silver coins and coppers in his hand, touched the heavy hard currency in his pocket, and felt the bronze badge on his chest. Feeling more fulfilled than ever, the sunset glow spilled over the mottled city walls of Greystone City, and Lin Yi, with a clear goal in mind, walked straight towards the place that wafted a rich meaty aroma, the Broken Axe Tavern. Pushing open the door, the familiar noise and the smell of beer rushed at him. He walked up to the bar, slapped a shiny silver moon coin on the greasy wooden counter, the sound loud and full of bravado. As if to say he had money now, even if it was only 10 silver moons. He couldn't lose his momentum boss. The usual, triple portion of the stewed meat set. He paused, and in the boss's surprised gaze, added firmly, still, no beer. He found a corner seat, sat up straight, allowing the bronze badge on his chest to shine under the tavern's dim light. Soon, a large basin of steaming hot stewed meat, piled like a small mountain, was brought over. The rich meaty aroma made his fingers itch. Lin Yi picked up a spoon and took a big scoop, shoving it into his mouth and savoring the satisfying burst of meat juice. He devoured it ravenously, while feeling the envious and awed gazes of some newly minted adventurers around him. The life of a bronze-level adventurer was truly delightful. He mumbled indistinctly, his mouth glistening with grease. His stomach was filled with cheap, yet filling stewed meat. His arms held valuable magical ores, and the badge on his chest was a stepping stone to a broader world. He looked out at the gray sky outside the tavern window, a surge of ambition filling his heart. Greystone City was too small. It was time to go to a bigger place and sell these local specialties for a good price. Chapter 19. The awakening of dual cultivation in magic and martial arts, the sense of fullness from the triple stewed meat at the Broken Axe Tavern, along with the fresh sense of recognition brought by the bronze badge, lasted only 2 days in the damp air of Greystone City. When Lin Yi sat alone in his shabby room, repeatedly dissecting every thrilling moment in the Greystone Mountain mine in his mind, a cold sense of clarity, like the morning dew in late autumn, suddenly soaked his heart, which had been warmed by a brief victory. He closed his eyes, and his mental power seemed to penetrate the barriers of time and space, wrapping him once again in the cold breath of the mine. Faced with the surging crowd of crystal-backed lizards, the power of the frost spiral that froze everything was indeed domineering, but the emptiness that surged forth like a dam bursting. Especially after the extreme freeze support column was nearly drained, the weakness of struggling to save himself after falling into the water was deeply etched in his memory. The capacity for magical energy depended on the individual, but from Lin Yi's current feelings, both his mental and magical energy capacities were continuing to grow. The spiral ice cone was precise and deadly, killing single lizards like the cold finger of death, but in the narrow and cramped tunnels. Facing the enemies that surged like tides, the efficiency was frustratingly low. Magical energy flowed like a trickle, quietly consumed with each shot. And dealing with the tough-skinned Lizard King was futile unless he hit the eye socket or throat. Otherwise, it was just a pointless scraping. The steel knife at his waist had saved him more than once in life-and-death close combat. It pried shells, mined ores, and delivered finishing blows to weakened foes. It was the most reliable partner. However, when the blade struck the Lizard King's thick back armor covered in murky crystals, leaving only a few shallow scratches and numbing his palm, Lin Yi felt a deep sense of powerlessness. In close combat, every breath came with the risk of being sprayed by paralyzing mucus or torn by sharp claws. The final victory was a stroke of luck that combined wisdom with the environment. That fragile structure was the only leverage. But what if the mine were as solid as a fortress? What if there were no rickety support columns? The outcome awaiting him was likely to be drained to death by the lizard horde, becoming another unknown skeleton deep within the mine. He was too reliant. Lin Yi opened his eyes, his knuckles unconsciously tapping on the rough tabletop, producing a light sound. Ice magic was a spear, sharp but heavy. The short knife was a shield, agile but fragile. When faced with a real hard battle, one had to either bet all their magical energy on a life-or-death strike or pray for the mercy of the environment. This was by no means the way of the strong. The mine in the Greystone Mountains was a watershed moment in his adventuring career. It couldn't go on like this. Lin Yi clenched his fists, his eyes shining with sharp light like the blade of a sword. A bigger world? Stronger opponents? Relying solely on this frost magic and a small knife? Far from enough. The next day, Uncle Tom, have there been any, errands to run, delivering messages, something easy? With decent pay lately? Lin Yi stood in front of the guild counter, wearing just the right amount of fatigue on his face, even deliberately clearing his throat. His voice slightly hoarse. Uncle Tom looked at him suspiciously, sizing up the brand new bronze badge on his chest, then glanced at the faint shadow under his eyes. Evidence of late-night research on elemental perception. Just becoming bronze, and already wanting to take it easy? Kid, bronze is just crossing the threshold. That said, he still flipped through the taskboard. Old John S. Orchard in the east of the city had a bunch of wind rabbits making a fuss. The reward was 5 silver moons. Not much danger, just needed to be quick on your feet. Do you want it? Sure. Thanks, uncle. Lin Yi immediately put on a grateful smile and quickly took the taskboard. This was exactly the low-key cover he needed. In the following days, Lin Yi seemed to really fall into a rhythm of rest and recovery. He completed those simple errands, patrolled, and gathered low-level herbs, earning a meager amount of silver coins to make ends meet. All the remaining time, along with his boiling ambition, was devoted to secret training outside the city. His goal was clear and firm: to break free from the single shackles of being proficient only in ice magic and embrace new elemental powers. At the same time, he would refine the short knife at his waist into a true fang capable of tearing apart strong enemies. Outside the city, the quarry was filled with jagged rocks, and the wind howled and swirled through the crevices. Lin Yi sat cross-legged on a relatively flat piece of blue stone, casting aside distractions. His mental power no longer merely chased after the chill of ice elements, but spread out like a spider web, striving to capture the invisible and intangible, elusive elemental winds in the air. Previously, he had used mental power to roughly control the wind element, like fanning the wind, compressing and violently pushing the wind elements within a certain range, simple and practical. At first, there was only a void silence, and he remembered the wonderful feeling of lightness when climbing the cliff to gather light feather moss. Using this as an anchor, after days of meditative sitting, a cool and lively airflow was finally touched by his keen mental power. He extended his index finger, cautiously attempting to guide that wisp of wind. As soon as he moved his thought, the airflow scattered like startled fish, or collided chaotically, kicking up dust that hit his face. After failing dozens of times, his fingertip finally had a weak yet stable airflow, like a tamed little snake, obediently coiling around. It couldn't even stir a single dry leaf. Yet it made Lin Yi's heart race. This was a breakthrough from nothing to something. The target shifted to offense, his mental power highly concentrated. compressing the sensed wind elements in the palm of his hand, accelerating and instilling the intent of high-speed rotation. Whoosh! A pale blue, less than half a foot long, blurry crescent-shaped air blade shot out, leaving a shallow cut on a soft sandstone 3 meters away. Its penetrating power was far inferior to that of the spiral ice cone. But it was faster, its trajectory more erratic, and it consumed only 1/3 of the magical power of the ice cone. What's more, it was silent. A gleam of light burst in Lin Yi's eyes, stealthy assassination, quickly clearing minions, cutting through restraints. Countless practical scenarios flooded into his mind. He tried to attach the wind elements to his feet, seeking a momentary explosive acceleration. The result was often a comical slip and fall on his back, or losing control and crashing into jagged rocks. With bruises and swollen features becoming the norm, those few successful moments of swift movement brought him both pain and joy, further solidifying his direction. Unlike the agility of the wind, the fire elements felt scorching, violent, and filled with a desire for destruction. When he delved into them mentally, it felt like probing into a boiling furnace, bringing waves of sharp, burning pain, making him extra cautious and not daring to let his guard down. He attempted to compress more violent fire elements into a small flame rising from his fingertips. On his first try, the flame exploded with a pop, a heat wave hitting his face, curling the hair on his forehead. With careful control, he tried again. This time, the flame swelled to the size of a fist, but flickered unpredictably, the violent energy surging within it, scaring him into dispersing it quickly. Repeatedly exploring the reins of controlling this violent energy, he finally managed to suspend a fireball the size of an egg, deep red in color, with energy subtly flowing within, in the palm of his hand. He threw it towards a stubborn rock. Boom! With a muffled sound, a corner of the stone shattered, its surface charred and cracked. The power was close to that of a small spiral ice cone, with a slightly wider explosion range and about half the magical power consumption of an ice cone of the same power. The drawback was the obvious casting delay, slow speed, and significant noise. Well, it was quite suitable for area attacks. Watching the flickering flame at his fingertips and the swirling wind blade in his palm, a crazy thought flashed through his mind like a spark. He tried to carefully feed a stream of compressed airflow, finally restrained by his mental power, into the just-formed core of the compressed fireball. Boom! The fireball instantly expanded, radiating blinding brightness, then uncontrollably exploded in his palm. His palm was charred black, bringing Lin Yi the pain of burns. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick, and he instantly covered himself with a thin layer of ice armor. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Although he was in a sorry state, the terrifying energy wave that erupted in that instant left Lin Yi both fearful and exhilarated. There's hope. Definitely hope. Wind and fire colliding, power doubling. But this control was like dancing on the edge of a knife. Wait, this seemed like elemental diffusion. Huh? He gritted his teeth and used ice magic to cool down his charred palm, rapidly calculating the ratio and timing for the fusion of the two violent elements in his mind. During the intervals of his magical training, the waist knife that had accompanied him for a long time was solemnly elevated from a handy tool to the status of a life-and-death partner. He was no longer satisfied with instinctual slashing. Every day, he diligently repeated the monotonous yet crucial basics without fail. A straight stab was like a venomous snake flicking its tongue, an upward slash like a crescent moon piercing the sky, a downward chop like a mountain collapsing, a diagonal cut accompanied by the sound of tearing cloth, a block steady as a rock, and a force release as fluid as water. The hard rocks of the quarry, the hanging tough old vines, and even the splashing cold waterfalls all became his sparring partners. His arms often ached to the point where he could barely lift them. The web of his hands repeatedly cracked and scabbed, and his sweat soaked through his clothes. Next, he attempted to attach ice magic to the blade. At first, either the blade was covered in thick ice, becoming unbearably heavy, or the thin frost instantly shattered and was useless. He needed to find that delicate balance point, granting the blade a bone-chilling coldness and extra sharpness without disrupting the weight balance and feel of the swing. Days later, when he swung the knife with all his might towards a piece of bluestone, the blade passed through, leaving a deep mark in plain sight. The edges covered with spiderweb-like frost cracks, and the power significantly enhanced. Although maintaining this state was a tremendous test of mental control and hard to sustain. At a critical moment, this enchanted strike would be enough to become a deadly fong that could tear through defenses. Merging the still immature wind step with the most basic straight stab, the moment he pushed off the ground, the wind elements erupted beneath his feet, propelling his body like an arrow released from a bow. Speed surged. Whoosh! The short knife plunged deeply into the thick oak stump designated as a target. The powerful impact numbed his wrist, and his body slightly staggered due to the sudden acceleration, but this piercing beyond his limits, with its suddenness and destructive power, was incomparable to the past. He utilized the complex, scattered stones of the quarry, hiding his figure in the shadows of the giant rocks. Practicing surprise attacks under the swift wind acceleration, quick thrusts of icy blades, and rapid retreats after landing a hit. At the same time, he practiced casting low-power instant spells to disrupt enemies during high-speed movement, striving to connect magic and sword techniques seamlessly, elusive and surprising. attacking when least expected. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the quarry in a burning golden red. Lin Yi leaned on his short knife, his chest heaving violently, sweat sliding down his face, which was covered in dust, grass clippings, and singed marks. He glanced around this training ground that bore witness to his sweat and struggles. The sharp cutting marks crisscrossing the stone walls, the charred explosion pits on the ground, the remnants of stumps covered in frost and severed, and the countless footprints of varying depths recording his movements. Exhaustion surged like a tide, but his eyes shone bright like tempered stars. Ice remained my most familiar blade, the cornerstone of victory. Wind was the silent assassin, the sprite traversing the battlefield, taking lives with a soft whisper, efficient and effortless. Fire was the roaring berserker, the heavy hammer shattering barriers, incredibly powerful but requiring careful handling, especially that destructive dance of wind and fire. The knife was an extension of will, a vessel for magic. A wise choice to conserve every bit of magical power, a weapon for those cramped corners or moments when a thunderous strike was needed to end a battle. He slowly raised his hands, his thoughts shifting. At the fingertips of his left hand, a wisp of pale blue airflow lightly coiled and spiraled like a living thing. In the palm of his right hand, a deep red fireball, like blood, quietly floated, its internal energy flowing slowly, emitting a hot aura. At the same time, a layer of crystal clear, glacial ice silently spread and covered the blade of the steel short knife resting on the ground. The three distinct elemental powers harmoniously danced around him. Though still immature and clumsy, already outlining a prototype of infinite possibilities. Lin Yi, dual practicing magic and martial arts, murmured softly, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. A blend of confidence and ambition. Strength, efficiency, adaptability, survival. These were the indispensable cornerstones to reach greater heights. He shifted his thoughts, dispersing the airflow at his fingertips. The fireball in his palm vanished, and the frost on the blade receded, the short knife sheathed with a crisp sound, accurately returning to its scabbard. Chapter 20. Fireflies concealing the blade. The days in Greyrock City passed in seemingly calm training and errands. The novelty brought by the bronze badge had long faded, replaced by a deeper craving for power and a clearer plan for the future. The calming stone was kept close, its gentle warmth nourishing his mental power at all times. Deep in his backpack, several pieces of dark red firefly ore, wrapped in thick cloth, lay like a sleeping volcano, radiating a restrained yet undeniable heat and energy fluctuations. The market in Greystone City is bustling and commercial. Lin Yi once casually picked up the smallest piece of firefly ore and inquired with several knowledgeable material merchants and blacksmith masters. Oh, firefly ore? Rare. This stuff has pure fire elements. It's a good thing. An old blacksmith squinted, rubbing the fragment with his rough fingers, feeling the subtle heat. But there are also quite a few impurities. Refining it will be troublesome. If you sell it as, or, well, this piece is too small. At most worth 3 or 5 silver moons. Another material dealer was more direct. The quality is decent, but the quantity is too small. If you had a piece the size of a fist, I could offer a good price. This little scrap? Forget it. It's not worth the trouble. Lin Yi understood. There are knowledgeable people in Greystone City, but their vision and financial capacity are limited. The real buyers who understand the trade and can afford the price would never be holed up in such a remote town. More importantly, these merchants only see the material value of the ore itself, but no one can perceive the pure, active fire elemental source inside it, pulsating as if it has a life of its own. This is entirely different from the ordinary firefly or described in the herb compendium mineral section. His spiritual power could clearly touch that pure power, like a sealed core of lava. A fist-sized piece? I have one bigger than a fist, Lin Yi muttered to himself, touching the most core and energetically vibrant or deep in his backpack. Thinking of selling it to you would be throwing pearls before swine. Directly wearing it? No way. Not to mention that the burning sensation seeps through thick fabric, easily attracting attention. Just the rough, angular appearance of the ore contradicts the notion of being low-key. Processing it into something that can be carried discreetly, not attracting attention, while also utilizing its function, Lin Yi fell into deep thought. A necklace? A pendant? A ring? The core requirements are discreet, practical, able to maximize the guidance and utilization of the fire elemental power within the ore. He doesn't need flashy decorations. What he wants is a weapon that can save his life or defeat enemies at critical moments. Firefly ore contains pure fire elements, naturally countering cold. If its power could be guided to form a faint, continuous warmth field, it could not only resist extreme cold environments, but, more importantly, when facing ice mages or beasts. This warmth could greatly weaken the cold's erosion and freezing effects on his body, equivalent to an invisible ice-resistant armor. When he needs to cast fire magic, could this or serve as a resonator or amplifier? By guiding with spiritual power, could he draw the pure fire elemental source from the ore, reducing his own magical energy consumption, or allow fire magic to form faster and become more powerful, especially when casting compressed fireballs or the potentially successful wind-fire combination technique? This little assistance could be crucial. Pure elemental energy itself has a slight soothing and resonating effect on spiritual power, and wearing it long-term might subtly enhance his affinity for fire elements. A necklace pendant is the most suitable, Lin Yi decided. Worn close to the body, with strong concealment. Near the heart and source of magical energy, facilitating communication of spiritual power and energy guidance, and the necklace string can be hidden within the collar. Processing magical ore, especially one containing volatile fire elements like firefly ore, is no easy task. Lin Yi has no professional alchemical tools, nor a forging furnace. What he has are the basic mastery of wind, fire, and ice magic, along with confidence in his control over his own spiritual power. The location remains the abandoned quarry outside the city, chosen for its most concealed, wind-sheltered stone hollow. Lin Yi took a deep breath, focusing his spiritual power, and took out the pigeon egg-sized core, or the most pure in energy. The ore felt scalding in his hand, and beneath its dark red surface. It seemed like lava was flowing. With his right hand, he formed his fingers like a blade, compressing pale blue magical energy at his fingertips, rotating and condensing it into a wind blade that was more solid and sharper than during practice. Swish! The wind blade accurately sliced toward a relatively protruding edge of the ore. A harsh friction sound erupted, sparks flying. The wind blade violently collided with the hard ore, rapidly consuming energy. Lin Yi pressed his left hand down. Ice magic surged, and a thin, tough layer of ice armor instantly covered his right hand and wrist, isolating most of the intense heat waves. At the same time, he controlled the wind blade like the most precise engraving tool, gradually grinding away unnecessary edges and impurities. Sweat quickly soaked his temples, and his spiritual power rapidly diminished under the dual consumption of maintaining the ice armor and controlling the wind blade. This was an extremely demanding job that tested patience and fine control. After nearly an hour of arduous cutting, the ore was reshaped into a relatively rounded, thumb-sized oval core. The surface remained rough, but the edges were gone, and the shape was suitable for embedding. However, the fire elements inside seemed to become more active due to external stimulation, emitting astonishing heat, causing the surrounding air to subtly distort. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened, and he extended his left index finger. A cluster of deep red compressed flames leaping at his fingertip. He carefully brought the flame close to the surface of the ore, rather than melting it. He aimed to use his own fire magic's resonance to soothe and guide the ore's internal violent fire elements, encouraging them to settle more docilely within the core, reducing unnecessary energy leakage. This was akin to a gentle tempering and taming process. Lin Yi's spiritual power was like the finest thread, controlling the flame at his fingertip while delving into the ore's interior, attempting to establish a connection with that pure and volatile source. This was an extremely delicate process. A slight misstep could either cause his own flame to ignite the ore or burn his spiritual power. He concentrated fully, veins twitching at his temples, cautiously adjusting the flame's temperature and the reach of his spiritual power. When the ore's temperature sharply rose due to the activation of its fire elements, Lin Yi's right hand immediately gathered ice magic beneath the ore to form a small ice platform, wisps of cold air rising to assist in cooling, preventing the ore from overheating and experiencing structural collapse or uncontrolled energy dissipation. The powers of ice and fire, under his meticulous control, achieved a fragile balance and cooperation. After half a day's fire tempering and ice condensing, the oval firefly or core finally quieted down. Its dark red hue became more subdued and deep, the touch still warm but no longer scalding. The pure fire elemental fluctuations settled into a calm and stable state, like a sleeping volcano, just waiting to be awakened. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat and stone dust off his face. He took out a sturdy, dark brown beast skin cord that he had prepared earlier, along with the cheapest, unadorned bronze clasp he bought from the blacksmith shop in Greystone City. He carefully drilled 2 extremely fine holes at both ends of the ore using the wind blade, then threaded the cord through the holes and secured it with the bronze clasp, tying a tight knot. An extremely simple, even somewhat crude pendant was completed. The unremarkable dark red or the dark brown cord and the dull bronze clasp would garner little attention if thrown on the ground. Lin Yi picked up the pendant, infused with his efforts and magical energy. It felt smooth in his hand, no longer scorching, but a constant, comfortable warmth. As if he were holding a stone warmed by the sun, he extended his spiritual power into it. Buzz! A surge of pure, gentle yet powerful fire elemental source awakened under his spiritual power's touch, emitting a deep resonance. This power responded docilely to him, forming a wonderful connection with his own fire magic, as if it were an extension of his magical energy source. Lin Yi hung the leather cord around his neck and tucked the dark red oval pendant into his close-fitting clothes, pressing it tightly against his chest. Instantly, a constant and comfortable warmth began to emanate from the pendant, slowly spreading outwards and enveloping his limbs. When he tried to channel his fire magic, he clearly felt a faint boost coming from the pendant on his chest, as if the speed of condensing fireballs had increased slightly, and the magic consumption had imperceptibly decreased a little. Although the enhancement was extremely weak, this was just the initial state, not yet deeply refined. He looked down at the unremarkable bulge at his collar, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Beneath its rough exterior lay a pure source of fire that could make many mages envious. This was the highest realm of silently accumulating wealth. Warm sun, Lin Yi murmured softly, gently pressing the warm spot through his clothing. From now on, I'll call you that. Chapter 21. The eve of farewell time in Greystone City. Like lukewarm water, passed slowly for another 3 months. For Lin Yi, these 3 months were filled with sweat spilled among the chaotic stones of the quarry, the new winds and fires swirling within him, the increasingly sharp glint of the short knife at his waist, and the constant warmth radiating from the pendant named Warm Sun on his chest. His strength grew quietly like wild grass after a spring rain, incrementally. The silver coins earned from running errands, combined with the savings he had quietly accumulated, finally produced a reassuring sound in his once-empty coin pouch. However, Greystone City itself seemed forgotten by time. The sky remained a pale gray, washed out, and the breeze mixed with mineral dust still carried a gritty, earthy scent. The guards at the city gate were still lazily yawning, watching the comings and goings of the mostly pallid commoners and weary low-tier adventurers. This place bordered on the frontier, yet a majestic but barren gray limestone mountain range effectively kept the similarly impoverished desolation of neighboring countries at bay, without the bustling trade caravans or the smoke of conflict. Greystone City resembled a stone carelessly tossed into a corner, dust-covered and plain enough to squeeze out water, peaceful enough to make one drowsy. In Lin Yi's private remarks, he joked, "This place, even mountain bandits have to bring their own food and worry about getting lost." It was time. Lin Yi stood by the window of his humble room, which had no advantages other than a hard bed, a bit of dust, and occasionally letting in some wind. Gazing out at the unchanged gray street scene, feeling no attachment, only a sense of relief that he had finally saved enough for travel expenses to escape the novice village. Leaving had long been a set plan, but before he went, there was one thing he had to settle, a trip back to the relief center. Lin Yi woke up unusually early, purposefully heading towards the busiest market in Greystone City. Today, he was neither the struggling practitioner who contended with fire elementals in the quarry, nor the stingy adventurer who sparred wits with Uncle Tom at the guild counter, but a generous benefactor on a holy mission. "Boss, 5 bags of the best flour. Get the whitest you have. Coarse salt, give me a large jar. I need it for pickling vegetables and making soup. Dried cured meat. Cut me 2 strips with a good mix of fat and lean. Let us give the old ladies some extra nourishment. And, that kind of black bread that lasts and fills you up? Give me a basket of it." Watching the boss cheerfully load items onto the cart, Lin Yi felt his coin pouch silently lamenting. Lin Yi lingered in front of the weapon stall for a long time. Those long swords gleaming coldly and engraved with intricate patterns were too expensive, and Jack currently lacked the strength to wield them. Ultimately, his gaze landed on a plain-looking, yet razor-sharp, steel dagger. The handle was wrapped in non-slip leather cord. "Boss, is this sharp?" Lin Yi picked up the dagger and weighed it in his hand. It felt good. "Just as you say. Our wares come with a factory-sharpened service, guaranteed to cut hair or even a piece of grass rope." The boss patted his chest. Lin Yi imagined Jack would most likely brandish the dagger wildly in the air after receiving it, shouting for the glory of brother Lin Yi. "Charge!" Then getting scolded by the nun for it, causing his lips to twitch involuntarily. "All right, I'll take it." He also picked out a sturdy cowhide sheath to go with it. In the corner of the grocery stall, Lin Yi discovered a rabbit plush toy made of coarse burlap. The stitching was uneven, one ear long and the other short, and the eyes were sewn from 2 black buttons, giving it a slightly silly look. This one, Lin Yi decisively took out his money. Ugly cute is still cute. It's much better than the smile stone he once found, which Lucy treated as a treasure. It was actually just a pebble resembling a grinning face. This ugly cute toy will probably remind Lucy of him as soon as she sees it. When the cart he hired, piled high like a small mountain, creaked to a stop in front of the familiar, paint-chipped wooden door of the Breath of Holy Light Relief Center, he touched his significantly depleted coin pouch, his heart weeping. My money, painstakingly saved over half a year, and now back to square one. But thinking of Lucy's smiling face and the nun's surprised expressions, that little pain transformed into warmth. Never mind, let us consider it a goodwill gesture to improve the novice village's favorability. The commotion from the cart attracted the attention of those in the courtyard. Old Nun Martha was the first to push the door open. Upon seeing the cart full of food and Lin Yi standing beside it, proudly wearing a shiny bronze badge, her murky eyes widened in disbelief. "By the light, Lin Yi, is it really you?" The tremor in Martha's voice was filled with incredulity. In a place where even basic sustenance was often a problem, the weight of a cart full of food was immense. "Just a little token of my appreciation." Lin Yi stepped forward and gently embraced the elder who had raised him, feeling she had lost a bit more weight since their last meeting. "This is to improve the meals in the center." He downplayed the gesture, never mentioning how much of his savings it had cost. Soon, other caregivers and children rushed out. Upon seeing the mountain of food, cheers erupted in the small courtyard. Lucy, like a joyful little deer, darted through the crowd until Lin Yi smiled and stuffed the crooked-eared rabbit into her arms. The little girl froze momentarily, her big eyes blinking, then burst into a radiant smile even brighter than when she saw the food, tightly hugging the rabbit, her small face buried in the rough burlap. Emitting a satisfied mew like a kitten, "Brother Lin Yi." A shout loud enough to shake the dust from the rafters rang out. Jack charged over like a frenzied calf, excitedly stammering. "I knew it. I knew you wouldn't forget your brother." This badge. So cool. Bronze level. My idol. The future legend of Greystone City. He bounced around Lin Yi, nearly spitting saliva all over his face. Lin Yi disdainfully pushed Jack's head away from his chest, slapping the dagger and sheath against his chest. All right, shut up. This is yours. Keep it for self-defense, and stop making a fuss all day. Jack looked down and instantly widened his eyes, more round than the buttons on the rabbit Lucy was holding. Trembling, he drew out the dagger, the bright blade reflecting a cold light in the sunlight. It's made of fine steel. It's sharpened. Jack's voice suddenly rose an octave, breaking with excitement. Trembling all over. Brother Lin Yi, from today on, I, Jack Hammer, he temporarily gave himself a fierce-sounding surname, will be your most loyal retainer, wherever your sword points. That will be the direction I, Jack, charge towards. Stop. Lin Yi hurriedly covered his mouth, interrupting this late-stage Chunibyu declaration with a headache. I have serious business to discuss with you. Lin Yi, with excitement flushing his face, pulled Jack, who was clutching his dagger, to the corner of the courtyard under the apple tree, and his expression turned serious. Jack, listen carefully. I'm going to leave Greystone City soon. Jack's ecstatic expression froze instantly, as if the pause button had been pressed. Leaving? Where to? Take me with you, bro. Take you? No way. Lin Yi lightly tapped his forehead. I'm going to a faraway place for training, not for a picnic. Are you going to deliver food while I'm living on the edge? Jack wilted, hugging his dagger, his eyes filled with the grievance of an abandoned puppy. Listen, Lin Yi lowered his voice. I need to finalize your enlistment in the city guard before I go. Jack's eyes brightened again. Is that possible? Didn't you say we have to wait for half a year? The longer we wait, the more dreams there are. Lin Yi interrupted him. As long as I'm still around, the city guard will consider my status as a bronze-level adventurer, and they won't go back on their word. But once I leave, the sky is high and the emperor is far away. What if a new captain comes in, or someone with connections takes your spot? Who will you cry to then? The variables in Greystone City are fewer than the fruits on the apple tree, but once their essay change, it'll be enough to make you drink from a pot. Jack's expression changed, clearly realizing the possibility. He nervously asked, then what should we do? A glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes, like an old fox spotting a fat chicken. What to do? Of course, while my bronze face still has some heat. We'll push you in early. This is called hiding one's merits and fame. You understand? In the afternoon, Lin Yi brought the still excited and anxious Jack to the city guard station in Greystone City, a courtyard built with rough stone blocks, where two lethargic guards stood at the entrance. Rather than a military camp, it felt more like a larger militia gathering point. They were received by the deputy captain of the city guard, a middle-aged man named Bard, who was sturdy, with a sunburned face and a hint of shrewdness. He recognized Lin Yi, as there were only a few newly promoted bronze-level adventurers in Greystone City. Lin Yi, brother? What a rare visitor. And this is... Bard's gaze swept over the badge on Lin Yi's chest, and then turned to the nervously fidgeting Jack. Sorry to bother you, Captain Bard. Lin Yi smiled warmly, casually pushing Jack forward. This is my brother, Jack. I mentioned him to Captain Harold last time. This kid has always admired the prestige of the city guard, and wants to enlist as soon as possible. Look, he's built well enough and has a clever disposition. Could you make an exception and let him in early to gain some experience? It'd be good for Greystone City. Bard stroked his stubbled chin, his eyes scanning Jack twice before glancing at Lin Yi, speaking in an official tone. Oh, Lin Yi, brother, this spot was personally decided by Captain Harold. And the time isn't right for early entry. It's against the rules. Lin Yi sneered internally, but maintained his smile, casually pulling out a small cloth bag from his pocket and discreetly pressing it into Bard's hand, lowering his voice. Captain, you've worked hard. Here's a little local specialty to help the brothers soothe their throats. Bard squeezed the bag, feeling its hardness and weight, raising an eyebrow. Bard's expression softened instantly, and his official tone became gentler. You're too polite, Lin Yi. Rules are dead, but people are alive. I see Jack here. His eyes are bright. He's a good seedling. Although he's a bit thin, once he's in the team, the food will be sufficient. And he'll bulk up with some practice. I'll go talk to Captain Harold. It shouldn't be a problem. He patted Jack on the shoulder and said heartily, Kid, report here early tomorrow with your betting. Work hard in the future. Don't let your brother Lin Yi down. Yes, Captain Bard. Thank you, Captain. Jack was so excited that he nearly jumped up, his face flushed, and he looked at Lin Yi with incomparable admiration. Leaving the military camp, the setting sun stretched their shadows long. Jack, holding his precious dagger, excitedly chattered about how he would make a great future. Lin Yi quietly listened, his gaze drifting toward the Greystone town shrouded in dusk. The low houses, the mottled city walls, the wisps of smoke rising. The air mixed with the smell of livestock manure, poor coal smoke, and the aroma of dinner. It was plain, even somewhat dilapidated. There were no top-tier powerhouses here. The few black iron and rare silver-level adventurers might only be the backbone in the kingdom's heartland, without grand stories, just the mundane and survival day after day. But here was the place of the breath of holy light, the place where he, Jack, and Lucy grew up, the starting point of his stumbling path as an adventurer. The bronze badge on his chest felt slightly warm, the bag containing the calm stones and dwindling silver coins. The warm sun pinned it pressed against him. He stopped, took one last look at the direction of the orphanage, and then at Jack, who was full of hope for the future. I'm leaving, Jack. Lin Yi's voice was calm. Brother Lin Yi, safe travels. When I become the captain of the city guard, I'll take care of you. Jack waved vigorously, his youthful spirit igniting again. Lin Yi smiled, said nothing more, and turned to leave. Chapter 22. The wheels roll as they depart in the early morning. The thin mist had not yet been fully blown away by the unique mineral powder wind of Greystone City when Lin Yi stood before the weathered wooden city gate. He took a deep breath of air mixed with dust, the scent of livestock, and a hint of parting. Finally glancing back at the border town that had nurtured him and also confined him for several years. The low houses appeared shadowy in the mist. Much like the lives of most people here, blurry and lacking color. Goodbye, Novice Village, Lin Yi silently thought, a self-deprecating smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Hoping that the next time he returned, he could sell local specialties for a good price and see if Jack hadn't blown the roof off the city guard's building. He weighed his bulging backpack, besides the essential dry rations, water skin, worn but clean sleeping bag, and spare clothes. The most important items were the few pieces of firefly ore and the warm calm stone hidden within layers of wrapping. The steel short sword at his waist tapped against his thigh with each step, familiar and reassuring. The bronze-level adventurer badge on his chest had been polished to a shine. This was his pass to a broader world and the last mark Greystone City left on him. Not far outside the city gate was the gathering point of the old camel trading company. 5 sturdy cargo wagons pulled by resilient rock-hoof beasts were ready to set off, heavy oilcloth tightly covering the goods, leaving only tantalizing outlines. A dozen merchant guards, mostly robust, dressed in worn leather armor, with curved sabers at their waists or holding long spears, were checking the saddles of the pack animals in small groups. Speaking in hushed tones, exuding a calmness of those accustomed to long journeys. The leader, Fat John, was a true-to-form middle-aged man, currently wiping his sweaty forehead and neck with a handkerchief while reciting from a parchment scroll, counting heads and supplies. The most eye-catching were the 4 adventurer companions already waiting there. Lin Yi's gaze quickly swept over them. Rock Blank, a middle-aged man resembling a moving fortress. He stood silently at the front, carrying a heavy tower shield nearly as tall as himself, with a well-maintained but worn suit of plate armor covering his robust body, revealing only a pair of calm eyes like deep pools. He was meticulously wiping the edge of his shield with an oilcloth, his movements precise, as if the surrounding noise had nothing to do with him. The badge on his chest was silver level, making him the nominal captain of the team. The feeling it gives is steady, very steady. Lin Yi's inner thoughts. A reliable, main tank. I hope his shield is as concise and effective as his words. Next to him stands a female elf ranger, with pointed ears peeking out from her smooth, silver hair that flows like moonlight. Her bright green eyes curiously survey everything around her. She wears a practical dark green leather armor, carrying an elegantly shaped longbow and a quiver of arrows. What's most special is that on her slender shoulders stands a parrot, its feathers as vibrant as a rainbow. The parrot tilts its head, looking at Lin Yi with its pea-sized eyes, and suddenly squawks loudly. Here, new face, gold, gold. The loud voice is startling, and Aaliyah giggles, poking the parrot's little head with her finger. Be quiet, Bobo. This is our new teammate. Her badge is bronze level. Elves are indeed rare in Greystone City, but not non-existent. They typically possess considerable strength and long lifespans, making them excellent archers or druids. Aaliyah radiates a vitality that feels out of place in Greystone City. There's also a dwarf warrior, standing only to Lin Yi's waist, but his horizontally developed muscles and thick, steel-like brown beard give him an aura of strength. He wears thick leather armor adorned with metal plates, and at his feet lies a hefty one-handed battle axe and a sturdy warhammer. At this moment, he is squatting down, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, diligently using a small file to repair a tiny protrusion on the axe handle. His expression focused as if he is crafting a piece of art. His badge is also bronze level. Dwarves are not common in Greystone City either, but they can occasionally be seen along the border trade routes, often as warriors, blacksmiths, or miners. Grim exudes a vibe of don't bother me. I'm working on something technical. The last member is a young human male mage, dressed in a very mage-like deep blue robe, the edges of which are embroidered with shimmering silver star and moon runes. He holds an oak staff topped with a murky white crystal. He seems to be brewing some emotion, striking an exaggerated prayer pose towards the rising sun just above the horizon, mumbling, "Gather, newborn light spirit, heed my call." When he sees Lin Yi approaching, he immediately straightens up, trying to display an elegant and mysterious demeanor, but nearly trips over his own long robe. Fortunately, Grim is quick to support him. Grim mutters without lifting his head, unstable base. Fizz's face instantly turns red as he adjusts his robe, feigning calm. His badge is also bronze level. Lin Yi's gaze lingers on him for a moment. With black hair, black eyes, and yellow skin, Lin Yi piques Fizz and the others' curiosity. In this world where blondes, brunettes, and redheads are the norm, and eye colors are varied, Lin Yi's East Asian features are indeed rare. Fat John and a few guards glance at him a couple more times, with Fat John mumbling, "An Easterner? Traveling this far to make a living?" Lin Yi is used to such reactions and simply explains calmly, "I come from the distant East. Regarding mages, Lin Yi is well aware that those like Fizz, dressed in apprentice robes and wielding basic staves while needing to chant loudly, are 99 likely to be low-level mages. They might be apprentices from a mage tower or have learned a few basic spells in a big city for a fee, possibly with a slight innate talent as wild mages. Low-level mages are not uncommon among adventurers. Being able to cast a fireball, light spell, or a weak shield is standard. However, mid-level mages, who can reliably cast various useful spells and have strong elemental affinity, are much rarer and often sought after by adventuring parties. High-level mages, masters, or archmages. Those are legendary beings, either securing a territory or researching truths in hidden towers, and they wouldn't easily escort a merchant caravan for a few gold coins. Fizz clearly belongs to the first category. Light-based illusion? I hope his shine doesn't just blind our own people at critical moments. As for my magic? It's better to keep a low profile as a newcomer in Greystone City, Lin Yi thinks. Fat John finally wipes off his sweat and enthusiastically approaches, his face overflowing with a smile. This must be Mr. Lin Yi, right? Welcome, welcome. Our old camel team finally has all its bronze warriors assembled. I'm the team leader, John, but everyone calls me Fat John. His enthusiasm carries a merchant's shrewdness, his small eyes darting over Lin Yi's badge and belongings. He quickly hands Lin Yi a rather artistic map, and Lin Yi looks at the twisted lines and hasty notes, feeling inexplicably fond of it. Better than his own soul map. There's also an itinerary that marks several important water sources, possible supply villages, and a few danger zones outlined in red circles. Mainly the Black Pine Forest and the Ravine Pass. Warriors, Fat John rubs his hands together, his voice booming. We're heading to the Emerald City in the south. That's a big place, filled with gold. Business opportunities. The journey will take about 25 days. As for the reward, it's absolutely generous. He pats his bulging coin pouch at his waist, then shifts to a more serious expression. But let me be clear, this money doesn't come for free. The road isn't safe, and we must be especially wary of those blind bandits. Especially after we pass the wasteland ahead and enter the woods and that ravine. Those are their favorite spots to lurk, followed by some clueless magical beasts. Safely delivering me and my cargo to the Emerald City is of utmost importance. If anything happens to the goods. But he quickly breaks into a smile again. Of course, with all of you here, I, old John, am 100% at ease. Captain Blank, what do you think? Blank puts away the oilcloth he was using to clean his shield, picks up his giant shield, and simply slams it down on the ground, producing a dull thud. He surveys the crowd, his gaze momentarily resting on Lin Yi, then utters 2 words, depart. Concise and to the point, fitting for his character. With a shout from Fat John, the heavy wheels roll over the gravel road, creaking and groaning. The copper bell on the pack animal's neck jingles, mixed with the rugged shouts of the guards and the heavy hoofbeats of the rock-footed beasts. A small team, loaded with goods and diverse expectations, departs from the gray shadow of Greystone City, heading into the vast yet unknown wilderness. Lin Yi is positioned in the middle of the caravan, next to a cart piled high with cloth bundles. Aaliyah, like a light-footed deer, quickly approaches, her parrot Bobo tilting its head to observe Lin Yi. Hey Lin Yi, I'm Aaliyah. The elven girl beams with a bright smile, carrying the scent of the forest. Did you come from Greystone City? Just leveled up to bronze? Your knife looks so simple, but it seems very practical. Have you encountered any interesting magical beasts before? Bobo, say hello to our new friend. New friend. Gold. New friend. Bobo flaps its wings and squawks. Lin Yi maintains a polite smile. Yes, I'm from Greystone City. Just leveled up recently. The knife is just an ordinary knife, merely for self-defense. He selectively ignores the question about magical beasts. After all, he doesn't want to discuss his experiences in the Greystone Mountains mines just yet. On the other side, Fizz seems to want to redeem himself for almost falling earlier, making an effort to walk with an elegant stride, attempting to display the grace of a mage. A gust of wind blew, and the hem of his robe, which had been specially lengthened for dramatic effect, flapped and stuck to the axe blade that Grim was maintaining nearby. With a tearing sound, it opened a small but noticeable tear. Fizz. Grim raised his head, looked at the tear, then at Fizz's instantly pale face, and slowly uttered a few words. The robe is a nuisance. Bob immediately shouted gleefully, nuisance. Pay up. Nuisance. Pay up. Ilya quickly pinched Bob's mouth shut. Bob. No bad words. Fizz's face alternated between red and white, ultimately muttering resentfully that the crude dwarf didn't understand the elegance of arcane arts. He quietly tucked away the torn hem of his robe, walking carefully, afraid of snagging it again. Lin Yi's mouth twitched as he forced himself to suppress a laugh. The first day passed in such a monotonous scenery and mundane progress. The road was fairly smooth, and the guards seemed relaxed, with some even humming off-key tunes. Lin Yi silently adjusted his pace, feeling the constant warmth from the sun pendant through his clothing, dispelling the slight chill of the wasteland, and gradually calming his chaotic thoughts. He quietly observed the operations of the caravan, the habits of the guards, and his 4 teammates with distinct personalities. Blank mostly walked silently at the front of the group, like a true rock. Ilya was energetic, occasionally running to the roadside to collect unfamiliar wild herbs or pick up uniquely patterned stones. Grim, besides walking, was busy maintaining his weapons, as if they were part of his life. Fizz would occasionally practice his lengthy and overly dramatic spell fragments to the sky or the roadside stones, drawing good-natured laughter from the guards. In the evening, the caravan set up camp in an open area backed by weathered rock walls, next to a murky stream. The guards moved swiftly, quickly erecting makeshift tents and lighting a campfire. Fat John directed an old cook with a weathered face and one blind eye to start cooking dinner in a huge black iron pot. The 5 members of the adventurer team sat around one of the campfires. Blank took out a map and itinerary, glanced at it by the firelight, then looked up at everyone, his voice deep and steady. Rotation, 2 people per group, split between the first half of the night and the second half. His gaze swept over. Fizz, Elia, first half. Lin Yi, Grim, second half. Me, Mobile. The arrangement was simple and clear. Fizz immediately raised his hand, trying to argue. Captain Blank. The starlight in the first half of the night helps with mana concentration, I think. Before he could finish, Blank interrupted. You're more alert in the first half of the night. Implicitly, it meant that he needed to be more energetic, and Fizz wilted. Elia was quite happy. Great. We can see the stars in the first half of the night. Bob, no yelling at night. Bob, yelling. Stars, yelling. Grim remained silent, just nodding to indicate he understood. And Lin Yi calmly replied, okay. Dinner was the old cook's secret meat soup. The taste was hard to describe. Salty to the point of bitterness. Too thin to reflect a silhouette, with suspicious meat chunks and overcooked root vegetables floating in it. However, it was plentiful and filling, steaming hot. And everyone sat around the campfire, silently eating with hard bread. Elia proudly showed off a few beautifully patterned pebbles and colorful bird feathers she had collected during the day. Fizz tried to cast a light spell to add some romantic atmosphere to the campfire dinner. But the small light ball hovering in his palm flickered like a faulty light bulb, and finally, with a puff, extinguished, drawing a wave of quiet laughter. Grim silently took out a small bag of jerky wrapped in oil paper from his backpack and shared it with everyone. Lin Yi tried a piece, his eyes brightened. The meat was firm, salty, and delicious, far better than that pot of dishwater. He sincerely nodded at Grim. Delicious, thank you. Grim just grunted in response. Continuing to gnaw on his jerky, Blank quietly drank his soup, the firelight dancing on his angular face, his gaze deep, as if observing the flames, or scrutinizing this makeshift team. The second half of the night soon arrived, the campfire crackling softly. The camp was silent, with only the faint footsteps of the night watch guards and the occasional snort of rock-hoof beasts. Grim, holding his battle axe, sat on a large stone with his back against the rock wall, still tinkering with a part of the axe handle with a small hammer, seemingly making final adjustments. The rhythmic tapping in the quiet night was not jarring. Instead, it had a peculiar sense of stability. Lin Yi, holding his short knife, sat a few steps away from Grim on another stone, facing the boundless darkness of the wasteland with his back to the camp. He seemed to be resting his eyes. But in reality, his mental energy extended like invisible tendrils, cautiously reaching outward. The range was not large, about 20 to 30 steps, but clear enough. He captured the subtle changes in the wind, the faint vibrations beneath the soil, and the distant, unknown beast's long howl. The night wind, carrying the chill of the wasteland, brushed against Lin Yi's forehead, and he felt the warm glow from the sun pendant at his chest completely isolating him from the cold. Grim stopped tapping, laid the axe across his knees, and crossed his arms, silently gazing into the darkness. There was no conversation between them, only the crackling of the campfire and the faint sounds of the wind in the distance. Lin Yi's thoughts drifted far away. The start of this escort mission was more mundane than he had anticipated, even a bit too easy, aside from Fizz's robe incident and Bob's noise. It felt almost like a picnic. However, thinking of the bandits Fat John mentioned and the dangerous areas noted afterward, he suppressed the thought that the money was too easy to earn. The calm before the storm is often the most serene. He glanced at the rock-like silent dwarf Grim beside him, then felt the distinct personalities of his teammates behind him in the camp. Hopefully, this easy money can be earned all the way to Emerald City. Lin Yi chuckled self-deprecatingly in his heart, tightening the web of his mental perception, like a hunter lying in wait in the night, patiently awaiting dawn or an unexpected storm. Chapter 23. Snack on the road. The gray skyline of Grey Rock City had long been completely swallowed by the undulating wasteland. On the third day of the journey, the land beneath their feet was no longer monotonous gray-brown. It began to mix with ochre red and dark brown, and the terrain had subtle undulations. Sparse, low coniferous forests appeared like stubborn guards, sporadically showing up in their view, adding a few sparse green touches to the desolation. The air became much crisper, carrying the fragrance of pine resin and earth, but also silently announcing that they were gradually stepping away from the shelter of human settlements and entering the territory truly belonging to the wilderness and potential dangers. Everyone, stay alert. The guard leader, a burly man with a scarred face, roughly reminded his companions, in this godforsaken place, the bugs are bigger than elsewhere. As if to confirm his words, the caravan's tranquility was soon shattered, when the wheels rolled over a soft sandy area. One of the rock-hoof beasts pulling the cart suddenly let out a terrified neigh, its front hoof sinking suddenly. Immediately afterward, the sand surged, and a massive mouth filled with menacing ringed teeth broke through the ground, viciously biting towards the rock hoof beast's leg. Burrowing sandworm. Be careful, some guard shouted. Just as the slimy giant mouth was about to close, whoosh, a sharp arrow whistled through the air and accurately struck the relatively weak, folded area connecting the mouthparts and body of the sandworm. Thud. The arrow sank deep, splattering green mucus everywhere. The sandworm let out a painful screech, its biting motion abruptly halting as its massive body thrashed wildly. Well done, Alia. The guards perked up, drawing their weapons and surrounding the creature. With spears thrusting and curved blades slashing, they quickly turned the unfortunate solitary sandworm into a twitching corpse. Alia gracefully jumped down from a low pine branch, a small, proud smile on her face as she neatly stowed her bow. Easy peasy. Her parrot, Bobo, immediately squawked. Beautiful. Shot through. Extra meal. Extra meal. The one-eyed cook, Old Buck, cheerfully jogged over, circling the sandworm's corpse, clicking his tongue. Good stuff. Good stuff. The meat is tender. I'll make a fresh soup for everyone tonight. The guards laughed and busily dragged the sandworm away to deal with it. Alia ran over to the hole the sandworm had emerged from, curiously rummaging around and picking up a stone with a peculiar spiral pattern, treating it like a treasure. Lin Yi silently observed from the side, gaining a more intuitive understanding of Alia's archery skills, precise, calm, with excellent timing. The elf's talent was indeed well-deserved. However, the fun of the journey was clearly not over. That afternoon, as the convoy passed the edge of a sparse coniferous forest, a sharp, rapid squeaking sound came from the dense canopy above. Immediately after, countless hard pine cones and jagged little stones rained down like hail. The target was none other than the most conspicuous figure in the group, Fitz, dressed in a shiny, deep blue robe. Ouch! What the heck? Fitz was caught off guard, hit on the forehead by a pine cone, crying out in pain as he frantically waved his staff to block, only to be struck by several pebbles on his arm. It's the windblade lemurs. Alia's sharp eyes quickly knocked an arrow, but the lemurs were numerous and extremely agile, leaping among the branches, making them hard to pin down. Fitz was both angry and anxious, dodging the incoming projectiles clumsily while trying to chant, "Damn squeaking monkeys. Feel this. Radiant judgment. Shine forth." But the continuous attacks and his own panic left his spell fragmented. He barely managed to conjure a pale golden light shield, but its glow flickered uncertainly, thin as paper, rippling under the impact of the stones, looking ready to shatter. "Bobo, help!" Alia shouted anxiously, shooting an arrow to drive back a lemur that was trying to pounce on Fitz. Bobo flapped its wings and screeched, "Monkey, bad guy, hit him, hit him." But it was clearly of no real help, only adding to the chaos. Just as Fitz's shield shattered with a pop, several of the boldest lemurs screeched, revealing their sharp claws, diving straight down from the trees, targeting Fitz's panicked face. In a critical moment, a figure moved. There was no dazzling light, no long incantation, not even a sound. Lin Yi seamlessly integrated into the wind, instantly cutting in from Fitz's side. Clang. The dagger was drawn, cold light flashing. His movements were stripped down to the essentials, yet incredibly fast, his body slightly leaning forward, center of gravity sinking, the rhythm of his arms swing flowing like water. It wasn't a broad, sweeping cut, but rather a deft twist of the wrist, the blade precisely blocking a sharp stone flying at him with a crisp sound. Immediately after, the blade followed through in a swift upward motion, like a cold silver line, perfectly intercepting a lemur's claw aimed at Fitz's eyes. The blade and claw clashed, producing a piercing scraping sound, causing the lemur to recoil in pain with a screech. At the same time, Lin Yi's left leg swept out silently like a whip, the back of his foot carrying a sudden force, slapping another lemur attempting to ambush Fitz from the side into the air, facing a third lemur charging from the front. Lin Yi's eyes turned cold. He didn't choose the sharp edge of the blade. Instead, with a flick of his wrist, he reversed the dagger, using the thick back of the blade with a burst of power to precisely slap the side of the lemur's forehead. Chirp. A brief, mournful cry escaped the lemur as it was struck like it had been hit by a heavy hammer, stars flashing before its eyes, spinning as it fell to the ground, twitching twice before going still. The entire process unfolded in the blink of an eye. Lin Yi's movements were devoid of any hesitation. Each block, each slap, each kick perfectly defused the crisis with astonishing efficiency, embodying a near-cold aesthetic of practicality. The group of lemurs in the trees was stunned by this sudden, clean counterattack. They ceased their throwing and pouncing, emitting terrified squeaks, nervously bouncing among the branches, gazing at the black-haired youth standing below, holding a knife with a calm aura. Lin Yi sheathed his knife with a fluid motion, the blade glinting as it returned to its scabbard. His expression remained unchanged, as if he had merely swatted away a few bothersome flies. The scene fell into silence. Fitz stood frozen, still in shock. With pine needles and grass clippings in his hair, his robe covered in dirt, a red mark on his face from being hit by stones, staring blankly at Lin Yi. His mouth agape enough to fit an egg. His proud magic shield had seemed as fragile as a joke in front of the other's unadorned knife skills. Alia's bow was still drawn, her bright green eyes sparkling with incredulity and excitement. Wow. Lin Yi, your knife, oh my, so fast. So precise. Like cutting through the wind. Amazing. She clapped her hands excitedly. Bobo seemed to understand the situation as well. Stopping its noise and tilting its head to stare at Lin Yi, suddenly mimicking. So fast. So fast. Cut through the wind. Cut through the wind. The voice carried a hint of comical imitation. Even Grim, who had been silently sharpening his axe, paused his actions, raised his eyes under his bushy brows. Scrutinizing Lin Yi for a few moments, and then, rarely, offered a brief evaluation, his voice deep and resonant. Stable knife work, good control of power. This was a high recognition of martial skills from a dwarven warrior. Blank had also approached at some point, his massive figure casting a shadow beside Fitz. He glanced at the lemur that had been knocked out by the back of the knife, then looked at Lin Yi. A hint of barely perceptible approval flickering in his steady gaze as he succinctly uttered 2 words. Not bad. To receive affirmation from this silver-ranked shield warrior carried significant weight. Fitz's face instantly transformed from shock to bright red, half from embarrassment and half from fear. He fumbled to tidy up his disheveled robe, trying to regain some dignity as a mage, but all that came out was a dry, thank you. The earlier boast of shine forth, arrow of the dawn, now seemed incredibly pale. Lin Yi merely nodded slightly, as if he had accomplished something trivial, a small effort. Internally, he thought, it seems the plan to showcase my strength while keeping a low profile is off to a good start. It saves me from Fitz's curious looks, as if to say, isn't it strange that you don't use magic? Mages can still sense each other's magical fluctuations. The group of lemurs screeched and lingered in the treetops for a while, but ultimately, deterred by Lin Yi's fierce display, they reluctantly vanished into the depths of the dense forest. The crisis was averted. The guards looked at Lin Yi with noticeably different expressions. Before, they might have thought of him as a silent and unremarkable newcomer, but now there was a bit more genuine respect. In this blood-soaked world, strength is the hard currency. The group quickly grew larger as the guards efficiently picked up a few dazed or fallen lemurs. Chef Old Buck couldn't stop grinning. Wind blade lemur? Good stuff. The meat is more tender than sandworms, best when roasted. Fitz watched the guards cheerfully handling the lemurs, then looked at his own dusty, torn robe, and recalled his earlier embarrassment. He sighed deeply and silently moved to the side to practice faster incantations against a tree root, trying to regain some dignity. By evening, they set up camp. The campfire crackled to life, and golden, glistening lemur meat sizzled on the grill, releasing an enticing aroma. A pot of Old Buck's carefully brewed sandworm soup was simmering, and the atmosphere was even more lively than yesterday. Elia held a sizzling lemur leg, approached Lin Yi. Her emerald eyes filled with curiosity. Lin Yi, where did you learn your knife skills? Are there any great swordsmanship teachers in Greystone City? Those moves a moment ago were so cool. It felt like you hardly exerted any effort, and those annoying monkeys were driven away. Lin Yi tore off a small piece of perfectly roasted meat and ate it slowly. It was indeed tender. Of course, after a few months of training with the instructor and trying to make a living in Greystone City, he had to learn some self-defense skills, whatever it took to survive. He deliberately downplayed his efforts and talent. Just practicing randomly could lead to this. Elia exclaimed, you must be a genius. Bobo, pecking at meat scraps nearby, chimed in, genius. Blade wind. Fitz, sitting a bit farther away and sipping the soup, couldn't help but interject, trying to regain some dignity. No matter how strong your martial skills are, they are ultimately just mundane iron. The mysteries of magic are the true ladder to truth. Just like my light shield earlier. Although, it was broken. That was because I was still gathering power. Once I finished the chant for the arrow of dawn, those monkeys. Before he could finish, Grim's gruff voice interrupted him. The dwarf warrior was sharpening his battle axe with a whetstone, producing a rhythmic scraping sound. Without lifting his head, he mumbled, Mage. Your incantation is too long. The monkeys won't wait for you. Concise and to the point. Elia couldn't help but laugh. The guards around them burst into laughter. Bobo mimicked perfectly. Incantation. Too long. Monkeys. Won't wait. Fitz's face turned beet red again, his hand holding the soup bowl trembling. And he could only turn away in frustration, muttering about the uncultured and unartistic crowd. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile slightly. Grim, this taciturn guy, either didn't speak or delivered a critical hit when he did. He looked at Fitz's puffed-up back and then at the cheerful group around the campfire, feeling the aroma of grilled meat and the comforting warmth from the sun pendant. The meal on the journey not only filled their stomachs, but also deepened the understanding among the small team, especially for Lin Yi, who silently earned his place using a simple short knife. He tore off the last bit of roasted meat, his gaze drifting towards the flickering light of the campfire, beyond which lay the deeper wilderness shrouded in night. Tomorrow, they should reach the edge of the black pine forest, Lin Yi thought to himself. Hoping the bandits would have poor appetites tonight, as marked on Fat John's map. He gently rubbed the hilt of the knife at his waist, its cold touch reassuring him. The mundane journey seemed to be accelerating towards unknown upheavals, and he was ready. Chapter 24. Initial trial of cooperation on the 5th day after leaving Greystone City. The air's carefree ease was clearly replaced by an invisible tension. The ground beneath their feet grew darker, carrying the moist scent of humus, and the sparse coniferous forest gradually gave way to taller, denser black pines. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the layers of dark green needles, casting mottled, indistinct patches of light on the ground. The road also became narrow and rugged, the wheels crunching over exposed roots and soft soil, producing dull sounds. Everyone, keep your eyes wide open. Ears up. The voice of the scar-faced guard leader was low but carried an undeniable severity. We're in the Black Pine Forest. In this cursed place, you never know what might be hiding in the shadows. The glaring red circle on Fat John's map marked the area. The rumors of bandits hung like an intangible shadow over everyone's hearts. The guards stopped chatting, gripping their weapons tightly, and cautiously scanned the dark pine woods flanking the road. Even the noisiest parrot, Bobo, seemed to sense the atmosphere and tucked itself into Elia's hood, revealing only its vigilant green eyes. Blank, like a moving fortress, still walked at the front of the line. His massive shield leaned slightly forward, and his steady steps, with calm eyes, scanned every suspicious shadow ahead. Elia closely followed Blank, her longbow half-drawn, an arrow nocked, her elven sharpness allowing her to catch the slightest movements. Grim carried his battle axe, his stout body tense like a coiled granite block. Fitz had also put away his usual antics, gripping his staff tightly, his lips moving as if silently chanting a spell, though there was a hint of barely perceptible tension in his eyes. Lin Yi was positioned towards the front of the middle of the group, his right hand resting lightly on the hilt of his knife. His mental energy spreading out like an invisible web, sensing the surrounding energy fluctuations, more reliable than sight in such dim conditions. Just then, roar. A deafening, brutal roar suddenly erupted from the dense forest around a bend in the road. It was like thunder striking the ground, causing pine needles to rain down. Immediately after, the ground shook heavily, as if a giant hammer were pounding the earth. Prepare yourselves. Blank's low roar stabilized the slightly restless group like a rock hitting the ground. In the next moment, a massive, heart-stopping figure violently crashed through several small black pines, appearing before everyone's eyes. The Earthshaker Boar King, an experienced guard, gasped in shock, his voice filled with fear. This monster was truly deserving of its name. Its size was comparable to a small cart, covered in a rough, heavy shell resembling rock, thick with spikes and moss. Two curved, giant white tusks protruded from its fearsome snout, glistening with a cold light. Its crimson eyes burned with raging anger, and heavy breaths expelled hot white vapor. A strong, foul odor, mixed with the smell of earth and blood, assaulted their senses. Behind it followed a few slightly smaller but equally ferocious ordinary Earthshaker boars, their tusks bared, growling threateningly. This was undoubtedly the first real tough challenge they encountered on this journey. Roar! The Boar King clearly saw the merchant caravan as an invading provocateur, angrily scraping its front hooves against the ground, sending dirt flying. Its red eyes locked onto the largest rock blocking its path, which was Blank. Hold your ground. Blank barely had time to shout those two words, his muscles tensing instantly like steel. He slammed his massive tower shield into the soft earth in front of him, his legs locked in a stance, activating his signature skill, Unmoving Barrier. Boom! The massive body of the Warthog King charged like an uncontrollable war chariot, crashing with devastating force against Blank's giant shield. In that moment of impact, a thunderous roar shook everyone's eardrums. The ground beneath Blank's feet collapsed with a deafening crack, fissures spreading out in every direction. His muscles groaned under the unbearable strain, and the heavy tower shield emitted a screeching metallic distortion. The tremendous force caused his robust body to slide back half a step, carving two deep grooves into the ground. But he held firm, like a steadfast anchor. He was nailed in place. The Warthog King's furious charge forcefully halted. Good opportunity, Elia shouted sharply, her figure as agile as a forest sprite, instantly climbing up a sturdy black pine nearby. Her gaze was sharp as an eagle's, her longbow drawn to its full moon. Precise rapid fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 feathered arrows transformed into 3 deadly streaks of light, expertly aimed at the Warthog King's relatively vulnerable spots, the crimson eyeball, the base of its tusks, and the soft flesh of its slightly undulating abdomen exposed through the cracks in its armor. One arrow was narrowly dodged as the Warthog King violently shook its head, sparking against the armor. Another arrow struck deep into the gap of its thick shoulder armor, penetrating but not deeply, causing immense pain. The last arrow, the most cunningly aimed, successfully pierced the folds at the edge of its abdominal armor, bright red blood gushing out instantly. Roar! The Warthog King let out a pained and furious roar, its crimson eyes instantly locking onto Elia in the tree. Its massive body twisted violently, temporarily abandoning its charge against Blanc, attempting to rush toward the black pine. Mage, control the situation. Blank's deep roar sounded like a command. Fitz's heart raced, his palms sweaty. The earlier charge of the Warthog King had nearly made his legs buckle, but Blank's shout and Elia's crisis jolted him back to attention. No, I can't falter now. I am a bronze-level mage, not a vase. He abandoned the lengthy incantation of the grand spell Dawn's Arrow, opting instead for a more practical spell. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down. Pointing his staff at the Warthog King's thick hind hoof, Lightbind, he called out the spell's name, though his voice wavered with tension. Several slender chains made of pure light appeared out of thin air, coiling around the Warthog King's hind leg joint like ethereal serpents. Although the light chains were not solid, they carried powerful binding energy. Crack, crack. The chains successfully wrapped around, halting the Warthog King's furious charge abruptly, though the chains flickered violently under its raging strength, threatening to break at any moment. This brief delay of less than a second bought Ellie a precious time to evade, as the Elven Ranger swung nimbly to another tree. Well done, Fitz. Elia's voice rang with surprise. Fitz felt a surge of pride. Although the spell was not as powerful as he had hoped, it had served its purpose. He saw the Warthog King redirecting its focus back to Blanc, its massive tusks aimed fiercely at the lower part of the shield. Shining shield. Fitz waved his staff again, this time targeting Blanc. A slightly more solid, softly glowing eggshell-shaped shield appeared in front of Blanc's giant shield. Bang! The Warthog King's tusks slammed against the light shield, causing it to vibrate violently, spiderweb-like cracks immediately spreading across its surface, dimming its glow significantly. But it did not shatter instantly. Blanc felt the impact on his shield diminish slightly, allowing him to stabilize his nearly toppled center of gravity. He let out a low growl. Good. Lin Yi observed everything from the flank. Although the spell casting is still a bit slow, and the shield is a bit fragile, at least he didn't lose focus at a critical moment and knew to use the most practical spell. That's progress. At that moment, the dwarf Grim, who had been silently waiting for an opportunity, sprang into action. His stout body exploded with astonishing speed, rolling like a stone ball, charging towards the Warthog King from the side. He avoided the heavy back armor, targeting the hind leg joint that Elia had shot and was still bleeding. Armor break. Heavy strike. Grim's throat emitted a booming dwarven battle cry. Channeling all his strength into his arms, he swung the heavy battle axe, which even glimmered with a hint of earthy light, bringing down the blade with terrifying force onto the shattered, bloodied wound. Crack! The sickening sound of bones breaking and armor shattering echoed simultaneously, the axe blade embedding deeply into the Warthog King's thick hind leg joint. Red blood gushed forth like a fountain. The tremendous force even caused the Warthog King to stumble. Oh whoa! The Warthog King let out an unprecedented, wretched howl. This supporting leg suffered severe injury, causing it to lose balance instantly, its massive body swaying in pain, its head involuntarily drooping. Opportunity. A once-in-a-lifetime chance. Blanc's eyes sparkled with determination as he seized the moment the Warthog King lost its balance and lowered its head, using all his strength to thrust the giant shield upward. The heavy edge of the shield precisely caught the Warthog King's jaw, firmly pinning its massive head to the ground. The Warthog King struggled madly, its tusks scraping against the shield with a piercing sound, but it could not break free for the moment. Fitz also noticed this excellent opportunity. He felt an instinctive surge of inspiration, barely having time to think. He pointed his staff at the Warthog King's eyes, which were wide and bloodshot from pain and rage. Bright light. Shine! He shouted this time with incredible volume, filled with excitement, as if he were about to turn the tide. Buzz! A blindingly bright, miniature sun-like sphere of light exploded before the Warthog King's eyes, flooding its crimson pupils with intense radiance. Oh whoa! The Warthog King once again let out a pained scream, the near-range blinding effect far exceeding Fitz's expectations. It thrashed its restrained head wildly, completely plunged into a frenzied state, but unable to see. In this fleeting moment, when all conditions converged perfectly, Lin Yi, who had been lurking like a ghost at the edge of the battlefield, finally moved. He made no shout, no extra movement. He blended into an invisible wind, slicing in from the Warthog King's blind spot at an unfathomable speed. The Warthog King, exposed due to its fierce struggles and suppressed head, had its relatively vulnerable neck side fully revealed where Elia's arrow had previously caused it to bleed. The dagger was drawn. The cold light flashed like lightning. Lin Yi's gaze was icy and focused, all his strength and spirit converging at the blade's tip to ensure a killing strike. An extremely subtle ice magic instinctively clung to the sharp edge like mist, leaving a barely noticeable light blue afterimage as the blade sliced through the dim forest. To outsiders, it seemed merely an illusion caused by the blade's chilling sharpness. Thud! The blade penetrated with pinpoint precision. The angle was cunning, the force concentrated, cutting through the tough skin and muscle without obstruction, deeply embedding into the Warthog King's thick carotid artery. Scalding, pungent pig's blood sprayed forth like a high-pressure water gun, splattering Lin Yi's upper body. Having landed his strike, Lin Yi showed no signs of lingering in battle. With a twist of the wrist, the blade stirred within the wound, expanding the injury while the body, propelled by forward momentum, retreated rapidly like a weightless feather. The movement was fluid and seamless, clean and decisive to a shocking degree. Oh! The massive body of the Warthog King suddenly stiffened. Its crimson eyes lost focus in an instant, leaving only boundless pain and confusion, and its frantic struggles came to an abrupt halt. Its enormous body convulsed violently a few times, letting out a few unintelligible gurgles from its throat, and finally, as if all its bones had been pulled out, it collapsed with a thunderous crash. It hit the ground hard, kicking up a cloud of dust, causing the earth to tremble as if in response. The ordinary warthogs that had been roaring and cheering on the periphery, upon seeing their leader meet such a tragic end, were terrified out of their wits. letting out a series of panicked screams before turning tail and fleeing into the dense forest, disappearing without a trace. Silence. The entire battlefield fell into a brief silence, with only the sound of blood gushing from the Warthog King's corpse and the heavy breathing of everyone present. The guards looked at the body, which resembled a small mountain, and then at Lin Yi, who stood with his sword sheathed. Half his body drenched in blood, yet wearing a calm expression, their eyes filled with shock and awe. The shadow that had cut in like a ghost and delivered a fatal blow was deeply etched in their minds. Did we succeed? Fizz maintained his spellcasting posture, the light at the tip of his staff gradually dimming. He looked at the fallen giant beast in disbelief, then at the staff in his hand, muttering, "Is my light beam spell that effective?" Elia slid down from the tree, her bright green eyes shining with excitement. She looked at Lin Yi and unabashedly exclaimed, "My goodness! Lin Yi, that last strike was absolutely stunning. You timed it perfectly." Captain Blank suppressed it, Uncle Grim broke its leg, and Fizz blinded it. "Our teamwork was amazing." She jumped up in excitement. Bobo also popped out from under the hood, flapping his wings and flying above the Warthog King's corpse, excitedly shouting, "It's dead. Big Pig. It's dead. Extra meal. Super extra meal." Grim struggled to pull his axe out from the joint of the Warthog King's hind leg, looking at the blood and shattered bones on it, then glanced at Lin Yi. His thick beard twitched slightly as he said in a low voice. The finishing blow was precise. Blank slowly sheathed his giant shield, moving his numb arm. He walked to the side of the Warthog King's corpse and looked at Lin Yi again. In his steady, deep-set eyes, admiration finally became clear. He nodded, succinctly yet meaningfully stating, "Good timing, great cooperation," affirming the first true teamwork of the entire squad. Only then did Fizz fully come to his senses, and seeing everyone's gazes, a huge sense of accomplishment surged within him. He straightened his back, adjusted his tattered robe, and cleared his throat. "Ahem, everyone, did you see that? This is the power of the perfect combination of tactics and arcane magic. My light binding restrained its movements, the shining shield protected the captain, and the light beam created the opportunity for a fatal strike. Control. Precise control is the core value of a mage." The more he spoke, the more excited he became, as if the previous awkwardness had never happened. Elia interrupted him with a grin. Yes, great work, Master Fizz. But can you cast spells a bit faster next time? My arrows are about to grow hair." Bobo immediately mimicked, "Grow hair. Grow hair." Everyone burst into laughter. Even the corners of Blank's mouth seemed to twitch upwards. Fizz was once again stumped, but this time his face showed more pride and excitement. At least he proved he wasn't just a dead weight. The tense atmosphere dissipated, replaced by immense joy and endless anticipation for dinner. Quick, let's process this big guy." The scarred-faced leader of the guard spoke excitedly, his voice trembling. "My goodness! The earth-shattering Warthog King. This armor, these tusks, this magic core. Brothers, we're rich. Tonight, old buck, it's your time to shine. I want the fattiest tenderloin. The kind that's sizzling with oil." The one-eyed chef Old Buck had long since rushed up with his bone knife, circling the massive mound of meat. Saliva nearly dripping from his mouth, his one eye sparkling with excitement. Wow. This is enough for our entire team to eat for half a month. Smoked meat, cured meat, sausages, stewed bones. Plenty to go around. Lin Yi quietly walked to the side, wiping the blood off his knife. Watching the others cheerfully gather around the Warthog King's corpse, feeling the more intimate and approving gazes from his teammates, as well as the rich aroma of meat wafting through the air, he couldn't help but smile slightly, pressing the warm sun pendant against his chest. This hard-earned victory was worth it, Lin Yi thought to himself. Not only did he earn money from material shares, but more importantly, this makeshift team, after undergoing the test of blood, finally began to take on the semblance of a real team. He felt more confident about the upcoming journey and the plans for selling the loot in Emerald City. Chapter 25. A noisy new chapter. The residual warmth of the celebration brought by the earth-shattering Warthog King was replaced by the fatigue of days of travel and the growing anticipation. 20 days later, when the caravan puffed and wheezed, the wheels rolling over the last rocky ridge, time seemed to be paused. The weary rock-hoofed beasts came to a stop. Snorting, the guards forgot to shout, and even the noisiest parrot, Bobo, fell unusually silent, his little green eyes wide open, standing at the top of the ridge. The morning breeze brought the scent of distant moist vegetation, and Lin Yi, like everyone else, held his breath. Before him, there were no longer endless wastelands or oppressive black pine forests. A vast and boundless emerald green carpet, seemingly woven from the purest vitality, spread out over the expansive land. Paths crisscrossed like a precise chessboard, dividing fertile farmlands and the quiet villages sprinkled throughout. Winding rivers shimmered like silver ribbons under the morning light, nourishing this bountiful land. At the edge of this green sea, the horizon seemed to be lifted by an invisible giant hand, Emerald City. It stood majestically, living up to its name, radiating a warm and magnificent green hue. This was not the dull gray of Limestone City, but rather the vibrant glow of the finest jade raw or awakened by sunlight. Exuding a glow of life and magic, the towering city walls were at least 3 times the height of Limestone City. constructed from a smooth and fine special stone that faintly pulsed with energy. Every so often along the walls, uniquely shaped arrow towers and watchtowers rose, with flags adorned with patterns of vines and jewels fluttering at their tops. The skyline of the city was even more breathtaking, with countless buildings of varying styles rising up, competing for attention. In the central area, a spiral tower that seemed to be made entirely of giant crystal clusters and mithril frameworks pierced the clouds. The tower refracted a colorful halo in the morning sunlight, and at its top, a massive pulsating light orb seemed to float, radiating gentle yet powerful waves of magical energy. This had to be the celestial tower that Fizz had longed for. Just looking from afar, one could feel the vast knowledge and immense energy contained within. Surrounding the giant tower were several large circular domed buildings, covered in glazed tiles or some reflective metal, shimmering under the sunlight like scattered giant gemstones. These might be the renowned International Trade Center or the Emerald Grand Arena. Further away were dense clusters of spires, arches, and slope-roof buildings, standing in close ranks, colorful and varied. The wine-red noble mansion, the bright yellow chamber of commerce building, the indigo workshops, and the vast gray-tiled rooftops of the residences together form a vibrant urban mosaic. A wide and unimaginable moat encircles the grand city like an emerald necklace, its surface shimmering with reflections of the majestic city walls and towers. Several giant stone bridges spanning across it resemble long rainbows. The flow of people and carts on the bridges is incessant, like a moving ant colony. In the air, a complex and rich aroma wafts from afar. It is the breath of a metropolis mixed with countless life forces, the fresh and moist scent of flowers from the ubiquitous sky gardens and greenery within the city. The enticing smells of various spices and foods, the musky scent of livestock, the industrial aroma of leather and metal, the faint ozone scent generated by burning magic crystals, and a massive, omnipresent magical energy that hums like background noise. This magical energy is not aggressive, but rather like the pulse of the city, driving invisible facilities that permeate every brick and stone. By the light of the Radiant One, a guard murmured, almost losing his grip on the spear in his hand. Is this the Emerald City? The brilliant glow reflected in Elia's green eyes was filled with pure shock and longing, 1,000 times more magnificent than what the bards sang. Fitz, he excitedly interjected, gripping his staff tightly, his knuckles whitening from the effort, his body trembling with excitement. The Tower of the Sky, the elemental corridor, the Temple of Knowledge. I can feel it, the arcane rhythm flowing through the air. It's calling to me. He instinctively adjusted his well-worn, grease-stained, and hole-ridden robe, trying to make it look more wizardly. Grim squinted, sharp light flashing from under his bushy brows. Instead of marveling, he precisely locked onto several areas in the northeast corner of the city, where thick white smoke billowed and faint sounds of forging could be heard. The workshop district. He grunted, his eyes glimmering with the dwarven desire for finely crafted creations. A place large enough, with roaring forges. Blank remained as silent as a rock. But the grip on the edge of his great shield tightened slightly, his deep gaze sweeping over the massive city outline and the bustling flow of people and carts, clearly assessing the scale of this great city and the complex powers it contained. Lin Yi stood quietly, the distant clamor seeming to come from another time and space, striking his eardrums. An indescribable pride and ambition surged within him like a fire ignited, burning fiercely. This was his goal. Even the local specialties in his arms seemed to sense their owner's rising excitement, emanating a faint warmth through the fabric. He took a deep breath. The scent mixed with magic, vitality, and prosperity filling his lungs, dispelling the last trace of travel fatigue. We've finally arrived. This whisper was both a declaration of the journey's end and a proclamation of a new beginning. The descent seemed shortened as the distance closed. The oppressive feeling and vitality of the Emerald City grew exponentially. The main avenue leading to the south gate was wide enough for 8 horse-drawn carriages to travel side by side, but at that moment, it was packed tightly with a surging flow of people and carts. The merchant convoy was like a small stream merging into a flood, instantly submerged. Fair-skinned, golden-haired, blue-eyed human merchants mingled with dark-skinned, curly-haired, thick-lipped southern traders. Stout dwarven craftsmen pushed carts piled high with metal parts, while tall, cool-spirited elven rangers weaved through the throng with long bows on their backs. There were even a few halfling vendors wrapped in colorful headscarves, their skin a light purple, skillfully selling fruits in the gaps of the crowd. A few barbarian warriors, clad in strange leather armor and tattooed faces, carried massive bone clubs, curiously surveying their surroundings. Ornately decorated noble carriages, drawn by strong steeds, were piled high with various goods, alongside merchant carts pulled by rock-hoofed beasts or giant lizards. Oddly shaped magical motorcycles, powered by some glowing magic crystal, emitted a faint hum. There were even a few elegantly saddled unicorns carrying well-dressed knights, drawing envious glances. Calls for sales in various accents rose and fell, finest elven fruits, 3 for a silver coin, fine steel weapons, crafted by dwarven masters. The latest map of the Emerald City includes a guide to inns, the sounds of intense bargaining, the shouts of drivers and whip cracks, the neighing of livestock, the shouts of guards maintaining order, the dull pounding from the workshops in the distance, and even the distant sound of a harp and the cheers of the crowd all mixed together, forming a vast, noisy yet vibrant sound wave that impacted the eardrums of every newcomer. The towering Emerald City walls loomed close, their visual impact astonishing. The surface of the walls was not completely smooth. It was engraved with enormous, vibrant vines and gem reliefs that shimmered with a faint magical aura under the sunlight. Evidently not merely decorative, but likely containing powerful protective formations. The massive south gate resembled the throat of a giant beast, made of thick hardwood embedded with bronze rivets and some mixed metal, now wide open. Above the gate, a large emerald emblem entwined with evergreen ivy was carved, exuding an aura of majesty and wealth. Merchant convoys lined up in long queues, slowly inching toward the gate. On either side of the gate, 2 rows of well-equipped, solemn-looking city guards stood. They wore standard bright silver breastplates, with green feathers sticking out of their helmets, weapons polished to a shine, their sharp eyes scanning every person and vehicle entering and exiting. The inspection was quite strict, questioning goods, verifying identity documents. And even magic energy inspectors in gray robes wielding crystal short staffs scanned suspicious goods or large magical items, the crystal staffs buzzing and glowing with different colors. After a long wait, the old camel merchant's convoy finally moved under the gate. A huge shadow loomed over them, bringing the coolness of stone and the scent of time's passage. Fat John wiped the sweat from his brow, smiling broadly as he negotiated with the gate officer, registering and paying the entry tax. Finally, the heavy wheels began to roll again, carrying everyone through the thick doors, officially stepping into the Emerald City. Inside the gate, the scene changed once more. A wide main avenue paved with smooth blue stone, Emerald Avenue, stretched straight into the heart of the city. On either side of the road were shops and buildings of various styles, densely packed with signs, and magical lanterns flickered enticingly even in daylight. The Silver Brotherhood Weapons Workshop, Emerald Feathers Potions and Alchemical Supplies, Arcane Singularity Magical Items Store, Exotic Treasures Pavilion, and countless taverns, inns, tailor shops, bakeries, blacksmiths, and stables filled the air with an even richer aroma of food, leather, perfume, and magical energy. The crowd was denser, the flow of carts and people incessant, with individuals in various attire from all over the continent brushing shoulders. Occasionally, patrols in matching uniforms riding swift chocobos passed through. In the sky, several figures even rode small flying magical devices, drawing points and gasps from the ground crowd, making the entire city feel like an enormous, endlessly operating, precise machine, rumbling with activity. In a relatively spacious clearing beside Emerald Avenue, Fat John finally directed the convoy to stop. He let out a long breath, as if unloading a heavy burden, and a shrewd smile unique to merchants reappeared on his face. He took out several heavy money bags and enthusiastically distributed them to Lin Yi and the other 4. Brave warriors, you've worked hard on the journey. A great debt of gratitude cannot be expressed in words. This is the agreed-upon reward, 20 gold suns, the common currency of the kingdom, marked with a soaring eagle, for each of you. The gold coins were heavy and rang out with a pleasant sound when they clashed. Additionally, he pulled out 5 smaller but equally bulging leather bags, adding 5 more gold suns for each person as an extra token of gratitude for taking down the Boar King. I, Old John, keep my promises. In the future, if there are any good jobs traveling south and north, I will definitely come to you first. As the moment of parting arrived, the 5 individuals, coming from different places and having briefly teamed up for the task, stood together at the bustling streets of Emerald City. About to go their separate ways, Blank said little, silently taking out 4 neatly cut pieces of hard paper he had prepared earlier and distributing them to Lin Yi, Alia, Grim, and Fizz. The paper had a clear address written in charcoal: Oak Barrel Inn, 37, Hammer Lane. If you need anything, find me. His words were concise, his voice low and reliable, a promise set in stone. Alia's eyes reddened slightly. She was the first to rush over and gave Blank a strong hug, then hugged Grim tightly, followed by Fizz, who was taken aback and flustered. Finally, she stood in front of Lin Yi, her green eyes sparkling with sincere reluctance. Lin Yi, make sure to come find me to hang out. I'm at the Emerald Feather Inn, right near the entrance to the rainforest. Just ask for the most beautiful and skilled elven ranger, Alia. She patted the longbow at her waist. Then she turned to Bobo on her shoulder. Bobo, say goodbye to everyone. Bobo flapped its colorful wings, flying in circles above each person's head, bidding farewell in its own way. Stone, goodbye. Heart, dwarf. Axe, goodbye. Mage, shiny, goodbye. Fizz's mouth twitched. Finally, it landed on Lin Yi's shoulder, affectionately rubbing its little head against his cheek before flying back to Alia's shoulder, chirping brightly. Cut wind, goodbye. Get rich. Grim hefted his enormous backpack, filled with tools and oars, and steadied his beloved battle axe on his shoulder. He looked around at everyone, and beneath his thick beard, the corners of his mouth seemed to slightly lift, a semblance of a smile. He nodded heavily at them, his voice still as dull as stone. Until we meet again, take care. With that, he walked away decisively, his steps strong and steady, heading toward the workshop district filled with the smell of smoke and the sound of hammering, his stout figure quickly disappearing into the throng. Fizz took a deep breath, Trying to calm his excited heart, he straightened his back, planted his staff on the ground, and attempted to regain the mage's solemnity. He adjusted his well-worn robe, cleared his throat, and spoke in an exaggerated, melodious tone. Fellow comrades, the prologue of our adventure pauses here, but the journey of arcane truth is never-ending. May the light of the Tower of the Sky guide our paths. May the echoes of the elements witness our future reunion. The legend of Emerald City will surely bear our names. Until we meet again. He tried to make his departure appear graceful and mysterious, then turned and strode confidently toward the Tower of the Sky. However, after just a few steps, he was bumped into by a hurried newspaper boy, causing his grand turn to awkwardly stumble. He exclaimed, quickly adjusted his mage hat, and hurried away down the fork leading to the mage district, drawing a peal of laughter from Alia. In the end, only Lin Yi remained by the empty space. He weighed the heavy money bag in his hands, feeling the steady warmth from the sun pendant on his chest, as well as the solid touch of the local specialties in his arms. The ceaseless symphony of Emerald City surrounded him. The rolling wheels, the bustling crowd, the buzzing of magic, and the distant chimes, all sorts of sounds, colors, and scents swirled around him like a tide. This was in stark contrast to the dead calm of Greystone City and the oppressive darkness of the mines. Here, it was filled with infinite possibilities, yet also harbored deeper whirlpools. He took one last glance in the direction where his teammates had disappeared, Alia bouncing into the crowd, Blank's tall figure flashing around the corner, Grim already gone from sight, and even Fizz's blue mage robe swallowed by the sea of people. A faint, tender warmth belonging to companions brushed through his heart, soon replaced by a stronger desire for a new journey. He tightened the straps of his backpack and adjusted the bronze badge on his chest, symbolizing a new beginning. In his black eyes, a sharp light shone like a blade drawn from its sheath, surveying the massive structure before him, made of emeralds, magic light, noise, and desire. Lin Yi, holding the local specialties from Greystone City, slowly raised a smile that mixed wildness, shrewdness, and boundless anticipation, murmuring to himself with a tone of resoluteness. Hoping the local tycoons here would recognize the value, he no longer hesitated, stepping forward with steady and firm strides, plunging into the surging, bizarre crowd of Emerald City. The towering buildings cast mottled shadows, and the glow from the magical light boxes flickered on his face, surrounded by strange faces and incomprehensible dialects. He was like a drop of water merging into a boiling ocean, his figure quickly swallowed by the splendor and clamor of Emerald City. Newbie Village graduation trip, perfect clearance. New map Emerald City loaded. Player Lin Yi officially logged in. Chapter 26. Price of Emerald City with the heavy gold bags tucked in his arms. Close to the warm sun pendant, Lin Yi felt like a newly arrived local tycoon, both excited and a bit out of place with caution. He temporarily bypassed the oak barrel and recommended by Blank and had no interest in admiring the dazzling magical shop windows. His primary goal was clear, to cash in on the local specialties he held. Emerald City was far larger than he had imagined. As he walked along Emerald Avenue, he quickly became dizzy from the surging crowd and the dazzling shop signs on either side, the deafening clanging from the Mithril Brotherhood workshop, the strange medicinal fragrance from emerald feather potions wafting half a street away, and the tempting allure of the colorful staves and scrolls in the arcane Singularity Magic Shop window all competed for his attention. In contrast, the more low-key names like Exotic Treasure Pavilion, Antiquity Study, and Gold Digger's Home seemed more aligned with his need to sell. Lin Yi chose a shop that appeared to have a modest facade but had a sturdy, ancient-looking sign that read Antiquity Study. Upon entering, a complex smell of aged paper, dried herbs, metallic rust, and faint magical dust hit him. The shop was somewhat dimly lit, with towering antiquity shelves lined against the walls, displaying a variety of items. Dusty ceramic jars, rusty weapon fragments, dull-colored mineral specimens, unknown beast bones, tattered scrolls, and even several strangely shaped wooden carvings and masks were on display. An elderly man with white hair and thick crystal glasses was hunched over the counter, studying a piece of turtle shell carefully under the light of a magical lamp with a magnifying glass. Ahem, Lin Yi cleared his throat. Boss, do you buy items? The old man slowly raised his head, his thick lenses revealing a scrutinizing gaze that swept over Lin Yi's young face, plain clothing, and finally landed on the bronze badge on his chest. Young brother, what good stuff do you have? Let us take a look. His tone was somewhat indifferent. Lin Yi wasted no time and pulled out the small bundle wrapped in thick cloth from his bosom. He carefully opened it, revealing several dark red pieces inside, with what seemed to be molten lava flowing within the ore. It was indeed the best quality core of the Firefly ore, along with 2 smaller fragments. At the same time, he took out a small box he kept close, opening it to reveal several pieces of calming stones that emitted a soft blue-white glow. Firefly ore and calming stones. Lin Yi summarized succinctly. The old man's gaze instantly sharpened. He set down his magnifying glass and tortoiseshell, picked up a piece of firefly ore, and brought it under the crystal lamp for a careful inspection, his fingers rubbing over the surface of the ore, sensing the subtle warmth. He then took a calming stone, held it close to his forehead, and closed his eyes to sense it for a moment. The old man pondered. The firefly ore's quality is acceptable. The purity of the fire element is quite good, with fewer impurities than usual. The calming stones are of medium quality, but a bit small. He set down the ore, adjusted his glasses, and looked at Lin Yi. Little brother, these are good items. However, he paused, tapping the counter with his finger. Emerald City isn't a small place. Firefly ore isn't particularly rare. You can dig it up in the mines in the furnace area on the west side of the city. It's just that cores of this quality are indeed rare. As for the calming stones, they are somewhat useful for low-level mages and meditators, but they aren't exactly rare treasures. The alchemy workshop under the Sky Tower has stable supply channels, and they could provide a large quantity. Lin Yi's heart sank slightly, just as he thought. He maintained a calm demeanor on his face. Boss, isn't that price a bit unreasonable? Lin Yi's voice was steady but carried a hint of coldness. You've mentioned the rarity of the firefly or core's fire element purity, and while the calming stones are small, their soothing effect on the mind is real. 180 gold suns. Oh dear, little brother. The old man set down his teacup, wearing an expression of youthful naivety. 180? I can't accept that. Emerald City has plenty of good things. With what you have, how about this? Seeing that you're an adventurer, and it's not easy, I'll offer you 140 gold suns. That's the best I can do. If you want more, you can go ask elsewhere. He adopted a posture of indifference. Lin Yi sneered internally. He could sense that although the old man was bargaining, there was still some interest in the firefly or core in the depths of his gaze. He pretended to pack up the ore. Well then, I'll go look around. Hey, wait. The old man indeed became anxious. 150 gold suns. Little brother, this is a fair price. If you go to places like the Treasure Pavilion or the Rare Gem Pavilion, they might cheat you. The appraisal fees and handling fees would take a cut, and you probably won't get a better deal than mine. Lin Yi paused, pretending to hesitate. 150 gold suns, plus the 25 gold suns he earned from escorting before, would give him a total of 175 gold suns. Enough for him to establish himself in Emerald City and still have some money left for learning. Continuing to haggle would waste time. All right, Lin Yi nodded. 150 it is. After the transaction, the heavy gold coins felt reassuring in his hands. But seeing the old man cheerfully collecting the ore still left him feeling a bit cheated. His gaze swept over the display shelves in the store, where beautifully crafted necklaces, rings, and amulets, inlaid with gems and radiating soft magical fluctuations, caught his eye. Then he looked at the simple animal skin cord around his neck with the warm sun pendant inside. Well, the handmade artwork he crafted was indeed rough and unpresentable. After tucking the gold coins away, he stepped out of the antiquities shop, once again enveloped by the bustling noise of Emerald City in the afternoon. The sun was just right, and more pedestrians filled the streets. As he pondered whether to find a place to settle down or continue wandering, a newspaper boy dressed in faded, ill-fitting clothes, with a clever look on his face, darted through the crowd like an eel, waving his newspaper and calling out brightly, Selling papers. Selling papers. The latest Emerald Morning Star report. Headline. Prehistoric giant rat nests discovered in the West District sewer. City guards offering a hefty reward for cleanup. The owner of the Song of the Sea Demon Tavern rejects the Count's son's marriage proposal again. Exclusive news. The No. 3 laboratory of the Sky Tower has exploded again. Suspected apprentice operational error. Practical information. Intermediate Mage Lord Orlando is offering limited time classes. Fundamentals of magic theory, limited spots. The newspaper boy's cries served as the background noise of daily life in Emerald City. Lin Yi initially paid no attention, but the words intermediate mage and fundamentals of magic theory drew him in like a magnet. He immediately waved. Kid, bring me a paper. Sure thing. Sir. 1 copper leaf. The newspaper boy quickly pulled out a still-smelling ink newspaper and handed it to him, taking the copper coin and slipping back into the crowd to continue his calls. Lin Yi unfolded the Emerald Morning Star report. The newspaper was made from some kind of flexible grass pulp paper, printed clearly. He quickly skimmed through the fluff pieces and bounty notices, his gaze zeroing in on a small advertisement in the practical information section. Magic study, limited time classes by Mage Orlando instructor. Orlando Stardust, certified intermediate mage. Former assistant at the Sky Tower. Content. Essentials of magic theory, elemental perception, magical energy guidance, basic model construction, casting stability enhancement, target audience, magic apprentices, beginner mages, or spellcasters needing reinforcement on magic theory time. Every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday afternoon at 2 p.m. Location. Academy District Edge, Old Book Alley No. 7. Wisdom Spark Study Society fee. 5 silver coins per class. First time experience can audit 1 class for free. Note. Small class teaching, focusing on practical feedback, limited to 15 spots. 5 silver coins for an intermediate mages class. Lin Yi's heart raced uncontrollably. This price was simply unbelievable in Greystone City. Wanting to learn even the basics would cost a fortune and require connections, and there was no guarantee of real substance. Yet here, a certified intermediate mage was openly offering classes at such an affordable price. This was precisely what he, a self-taught wild mage, lacked the most: systematic foundational theory. The subtle differences in elemental perception, the optimized paths for magical energy guidance, and the stable construction of casting models were all knowledge he urgently needed. 5 silver coins? It was practically a gift. He carefully folded the corner of the newspaper with the advertisement and treasured it close to himself. As if it were not paper but a key to a new world. He committed the address to memory. Academy District Edge, Old Book Alley No. 7. Wisdom Spark Study Society. Any disappointment from selling the ore was completely washed away by this unexpected discovery. Lin Yi lifted his head, gazing at the vast sky of Emerald City, fragmented by towering buildings yet immensely broad. Sunlight refracted through the crystal towers, casting a spectrum of colors. And the hum of magical energy in the air seemed to carry a hint of the rhythm of knowledge. Magic theory, he murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with an unprecedented thirst for knowledge. The local specialty of Greystone City had exchanged for his foothold, and this inexpensive newspaper advertisement might just open the door to true power for him. He took one last look at the unassuming sign of the antiquities shop, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Then, without further hesitation, he straightened his back and rejoined the surging tide of people in Emerald City. The goal has temporarily changed, to find a cheap and clean place to stay, and then prepare to audit classes at the Old Book Alley. Chapter 27. The Mole Hotel. Lin Yi began to look for a place to stay on the bustling streets of Emerald City. The Oak Barrel Inn recommended by Blank was located in Hammer Lane, which sounded like a craftsman area, quite a distance from the commercial core area he was currently in, Emerald Avenue. He decided to find a place closer to the Old Book Alley for convenience in attending classes. Following the general impression of the city's zoning he had from buying newspapers, Lin Yi walked toward the relatively quiet edge of the area, which might have a stronger academic atmosphere. Away from the bustling main road, the streets became narrow and winding, and the shops were much simpler, mostly consisting of bookstores, stationery shops, small workshops, and budget hotels catering to students and scholars. Soon, he discovered a place called the Mole Hotel in a secluded alley named Scholar's Path. The sign featured a wooden carving of a mole sleeping while hugging a gold coin, exuding a sense of simple humor. The hotel facade was not large, but it was clean and tidy. As he pushed the door open, a faint scent of ink mixed with the smell of old wood greeted him. Behind the front desk sat a slightly plump, balding middle-aged man, reading a thick book that could double as a brick in the light. Hearing the door chime, he looked up, pushed his round glasses up the bridge of his nose, and asked kindly, "Staying the night?" "Yes, a single room, preferably quiet," Lin Yi replied. "Got it." The owner quickly put down the book, flipped through the registration book, and said, "The one at the back on the second floor, facing the backyard, absolutely quiet. 30 copper leaves a night, hot water included, breakfast is 5 extra copper leaves. A deposit of 1 silver moon, refundable upon checkout. How long will you be staying?" The prices in Emerald City were indeed not cheap. In Greystone City, a simple dormitory would only cost a few copper leaves a night, while here a single room was 30 copper leaves. Fortunately, Lin Yi's pocket was currently quite full, so this expense was nothing. "I'll stay for 5 days. The owner took the money, handed him a heavy brass key engraved with the room number. "Go up the stairs, turn right at the end. The hot water is self-service at the kitchen downstairs. If you need anything, just call out." This Scholar's Path is quiet and close to the old book market, but it's a bit far from the guild, the owner casually mentioned. "The guild?" Lin Yi's heart stirred. "Yes, the Adventurers Guild. Emerald City is so big that it has 4 branches. The East City Port Branch manages sea transport, docks, and offshore tasks. The West City Mining District Branch connects to the furnace area and mining assignments. The South City Linza Branch handles jobs related to rainforests and swamps. The North City Trade Branch mainly takes care of city guards, valuable goods transport, and some, awkward troubles that are not easy to discuss." The owner spoke like an expert. "Of course, the largest main guild is in the Central District, next to the Town Hall and the Tower of the Firmament. That place. Wow, so grand. But the tasks there are also the hardest. You need real skills to take them." Thanking the owner for the information, Lin Yi went upstairs with the key. The room was not large and simply furnished, a single bed, an old desk, a chair, and a washbasin stand. However, it was clean and tidy, with a window facing the hotel's small backyard where a few bamboos swayed in the wind, truly quiet. Lin Yi dropped his bag, washed up briefly, and changed into a clean set of spare clothes. Looking out at the unfamiliar scenery and feeling the pulse of this vast city, a desire for exploration surged within him. What would the main Adventurers Guild in Emerald City be like? The image of the small guild in Greystone City, which only had one counter and a few broken tables, with a map drawn poorly, lingered in his mind. Lin Yi decided to take advantage of the early evening light to visit the heart of adventurers in this giant city. Of course, just for a tour, as he had a clear understanding of his own capabilities and the depth of Emerald City. According to the hotel owner's directions, the Central District was the core of Emerald City. Lin emerged into the crowd again, this time with a clear direction. The closer he got to the Central District, the more magnificent the buildings became, and the streets wider and cleaner. The patrolling city guards were better equipped, and occasionally he could see mages in splendid robes or warriors with a calm demeanor, wearing high-level badges, hurrying past. The concentration of magical energy in the air was also noticeably higher. Finally, after passing through a square composed of a huge magical fountain and a neatly trimmed magical plant garden, a building of unimaginable grandeur appeared before him. The Adventurers Guild of Emerald City. Rather than a building, it resembled a small fortress castle. The main structure was made of enormous, magically infused granite with a bluish-gray metallic sheen. Incredibly sturdy, and the building rose in a stepped fashion, towering 5 stories high. Above the massive arched doorway hung a gigantic emblem, 3 stories tall, crossed swords and wands, with a background of an unfurled scroll and a roaring griffin head, outlined in mithril, shining brilliantly in the sunlight. The entrance of the guild was bustling with people, adventurers coming and going in an endless stream. The quality of their equipment and the strength of their presence were far beyond what Greystone City could compare. Bronze-level badges were practically the basic standard here, and figures wearing black iron-level badges were everywhere. Lin Yi even saw a few figures adorned with silver badges with intricate patterns. When they passed by, the surrounding crowd instinctively made some space, their gazes filled with awe. Silver level. In Greystone City, they would be top-tier combatants, but here, they seemed not uncommon. As for the legendary gold level, Lin Yi hadn't seen any for now, but they definitely existed. Taking a deep breath, filled with the shock and curiosity of a country bumpkin entering the city, Lin Yi followed the crowd into the guild's main entrance. The scene inside took his breath away. A massive domed hall, towering over 10 feet high, with a ceiling embedded with enormous magical crystals that cast bright, soft light resembling natural sunlight. In the center of the hall floated an enormous task bulletin board made of flowing crystal light screens. Thousands of task entries scrolled densely across it, with clear fonts and rich illustrations. Tasks were categorized by level, region, and type, with real-time displays of reward amounts and remaining slots for acceptance. The sheer amount of information was overwhelming yet orderly. Surrounding the central crystal light screen were dozens of circular reception counters. Each counter had at least 2 efficient guild staff members in matching uniforms, with crystals glowing faintly before them, clearly connected to a vast task database. There was always a queue of teams or solo adventurers in front of the counters, with voices of conversation, task confirmations, and proof submissions rising and falling. Yet it never seemed chaotic. The air was infused with the sense of leather, steel, sweat, and a high-grade magical energy cleaning agent. Filled with a sense of power and order. Rather than queue at the counter, he strolled slowly along the edge of the hall like a true visitor, scanning the scrolling tasks on the crystal light screen. Silver level, escort the deep blue merchant fleet through Storm's Corner to the New World colonies. Reward, 3,000 gold sun. Unknown dividends. Silver level, clear the mutated toxic vines at the outskirts of the Withering Marsh and collect pure heart grass samples. Reward, 150 gold sun per team. Investigation, determine the cause of personnel disappearance in Crystal Mine Tunnel No. 7. Danger level pending. Base reward, 50 gold sun. Mithril level, bounty. Hunt down the adult shadowwing dragon residing in the Dragonbone Mountains. Reward, 10,000 gold sun. Recommendation letter for account title. This information was marked in glaring red and scrolled at a slower speed. Looking at the rewards that often reached hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of gold suns, Lin Yi touched the 175 gold suns in his pocket and once again felt his own poverty. This is truly the world of adventurers, Lin Yi sighed in his heart. He didn't linger long. After the shock, he quietly exited this bustling and powerful adventurers' hall. Standing outside the grand guild entrance, the setting sun bathed the emerald-colored building in a layer of golden light. He turned back for one last look at the enormous sword and staff emblem, his gaze resolute. First, lay a solid foundation, learn magic, and seize the opportunities to make money and grow stronger. There are plenty of them here. He turned around, his figure once again blending into the dazzling street scene of Emerald City as the lights began to glow. Chapter 28. The Feast as Dusk Fell. Emerald City seemed to don a luxurious garment adorned with magical lights. The colorful halo from the central district's tower dyed the night sky, and the crystal light boxes along the streets lit up one after another, illuminating Emerald Avenue like a flowing river of light. The hustle and bustle did not cease. Instead, it fermented a different kind of vitality in the night. The music drifting from taverns, the singing of street performers, and the rhythm of wagon wheels rolling over cobblestone streets intertwined to create the unique rhythm of the city that never sleeps. The magnificent scene of the Central District's Adventurer Guild and the tasks with rewards often reaching hundreds or thousands on the crystal screen constantly reminded him that the waters here run deep. He, Lin Yi, was merely a bronze-level little fish that had just swum from a small pond into the vast sea. But even a little fish has the right to reward itself. Lin Yi patted his grumbling stomach. The rations from days of travel, Old Buck's secret soup, and the rough meals during his time as a caravan guard had already made his taste buds protest strongly. Today he decided to indulge. He did not return to the mole to gnaw on hard bread, but instead fixed his sharp gaze on a restaurant that looked quite stylish at the corner near Scholar's Path close to the main street. The sign, also carved from wood, depicted a chubby mole wearing a chef's hat and hugging a large spoon, with the words Mole Cave Gourmet Workshop inscribed below in ornate script. Warm yellow lights spilled from the large floor-to-ceiling windows, faintly revealing the exquisite decor and well-dressed diners inside. Lin Yi straightened his collar. Although he was still in his simple adventurer's attire, at least it was clean. He pushed open the heavy wooden door, embedded with brass handles. Inside was a different world. Unlike the noise outside, the restaurant was filled with the soothing sound of a harp, and the air was permeated with a delightful complex aroma. The savory scent of roasted meat, the freshness of herbs, the rich flavor of thick sauces, and a hint of smoke from the open kitchen wafted through the air. The lighting was soft, with dark wooden tables and chairs paired with plush dark green velvet cushions. Oil paintings depicting forests, mines, and scenes of harvest hung on the walls, creating an overall atmosphere that was warm, comfortable, and of high quality. The waitstaff wore neat dark brown vests and white shirts, moving quickly and professionally. A middle-aged man resembling a head waiter approached, his gaze quickly scanning Lin Yi's bronze badge, yet his face maintained an impeccable professional smile. "Good evening, sir. Just one. This way, please." There was no hint of neglect due to the badge's level or the simple attire. Lin Yi was led to a quiet corner by the window, and after sitting down, the waiter immediately presented a menu made of thick parchment with elegant and clear writing, accompanied by a few exquisite hand-drawn illustrations. As he scanned the menu, Lin Yi once again felt the prices in Emerald City. An appetizer, Emerald Bay Crystal Shrimp Jelly, was priced at 1 silver moon and 17 copper leaves. The main course, pan-seared moonlight trout with lemongrass sauce, was 3 silver moons. The secret charcoal grilled rockhoof beast ribs were 4 silver moons. Even the cheapest mole's special thick soup cost 17 copper leaves. These prices could easily feed a family of 3 a grand meal in Limestone City, but Lin Yi merely smiled. Today he was here to enjoy. Appetizer, the crystal shrimp jelly. For the main course, I want the charcoal grilled rockhoof beast ribs, a large portion. Also, a platter of forest vegetables and a glass of your best malt beer. He estimated that, including the service charge, it would be around 8 silver moons. For someone holding 175 gold suns, equivalent to 4,725 silver moons. It was just a drop in the bucket. "Very well, sir, please wait a moment." The waiter noted down the order and politely stepped away. The waiting time was not boring. Lin Yi leaned back in the comfortable chair, enjoying the street view of Scholar's Path as the lights began to glow. The harp's melodious tunes flowing in his ears, and the tense nerves that had been tight for so long finally relaxed. He noticed a well-dressed couple at the neighboring table. Their order of the Sky Tower's secret spiced roasted dragon lizard tail, one of the most expensive dishes on the menu, priced at 2 gold suns, had just arrived. And the strange aroma and enticing color made Lin Yi glance over a couple more times. This was the real life in a big city. Soon, his appetizer arrived. The Emerald Bay Crystal Shrimp Jelly was a translucent half-spherical jelly, as pure as the finest crystal, with plump, pink shrimp, green peas, orange crab roe, and a sprinkle of herbs clearly visible inside. The jelly melted instantly in the mouth, cool and refreshing, carrying the salty essence of the ocean and a hint of lemon sourness, instantly awakening his dormant taste buds. The shrimp was tender and sweet, while the crab roe burst on his tongue, delivering a delightful texture. Then, the main course made a grand entrance. The secret charcoal grilled rockhoof beast ribs, as the waiter placed them on the table, made Lin Yi's eyes light up. 3 thick ribs, nearly spanning the entire plate. The surface was grilled to a deep caramel color, glistening with oil, brushed with a thick secret sauce that exuded fruity and honeyed sweetness. The rugged grill marks were imprinted on the meat, with edges that had a delightful crispness. And the rich meat aroma combined with the smokiness of the fruitwood charcoal boldly filled his nostrils. The side dishes were soft and sweet roasted pumpkin chunks and caramelized onions. And the waiter thoughtfully placed a sharp carving knife beside him. Lin Yi couldn't wait to cut a piece. The knife easily sliced through the crispy skin, revealing tender and juicy meat with distinct marbling inside. Juices immediately flowed out, soaking the plate. As he took a bite, the complex sweetness and slight spiciness of the sauce hit first, followed by the unique charred aroma imparted by the charcoal fire, and finally the rich, chewy texture of the rockhoof beast meat, which was hearty without being tough. The meat was rich and juicy, bringing a wild sense of satisfaction. The silver moon flour was completely convincing. He almost forgot about the equally fresh and crispy forest vegetable platter beside him. The malt beer was a deep amber color, with rich and delicate foam, slightly bitter with a sweet aftertaste, and carried a strong aroma of malt roasting, perfectly balancing the richness of the ribs. Lin Yi ate with undivided attention, deftly using both knife and fork, his movements quick yet orderly, as the large portion of ribs disappeared at a visible speed. The primal craving for delicious food that had been suppressed for so long in Limestone City was greatly satisfied at this moment. He felt every weary cell in his body rejoicing. When the last piece of sauce-coated rib meat vanished into his mouth, Lin Yi sighed contentedly, raised his glass, and finished the last sip of rich malt beer. His stomach felt warm and heavy, and a sense of fullness and happiness radiated through his limbs. This meal, costing nearly 8 silver moons, made him feel rejuvenated and allowed him to truly touch a corner of Emerald City's flourishing life. The waiter timely brought over the bill, 7 silver moons and 11 copper leaves, meal cost plus a small service charge. Lin Yi readily counted out 8 silver moons and placed them in the bill holder. Keep the change. The extra 16 copper leaves were left as a tip. The waiter's professional attitude made it worth it. Stepping out of the mole's cave, the cool night air brushed against his cheeks, carrying the lingering scent of food. Lin Yi contentedly patted his belly, feeling that the fatigue of the past few days had been largely dispelled by this meal. He glanced back at the warm lights and the charming chef mole on the sign, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Tomorrow, the Wisdom Spark Study Society. He murmured to himself, his eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. Having eaten and drunk enough, it was time to invest in future power. He stepped forward, his figure merging into the brilliant night of Emerald City, heading toward the quiet little room of the Mole's Inn. Chapter 29. The Old Mage's Business. Since the morning sunlight filtered through the thin veil of the Mole's Inn window, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Lin Yi got up early, full of energy and driven by a desire for magical knowledge. Following his memory and asking for directions, he navigated through the maze-like alleys near Scholar's Path and finally found the old book street, filled with the scent of old books and parchment. The alley was narrow, lined with vendors displaying old books and towering bookshelves, with dust and ink fragrance floating in the air. The number 7 door was in the middle of the alley, an unremarkable oak door with a sign made of crooked, glowing crystals, Wisdom Spark Study Society. Pushing the door open, the inside was more spacious than he had imagined, though simply furnished. A long podium covered in deep blue velvet stood at the front, with a semicircle of wooden chairs equipped with small tables arranged in front of it. On the walls hung several diagrams of basic elemental cycles and magical energy flow, looking somewhat aged. At this moment, 7 or 8 people were already sparsely seated in the room, mostly young, with the typical naivety and thirst for knowledge characteristic of apprentices, wearing the lowest level gravel or black iron badges on their chests. Lin Yi's bronze badge stood out here, attracting a few curious glances. Behind the podium stood an old man. He wore a faded, worn deep blue mage robe, with 3 silver lines representing his intermediate mage status, somewhat dull. He was thin, with sparse gray hair, deep wrinkles etched on his face, and thick crystal glasses perched on his nose. Most striking was the oak staff he held, with a dimly glowing magic crystal at the top, far less magnificent than Fizz's. This was the Orlando Stardust mage from the advertisement. The passage of time and the limits of talent had left clear marks on him, a veteran mage who had wasted much of his life on the path of magic, ultimately remaining at the threshold of the intermediate level. At this moment, he was facing away from the door, carefully wiping the podium with a piece of velvet cloth. His movements slow and deliberate. Ahem, newcomers? Find a seat, Orlando said without looking up, his voice somewhat hoarse but fairly clear. The first class is free to audit. Lin Yi took a seat toward the back. Soon, a few more people arrived, bringing the total to about 12. Finally, Mage Orlando turned around, adjusted his glasses, and scanned the students present, managing a slightly weary but kind smile. Welcome to the Wisdom Spark Study Society, young seekers of knowledge, he began, his voice not loud, but carrying a distinctly academic tone. I am Orlando Stardust, an old fellow who has wandered the arcane path for most of my life, and I have also had the privilege of spending quite a bit of time in the library of the Celestial Tower. Today, we won't talk about those flashy spells, nor the world-destroying forbidden techniques. Great buildings rise from the ground. We will discuss the cornerstone of fundamental magic. This opening statement energized Lin Yi. This was exactly what he needed. The content of Mage Orlando's teaching was indeed very basic, as he described in detail how to use mental power to touch and distinguish different elemental particles, the heat and restlessness of fire elements, the coolness and flow of water elements, the lightness and freedom of wind elements, and the heaviness and stability of earth elements. He used vivid metaphors, saying that touching the fire element was like putting one's hand into the embers of a furnace, careful not to get burned, but also to feel its vitality, bringing the dry theory to life. Lin Yi listened intently, and many previously vague feelings suddenly became clear when compared to his own exploratory experiences. Orlando emphasized that mental power is like roots, while magical energy is like nutrients. Guidance is not a brute force pull, but rather a natural and precise extension and absorption, like plant roots searching for water sources. He mentioned several key mental power nodes, and how to avoid unnecessary dissipation of magical energy during the guiding process. Lin Yi immediately realized that when he had previously condensed his spiral ice cone, he had wasted at least 1/10 of his magical energy during the compression and rotation process. Building the spell-casting model. This is the core. Orlando drew the simplest basic circuit model of the light spell on the blackboard, a minimalist geometric structure formed by linking mental power nodes with the flow path of magical energy. Look, this is the skeleton of a spell. He explained the role of each node: magical energy convergence point, shaping point, stabilization point, release point, and how the thickness and smoothness of the path affect the speed, stability, and power of the spell. The more precise and efficient the circuit, the less magical energy is required, the faster the casting, and the greater the potential power. Conversely, if the circuit is rough and distorted, it is like a leaky bucket, effortful and unproductive. Lin Yi eagerly absorbed this knowledge. Orlando's explanations were simple yet profound, clear and logical, evidently stemming from years of experience in basic teaching. These seemingly simple concepts were precisely the skeleton that Lin Yi, a self-taught individual, lacked the most. He felt as if a new door had opened before him. The techniques he had instinctively developed in the past, while usable, now appeared full of redundancy, waste, and hidden dangers. If he could thoroughly understand these principles of basic circuits and optimize them, his efficiency and power in casting spiralized cones, fireballs, and even wind blades would surely improve significantly. However, the good times didn't last long. After about an hour of solid foundational content, Orlando's tone began to shift. He put down the chalk, took a sip of water, and a mix of nostalgia and salesmanship lit up his face. Back in the day, when I was at the Celestial Tower, he began a 20-minute reminiscence of his glorious past, mostly boasting about which great mage SM he had seen, which precious ancient texts he had organized, and his participation in the drafting of some large magic formation scraps. Lin Yi and a few other students who had clearly come for knowledge couldn't help but show some helplessness. The old mage seemed to need this past glory to support his current situation. After the boasting came to a pause, Mage Orlando adjusted his glasses, his gaze becoming sincere and eager. Everyone, the foundation is essential, no doubt, but the ocean of magic is vast and boundless. Merely understanding this is like only knowing how to build a ship out of wood, without knowing how to sail it into the distance. My course aims to lay the most solid foundation for you and guide you to explore broader fields. He shifted his focus, pointing to the schedule hanging on the wall. Our courses are tiered. The first class, 5 silver moons, is just a stepping stone to let everyone experience the charm of Wisdom Spark. He picked up a beautifully printed flyer. The upcoming courses, Deepening Elemental Affinity, Essentials of Magical Shaping, Practical Zero-Ring Spell Circuit Analysis, Introduction to First-Ring Spells, and Model Building. Each course is a step toward a higher realm. As for the price, he paused deliberately, revealing a value-for-money smile. Naturally, as the depth of knowledge increases, more investment is needed. In the second class, it costs 8 silver moons. In the third class, it costs 10 silver moons, and so on. Even for the introductory course on first-ring spells, it's only a mere 20 silver moons. Compared to those Mage Tower training programs that charge dozens or even hundreds of gold suns, this is practically charity. Lin Yi thought to himself, indeed, the 5 silver moons are just bait. Although this old man is down and out, he knows his business well, using a tiered pricing strategy, leveraging information asymmetry and the desire for knowledge to bundle sales. This is a rare opportunity. Limited spots available. Sign up for the subsequent courses now, and there's a 10 discount for first-time paying students. Mage Orlando began enthusiastically promoting the courses, saying, just think. Mastering precise magical guidance and model construction will make your spellcasting more effortless, quicker, and more powerful. You'll have a greater chance of survival in adventures. And will you worry about not earning enough to pay for your tuition? The atmosphere in the classroom was somewhat subtle. Several young apprentices were clearly swayed, showing signs of struggle and yearning on their faces, while others frowned, evidently not fond of such marketing tactics. Lin Yi calmly assessed the situation. His goal was clear: the fundamentals. The foundational circuits and guiding principles that Orlando spoke of were exactly what he urgently needed to make up for his shortcomings. As for the subsequent topics like elemental affinity deepening and the essentials of magical shaping, they sounded good, but the prices would only keep rising. And he was confident that with a solid foundation and his own exploration, he might be able to figure things out on his own. And first-ring spells? That's a mark of an intermediate mage. He hadn't even optimized the circuits for zero-ring spells yet. He couldn't take on too much at once. Mage Orlando. Lin Yi stood up and calmly said, I would like to purchase the next 5 classes, following the order on your schedule. From elemental affinity deepening to practical zero-ring spell circuit analysis. These 5 classes perfectly covered the foundational application aspects that he needed to consolidate the most. According to the tiered pricing, 8, 10, 12, 15, 18, the original price was 63 silver moons, and with the 10 discount, it was 56. 7 silver moons, approximately 2 gold suns, and 3 silver moons. This amount was completely within Lin Yi's range of affordability, especially considering the value he would get. Mage Orlando's eyes lit up, and his smile became more sincere. Wise choice. Young man, knowledge is power. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. He quickly took out a registration book, noted down Lin Yi's name, and purchased courses, collected the payment, and even gave him a handwritten copy of his own neatly written notes titled Essentials of Basic Magical Theory. During the explanation, Mage Orlando emphasized a key point, confirming Lin Yi's previous observations. Remember, constructing a spell model requires highly concentrated mental power and precise guidance. Apart from a few exceptionally talented individuals or great mages who have stepped into the golden level and can cast spells through sheer mental power and understanding of the rules, also known as silent casting, we casters still at the silver level, or even lower, must rely on incantations. He explained, reciting spells is not a meaningless piling of syllables. Its core functions are threefold. First, it assists in focusing mental power. Specific syllabic vibrations can resonate with mental power, helping the caster to lock onto target nodes and guiding paths more quickly and accurately. Second, it stabilizes magical output. The rhythm of the incantation acts like a metronome, regulating the turbulent flow of magic and preventing the model from collapsing due to fluctuations in magical energy during construction. Third, it enhances elemental resonance. Some ancient spell syllables inherently contain weak power that can resonate more deeply with specific elements, enhancing spell effects. So, do not underestimate incantation. It is an indispensable crutch for your current spellcasting. Practice it well, recite it accurately. Mage Orlando emphasized by tapping on the blackboard. Lin Yi suddenly understood. No wonder Fizz always seemed to sing when casting spells, and no wonder when he tried to use wind to assist fire. He couldn't stabilize the model because he was distracted trying to control two elements, let alone recite the incantation, resulting in a direct explosion that injured his hand. Incantation is the stabilizer for low-level casters. The first class ended amidst Mage Orlando's enthusiasm for how to gently perceive the fire element, like caressing a lover and promoting subsequent courses. Lin Yi walked out of the spark of wisdom with that precious handwritten note, the afternoon sun a bit glaring. He stood at the entrance of the old book alley, feeling the thickness of the notes in his arms and the weight of knowledge. Although the old mage had a bit of a tendency to boast and sell, this first class indeed ignited the first spark of wisdom on his magical path. Those foundational principles were like scattered pearls being strung together. He couldn't wait to return to the inn, combining the notes with his own warm sun pendant to re-examine and optimize his rough magical methods. Incantation, precise circuits. Magical guidance, Lin Yi murmured to himself, his eyes sparkling with the light of practice. He turned around, his steps light as he blended into the crowd. His target no longer a restaurant, but the quiet little room at the Mole Inn. A magic experiment of his own was about to begin. Chapter 30. System upgrade of rough paths. The heavy oak door of the Mole Inn gently closed behind him, completely isolating the afternoon hustle and bustle of Scholar's Path. The room was left with only the slanted sunlight streaming in, filled with golden dust, and the heat of Lin Yi's heart that burned with knowledge. He turned the lock, his fingertips brushing over the slightly rough parchment cover, took a deep breath, and slowly opened it. Orlando's slightly hoarse voice seemed to penetrate the pages. And those essential insights about the nature of elemental perception, magical guidance paths, especially the construction of spell circuits, were pearls of wisdom, instantly transforming into clear chisels that carved out a coherent framework from the many chaotic and vague experiences in his mind. So that is how it is. A low exclamation of surprise echoed in the quiet room. In the past, when he cast spells, it was all about brute force. Condensing spiral ice cones by madly squeezing mental power, roughly kneading the cold element like dough, and then violently spinning and compressing it. The efficiency was pitiful, with nearly half of the magical energy wasted in intangible friction and collision, more like a low-quality cannon that could explode at any moment. At this moment, the principles of circuit construction acted like a lighthouse in the dark, illuminating the crux of the problem. He closed his eyes, his mental power sinking deep into his consciousness. Like the most precise probe, beginning an unprecedented diagnosis of himself. His mental power was like a tangled mess of yarn, completely disorganized. Magical energy was chaotically rushing in the forcibly compressed and spinning vortex, forming a violent resistance whirlpool at several key nodes, especially around the spinning axis and the tip of the cone trying to pierce everything, resulting in a massive waste of magical energy dissipating here. The entire model was rough and shaky, like a fortress built of wet sand. Clear nodes were needed. Gathering points, shaping points, stabilizing points, compressing points, releasing points. Between the nodes, there needed to be the simplest, straightest, and smoothest mental pathways like mirrors. The force of rotation should be transmitted evenly like a precise bearing, rather than relying on brute force to awkwardly distort the entire structure. The lessons from the past were fresh in his memory, in pursuit of instant destruction. He had violently stuffed the raging fire element into a confined space. The circuit itself was like a gossamer thin airbag, the nodes were unclear. The compression process relied entirely on mental power to endure, and the magical energy clashed madly inside, making the spell casting before it was executed deadly. A slight mistake would lead to backlash. The fire element needed to be guided rather than confined. The nodes had to be forged to be stronger. The path of magical guidance should be designed into an elegant funnel shape, with a wide entrance to gather all streams, and the exit refined into a line, guiding magical energy to naturally converge, smoothly compress, and reduce internal friction. Even more wonderfully, a small trick mentioned in Orlando's notes is to reserve a tiny pressure relief node, like a safety valve, which quietly releases a trace of harmless magic when internal pressure is near its limit, in exchange for overall stability. For wind magic, the pursuit of ultimate speed makes its circuit tend towards simplicity. However, the problem lies in the nodes not being sharp enough, especially the shaping point and the release point. Akin to a dull blade that hasn't been honed, resulting in a fuzzy edge of the wind blade, greatly reducing its penetrating power, with subtle air leaks even in the high-speed flow of magic. The direction for optimization is clear. Refine the shaping point and the release point to be thinner and more condensed, endowing them with the true essence of a blade. The optimization path ensures that the magic flow from the convergence source to the breaking blade is completely smooth, like the finest silk gliding across ice, cutting off all possible redundant branches that might cause dispersion or turbulence. The sparks of theory burn in his heart as Lin Yi sits cross-legged, discarding distractions. His mental strength highly concentrated like a needle. He chooses the most familiar spiral ice cone as his first touchstone. His mental power is no longer a chaotic mass, but like a precision instrument, clearly anchors at 3 inches below the navel, converging the source of magic, 1 inch in front of his palm. The beginning of the shaping points form. Between the two, he constructs a solid stable point, a rotating anchor for the shaping point, and later establishes a powerful compression core. Finally, in front of the shaping point, he condenses an extremely sharp release point to pierce the enemy. Mental strength transforms into an invisible carving knife, meticulously sculpting between the nodes, striving for a straight, smooth path with flawless inner walls. Magic surges out from the convergence point, flows through the stable point, and reaches the shaping point, endowed with the cold, sharp essence of a cone. Immediately, the path extends to the compression point, where the magic is compressed and condensed by a powerful mental force field. Finally, through a short, sharp passage that seems capable of piercing space, it shoots out from the release point. Lin Yi recalls Orlando's teachings and attempts to combine it with a short, powerful monosyllabic incantation. Congeal. Sounds similar. The moment the spell is uttered, a marvelous resonance occurs. That invisible syllable seems to strike at the connection point of mental power and magic, making the construction of the compression point instantly smooth and stable. The effect of this mental crutch is immediate. Buzz. A chill suddenly condenses in his palm. And a cone of ice, only the thickness of a finger, crystal clear and spinning at high speed, instantly takes shape. Its rotation is as stable as a precision gyroscope, the tip radiating a chilling brilliance and sharpness that makes Lin Yi keenly aware that the mental power and magic consumed is a full 30% less than before. Whoosh. The ice cone shoots out like an arrow, precisely nailing into the thick wooden target placed in the corner of the room. There is no explosion of ice shards as before, only a dull, solid sound of it embedding deep, while the tail continues to spin at high speed, raising a slight mist of ice crystals, visibly increasing its penetrating power. It worked. A surge of joy swept through Lin Yi's eyes. The optimized circuit is labor-saving, stable, and its power has doubled. The success inspires him to immediately turn to the most unruly compression fireball. After a similar operation, his mental power guides the raging fire elements to converge and shape. When the magic violently clashes at the compression point, and the pressure skyrockets like a volcano, the pressure relief node quietly activates, releasing a trace of harmless orange-red spark, like a dragon taking a deep breath, instantly resolving the internal violent pressure. The entire compression process becomes exceptionally smooth, a fireball the size of an egg, deep red, almost black, with energy swirling stably like lava, gently hovers in his palm. The casting time has been reduced by nearly a third, and its stability is vastly different. Lin Yi even feels a warm resonance coming from the warm sun pendant on his chest, as if it is actively soothing the agitation of the fire elements, making the compression much easier. In the state of forgetting himself through repeated optimization and practice, Lin Yi surprisingly captures a wonderful connection. When he focuses on the fireball circuit, especially guiding the fire elements to converge and compress, that warm sun pendant on his chest surprisingly sends a weak, yet clear warm flow. This warm flow does not directly provide magic power, but feels more like a sophisticated harmonizer. It seems to possess a soothing power, making those originally wild and unruly fire element particles slightly more docile, easier to guide and shape with mental power. Thus, the compression process becomes smoother, and the pressure threshold of the pressure relief node seems to have slightly increased. This unexpected joy has subtly enhanced Lin Yi's efficiency and stability in casting fire magic. This pendant has such a marvelous use. Lin Yi caresses the warm surface of the mineral, both surprised and delighted. Back then, in the abandoned mine, he risked processing this firefly mine core, which conflicted with his own ice-type talent, and this gamble paid off. The sunset melts gold, spilling through the window to dye the room a warm orange red. Lin Yi slowly concludes his work, beads of fine sweat oozing from his forehead, his mental power consumed greatly. But his face radiates an unprecedented brightness, a pure joy from the satisfaction of knowledge gained and power increased. Scattered across the table are crumpled papers filled with sketches of calculations and node models, while the wooden target in the corner is dotted with new ice cone holes, scorch marks from fireballs, and cuts from wind blades, silently recording this silent revolution. Although the chanting still feels a bit awkward, and the optimized circuit requires more practice to reach perfection, this is undoubtedly a qualitative leap. Those rough and dangerous techniques discovered through trial and error have finally been incorporated into a systematic, efficient track. Chapter 31. New Home. New Magic. Orlando's Spark of Wisdom Magic Study Society became Lin Yi's unwavering destination for the next half-month. The tiered tuition fees left his wallet considerably lighter, but every gold sun and silver moon transformed into a refreshing spring nourishing his magical foundation. Although the old mage Orlando loved to boast about his experiences with scraps from the Celestial Tower and marketed his courses like a shrewd merchant at the market, he indeed had profound knowledge and unique insights in teaching basic magical theories. His courses, such as Deepening Elemental Affinity, Essentials of Magic Shaping, and Analysis of Practical Zero-Ring Spell Circuits, served as precise scalpels, dissecting Lin Yi's previously instinctively discovered, redundant, and hazardous casting methods, and providing systematic optimization plans. Lin Yi absorbed this knowledge like a dry sponge, greedily. He was no longer the wild mage who only knew how to forcefully wield mental power. He learned how to communicate with elements more gently and efficiently, how to control the flow of magic as precisely as shaping clay, and how to construct simpler, more stable, and more energy-efficient spell circuit models. Returning to the quiet little room in the Molehill Inn, Lin Yi's nights became a magic experiment ground. He practiced repeatedly, integrating what he learned in class into his own magical system. With a solid foundation, Lin Yi's thinking became more active. He began to experiment with combining different elements, developing some practical, low-consumption small spells, integrating magic into daily life. The inspiration stemmed from the hassle of cleaning the room. He guided a weak breeze of wind elements, cleverly incorporating a touch of cooling water vapor into its core. His mental power outlined an extremely simple circuit, a vortex node to guide the wind, a shaping point to impart a cleaning intention to the water vapor, and a release point. The incantation, cleanse, a refreshing breeze carrying a damp coolness swept through, effortlessly carrying away dust from the table and bookshelf, leaving everything fresh and clean, far more efficient than using a cloth, with minimal consumption. Combining the temperature-regulating characteristics of the warm sun pendant with the control over wind and fire, he does not directly generate flames, but efficiently heats a small stream of guided air using fire elements. The core of the circuit is a heating node, a gathering and shaping point for the wind element, and a release point. Spell warm. A warm, comfortable breeze is blown from his palm, which is not hot to the touch. It can be used to quickly dry clothes after getting caught in the rain, dispel the chill in hands and feet during winter, and even dry out damp books with excellent results, consuming much less energy than directly igniting a fireball, and is safe and smoke-free. He also referenced Fizz's clumsy light spell, but optimized the circuit, abandoning the flashy light orb and focusing on condensing a small, stable, and bright light source at his fingertips. Spell bright. A soft yet penetrating light point appears at his fingertip, akin to the finest fireflies, serving as a lighting spell with very low energy consumption and a long duration. Additionally, he condenses mental energy at the soles of his feet, guiding a resonance of earth elements to perceive vibrations and structures in a small area beneath and around him. The circuit is simple, requiring no incantation, purely driven by mental energy. He can sense subtle vibrations in the ground ahead of time, such as enemies or small animals sneaking nearby, or make sharper judgments on the solidity of the ground while walking in complex terrain. This inspiration stems from his experiences in the mine. Under Orlando's guidance on the spell model prototype, Lin Yi began to develop more powerful and practical combat, or auxiliary magic, constructing a dynamic shield model composed of multiple rapidly spinning small spiralized cones in parallel, forming a shield made of high-speed rotating micro-ice cones in front of him that not only defends against physical attacks, but also inflicts cutting damage on nearby enemies. He named this spell the Ice Spike Shield. He also developed other spells like Tripvine and Blazing Ray, which were quite powerful. Time quietly passed in focused study, practice, and innovation. A month slipped by like sand through fingers. Lin Yi's complexion seemed healthier under the warm sun of Emerald City, yet his gaze became calmer and more reserved, a reflection of the accumulation of knowledge and growth of strength. His power was no longer comparable to when he first arrived in Emerald City. In terms of magic, the basic circuits were fully optimized, making casting more efficient, stable, and versatile. The practical small spells he developed made life more convenient, while the newly mastered combat spells enriched his tactical options. He did not neglect his swordsmanship either. Every day he practiced the basics of slashing, chopping, stabbing, and flicking without fail, integrating insights from wind acceleration and ice enchantments into his movements, which became increasingly sharp and precise. With the wealth left from selling ore and confidence in his future, Lin Yi decided to end his stay at the inn and find a more stable and spacious place. He visited several locations and ultimately found an old house with a small courtyard in a relatively remote yet vibrant civilian area in the west of the city. The house was indeed a bit old, with a grayish exterior and some broken tiles, but it featured a private entrance and a small courtyard of about 10 square meters paved with bluestone slabs. For Lin Yi, who needed space to practice magic and swordsmanship, it was simply paradise. The furniture inside, though outdated, was complete: a wooden bed, table and chairs, a cabinet, and even a rudimentary stove. Lin Yi happily paid the deposit and the first month's rent, totaling 8 silver moons, and then hired a nearby cleaner and 2 nimble carpenters. After some effort, he spent 1 gold sun primarily on materials, labor, and a few essential items. When the last piece of garbage was removed, Lin Yi stood in the refreshed courtyard, with the golden glow of the sunset bathing the clean bluestone slabs and himself. The air still carried the faint scent of lime water and the freshness of grass and wood. He looked at this little space that belonged to him. Though simple and far from the bustling central area, it was filled with a sense of solidity and hope for the future. Here, he had space to practice his swordsmanship, experiment with magic, a roof to shield him from the wind and rain, and a desk where he could read Orlando's notes and plan for the future. This really feels like home, Lin Yi murmured to himself, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Let's set a small goal, like first becoming a high-level adventurer. Chapter 32. The eye-catching package on the guild task wall. The morning light in Emerald City always carries a touch of the coldness of magic crystals. As Lin Yi walked along the bluestone road towards the central district, the dewdrops crushed under his boots shimmered with tiny silver lights. The stone wall of his newly rented courtyard still bore the traces of ice crystals splashed during his practice of the ice spike shield the previous night. Those diamond-shaped frost flowers refracted rainbows under the sunlight, becoming a rare decoration in this gray little alley. Lin Yi touched the coin pouch at his waist. The sound of gold coins clinking inside was noticeably sparser than last week. After paying the rent and buying miscellaneous items, he had only 120 gold suns left. A small bundle of concentration incense, which stabilizes mental energy, costs 2 gold suns, and burning it feels akin to burning money. As he passed through the arched doorway adorned with the bronze griffin emblem, 2 patrolling city guards cast curious glances at the bronze emblem on his chest. In Emerald City, bronze-level adventurers are not rare, but a young man with black hair and black eyes, always carrying a bulging old backpack, naturally attracts extra attention. What are you looking at? Never seen an adventurer from the East? Lin Yi grumbled to himself, maintaining a straight posture and steady pace. He had long realized that in this city, being cool and aloof is the best disguise. The dome of the Adventurers Guild was even more magnificent than he remembered, with sunlight streaming through the colored glass windows embedded with magical crystals, casting moving light spots on the floor like a school of jumping rainbow fish. The hall was bustling with voices, mercenaries in leather armor, mages in robes, and dwarves wielding giant axes jostling together. The air was filled with a mix of sweat, leather, and potion scents, much more pleasant than the musty smell of the Greyrock City Guild, indicating that adventurers here lived more comfortably. The central crystal light screen towered 3 stories high, with flowing golden runes forming a dense task list that scrolled at a dizzying speed. Filter, solo, bronze level. He murmured the command into the air, tracing filtering runes with his fingertips. This is a convenient feature of the Emerald City Guild, far more advanced than the broken system in Greyrock City that required Uncle Tom to manually flip through the pages. The tasks on the light screen instantly decreased by more than half, but the remaining options were still overwhelming. Gathering moonlight flowers from the shadowy forest. To be picked between the rise of the crimson moon and the fall of the silver moon. Reward, 8 silver moons. Note, ghosts often wander nearby. Group recommended. Escort. Escort a noble's pet ferret to a villa in the south of the city, maintaining a constant temperature of 20 C throughout. Reward, 15 silver moons. Note, the ferret has a bad temper and has bitten 3 adventurers. Capture. Capture the serial thief, the night shadow mouse, who is skilled in lockpicking and shadow techniques. Reward, 20 silver moons. Warning, the target carries paralysis needles. Lin Yi's fingers slid across the light screen, his frown deepening. Gathering tasks are too time-consuming. Escorting pets feels like serving ancestors, and capturing thieves involves dealing with the authorities. He had no desire to bow and scrape before those silk-clad officials. Could there not be a more normal task? Just as he was about to expand the filter range, the light screen suddenly popped up an orange alert task with flickering flame runes along the edges. Hunt. Eliminate the windmane bear from the main road of Blackwind Ridge. The target is an adult male, having attacked civilian caravans 17 times recently, causing 12 casualties. Characteristics: black mane on its neck, very fast running speed. Adept at ambushing using terrain. Reward, 60 silver moons. Note, it is recommended that silver-level adventurers take on this quest. Bronze-level adventurers should carefully assess their own strength as this target is extremely cunning and has escaped encirclement 3 times. 60 silver moons? Lin Yi's eyes lit up. He clicked on the accompanying magic crystal image. The gray bear in the picture stood as tall as 2 people. Its mane on the neck raised like a black flag while running. The most striking feature was its pair of sly little eyes that sparkled with a cunning not typical of beasts, resembling a petty thief scheming to steal chickens. This bear looked like it needed a good beating. Lin Yi tapped the light screen with his fingertips, preparing to confirm the acceptance of the quest. Sir, please wait a moment. A receptionist in a silver-gray uniform hurried over, the silver affairs officer badge on his chest glowing softly. He was a head taller than Lin Yi, with meticulously combed blonde hair and a smile so standard it seemed molded. Are you sure you want to take on the Windmane Bear quest? Is there a problem? Lin Yi raised his eyes, his tone flat. The affairs officer adjusted his crystal glasses, concern lacing his professional tone. This quest has been posted for 9 days, and 3 bronze adventurers have already given up. Just last week, a mercenary chased it into the Blackwind Ridge, only to get lost for 3 days and returned without even his boots. He gestured toward the light screen. You see, the rewards for silver-level quests are higher. And the safety. I'll take this one. Lin Yi interrupted him, his fingertip pressing heavily on the light screen. A white light flashing as the bronze badge confirmed the successful input of the quest information. The affairs officer's smile faltered for a moment before returning to normal. Since you insist, please take this. He handed over a parchment map, with the Windmane Bear's activity range marked in red. It usually attacks in the afternoon and likes to ambush at the Eagle's Beak Bend. By the way, its paws can crush iron barrels, and it will deliberately leave crossed footprints to mislead pursuers when it escapes. Got it. Lin Yi took the map and turned to leave. not giving the other party a chance to continue talking. He heard low murmurs behind him. Another clueless bronze rookie. That wind-maned bear is as slippery as oil. I chased it for 3 miles last time and couldn't catch up. Look at him acting so cocky. He'll probably be back crying to cancel the quest by tomorrow. Lin Yi didn't stop his steps, quietly channeling wind elements to wrap around his ankles. A breeze lifted his clothing, making his steps noticeably lighter. This was his newly practiced wind step technique. Although still unrefined, it was perfect for shaking off idle chatter. As he exited the guild's door, the sunlight fell perfectly on the bronze badge. Lin Yi looked down at the crossed swords pattern, suddenly recalling the day he first received the gravel-level badge in Greystone City. Back then, he thought black iron was the peak, but now he dared to reach for silver-level quests. He decided to celebrate at the mole's cave tonight. He rubbed his chin, calculating the menu. A large portion of charcoal-grilled rock-hoof beast ribs and a serving of Emerald Bay crystal shrimp jelly. No need to check the price this time. As he passed a newsstand around the corner, the clever newsboy approached again. Sir, would you like to buy a paper? Latest news. The wind-maned bear has struck again in the Black Wind Ridge, and the merchant convoy suffered heavy losses. Lin Yi stopped, rummaging through his coin pouch for a copper leaf. Give me a copy. The newsboy quickly handed over the newspaper. His eyes fixated on the short knife at Lin Yi's waist. Are you going to kill that bear too? Good luck. I heard that beast is more cunning than a goblin. Lin Yi remained silent, unfolding the newspaper to cover his face, revealing only his shining eyes. On the front page illustration, the wind-maned bear was depicted running away with a merchant's money pouch. The artist had exaggeratedly added 2 little mustaches, making it look like a bear-shaped bandit. Just wait, little mustache. Lin Yi whispered to the illustration. A hint of a smile he wasn't even aware of curling at the corners of his mouth. Tomorrow, you'll know that even a wild card can take down an old hand. He folded the newspaper into a square and stuffed it into his backpack, turning to walk towards the west side of the city. Chapter 33. Bear activity warning. The main road of the Black Wind Ridge twisted like a gray snake crushed by a mischievous child, winding through the withered yellow grass. Puddles of last night's rainwater collected in the uneven ruts of the road, reflecting the gray sky, resembling a series of broken mirrors. Lin Yi stood under a half-dead oak tree, the rough bark capable of scraping the oil skin off his boots. He raised his brass telescope, the rust at the edges of the lenses glimmering red under the sunlight. In the lens, the bend ahead looked like a wound split open by a giant axe. With steep rock walls on either side and a thicket of thorns growing waist-high, morning dew glistening on the dark green leaves, shaking out tiny silver sparks in the wind. According to the quest information provided by the guild, this was the location where the wind-maned bear most frequently struck, low terrain with obstructed visibility. Perfect for the beast to lie in ambush. Choosing to attack here showed some tactical understanding. Lin Yi lowered the telescope, the cold metal leaving a white mark on his palm. He pulled out a roll of waterproof parchment from his backpack, the edges repeatedly folded until they became brittle, with a simple map he had drawn by the coal oil lamp at the Mole Tavern last night. The charcoal lines on the paper were crooked but surprisingly accurate. He marked an exaggerated X at the bend, resembling a squashed cockroach. The west side indicated 3 possible escape routes, each marked with a grinning bear head, accompanied by a small trap symbol. These were drawn based on the bear traps from the Greystone City blacksmith shop. For this task, he had made 3 layers of preparations. 2 cans of paralysis moss extract were clipped to his belt, the dark green glass jars glimmering strangely in the sunlight, the liquid inside resembling melted mucus. It was made from the paralysis moss he had brought out of the mine last time, 3 times more effective than ordinary anesthetics. But with a stronger odor, he almost fainted from the smell while packing it this morning. In the side pocket of his backpack, he stuffed 3 enchanted nets infused with sticking spells. The net ropes were soaked in a special resin, and once deployed, they would cling to the target like an octopus's suckers. He had purposely attached some copper bells to the edges of the nets. When triggered, they would make a sound, helping him determine the location. He also kept a salt brick heated with a warm sun pendant close to him. This was an old trick he brought from Greystone City. Bears supposedly have no resistance to the taste of salt. Last night, he specially heated it for half an hour, and the brick's surface glistened faintly with oil, smelling a bit like burnt salted fish. It took him a full 2 hours to set the traps. He buried 3 ice spike mines in the thicket on the inner side of the bend. These were his improved magical devices, sealing compressed ice magic within hollowed-out acorns. Wrapped in dirt, once triggered by a heavy object, they would explode into thumb-sized mini ice spikes, enough to cause any beast pain and slow it down. He laid a layer of disguised hay over an inconspicuous dip in the road, beneath which was a net coated with slime made from slippery moss from the swamp. Its stickiness was comparable to slime's bodily fluid. He accidentally smeared some on his pant leg while testing it this morning, and it was still sticky with a few strands of grass. On the west escape route, he placed a wind whisperer, a wind element-based invisible triggering device. Fine as a hair, the wind element threads were entangled in the bushes, and any creature passing through would emit a hum only he could hear. This was a little trick he learned from the wizard Orlando. During practice, he often broke the wind lines. Last night, he had practiced in the yard until late, finally able to maintain it steadily for 3 hours. Done. Now just waiting for the bear to take the bait. Lin Yi clapped his hands, The dirt stuck to his palms, falling off. He chose a lush old oak tree to climb. The trunk was thick enough for him to sit cross-legged, and the canopy was dense, the dark green leaves like a spread umbrella, perfectly hiding him in the thick shadow. The waiting time was exceptionally long. The wind rustled through the thorns, making a shushing sound, and occasionally, strange cries of unknown birds echoed from afar, sharp as nails scraping against glass. Lin Yi chewed on the dry, hard black bread, the wheat bran digging into his teeth and hurting his gums. Suddenly, he recalled what Master Orlando had taught in class. Patience is a virtue for spellcasters, just like brewing potions, without the right timing. Even the best materials won't yield a masterpiece. It seemed that this saying also applied to hunting, although the material was a bit too challenging for the teeth. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of wheels crunching over stones echoed from afar, rumbling and clattering, slow and heavy. Lin Yi perked up, peering through the gaps in the leaves, and saw a dilapidated two-wheeled cart slowly approaching. The wheels were made of patched wooden planks, each rotation emitting a mournful creak, as if they might fall apart at any moment. The driver was a burly man with a scraggly beard, his skin dark like smoked bacon, wearing a crooked straw hat. Sweat beads trickling down his cheeks from under the brim. The cart was piled with several bags of potatoes, the burlap sack stamped with a crooked character for king. The tops of the bags were not tightly tied, revealing a few round, muddy potatoes, suggesting it was from a small farmer. The target appeared. Lin Yi tightened his grip on the short knife at his waist, the handle wrapped in non-slip leather, dampened slightly by the sweat from his palm. According to the habits of the wind-maned bear, such a seemingly unguarded and low-value cargo convoy was the easiest target. Even if they couldn't score treasure, they could still get some food, and if discovered, the loss would be minimal, a classic case of bullying the weak. Sure enough, as the cart turned the corner, the thorn bushes on both sides suddenly shook violently. With a crash, it was as if an invisible giant beast had smashed through the underbrush. A shadow lunging at the driver like a cannonball, it was indeed the wind-maned bear. It appeared even larger than in the magic crystal images. Standing at least 2 men tall, its gray-black fur matted with dry leaves, and the mane on its neck bristled upright like an exploded steel brush. The bear's paw was larger than expected, and when it swiped at the driver, it created a slight wind pressure that even blew the driver's straw hat away. Now's my chance. Lin Yi leaped down from the tree, and while in midair, he pulled the mechanism cord hidden in his sleeve. Bang! The disguised hay on the road suddenly flipped open, and a net coated in slime sprang up from the ground with a whoosh, like a greedy mouth, instantly entangling the wind-maned bear's hind legs. But the beast reacted extremely quickly. In intense pain, it turned around sharply, its right front paw swiping through the air with a tearing sound, ripping a large hole in the resilient net as if it were made of paper. It roared deafeningly, fierce light flashing in its murky little eyes, drool dripping from its mouth, splattering tiny mud spots on the ground. The driver was so scared he slumped against the cart, his face pale, gripping the side of the cart tightly and unable to regain his senses for a long time, even forgetting to pick up his fallen hat. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi threw out a vial of paralysis extract. With a flick of his wrist, the glass jar traced a beautiful arc in the air, accurately smashing against the bear's front leg. With a pop, the jar shattered, green liquid splattering everywhere like spilled bile. The bear's movements noticeably slowed for half a second, its front leg's muscles twitching as if cramping. Eat this. Lin Yi rushed forward during that half second, channeling ice magic into his short knife. The blade instantly covered in a layer of frost, radiating a chilling aura as he struck toward the bear's neck. He calculated that this was the beast's weak point. Where the fur was thinnest, as long as he hit, even if it wasn't a fatal blow, it could incapacitate it. But the wind-maned bear was more cunning than he had imagined. It didn't take the hit, but instead lowered its body sharply, using its thick back to absorb the blow. With a clang, it sounded as if he had struck iron, the blade bouncing back an inch, leaving only a shallow blood mark on the bear's back fur, which was as tough as steel and could withstand the enchanted blade. It even had armor? Lin Yi paused for a moment, cursing the beast in his heart for its lack of martial ethics. Just that second of hesitation allowed the wind-maned bear to turn around, its sturdy hind legs pushing off the ground, thudding into a shallow pit. And it dashed toward the thorn bushes to the west. Its speed was not at all like a bear, but rather comparable to a startled colt, its forelegs flying, the mane trailing behind it like a black shadow in the wind. Trying to run? Lin Yi activated the wind step technique, a light blue breeze swirling around him, instantly increasing his speed by 30%. He chased a few steps, suddenly hearing a faint buzzing from his waist. The wind whisper whistle had been triggered. The faint buzzing like a mosquito in his ear reminded him that the beast had indeed chosen the western escape route, exactly as he had predicted. A man and a bear began a chase through the thorn bushes, the wind-maned bear's familiarity with the terrain far surpassing Lin Yi's. It could curl up as it squeezed through narrow stone crevices and land precisely on a few exposed stones when jumping over a rushing stream. It even deliberately darted into a thicket filled with sharp thorns. Those thumb-length spikes had no effect on its thick fur, but they forced Lin Yi to slow down and dodge, nearly getting his eyes poked several times. Don't run. Lin Yi was infuriated, the veins on his forehead throbbing. Several times he concentrated to conjure spiral ice spikes to attack, but each time the bear turned suddenly, causing him to miss. It was as if the beast had eyes in the back of its head, always managing to veer into another path just before the ice spikes were fired. Most infuriatingly, after running a distance, the bear would look back, its little eyes filled with mockery, as if to say, "Come chase me, you fool." That irritating expression was even more infuriating than the child King Tage from the Greystone City orphanage. After about 2 miles of chasing, the wind-maned bear suddenly dashed into a dense oak forest, the tall trunks standing like neatly arranged guards, and the bear's silhouette vanished behind the interlacing trunks. Lin Yi reached the edge of the woods, discovering only a series of chaotic footprints on the ground, some pointing to the left front, others leaning toward the right side, and even a few stepping backward, clearly left as deliberate misdirection. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the footprints, making it even harder to discern the truth. Cunning creature. Lin Yi halted, his chest heaving violently, as if his lungs were stuffed with fire. Continuing to chase would only waste energy. The bear was clearly using its home advantage to toy with him, like a cat teasing a mouse. He wiped the sweat from his face, brushing against a wound from a tree branch, which made him wince in pain. He had not noticed while pushing through the bushes that his cheek had been scratched, and blood was dripping down his chin. When he returned to the main road, the farmer driver had just managed to clamber up, trembling as if standing on cotton. Upon seeing Lin Yi, he immediately knelt with a thud, bowing repeatedly and knocking his forehead against the ground, making a thumping sound. "Thank you, adventurer. Thank you, sir. If it weren't for you just now, my life would have ended here. You are my reborn parent." Lin Yi hurried to help him up. This uncle was quite strong, and if he kept bowing, he might end up giving himself a son. "Get up, it's just a small effort." He waved his hand, inspecting the damage to the cart. The side of the cart was dented by the bear's slap, the wooden pieces curling outward like a bitten piece of bread. Several bags of potatoes had rolled onto the ground, many of them smashed, yellow potato mush mixing with dirt. Fortunately, no one was injured, which was a stroke of luck amidst the misfortune. "Do you know if this bear often roams around here?" Yes. The coachman wiped the sweat from his forehead, his bushy beard soaked with cold sweat, sticking to his face like a wet rag. "A few days ago, a cloth merchant was robbed by it, and it was said that the merchant's assistant had his legs broken. He was still lying at home, nursing his injuries. This beast is very vicious, specifically targeting small businesses like ours. The officials sent people to search the mountains, but they didn't find a single hair." Lin Yi nodded. He helped the coachman reload the potatoes, picking up the smashed ones and tossing them into the grass by the roadside. They might attract some small animals. Making good use of everything. He also reminded the uncle a few times about the detour route, suggesting he take the official road to the south. Although it was a bit farther, it was safer. As he cleaned up the scene, Lin Yi's expression grew increasingly somber. The trap net was torn to shreds. Only one ice spike mine had detonated, and the other 2 were likely damaged by the bear's brute force. The paralysis extract clearly had little effect on this bear, at most slowing it down by half a second. He picked up a sample of the knife marks and a few strands of black, mane stained with blood. He pinched them with his fingers. They were as hard as copper wire, making it difficult for ordinary blades to inflict fatal wounds. It seemed he needed to change his approach. Lin Yi sat on a stone by the roadside, the stone heated by the sun, making his buttocks feel numb. A direct confrontation wouldn't work, and his ambush had been seen through. Perhaps he could try luring it into a preset encirclement with bait? He took out a salt brick, warmed slightly by the sun, and felt pleasantly warm in his hand. Perhaps tomorrow could be an upgraded version of waiting for the rabbit. Finding a more concealed spot, using the salt brick as bait, and setting up denser traps, ideally forcing this cunning beast into a corner with no escape. Lin Yi wrapped the salt brick back up and tucked it close to his body where the warm sun pendant was. He looked in the direction where the wind-maned bear had disappeared into the oak forest, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. "Bear blind. Tomorrow we will battle for 300 rounds again and see who can laugh last." Chapter 34. The bear-style package of magic and traps just as dawn broke. Lin Yi set out from the city with a bulging backpack. This time he didn't take the main road, but instead chose a rugged path directly toward the oak forest where the wind-maned bear had disappeared the previous day. Last night, he had specifically marked the route on his way back to the city. The broken bushes and fresh droppings all indicated the beast's activity range. "This is the spot." Lin Yi stopped in a relatively open clearing in the forest. In the center stood an old oak tree that 3 people could hug, its cracked bark resembling the wrinkles on an old man's face. At the base of the tree was a natural depression just big enough for a person to curl up in, practically tailor-made for an ambush. He took out the salt brick from his backpack, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting a shimmering silver light on its surface. Lin Yi crouched down and carefully cut the salt brick into small pieces with his knife. The crisp sound of the crystal shattering was particularly clear in the quiet woods, attracting a few early rising sparrows to perch on the branches, tilting their heads curiously. He sprinkled a circle of salt granules along the edge of the clearing, creating a shimmering silver barrier, and placed a fist-sized piece of salt brick in the center. This was his specially reserved main dish. After completing these tasks, he brushed the salt dust off his hands and began to set up this luxurious package tailored for the wind-maned bear. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi closed his eyes to concentrate. channeling his mental energy like spider silk from his fingertips, weaving an invisible net in the air. This was a new technique he developed by combining the sharpness of wind blade and the entanglement of tripvine. He mobilized the wind elements within a 50-step radius, creating a reverse airflow resistance. He specifically intensified the wind lines around the salt brick. As soon as any creature stepped in, it would struggle as if trapped in a quagmire. Once everything was set up, he reached out his hand through the wind net, indeed feeling a faint resistance, as if moving through water. Then he climbed up the old oak tree, securing 6 enchanted nets among the sturdy branches. The nets were soaked in a special adhesive, glistening under the morning light, with small ice spikes adorning the edges. He had worked overnight to make these. The ice spikes contained trace amounts of paralysis agent that would melt and take effect upon contact with skin. Each net was pulled by extremely fine ice threads, converging at a dry branch in his hiding place. A gentle tug would cause the nets to drop simultaneously from 6 directions, forming an airtight cage. He tested the mechanism. The ice threads were tough and sensitive, vibrating slightly at the slightest touch, and he nodded in satisfaction. The third step, and the most crucial one, was the ice and fire duality magic circle. Lin Yi crouched on the ground in the center of the clearing, using his dagger to carve runes. He first drew a circle 3 meters in diameter, then inscribed a hexagram representing frost on the inner side and triangular flames on the outer side, finally connecting the two with his mental energy. This formation combined the freezing effect of frost spiral and the attack capability of flame ray. When activated, it would first release cold air to limit the target's movement and then form an encirclement with flame rays. To avoid roasting the wind main bear into charcoal, he deliberately lowered the fire's power, just enough to create a deterrent without causing fatal harm. After all, the guild wanted it alive, and an intact hide would be worth more. Perfect. Lin Yi clapped the dirt off his hands and stepped back a few paces to admire his masterpiece. Sunlight streamed through the leaves onto the magic circle, causing the edges of the runes to shimmer faintly, while the wind net flickered in the air. And the 6 enchanted nets lay in wait like hidden hunters. The most important step, Lin Yi waved his hand, and a gust of wind swept up the nearby fallen leaves and dust, covering all traces with a thin layer. He climbed up the old oak tree, curling up in the depression at the roots, hiding himself completely except for his eyes peeking through the gaps in the leaves to observe the clearing. The waiting time was much shorter than yesterday. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, a heavy footstep sound came from deep within the woods. Thud, 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 like someone dragging a heavy chain while walking, accompanied by heavy breathing, huffing and puffing, audible from quite a distance. Lin Yi held his breath, his heart racing uncontrollably. With his fingertips lightly resting on the mechanism rope, through the gaps in the leaves, he saw the wind mane bear stagger out. It looked much worse than yesterday, with green traces of paralysis liquid stuck in its front leg hair, forming clumps. It walked with a limp, as if yesterday's injuries hadn't healed properly, but its small eyes still scanned the surroundings warily, and its nose kept sniffing the air, clearly attracted by the scent of the salt brick. The wind mane bear circled the clearing twice, its massive paws crunching on the fallen leaves, making a rustling sound. It occasionally stopped to listen, or crouched down to sniff the ground, its shifty little eyes examining every tree and stone, its cautious demeanor even more discerning than the most shrewd merchant in Greystone City. Lin Yi remained completely still in his tree hollow, even quieting his breathing, fearing to startle this cunning beast. Once it confirmed that there was no anomaly, the wind mane bear slowly approached the salt brick. When its front foot stepped into the wind net's range, its movement noticeably paused, as if tripped by something, and it lowered its head to look curiously at the ground. However, the temptation of the salt brick was simply too great. The salty and fresh scent penetrated its nostrils and reached its brain, causing it to instantly cast aside its doubts. Here it comes. Lin Yi's fingers tightened slightly. The ice threads on the mechanism rope were already taut. He could feel the wind mane bear's breath quickening, its small eyes gleaming with greed. Completely unaware of the 6 enchanted nets above its head, poised to strike like beasts waiting for a hunting signal. The wind mane bear finally approached the salt block and eagerly lowered its head to lick it. It extended its long tongue, curling up the salt grains from the ground and bringing them to its mouth, emitting a satisfied rumble, its hefty backside slightly raised, its entire body relaxing, completely exposed within the attack range. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 6 enchanted nets fell simultaneously with a whistling sound, weaving together in midair to form a giant net. Before the wind mane bear could react, it was tightly enveloped, the sticky substance on the net immediately taking effect, firmly adhering to its fur, tightening the more it struggled. Roar. The wind mane bear, startled, let out a deafening roar, causing the entire forest to tremble. It struggled wildly, its immense strength causing the net to creak under the tension. The connection points of the ropes making popping sounds, and it seemed as if a large hole was about to be torn open. The thick ropes twisted and deformed like noodles under its brute force, and the net's range expanded further. But that wasn't the end. Lin Yi jumped down from the tree, already chanting a spell while in the air. Frozen flame. As he landed, he slapped his right hand onto the magic circle on the ground. Buzz. A light blue chill instantly surged from the ground, wrapping around the wind mane bear like a tide. In just a few seconds, A layer of white frost rapidly formed on its fur. Even its roars became intermittent, filled with disbelief and terror. The chill penetrated through its pores, causing its muscles to stiffen, and its movements became sluggish, the strength of its struggles noticeably weakening. Immediately afterward, 6 orange-red fire rays shot out from the edges of the magic circle, accurately striking the ground around the net, forming a circle of fire walls. The flames weren't fierce, but they were bright and hot enough to emit an oppressive heat wave, completely trapping the windmane bear in the middle. This wasn't meant for attack, but to cut off its escape route. Bears are afraid of fire, and indeed, the moment the flames rose, its struggles hesitated. The windmane bear panicked entirely, thrashing around in the net, but the cold made its movements slow, and every time it approached the fire wall, it was pushed back by the scorching heat wave, letting out painful whimpers. Its beady little eyes looked towards Lin Yi, revealing fear for the first time, no longer the arrogance and cunning it had before. Only panic and confusion remained. Lin Yi stepped forward and drew a short knife. The blade glimmered coldly in the sunlight, unlike yesterday. He didn't attack the bear's back, but aimed for the gap in the net, targeting the joint of the windmane bear's front leg, where the fur was relatively thin. A critical point for its strength output, and a place that hadn't been attacked yesterday. Behave. Lin Yi's voice was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. He exerted force with his wrist, channeling ice magic into the blade, and with a soft sound, it accurately pierced the joint. The windmane bear let out a painful howl, its body convulsing violently, the strength of its struggles noticeably diminishing, its front leg drooping weakly, clearly injured. After resolving the battle, Lin Yi let out a long sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He pulled out a spare rope from his backpack, reinforcing the net a few more times, ensuring everything was secure before taking out the magic crystal recorder to capture evidence. The magic crystal made a soft click, permanently recording the windmane bear's embarrassing appearance. Just as Lin Yi was about to deal with it, the windmane bear suddenly let out a pitiful whine, its small eyes welling up with tears, and large teardrops rolled down its cheeks, dripping onto the net and creating a small wet mark. It looked just like a child caught doing something wrong, leaving Lin Yi speechless. Stop pretending. You've harmed so many merchant caravans, and now you know fear? Lin Yi poked the net with his finger, and the bear immediately shrank back in fright, its whimpering louder, looking so wrong that one might think Lin Yi was bullying it. While cleaning up the scene, Lin Yi followed the bear's tracks and found a hidden cave, which appeared to be the windmane bear's den. Inside the cave was soft, dry grass, and there were many shiny items piled up: broken glass, copper buttons, rusty iron pieces, and even a child's glass marble, shimmering with colorful light in the dim illumination. It seemed this beast was not only cunning but also had a habit of collecting shiny items. No wonder it always targeted merchant caravans, likely considering these things treasures. Lin Yi shook his head and stuffed these trophies into his backpack, planning to bring them back to the guild as additional evidence. By the time he returned to Emerald City, the sunset had already painted the horizon red, transforming the sky into a stunning oil painting. Lin Yi hired a cart and loaded the bound windmane bear onto it. Upon arriving at the guild, the receptionist was stunned to see the subdued windmane bear. Lin Yi nodded and handed over the task certificate and magic crystal recording. Adventurers nearby immediately surrounded him, chattering, "Brother, what trick did you use? I chased it for a day last time and couldn't catch it. This bear runs faster than a rabbit. How did you make it submit? You're a bit impressive for a bronze rank. Are you interested in forming a team?" Lin Yi merely smiled faintly, not elaborating further. Accepting the pouch containing 60 silver moons, and turned to leave, the voices behind him continuing with awe and admiration, some even betting whether he had hidden his true strength. As he stepped out of the guild doors, the evening breeze brushed against his cheeks, bringing a hint of coolness. Lin Yi touched the thickness of the pouch, unable to suppress a smile. Tonight, he could not only go to the mole cave for 2 servings of grilled rock hoof beast ribs, but also add a serving of Emerald Bay crystal shrimp jelly to treat himself well. He looked up at the evening glow on the horizon, feeling that the clouds today resembled the shape of ribs, feeling pleased in his heart. His steps lightened as he walked towards the west side of the city. Chapter 35. Goblin tracks on the crystal screen of the Emerald City Adventurers Guild. A yellowed task notification was being continuously drowned out by a high bounty that was being refreshed. Lin Yi's fingertip paused for a moment on the screen, ultimately selecting this marginal task: investigate goblin tracks at the edge of Blackwood Forest, with a reward of only 12 silver moons. Is this it? A warrior with a scruffy beard scoffed. Is it worth running for a few greenskin monkeys? Lin Yi didn't look up, his fingertip gliding over the task details. The screen displayed a faint red warning rune. In the past 3 months, there have been 3 cases of villagers going missing from the outskirts of Blackwood Forest. Witnesses claim to have seen green, short figures dragging prey into the dense forest. The last line was bolded. The target has a high reproductive capacity and is suspected to have captured female mountain wild boars. These are not ordinary goblins. Lin Yi stored the task certificate, the bronze badge glinting coldly in the sunlight. They've started capturing magical beasts. The warrior's smile froze on his face. Any adventurer who had roamed the continent knew what this phrase meant. When goblins were no longer satisfied with plundering humans and began to extend their claws toward magical beasts, It indicated that this tribe had started to evolve. The descendants mixed with beast blood often inherited the brutality of their fathers and the talents of their mothers. Last year's wolf cavalry goblins that ravaged the north were the best example. As Lin Yi entered the Blackwood forest with his backpack, the morning mist was winding along the tree trunks. The decaying leaves underfoot emitted a damp groan, and the air was filled with the scent of moss and rotting berries. He spread his mental energy in a fan shape, with many wind blades coalescing at his fingertips, ready to be unleashed. When dealing with goblins, speed was more important than strength. Following the clues provided by the guild, he advanced along the trampled bushes and scattered gnawed bones. These traces were chaotic but subtly pointed towards a canyon deep in the forest. What caught his attention the most was a few clusters of green fur smeared with resin, glimmering with a strange metallic sheen in the sunlight. Something was off. Lin Yi crouched down and used his dagger to pick up the fur. The fur of ordinary goblins was rough and brittle, but these fibers possessed resilience, with singed marks at their ends. He suddenly recalled the notes in the bestiary. When a fire thrower variant appeared among goblin clans, their fur would harden due to prolonged exposure to flames. A sharp, metallic screech suddenly pierced the mist, as if someone were striking bronze with a blunt instrument. Lin Yi leapt up the 10-foot-high oak tree like a raccoon, the dense foliage rustling beneath him. Through the interlaced branches, he saw two iron-clad bears wildly hammering something in the clearing at the canyon's entrance. The object glimmered with a coppery sheen, producing a harsh grinding sound under the bear's claws. Upon closer inspection, it was a strange device pieced together from copper plates and rune boards, with a black smoke rising from the alchemical array etched on its base. Beside the device, two disheveled figures crouched down. An elderly man in a purple robe shouted while clutching a rusted metal pipe. Increase the magical output. I refuse to believe we can't subdue these two stupid bears. The boy beside him held a wooden shield covered in cobweb patterns, its edges cracked from the bear's claws. Hearing the old man shout, the boy's face turned red with anger. Teacher, the mercury cooling pipes have already exploded 3 times. If we pour in more magical crystals, the whole array will blow up. The roaring of the iron-clad bears shook the dew from the trees. The one on the left suddenly charged at the side of the device, causing the copper-plated outer shell to dent, exposing the sizzling rune wires inside. The old man let out a desperate wail, while the boy gritted his teeth and embedded the last diamond crystal into the shield. The moment the crystal touched the runes, a pale blue light burst forth, barely blocking the bear's claw strike. Lin Yi no longer hesitated. He leapt down from the 6-foot-high treetop, wind magic coalescing into a cyclone beneath his feet, startling only a few decaying leaves upon landing. The short dagger traced an ice-blue arc, accurately slicing towards the joint of the left iron-clad bear's hind leg, with ice spreading along the blade and forming interlaced ice spikes on the bear's leg. The massive creature roared in pain, turning to swipe at him, but Lin Yi skillfully dodged using the recoil, and with a flick of his fingers, launched 3 spiral ice spikes that pierced into its thick shoulder. Blazing flame ray, he shouted, as the orange-red beam he gathered in his palm flew past the boy's ear and struck the iron-clad bear's single eye. The beast let out a deafening howl of pain, frantically clawing at its face, causing nearby ancient trees to shed leaves and reveal warning runes carved beneath the bark. It was evident that this area had been altered by alchemists. Taking advantage of the bear's confusion, Lin Yi dashed to the side of the device. Can we still escape? The old man was trying to salvage his metal pipe, looking up in confusion at the question, my living bait trap. Teacher, the boy pulled him back, urgently telling Lin Yi, 50 steps east is our temporary magic array. Lin Yi glanced at the still thrashing iron-clad bears, frowned, and grabbed the back of the old man's collar. Leave the array behind. Before he finished speaking, the device suddenly emitted a sharp screech, its copper shell turning bright red. And then, boom, the device exploded in a shower of sparks. The flying debris was covered in unburned sulfur, releasing a pungent smell into the air. It was a typical product of alchemical failure. The iron-clad bears were frightened by the explosion and retreated, warily eyeing the smoking wreckage. The 3 of them took the opportunity to dash into the dense forest, leaving a faint green trail on the ground from the glowing powder the boy sprinkled along the way. A phosphorescent alchemical agent made from phosphorescent grass that could maintain illumination for 3 hours in the dark. The temporary camp was hidden in a hollow of the rock wall, with a half-rusted alchemical array visible under the disguise of vines. The boy skillfully tossed a piece of sulfur crystal into the fire pit, and the green flames that erupted instantly dispelled the dampness. The old man crouched in a corner, using tweezers to pick up a rune board salvage from the device wreckage. The charm beast array etched on it now blurred by the bear's claws. The reward, Lin Yi leaned against the stone wall, twirling the dagger between his fingers. The materials from the 2 iron-clad bears are worth at least 8 silver moons, plus saving your lives, that's 15 silver moons. The boy froze, twisting his fingers around the hem of his clothes. We didn't bring any cash. Alfonso, the old man suddenly looked up, his beard sticking out like 2 rusty copper brushes. How can you speak to a customer like that? He turned to Lin Yi, revealing a shrewd smile typical of an alchemist. I am Alfred Coppergear, specializing in living transformation alchemy. Money, such a worldly thing. Cough, indeed. I can't turn it around. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. So? But we have this. Alfred pulled out a leather bag filled with copper nails from his pocket, dumping out a pile of odd-shaped items. Metal pieces the size of dice fell to the ground and automatically unfolded into a miniature scale. A device modified from the equivalent exchange alchemical array. A palm-sized silver leaf emitted a buzzing sound, made from a mixture of moonstone powder and wasp venom to create an insect-repelling whistle. There was also a twitching wind-up grasshopper, with a glass tube in its abdomen containing restless wind elements. These are all my patents. The old man patted his chest. Any one of them can. Teacher. Alfonso covered his face in despair. That's unsellable automatic potion scales and insect alarm leaves. Alfred's face instantly fell, mumbling as he stuffed the items back into the bag. People just don't understand appreciation. If only my eternal ink could be produced back in the day. Lin Yi's gaze fell on the ceramic pot the boy was using to treat wounds. The hemostatic powder shimmered with a mother-of-pearl sheen, and when it touched the skin, it even emitted a faint silver light. This was characteristic of a mixture with moonstone cold condensed crystals. He used his dagger to pick up a bit of the powder. Did you refine this? Alfonso was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. It's a formula improved by the teacher, using shadow moss extract mixed with moonstone powder. Yes. Alfred immediately perked up. I found that the shadow moss's ghostly light properties and the moonstone's condensation ability can form a perfect cycle, combined with mandrake juice. Are you here in the Blackwood Forest to find shadow moss? Lin Yi interrupted him. This moss only grew on cliffs rich in magical energy and was often used to brew night vision potions, but the purification process was extremely dangerous. At the mention of this, both master and apprentice's expressions darkened. Alfred added a piece of dry wood to the fire pit, and sparks flew. The teacher said to use shadow moss to make the night vision glasses core. A revolutionary invention. Alfred seized the conversation. Pulling out a piece of soiled parchment from his pocket, shadow moss treated with alchemy can absorb any light source, combined with my specially made crystal lenses. He suddenly lowered his voice. I wanted to borrow 300 golden suns from the Merchant Association for production, but no one believed this thing could see in the dark. Lin Yi looked at the old man's patchwork purple robe and suddenly understood that this was not an alchemist, but a whimsical inventor obsessed with fanciful ideas. Instead of making profit-generating healing potions, he was focused on these ethereal projects, a typical case of someone whose mind had been muddled by magical energy. So you went bankrupt. Lin Yi stated flatly, as if stating a fact. An alchemist who neglects their trade and does not ally with any powers would surely run out of money. Otherwise, he wouldn't be wandering the forest with such shabby alchemical tools in search of materials. Alfred's beard drooped down as he spoke in a voice like a leaky bellows. The last fireproof cloak. Who would have thought the fire element was so volatile? It exploded with just a little heat. He suddenly grabbed Lin Yi's wrist, the copper gear ring digging into him painfully. Warrior, I see you know your stuff. How about we barter for these inventions? I'll throw in 3 unpublished alchemical formulas. Lin Yi pulled his hand back, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the knife handle as he looked at the pile of oddities by the fire pit. Suddenly reminded of the spectrometer in his previous life's laboratory. If he could use the light-absorbing properties of shadow moss instead of a prism, and stabilize the light with moonstone's condensing power, give me that balance scale. He extended his hand. Alfred's eyes lit up as he quickly handed over the metal piece. When this object touched Lin Yi's fingertips, infused with ice magic, it suddenly unfolded into a palm-sized balance scale, with the trays at both ends automatically revealing the alchemical sigils of equivalent exchange. It was indeed a delicate alchemical creation. Lin Yi weighed the balance scale and suddenly smirked. I want to see the formulas. As for the barter, it depends on whether your alchemy is worth 15 silver moons. Alfonso looked up in surprise, seemingly not expecting this indifferent adventurer to take it seriously. Alfred, on the other hand, was like a lit powder keg, gesticulating excitedly as he spread out a piece of parchment. Look at this. The elemental resonance lamp. Driven by the opposing forces of wind and fire. It can light up as long as there is airflow. As night fell, howls akin to hyenas echoed through the forest. Lin Yi leaned against the stone wall, listening to the old alchemist's incessant explanations, his fingertips twirling the alchemical balance scale. The firelight illuminated the thoughts in his eyes. If he could combine these rough ideas with modern knowledge, perhaps he could create something truly unique. Suddenly, a sharp crack of a breaking branch sounded from afar, accompanied by a distinct shrill cry of some creature. Lin Yi instantly tightened his grip on the short knife, his gaze directed deep into the thicket. That sound matched the description of goblins perfectly, and it seemed there was more than one. Chapter 36. The greenskin nest before the morning mist had cleared. Lin Yi had already set up warning runes around the temporary camp. Alfonso was carefully collecting some gray-green moss with a silver spade. Its leaves shimmered with a pearlescent glow in the sunlight. This was a close relative of shadow moss, which, while not usable for night vision potions, could be refined into a stabilizing agent for alchemical arrays. Be careful. The spores of this stuff can burn your skin, Alfred cautioned. Leaning on a staff embedded with copper nails, the dew on his purple robe soaking into the ground. Last time I used it to improve the automatic suture needle. The result was that the suture needle turned into thorny vines. Alfonso interjected without looking up, placing the moss into a crystal bottle. Teacher, we should get going. After checking the last wind whisper whistle, Lin Yi turned to the pair. The goblin tracks led deeper into the canyon. If you are scared, you can stay here. Alfred immediately straightened up, his beard sticking out like two rusty copper brushes. The warrior is joking. I, Alfred Coppergear, once faced the flames in the scar of the red flames. Teacher, you said last time you were studying heat-resistant crucibles in the scar of the red flames. Alfonso cut him off mercilessly while handing Lin Yi a palm-sized bronze compass inscribed with 12 elemental symbols. This is the monster tracking device. It will point towards the source of goblin gland secretions, with an error of no more than 10 steps. When Lin Yi took the compass, the needle immediately began to jump wildly, the tip glowing faintly green and pointing deep into the canyon. He raised an eyebrow at the old alchemist. Does this thing really work? Of course. Alfred pounded his chest. I've experimented with the glands of 30 kinds of monsters, including blowing myself up into black carbon, Alfonso added quietly, shoving a ceramic jar into Lin Yi's hands. This is the acid neutralizer. Goblin claw marks will leave corrosive slime. Sprinkle a bit to reveal the traces. As the three delved deeper into the canyon, sunlight slanted through the cracks in the cliff walls, casting stripes of alternating light and shadow on the ground. Lin Yi walked in front, with Alfonso closely behind. Occasionally bending down to scoop up soil with the silver spade, the copper compass steadily pointed to the left front. Alfred brought up the rear, the crystal ball atop his staff flickering with a faint blue light, what he called a danger warning device, which was actually a cheap crystal sensitive to magical fluctuations. There are signs of a struggle here. Lin Yi suddenly stopped in front of a tangle of bushes. Broken branches bore jagged bite marks, and silvery slime pooled in the depressions on the ground. The neutralizer Alfonso sprinkled on the slime immediately started to bubble, revealing a trail of small footprints. At least 5 of them. Alfonso measured the distance between the footprints with the silver spade. The steps are chaotic. They must have been dragging something heavy. He pointed to the flattened ferns, where familiar brown hairs glinted with a metallic sheen. There are fire thrower mutations. Alfred suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the shadows on the cliff. There, on the rocks, were scrawled crooked symbols, as if scratched haphazardly with claws, and the moss around the symbols had turned yellow. This was the goblin's way of marking territory, using gland secretions to corrode vegetation and leave marks. They built their nest in the cave. Lin Yi gathered a wind blade at his fingertips and gently cut through the vines, revealing a narrow opening in the cliff wall just wide enough for one person to pass through. The compass needle was now spinning wildly, almost about to pierce through the copper plate. As the three crouched at the cave entrance to observe, a foul odor mixed with the scent of sulfur rushed out to meet them. From deep within the cave came indistinct roars, occasionally mixed with the mournful cries of some creature. Suddenly, Alfonso's copper compass emitted a buzzing sound. The direction the needle pointed flashing red. This was a signal detecting high-level monsters. Something's off. Lin Yi frowned. As he probed into the cave with his mental energy, he sensed only a few weak life signs. There are only 12 goblins inside. No high-level mutations. Alfred suddenly slapped his thigh. It's my sulfur fuse. The leftover semi-finished product from the last experiment. It emits red light when heated. He scratched his head awkwardly. The goblins probably mistook it for a shiny toy and carried it into the cave. Lin Yi stared at the flickering firelight deep within the cave and suddenly smirked. 12 of them. Just enough for a pot. He turned to the teacher and student. You two stay at the cave entrance and use this. When Alfonso took the ceramic jar Lin Yi handed him, he found it filled with condensed ice shards, with a faint wind elemental fluctuation attached. This is an ice explosive. Lin Yi's voice was very low. If you hear me shout break, throw it into the cave and remember to drop down immediately after throwing. 34 Alfred was still mumbling about how he should use his fire potion, but was firmly held back by Alfonso. The boy's eyes shone with astonishment as he watched Lin Yi dart into the cave like a weasel, suddenly gripping the copper compass tightly. The inside of the cave was more spacious than he had imagined, with shadows of stalactites hiding a dozen green figures. They were gathered around a campfire, roasting something, the crackling sound of dripping fat mingling with the nauseating crunching noises. Lin Yi, pressed against the shadow of the rock wall, counted the number of goblins. 8 ordinary green-skinned ones, 3 fire throwers holding sulfur stones, and 1 slightly larger leader who was beating a creature trapped in an iron cage with a bone club. It was a snow-white female fox, with wounds on her hind legs still seeping blood. Looks like they didn't just catch wild boars. Lin Yi's fingertip sent an ice shard flying out, accurately piercing the throat of the nearest goblin. The green figure fell with only a half sob, the light of the campfire dancing on its gradually stiffening face. The commotion spread instantly. The fire throwers raised their sulfur stones, and orange-red sparks crackled on the surface of the stones. The ordinary goblins drew out their bone-short spears, their murky eyes reflecting fierce light in the darkness. The leader let out a sharp hiss, pointing the bone club in Lin Yi's direction. Lin Yi did not dodge. Instead, he charged out to meet the goblin's attack. The ice arc from his short knife instantly froze the leg bones of 2 green-skinned goblins. Using the recoil, he leapt up. The wind element gathered at the soles of his boots, allowing his form to trace an eerie arc in the air, avoiding the bombardment of sulfur stones. When he landed, the blade had already pierced the heart of the 3rd goblin, the ice magic spreading through its blood vessels, turning the entire corpse into an ice sculpture. Break! With Lin Yi's shout, a tremendous roar echoed from the cave entrance. The ice explosion bomb thrown by Alfonso detonated behind the goblins. The splattering ice shards not only blocked their escape, but also crystallized frost flowers on the rock wall, the reflected light temporarily blinding the fire throwers. Alfred seized the opportunity to scatter a jar of shimmering silver powder into the cave. The powder turned into a sticky web upon contact with the air, ensnaring two goblins attempting to flee. Well done! Lin Yi's cheers mixed with the goblins' wails. He dodged the leader's sweeping bone club as ice shards drilled into the joints of the leader. The leader let out an angry roar, only to find its right arm frozen, the slime on its claws crystallizing in the low temperature. The last fire thrower, before dying, smashed the sulfur stone against the campfire, sparks falling on the edge of the web and igniting blue-green flames. Alfonso shouted to rush in, but was firmly pulled back by Alfred, who was using his staff to guide the flames. The sulfur-coated webs quickly contracted under the high temperature, binding the remaining goblins even tighter. When the roars in the cave finally subsided, Lin Yi walked towards the iron cage, stepping on the ground littered with ice shards. The female fox arched her back warily, letting out a threatening low growl, but when she saw the warm water sphere forming in his palm, her hostility gradually dissipated, and she began to lick the piece of meat he offered. These beasts. Alfonso's voice trembled. He discovered a pile of remains deeper in the cave, fragments of human clothing, wild boar tusks, and even a few scales with eagle feathers, characteristics of the windowing lizard, a rare flying magical beast. Lin Yi's gaze fell on a tattered cloth beside the remains, though the edges of the fabric were torn and unclear. It was recognizable as a mark from a village near Emerald City. He suddenly remembered the 3 missing village women mentioned in the quest description, and his clenched fist turned his knuckles white. At this moment, Alfred was squatting by the campfire, using a silver shovel to poke at the goblin corpses, suddenly exclaiming, "This is sulfur crystal." He pulled out a light yellow crystal from the stomach of a fire thrower, glistening like glass in the firelight. High purity. Can be used to make flame amplifier. Teacher. Alfonso's voice was filled with disbelief. Finding materials is also very important. Alfred clutched the sulfur crystal tightly. Suddenly pointing to the shadows deeper in the cave, there's a reflection. When Lin Yi walked over, he found a corner where the goblins had stored their belongings. Aside from rusty iron tools and tattered clothing, the most noticeable was a half-broken wooden sign, on which the words anvil were already blurred. That was the mark of the blacksmith shop in Limestone City. He suddenly recalled Uncle Balin saying before he left that a distant niece had gone to Blackwood Forest to collect mushrooms and disappeared. These green skins. Lin Yi's voice was cold as ice, the short knife spinning in his palm. They truly deserve to die. Alfonso silently cleaned the bloodstains on the ground with a neutralizing agent, the copper compass in his palm gradually calming down. Alfred, on the other hand, excitedly packed the sulfur crystal into a ceramic jar, mumbling about improving his perpetual motion bird device. As long as I use this as the power core, it will definitely. Lin Yi suddenly pointed to a crack at the top of the cave. There's light. As the 3 climbed up the rocks, they found that the crack connected to another exit. Outside was a sunlit slope covered with plants blooming with blue flowers, the companion plants of shadow moss, indicating that there must be materials they were looking for nearby. Alfred's eyes instantly brightened, even more excited than when he saw the sulfur crystal, and he rushed towards the edge of the slope without regard for danger. Found it. My night vision goggles are saved. Alfonso looked at his teacher's busy figure and suddenly said to Lin Yi, "Thank you." He was referring not only to the life-saving grace, but also to the tolerance of allowing them to complete their objective. Lin Yi gazed at the hawks soaring in the distance, the ice shards on his short knife gradually melting. He recalled what the guild receptionist had said. The reward for eliminating such small tribes could be tripled, but at this moment, looking at the cluster of blue flowers swaying in the wind by the slope, he suddenly felt that this job might be worth more than 36 silver moons. Hurry up and gather. Lin Yi added a branch to the campfire. We must leave the canyon before dark. As Alfred's cheers came from the slope, Alfonso was carefully digging up shadow moss with a silver shovel. Lin Yi leaned against the rock, wiping his short knife. The sunlight streamed through the crack onto him, casting flickering light spots on the ground, resembling the tattered remains of skirts embroidered with wildflowers found in the goblin den. Chapter 37. A big feast when the morning light penetrated the canopy of Blackwood Forest. Alfonso was carefully peeling the shadow moss from the cliff face with a silver small shovel. This dark green, almost black moss shimmered with an eerie silver glow in the sunlight, each leaf's edge glistening with a dew-like faint light. This was a characteristic of long-term absorption of ley line magical energy and the core material for making night vision potions. Be gentle, don't break the spore sacks. Alfred nervously directed from the side, his purple robe hem covered in dirt and grass clippings. The last time I used this stuff to make shadow ink, it was because the spore sacks burst, and the words I wrote turned into running bugs. Lin Yi leaned against the rock wall, spinning the short knife in his fingertips. He watched the busy figures of the master and apprentice, his gaze sweeping over the edge of the slope where the soil had obviously been disturbed, revealing stones still coated with the goblin's distinctive green slime. The The fragments of human clothing he found last night while clearing the den were now in his backpack, the coarse fabric embroidered with wild chrysanthemum patterns already soaked with blood. That's enough. When Alfonso's crystal bottle filled with the third jar, Lin Yi suddenly spoke. The sound of hooves from a distant herd of beasts echoed through the morning mist. And staying any longer could lead to unnecessary trouble. Alfred was still mumbling about collecting at least 2 more jars when Alfonso tugged at his sleeve. The boy pointed to the pouch at Lin Yi's waist, which was bulging and faintly revealed the green outline of 12 goblin ears, each preserved intact by frost magic. When they returned to the cave, Lin Yi took out the record crystal issued by the guild from his backpack. This diamond-shaped crystal lit up with a soft white glow in his palm, capturing the scenes of the goblin lair, scattered white bones, rusted iron cages, unburned sulfur chunks by the campfire, and a snow-white mother fox curled up in a corner after being rescued. As the crystal illuminated the mountain of remains, the light suddenly flickered violently, as if recording this shocking crime. These beasts didn't even spare the young. Alfonso's voice trembled. Having found half a gnawed fox cub skeleton among the remains, with bite marks still visible on the tiny bones, Lin Yi said nothing, merely tossing the last goblin ear into the pouch, where the frost spread upon contact, forming delicate patterns on the leather. This was the adventurer's rule, and also a certificate for the guild to verify the completion of the task, 12 ears, neither more nor less, perfectly matching the number they cleared last night. The return trip was much smoother than the journey there, with Alfred using his copper-studded staff to clear the way. The crystal ball atop it glowing blue in response to magical fluctuations, successfully avoiding several ambush points where magical beasts lurked. Alfonso was carrying a backpack full of shadow moss, and the copper compass occasionally pointed to herbs by the roadside, bending down to collect a few. They were materials for making antidotes. And the boy clearly didn't intend to waste this opportunity in the depths of the forest. Ahead was the outer checkpoint of Emerald City. When Lin Yi pointed to the rising smoke in the distance, Alfred suddenly stopped, pulled out a copper badge from his pocket, which was engraved with an interlocking pattern of gears and test tubes. This was the mark of the Copper Gear Workshop, located in Blacksmith Alley to the west of the city. He paused, his cheeks slightly flushed beneath his beard. If you don't mind, you can come for a cup of alchemical tea. Alfonso quickly added, what the teacher means is, we still owe you for saving our lives, although right now. But when our night vision goggles go into production, we will definitely repay you tenfold. Alfred patted his chest and suddenly pulled out a crystal jar from his backpack. This is for you. The jar contained half a jar of shadow moss, the silver sheen on the leaves richer than what Alfonso had collected, considered a prepayment. When Lin Yi took the jar, a cool sensation ran through his fingertips. Despite being eccentric, the old alchemist was surprisingly candid in matters of human sentiment. I've noted down the address. He put the jar into his backpack, watching the figures of the master and apprentice disappear in the direction of the checkpoint. Suddenly recalling Alfred's words at parting, there seemed to be a metal piece engraved with a hawk in the goblin lairs. Selling the shadow moss went more smoothly than expected. Lin Yi chose a potion shop located on the Merchant Street. The bald owner behind the counter's eyes lit up instantly after inspecting the moss with its silver sheen. Good purity, 5 gold suns, cash. As he weighed it with a silver scale, he couldn't help but add, recently, many people are collecting this stuff. I heard the Tower of the Skies is researching new night vision magic. Lin Yi said nothing, and when he took the heavy pouch of money, he heard the crisp sound of gold coins clinking. This was 1 gold sun more than he expected, enough to order 3 servings of roasted rockhoof beast ribs at the Mole Cave. The crystal screen of the Adventurers Guild was still bustling, and when Lin Yi placed the pouch containing the goblin ears and the record crystal on the counter, the receptionist's eyes widened slightly. 12? Including 3 fire throwers? As he marked the task sheet with a special crystal pen, light golden runes appeared wherever the pen tip passed, with a reward of 36 silver moons, an additional bonus. Gasps immediately filled the air. Several black iron adventurers waiting for tasks looked at Lin Yi's bronze badge with astonishment. Everyone knew that the goblin task in the Blackwood Forest had been hanging for half a month, and no one was willing to take on such low-reward, high-risk jobs. Luck is on your side. Lin Yi took the pouch of money, and as he turned, he heard someone behind him discussing, this kid is ruthless. I heard the claws of fire throwers can tear through iron armor. He didn't look back and walked straight out of the guild doors. The sunlight spilled onto the bluestone slabs of Emerald Avenue, illuminating the magical lanterns on either side. Passing by the newsstand, the clever newsboy approached again. Sir, would you like the latest recipe? A new spice market opened in the south of the city, and they say there are roasted jump mice from the desert. Lin Yi suddenly remembered the metal piece Alfred mentioned, and, almost on a whim, bought a recipe. When he pushed open the ornate wooden door of the spice market, a rich exotic aroma enveloped him instantly. It was a mix of cinnamon, cardamom, and some unknown flower, completely different from the common roasted meat smell in Emerald City. Welcome. A waiter in a silk robe bowed and led the way, the desert lizard pattern embroidered on his garment coming to life under the magical light. The restaurant's walls were adorned with animal skin maps, marking trade routes from the blazing rift to the endless sand sea, with peculiar food illustrations next to each node. When Lin Yi opened the menu, he found the text mixed with the common tongue and some foreign script. The waiter smiled and explained, Our chef is from the southern desert, skilled in using fire magic to cook magical beast meat. He pointed to one page, recommending coconut roasted desert jump mouse, marinated in magma lizard oil and coated with date flour. I'll have that. Lin Yi's gaze lingered on another dish, dragon's breath chili stewed scorpion lion meat. When the silver platter was served, Lin Yi had to admit this trip was worth it. The roasted jump mouse's skin glimmered amber, and when cut, creamy juices flowed out, with the coconut flavor carrying a hint of sulfur. The stewed meat was served in an obsidian bowl, with dark red broth floating with chili seeds that danced like flames, the emanating heat slightly numbing his nose. As he picked up the silver fork, the sound of copper bells rang from outside. It was the delivery cart from the Copper Gear workshop passing by. Lin Yi looked toward Blacksmith Alley in the distance, suddenly recalling what Alfred said about the night vision potion refined from shadow moss, which could see scorpions 100 feet away in the desert. Perhaps it was time to visit that workshop full of gears and test tubes. Lin Yi scooped a spoonful of the stewed meat, and the spicy warmth coursed through his body, reminding him of the campfire in the Blackwood forest, the ice stalactites in the cave, and the white bones forever entangled in the moss. This meal cost him 1 gold sun and 20 silver moons, but when he exited the restaurant, the pouch at his waist was still heavy. The 36 silver moons from the guild task, plus the 5 gold suns from selling the shadow moss, made his coin pouch bulge once more. As the lights of Emerald City flickered on in the dusk, Lin Yi walked slowly along Emerald Avenue, the short knife humming gently in its sheath. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Perhaps he could use alchemy to create some everyday electric appliances from his past life. The evening breeze carried the aroma of roasted jump mice across his face, and the corners of Lin Yi's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Perhaps he should visit Blacksmith Alley tomorrow. That eccentric old alchemist might truly come up with something interesting. Chapter 38. The collision of gears and spirit light as the morning light just spilled over the rooftops of Blacksmith Alley. Lin Yi was already standing in front of the wooden door with the Copper Gear sign hanging. The doorbell was made of 2 interlocking gears, making a soft clicking sound like some ancient timing device when it turned. The moment he raised his hand to knock, a thunderous bang echoed from inside, followed by the sharp sound of shattering glass and the lament of the old alchemist. 34 is coming. 30 for the door was flung open, and Alfred appeared. His purple robe smeared with black ash, half of his beard singed, while his apprentice Alfonso was hurriedly trying to extinguish the flames with a wet cloth. The workshop was filled with a mix of sulfur and rosin smells, and the walls were adorned with oddly shaped metal parts, the most striking being a half-human-sized iron bird, with copper pipes still dripping machine oil. 34 my 39 perpetual motion pigeon. 39 Alfred followed Lin Yi's gaze, tenderly stroking the iron bird's wing. It was almost a success. Just needed to solve the energy overload. 34 teacher. 34 Alfonso threw the burnt cloth into a bucket, shot a glare at the old alchemist, and then turned to Lin Yi with an apologetic smile. Please come in. Your alchemical tea will be ready soon. The workshop was more spacious than Lin Yi had imagined. The back half partitioned into a laboratory, with glass jars containing colorful liquids, one of which held a silvery shadow moss extract, the label scrawled with night vision base agent. The front half resembled a junkyard, rusty gears piled into small hills, and a half-finished metal arm was embedded in an anvil in the corner. Speak, bronze lad. Alfred gulped down a large mouthful of bubbling green liquid, belching with a sulfuric smell. You didn't come to hear my tales of failure, did you? Lin Yi got straight to the point, tracing a circle on the scratched wooden table with his fingertip. I need a lamp that turns on and off by itself. Alfred's eyebrows raised. A magic lamp? The Radiant Merchant House in Emerald City can produce 12 styles, from the noble version inlaid with gems too. No manual switches. No need for continuous magic infusion. Lin Yi interrupted him, tapping out a rhythm on the table. It lights up when someone approaches, and goes out or dims when they leave. Alfonso, who was brewing tea, paused. The boy's eyes brightened, clearly understanding the brilliance of this idea. The magic lamps in Emerald City either required manual twisting of a crystal knob or continuously consumed magic crystals. Even the most advanced timed lamp could only switch on at fixed times, leading to significant waste. The old alchemist popped a blue glowing candy into his mouth. Sounds like a lazy man's fantasy. Magic energy conduction requires a stable circuit. How can you just cut it off? Yet his fingers unconsciously tapped out the rhythm of rotating gears on the table, a habit he had when thinking. Lin Yi pulled out a rough sketch from his pocket. Drawn last night. A diamond-shaped lampshade with 2 circles of magic arrays carved into it. The outer circle labeled sensing, and the inner circle controlling. The outer circle uses a life detection magic array to activate when it senses a living being. The inner circle is an energy regulator, adjusting the magic crystal output to maximum upon receiving a signal, otherwise maintaining the lowest power consumption. Alfred's eyes widened, snatching the sketch from Lin Yi, his finger heavily tapping the sensing circle position. Use living root grass extract as the medium. This stuff is most sensitive to life magic fluctuations. The last time I used it to make a thief alarm, the alarm mistook flying sparrows for thieves. Alfonso brought over a steaming cup of tea, silver flakes floating in the liquid. Made from moonstone. Teacher, the key is how to seamlessly connect the 2 magic arrays. The energy shock could burn out the circuit. Add a buffer valve. Lin Yi and Alfred said in unison. Then both froze. The old alchemist suddenly burst out laughing, slapping the table so the teacup rattled. This is interesting. Use memory metal as a spring. When it senses the signal, it will pop open the blocking rod, allowing energy to flow. When the signal disappears, it resets. Cutting off the circuit, he dragged Lin Yi into the laboratory, pointing at the disassembly diagram of a magic lamp hanging on the wall. The flaw in ordinary magic lamps lies here. He poked the position of the energy core. The magic crystal output is constant, like an open faucet. It either flows fully or is turned off. What we need is to install a water-saving valve, open wide when someone uses it, and drip when no one is using it. Alfonso quickly brought the materials, a substandard magic crystal the size of a pigeon egg, which had impure energy and was undesirable for use, but suitable for experiments. Several thin copper sheets, a small bottle of living root grass extract, and a roll of metallic gloss fine wire made from memory metal forged by dwarves. Watch my contact conversion array. Alfred used a silver carving knife to etch complex patterns onto the copper sheet, with the outer groove embedded with living root grass liquid, and the inner circle wound with memory metal wire. When the living root grass senses life magic, it will generate a weak current, heating and deforming the metal wire to connect the inner energy circuit. Lin Yi watched him work, suddenly realizing that the old alchemist's talent was severely underestimated. This man might not understand the market, but he had an astonishing intuition for manipulating magic energy. When Alfred embedded the magic crystal into the base, the magic array on the copper sheet suddenly glowed with a faint green light, but extinguished abruptly the moment it came into contact with Lin Yi's finger. What's going on? Alfonso clenched his fists nervously. Fool. Alfred tapped the groove of the living root grass liquid. The concentration is too high. It's overreacting to the weak magic. Touching it overloads and shorts it out. He added a bit of water to dilute the mixture, and when he activated it again, the faint green light stabilized. As Lin Yi walked toward the corner, the light gradually dimmed, and when he returned to the table, the light brightened again, breathing like it was alive. It worked. Alfonso's cheer nearly blew the roof off. However, Alfred frowned. The brightness adjustment isn't smooth enough, and this lousy magic crystal can only last for 3 hours. We need to use a diversion array to optimize the circuit, preferably with a secondary magic crystal to cut costs by half. He suddenly turned to Lin Yi. His beard still dusted with copper shavings. What do you plan to call this invention? Sensing lamp. Lin Yi looked at the breathing green light on the copper sheet and suddenly thought of the voice-activated lights in the corridors of apartment buildings in his previous life. We can make 2 models, a bright version for corridors with a large sensing range, and a soft light version for luxury homes with brightness adjustment. The old alchemist's eyes sparkled like 2 flames. I know who to seek investment from. The Radiant Merchant Guild in the west of the city complained last year about the high costs of magic lamps. If our sensing lamp can save 30% of magic crystals. Wait. Lin Yi interrupted him, tapping out a rhythm on the table. We need to clarify the terms of cooperation. I provide the startup funds, inventions, and improvement suggestions. While you handle the improvements and production, and we split the profits, I get 70, you get 30. Alfred's beard drooped instantly. Why? This is my alchemy. Without my idea, you'd still be struggling with the perpetual motion bird. Lin Yi calmly looked at him. Didn't the investors you know almost empty your lab last time to pay off debts? Alfonso awkwardly cleared his throat and subtly tugged at his teacher's sleeve. The old alchemist's face turned red, and finally, he slammed the table in frustration. Deal. But the patent name must be called 39 Copper Gear Induction Lamp 39. Over the next 3 days, Lin Yi was almost immersed in the workshop of Blacksmith Alley. The 120 gold suns he brought quickly turned into piles of materials, 50 pieces of inferior magic crystals, a roll of dwarven memory metal, 10 bottles of living root grass extract, and the precise scale that Alfonso insisted on buying. The teacher's craftsmanship is too rough. This is needed to calibrate the magic array. Alfred demonstrated astonishing efficiency. His improved diversion array reduced magic crystal consumption by nearly 40, and he designed a detachable lampshade for easy replacement of different colored crystal pieces. Alfonso was responsible for optimizing the sensing range, precisely controlling the detection distance between 3 to 10 steps by adjusting the concentration of the living root grass liquid. Avoiding false triggers, Lin Yi acted more like a picky customer, insisting that the lamp base must be able to be fixed to a wall or ceiling, rather than just sitting like ordinary magic lamps. He suggested adding an emergency knob so that if the magic failed, it could still be operated manually, even drawing a strange symbol switch for Alfred to engrave on the base. What is the use of this broken symbol? Alfred complained while holding the engraving knife. It lets the user know what it's controlling, Lin Yi said, watching as Alfred diligently engraved the words switch in relief. Suddenly reminded of the labels on appliances in his past life, in the future, it will become a brand. This is the mark. When the first finished lamp hung at the entrance of the workshop, the entire blacksmith alley was stirred. In the evening, as the blacksmiths and apprentices passed by after work, the copper lamp embedded with aquamarine automatically lit up with a soft green light, and when they walked away, the glow quietly extinguished. A few drunken dwarves even danced around the lamp, watching the light flicker with their shadows, loudly claiming they wanted to buy one to hang in their wine cellar. The people from the Glimmering Merchants Guild are coming tomorrow. On the third night, as Alfred counted the parts of the last lamp, he suddenly sighed. I didn't expect that Alfred, would have a day of turning things around. Lin Yi took out 2 notebooks from his backpack. These are other improvement directions I thought of. One was drawn with a solar-powered, sunlight magic, charging magic crystal panel, and the other was a light-sensitive lamp that could automatically adjust brightness according to the light. The old alchemist's eyes widened, his fingers swiftly gliding over the notes, muttering, the sunlight magic collection array needs light, crystal as a medium. For light sensitivity, shadow moss spores might be feasible. Alfonso looked at his teacher, immersed in new ideas, then glanced out the window at the darkening sky, suddenly saying to Lin Yi, thank you, teacher. You haven't been this spirited in 3 years. Lin Yi smiled, pushed open the workshop door, and on the cobblestone road of Blacksmith Alley. The induction lamps they made lit up one after another with the returning pedestrians, like a string of breathing stars. In the distance, the magic tower of Emerald City emitted a steady glow, while the faint light here, though weak, carried a more vibrant breath. Chapter 39. Business contract. The morning mist of Blacksmith Alley had not yet dissipated when 3 pitch-black carriages rolled over the Bluestone Road and stopped in front of the Copper Gear Workshop. On the leading carriage door, the gilded glimmer letter shimmered coldly in the morning light. This was the emblem of the Glimmering Merchants Guild, one of the 3 major magical equipment merchants in Emerald City. Lin Yi leaned against the windowsill on the 2nd floor of the workshop, watching the guild steward get out of the carriage. The man wore a deep gray silk vest, with a silver badge pinned at the collar, and the emerald ring on his finger reflected a shrewd light in the sunlight. Behind him were 2 apprentices holding wooden boxes, which had seals marked precision instruments. Nervous? Alfred tugged at his newly made purple robe, polishing the copper gear brooch at the collar until it shone. Alfonso had specially groomed the teacher's beard, but it couldn't hide his slightly trembling hands from excitement. They need new things more than we do. Lin Yi's gaze fell across the street, where 3 guards in Glimmering Merchants Guild uniforms pretended to stroll while actually monitoring every move of the workshop. The Radiant Merchants Guild just launched the Constant Light lamp last month. Glimmer urgently needs to counterattack. A crisp sound of copper rings clashing came from downstairs. Alfonso took a deep breath and pushed open the wooden door hanging with a gear sign. The steward's gaze swept across the workshop like a scalpel. When he saw the finished induction lamps hanging on the wall, his eyebrows raised slightly. The switch symbols on those lamp bases were crooked, clearly the work of a novice. But the green light emanating from the lamps was exceptionally soft, in stark contrast to the glaring brightness of ordinary magic lamps. Master Alfred, I've long admired you. The steward's voice was steady, as if he were addressing not a bankrupt alchemist, but a well-known master. I am Kyle from the 3rd Division of the Glimmering Merchants Guild, responsible for the procurement of magical equipment. Just as the old alchemist was about to speak, Lin Yi stopped him with a glance. The youth stepped forward and placed an induction lamp on the table. Mr. Kyle, please watch the demonstration. He took 3 steps back, and the copper lamp immediately dimmed. When he stepped closer, the green light quietly lit up again, as natural as breathing. The apprentice behind Kyle immediately opened the wooden box and took out a crystal timer and a magic energy detector. After the induction lamp was switched on and off 30 times, the energy consumption curve on the detector remained smooth, nearly 30 lower than the energy-saving version magic lamp provided by the guild. Living root grass medium. Kyle suddenly spoke, tracing his fingertip over the magic array on the lamp base, a buffer valve made of memory metal. His gaze toward Alfred held more scrutiny. The automatic temperature control furnace plan you submitted 3 years ago used a similar principle. The old alchemist's face turned red. That plan was rejected by you, because the stability of the memory metal at that time was insufficient. Kyle said leisurely, pushing a piece of parchment across the table. Glimmer is willing to invest, but the condition is an exclusive patent license for 5 years. Lin Yi's fingers drummed a rhythm under the table. An exclusive license meant they couldn't supply other guilds within 5 years, but Glimmer's sales network covered 7 main cities, so this condition wasn't harsh. He looked at the numerical part of the parchment, his pupils slightly constricting. The first investment was only 50 gold suns. Not enough to buy 200 pieces of inferior magic crystals. Too little. Lin Yi pushed the parchment back. The core components need custom molds. Memory metal has to be sourced from the Dwarven Mountains. 50 gold suns won't even cover the material costs. He quoted a figure, 200 gold suns as startup capital. To be paid in 3 batches. The first batch is 80, 70 after the equipment is in place, and 50 after successful mass production acceptance. Kyle's pen paused on the paper. He hadn't expected this adventurer wearing a bronze badge to be so knowledgeable, even aware of the purchasing price of dwarven metals. The morning mist outside gradually dissipated, and the silence in the workshop felt like solidified wax. 150 gold suns. Kyle finally spoke, his tone carrying an undeniable firmness, but Glimmer wants to participate in the production supervision of the core components. With revenue sharing as per the usual practice, 70% for the guild, 30% for the patent holder. Alfred suddenly stood up, the hem of his purple robe sweeping across the table. Why should we only get 30% for our invention? Because the guild has to bear the costs of channel development and after-sales risks. Kyle's gaze turned to the sensor light on the wall. Last month, the Starry Workshop in the south of the city launched a singing magic lamp, but only 7 had been sold in 3 months. A good invention needs a good channel. Doesn't he? Lin Yi suddenly smiled. He picked up a sensor light and looked at the crystal piece inside the lampshade. Mr. Kyle, the profit margin for this lamp is more than that. He pointed to the switch symbol. The knobs of ordinary magic lamps are prone to breakage. We use memory metal contacts, which extend the lifespan by at least 3 times. The luxury homes in the Noble District need this durable version. The price can quadruple. Kyle's fingers gently tapped on the table. When he saw the sales plan Lin Yi had drawn up, volume models for the common district, durable models for the commercial district, and custom models for the Noble District, his expression finally softened. 180 gold suns. He modified the numbers on the parchment. But the production standards for the core components must be set by the guild, and the Glimmer factory needs to process according to the blueprints. The final contract would be written in magical ink, with both parties' magical seals under each clause. When Kyle and Lin Yi's fingers pressed down on the contract at the same time, the parchment shimmered with a faint golden light, signaling the effect of the magical contract. After sending off the guild members, Alfred suddenly slumped among the pile of gears, letting out a childlike cheer. Alfonso spun around the workshop with the contract in his hands, accidentally knocking over some parts on the anvil, the clattering sound like music. Lin Yi looked out at the sunlight and touched the money pouch in his arms. After deducting the debts for purchasing materials, he was left with only 12 silver moons. The profit from the sensor lights would only be settled once the first batch was sold, and for now, he could only make a living by taking on tasks. I'm going to the guild. Lin Yi picked up a short knife, the bronze emblem on the sheath glinting coldly in the sunlight. Notify me when the equipment is in place. Alfred poked his head out from the pile of gears. Bronze boy, once we make big money, it'll be much easier to just buy a silver emblem. It's different. Lin Yi pushed open the door, and the wind from Smith's Lane, carrying the scent of iron, struck his face. An emblem earned by oneself will never be treated as nouveau riche. The Adventurer Guild's crystal light screen was still bustling. Lin Yi's gaze skimmed over the tasks marked silver rank, eliminating the werewolf tribe at Blackwind Mountain, escorting a merchant caravan through the Mist Marsh, and searching for lost ancient ruins. The rewards for these tasks were all above 5 gold suns, but the risks also multiplied. Looking for work? A bronze warrior with a beard clapped him on the shoulder, bloodstains still clinging to his battle axe. I just came back from the Mist Marsh. The poison mosquitoes there can drain a cow's blood. He lowered his voice. Did you hear? The Glimmer Guild is looking for adventurers to escort a batch of special materials to the Dwarf Mountains, and the reward is substantial. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. The memory metal from the Dwarf Mountains was exactly the material urgently needed for the sensor lights. He walked toward the task registration desk, his fingertips tracing a precise trajectory on the light screen, finally stopping at the task marked Escort. The moment the bronze emblem touched the light screen, it glowed with a faint azure light. In the distance, in Smith's Lane, Alfred was directing workers to dismantle the workshop's partition walls. When the first new anvil was brought in, sunlight streamed through the hole in the roof and shone on the copper gear sensor lamp sign, casting the crooked switch symbols in gold. Chapter 40. Merchant Caravan Assembly. When Lin Yi pushed open the wooden door of the copper gear workshop, the rusty hinges let out a creaking moan, startling the iron ring wind chimes hanging from the beams into a jingling sound. Alfred was bent over the newly crafted anvil, drawing blueprints, his nose almost touching the parchment, copper shavings stuck to the collar of his purple robe like scattered stars. The partition wall of the workshop had been torn down, revealing stacks of memory metal ingots behind it. 3 apprentices were sanding metal sheets with oil-soaked sandpaper, orange-red shavings fluttering down in the sunlight, mingling with the scent of gear lubricant, creating a unique industrial aroma in the air. The escort task to the Dwarf Mountains. Lin Yi slapped the rolled-up task scroll onto the blueprints. The gilded emblem of the Glimmer Guild on the edge of the scroll was still warm from the wax seal. He deliberately emphasized the words Dwarf Mountains, and sure enough, he saw the old alchemist's pencil pause, drawing a crooked line in the unit price column of the memory metal procurement list. Alfred's goat beard twitched. When he looked up, ink marks still clinging to his eyes from the blueprints, he exclaimed, "The Glimmer Caravan? Those silver bags go to Iron Furnace City for supplies every spring and autumn." Suddenly, he jumped up as if scalded, the copper button sewn onto his purple robe clashing together with a sound like a chime. Wait, you're going to the Dwarf Mountains? Alfonso was at the workbench carving patterns on the base of the sensor light, nearly stabbing his left index finger with the carving knife. The young man quickly wiped the sweat off with a cloth soaked in coolant. Rubbing his knuckles on the grooves of the switch runes, the teacher said that the memory metal forged by the dwarves has a carbon content accurate to 0.003, which is 30% purer than the bulk goods from human guilds, and the ductility can differ by half a finger joint. Not just that. Lin Yi leaned over, pointing at the route map unfolded from the scroll, his fingertips tapping on the gilded marked Iron Furnace City. This map was drawn with magical ink. The mountain ranges glowed slightly when touched. There's a blacksmith family called Copperbeard there, said to be descendants of ancient forging masters. He pulled out a yellowed note from his pocket, the edges worn from repeated handling. This was a note transcribed from the Continental Forging Genealogy in the guild library. They can use star iron powder to improve memory metal, and the metal wire they create can wrap around a finger 3 times without breaking. Alfred snatched the note from him. his reading glasses sliding to the tip of his nose without him caring to push them up. When he saw the annotation cost per ton can drop another 20%. His beard nearly dipped into the ink bottle. 20%? Then the cost of our sensor lights can be reduced to 70% of ordinary magic lamps. The old alchemist suddenly burst into laughter, slapping the anvil, making the measuring tools on the table jump like they were dancing. The Glimmer Guild-S vampires will definitely be scrambling for them. Last time they even said, "Teacher," Alfonso gently reminded, pointing to the deficit in the ledger. The 80 gold suns from the first investment had just arrived. 35 had been spent just on buying the precision stamping machine. And the remaining money wasn't even enough to order custom molds. For the next 3 days, the Copper Gear workshop was like a furnace ablaze. Alfred led the apprentices in adjusting the newly arrived stamping machine. Every time that iron contraption stamped out a lamp base, it would puff out a cloud of steam smelling of machine oil, making the old alchemist's beard shine. Alfonso kept vigil in front of the constant temperature array for 2 nights, precisely measuring the concentration of the living root extract to 3 decimal places. If the concentration was too high, it would misfire. If too low, it would be unresponsive, and the young man's eyes had developed faint dark circles. Lin Yi came to the workshop every evening, watching Alfred clean the molds with dwarven spirits. Listening to the old alchemist recount interesting tales about dwarf tribes, the third son of the Copperbeard family can strike elemental resonance with a hammer. Last time I traded 3 bottles of flame potions for a dagger that sharpens itself. That guy got drunk and said their forging furnace is made from the bones of ancient dragons. On the morning of departure, Lin Yi arrived at the southern gate of Emerald City, shouldering a pack containing a short knife, a water pouch, and a flint. In the open space beneath the city wall, 20 cargo trucks covered with iron plates were lined up in 2 rows, the metallic edges glinting coldly in the morning sun. The magical components sent by the Glory Chamber of Commerce to the dwarf tribe were encased in boxes reinforced with 3 layers of runes. Most eye-catching was the group of adventurers standing at the front of the convoy, 10 bronze-level adventurers arranged in 2 lines. On the left was a man with a massive crossbow slung over his back, the fletchings of the arrows in his quiver glimmering with a dark sheen. On the right was a female ranger with a pair of wolf-headed short swords at her waist, the claw marks on her leather armor indicating her long-term dealings with magical beasts. There was also a small figure holding an alchemical bomb, his bronze badge at the waist engraved with the crooked words 3434, probably carved by himself. Behind them stood 3 silver-level adventurers. The shield warrior, holding a gigantic shield, stood like an immovable boulder, the defensive runes on the edge of his shield shimmering with each breath. The cloaked female mage was writing on a scroll with a silver-tipped pen, her silver badge glowing softly with blue light, said to sense danger 10 minutes in advance. The dual-wielding assassin lurked in the shadows, with only the occasional flash of his blades proving his presence. At the very front stood a robust man half a head taller than those around him. He wore no armor, his bronze-colored arms covered in intersecting scars, one of which stretched from his collarbone down to his waist, resembling a sleeping giant snake. The golden badge hanging at his waist rose and fell with his breath, the sun patterns on its surface seeming to burn. "Is everyone here?" The man's voice rumbled like thunder across the square, causing the iron plates of the trucks to vibrate. His gaze swept over the line, lingering on each adventurer's face for a moment, finally settling on the bronze badge at Lin Yi's waist. "I am Gorin, the team leader this time." Gorin pointed to the trucks behind him. They are loaded with magical bearings for the dwarf tribe, as well as star iron ingots to be transported back. He paused, his knuckles cracking loudly, the calluses on his fingertips harder than iron plates. The route will pass through the Black Spine Mountains, which have not been peaceful lately. Last week, a group of fools raided the chamber's outpost and killed 3 guards. The golden badge suddenly emitted a blinding red light, illuminating half of Gorin's face in a crimson glow. "If you encounter any fools, leave no survivors." Lin Yi noticed that even the 3 silver-level adventurers instinctively straightened their backs. The gap between gold and silver levels was more pronounced than that between bronze and silver. Just Gorin's presence alone thickened the air around him. "Let's go." At Gorin's command, the caravan began to move slowly. The wheels of the carts rolled over the bluestone road with a dull sound, like a waking giant beast. The adventurers quickly divided into 3 teams, with the silver level at the front clearing the way, the bronze level on the flanks for protection, while Gorin brought up the rear like a moving hill. Lin Yi walked in the right flank, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the hilt of his short knife. He watched as the outline of Emerald City gradually shrank, the guards on the walls becoming blurry black dots. The team had barely walked 100 miles beyond the city gate when the silver female mage suddenly raised her hand to signal a stop. Her silver badge flickered with urgent blue light, like ice thrown into water, movement in the left woods. Gorin's golden badge instantly erupted with red light. Brighter than the morning sun, bronze level on alert, silver follow me. Lin Yi and the other bronze adventurers immediately formed a defensive circle back to back. Hearing the sound of dry branches snapping from the woods, along with a low growl characteristic of some creature, a sound reminiscent of sandpaper scraping against stone, filled with a chilling malice. Chapter 41. The Black Spine Mountains. The commotion in the woods suddenly erupted into a frenzied roar as over 30 green-skinned orcs charged out from behind the trees. Their rusted battle axes carving a menacing arc in the morning sun. Their tusks were still stained with flesh, and the shaman's bone staff topped with a skull emitting black smoke clearly indicated that some bloody ritual had just been completed. Form up. Among the bronze-level team. The man with a giant bow, Mark, roared as he drew an arrow. He was said to have served in the army and was currently directing everyone to form a simple defensive circle. The leather-armored ranger, Ella, quickly climbed to the top of a cargo truck, spinning her wolf-headed short swords in her hands, her gaze locking onto the leftmost group of orcs. Lin Yi's short knife had already gathered ice spikes, and he noticed that these orcs were stronger than those from ordinary tribes. Their arms bulging with muscles like gnarled roots of an old tree, evidently from the unique Blood Axe clan of the Black Spine Mountains, known for their ferocity and resilience. The front row of orcs charged with wooden shields, the human finger bones nailed to their shields rattling loudly. Leave the three on the left to me. Lin Yi hissed as he dashed out of the defensive circle. The ice spikes flowed along the blade, producing a sharp scraping sound against the orc's wooden shield. He used the momentum to roll backward, dodging a cleaving battle axe, while throwing 3 mini wind blades that accurately sliced through the wrist of the rightmost orc wielding an axe. Mark's giant bow emitted a dull hum as a poisoned arrow pierced the throat of the first orc, the dark green venom causing the wound to rot instantly. Just as he was about to knock a second arrow, he was forced to retreat repeatedly by 2 orcs charging from the side, having to draw his short knife for close combat. The small figure with the alchemical bomb seized the opportunity to throw a clay pot, orange flames exploding among the orcs, but only singeing a few tufts of green hair. These Blood Axe clan orcs evidently had some resistance to fire. Idiot! Aim for the joints. Ella shouted angrily from the top of the truck, her short sword flying out of her hand and accurately embedding itself into the tendon of an orc's knee. The green-skinned creature screamed as it knelt, colliding perfectly with Lin Yi's incoming short knife, the ice magic spreading through the wound and instantly freezing its heart. The coordination of the bronze-level adventurers was chaotic yet tenacious. Some were knocked back by orcs, but immediately had companions fill the gaps, while others had their weapons knocked away and picked up stones from the ground to throw at the enemy's eyes. They fought instinctively and with a will to survive, like a pack of enraged wild dogs, defending their space with teeth and claws. Just then, a burst of fire erupted among the orc horde. The silver female mage, Isabella, had her robe billowing without wind, her silver badge glowing with a scorching red light. A fireball the size of a fist coalesced at the tip of her crystal staff, its trajectory arcing delicately as it flew over the melee and struck precisely against the orc shaman's bone staff. The shockwave from the explosion sent 3 nearby orcs flying. The shaman's skull ornament instantly charred, and the black smoke at the top of the staff abruptly ceased. Bren, left flank. Isabella's incantation sounded like wind chimes, and a second fireball was already swirling in her palm. Silver Shield Warrior Bren slammed his giant shield down, the defensive runes spreading a light golden web across the ground. The slash from the elite orc at the front was halted by the light web, causing it to stagger backward. Bren took the opportunity to push forward with his shield, crashing into the orc horde behind him while simultaneously drawing his short-handled axe, the blade slicing through another orc's ribs with a whoosh. His movements were slow but steady, each shift perfectly blocking gaps, and his silver badge gleamed with a heavy luster in the sunlight. The dual-wielding assassin, Kai, moved like a shadow, his curved blades weaving through the orcs. He never engaged the enemies head-on, always circling around to the sides and rear, his blades accurately piercing the gaps in the orc's armor. The most astonishing thing was his speed. As an orc swung its battle axe and turned, Kai had already cut open its carotid artery, his figure appearing behind another target 3 meters away. His silver emblem blurred into a string of indistinct afterimages as he moved at high speed. The battle of the silver-level adventurers was like precisely meshed gears. Isabella's fireballs cleared clustered targets. Bren's shield formed an insurmountable defense, while Kai's curved blade surgically eliminated the most threatening individuals. In the triangular area formed by the 3 of them, orcs fell in droves as they charged in, green blood splattering onto the silver emblem, which was shaken into tiny droplets by the magical fluctuations. Suddenly, the orc crowd parted to reveal a nearly 3-meter-tall giant orc emerging from the shadows. Its skin was dark brown, with a skull tattoo seared onto its chest, and it wielded 2 giant axes covered in minced flesh. This was the leader of the Blood Axe clan, with a trophy hanging from its neck that even included a half-piece of a silver emblem. Each step of the giant orc caused the ground to tremble slightly. Ignoring Bren's light net, it swung its giant axe, creating a crescent-shaped shockwave that dented the shield. Bren grunted as he stepped back, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Silver-level defense had shown cracks in front of such a monster. Isabella's fireball hit the leader's back, scorching only a few patches of skin, and when Kai's curved blade touched its armor, it was shaken from his hand. The 3 silver-level adventurers instantly found themselves in a tough battle, their defensive circle faltering, and 2 orcs that slipped through seized the opportunity to pounce on the cargo cart, their claws already on the canvas. Get out of the way. A deep voice suddenly rang out on the battlefield. Golan, who had been standing in the back, moved. He didn't even draw the long sword at his waist. He simply charged directly at the giant orc. The giant orc roared and swung its axe toward Golan's head. A blow powerful enough to crush steel into scrap metal, but Golan's movements were much faster than they appeared. He sidestepped the axe blade, his right fist gathering a light, golden fighting spirit, and accurately slammed it into the orc's chest tattoo. There was no earth-shattering sound, only the dull thud of bones shattering. The giant orc's massive body bent like a shrimp, and it looked down at its dented chest, green blood gushing from the corner of its mouth. Its rage gradually replaced by confusion. 3 seconds later, this monster, capable of contending with silver-level fighters, crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. The remaining orcs looked at their leader's corpse, then at Golan walking toward them. The fierce light in their eyes swiftly replaced by fear. A few tried to escape, but were pinned to the trees by short spears Golan casually threw. That ordinary iron spear had even penetrated a tree trunk thick enough for 2 people to embrace. Clean up the battlefield. Golan's voice remained flat, as if he had merely crushed a few ants. The bronze-level adventurers finally woke from their stupor, raising their weapons, but it was no longer necessary for them to intervene. The orcs, having lost their leader, completely collapsed. Some knelt down to beg for mercy, while others attempted to flee into the woods, only to be picked off one by Isabella's fireballs. Lin Yi leaned against the cargo cart, the ice crystals on his short knife having melted. He looked at the bodies on the ground. The bronze-level adventurers had barely dealt with 5 ordinary orcs at the cost of 2 lightly injured. The silver level had cleared 17, including a shaman, while Golan had ended the entire battle's suspense with just 1 punch. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, illuminating the different levels of badges. The dull bronze, the soft silver, and the blazing gold shone like 3 stars of varying brightness, drawing a clear line across the blood-soaked battlefield. Ella handed Lin Yi a healing ointment, her fingertips still trembling. Did you see that? Lord Golan's fist. Lin Yi nodded, his gaze falling on the giant axe beside the giant orc's corpse. The axe blade as long as his arm, yet it had been cracked like a spider web by Golan's punch. He suddenly understood why the gap between silver and gold was even greater than that between bronze and silver. We're a month away from Ironforge. Mark was wiping the blood-stained giant bow, his voice hoarse. The Black Spine Mountains seemed more dangerous than rumored. Chapter 42. Misty marshes. The morning fog was thick and unyielding, like a pot of overcooked, cooled, and solidified lard, viscously gluing the heavens and the earth together, sealing off the jagged spine of the Black Spine Mountains and the unfathomable rotting waters of the Misty Marshes. The air pressed heavily on everyone's lungs, each breath filled with a thick, nauseating stench of decay. It was the smell of rotting plants, drowned creatures, and some older, deeper corruption mixed together. The merchant caravan's heavy iron cargo carts moved like metallic beetles crawling through the massive stomachs of some giant creature, laboriously grinding through a thick layer of humus that had accumulated over countless years. With each turn of the wheels, a sickening squelching sound echoed, as if chewing on the marsh's innards. The swirling muck was murky, containing broken strands of algae, shattered insect shells, and some unidentifiable, oddly glimmering bits of chitin. The stench crept in like living tentacles, infiltrating everyone's nostrils through the omnipresent, damp, cold breeze, clinging to their skin and refusing to dissipate. Lin Yi frowned, using his dagger to violently pry open a tangle of water hyacinth roots that had entangled themselves around the soles of his heavy boots. He tried to gather a bit of coldness at his fingertips, attempting to freeze the slippery muck on his boots. But as soon as a wisp of white vapor appeared at his fingertips, that faint icy edge was instantly swallowed and melted by the pervasive humidity, leaving only a deeper chill. He flicked the muck off his dagger, his gaze sharp as an eagle, piercing through the swirling, almost solidified white fog ahead. The visibility terrifyingly low, less than 5 meters. Even Isabella, the silver-level mage, raised her staff, the precious magical crystal at its tip bursting forth with dazzling light. But its beam could only tear through the fog for a fleeting moment, twisting and distorting before being consumed by the boundless white, as if it had never existed. This damned place. Mark's coarse voice carried a suppressed irritation. A damp, slippery vine had somehow hung from his nearly person-sized giant bow, swaying with his movements and shaking off murky droplets. He spat angrily, his saliva clearly mixed with mud. Damn it, a year ago at this time. A merchant caravan larger than ours disappeared here without a trace. Not even a bone was found. They say the search party only pulled out a few pieces of slimy rags from the mud. His thick knuckles cracked as he gripped the bow, his eyes filled with disgust for the environment and the unique vigilance of a seasoned soldier. His words seemed to touch some hidden nerve in the marsh. And before they fully settled, a sudden sound of fine, dense noises emerged from the depths of the thick, unyielding white fog. It was neither the heavy thud of a beast's hooves in the mud nor the rustling of wind through tall reeds. The sound was sharp, piercing, carrying a malicious intent that sent chills down the spine, as if someone were scratching repeatedly and forcefully with long, curved nails on the cold, rusty metal floor of the cargo cart. The creaking sound penetrated the fog, resonating with the unique high-frequency vibrations of metal friction, stabbing into everyone's eardrums. provoking a wave of physiological nausea and chills. Stand guard. Golan's thunderous roar was like a clap of thunder on flat ground, instantly shattering the oppressive silence. Almost at the same time as his roar echoed, the white mist rolling to the left was suddenly torn apart by a brute force. A gray-green shadow, accompanied by a strong fishy wind and mud splatters, shot towards the outermost cargo truck like a cannonball, carrying devastating power. The outline of the creature rapidly enlarged in the mist, and when it fully leaped out of the thick fog, even the bravest warrior would gasp in shock. Its massive body, about 5 meters long, was covered with a thick layer of dark green scales slick with slimy moss and parasitic algae, glistening with a greasy and cold sheen in the dim light. A gigantic mouth suddenly opened, the upper and lower jaws resembling a huge guillotine, revealing 2 rows of chilling, serrated fangs, with dark red strands of flesh and some unknown viscous substance hanging between them. Fishy saliva mixed with mud dripped from its mouth like a waterfall, splattering small, filthy droplets on the muddy ground. However, the most heart-stopping feature was its eyes. They were a pair of murky yellow-green vertical pupils, resembling sediment from the depths of a swamp. When it turned its eyes to scan its prey, there was an eerie glimmer of cunning and cruelty in the depths of its pupils, which seemed to belong to anything but a beast. That gaze seemed to calculate, mock, and revel in the fear of its prey. Beware of the swamp crocodile. Ella's sharp admonition rang with a metallic clang, her wolf-headed short sword already drawn, its blade slicing through the grayness with a cold silver gleam. Their scales were strange and could resist low-level magic. Don't waste your magic. As if to confirm her words, the giant crocodile opened its blood-gorged mouth and let out a deafening roar from the depths of its throat. The sound completely overturned people's understanding of reptiles. It was not like any beast's roar, but rather like a child abandoned on a cold, rainy night, desperately crying out in despair. The sound was piercing, sharp, filled with a bone-deep sorrow and heartbreaking tremor, cutting through the air and striking at the soul. What? The bronze-level team instantly erupted into chaos, fear spreading like a plague. The young shield-bearer who had gone pale earlier was now ashen-faced, his body trembling like a leaf, fingers gripping the heavy tower shield turning deathly white from excessive force. The edges of the shield embedded in the mud. Don't listen to that sound. It's a mental enchantment. Keep your mind steady. Lin Yi's pupils constricted as he shouted sharply. He swung his right hand forward violently, sending 3 semi-transparent, rapidly spinning wind blades tearing through the air, aiming for the relatively weak scales on the giant crocodile's neck. However, clang, clang, clang. The 3 sounds rang out like metal hitting the hardest alloy, leaving only a few shallow white marks on the thick scales covered in moss before instantly shattering. The creature's defense far exceeded everyone's expectations. As if ignited by the roar of the first giant crocodile, more equally piercing cries of children echoed from within the thick fog. Whoa. The sounds surged from all directions, overlapping as if dozens or even hundreds of abandoned children were simultaneously crying out in the impenetrable white hell. The formation, barely maintained by the bronze-level adventurers, crumbled under the impact of this magical sound, like a sandcastle struck by a boulder. Some instinctively looked toward the source of the sound in fear, as if wanting to see where the crying child was. From the rolling mist, another gray-green giant shadow pounced like a long-hidden reaper, its massive jaws biting down with the fishy wind, accurately catching the upper half of the distracted adventurer. No. The cries of the nearby companions were drowned out. Crack. The sickening sound of bones breaking mixed with a short, sharp scream. The giant crocodile violently swung its powerful neck, sending the unfortunate one's severed body flying, crashing into the muddy water and splattering filth everywhere. Only half of a blood-stained, twisted steel bracer remained, slowly sinking into the mire. Damn it. Mark's eyes widened in rage, his muscular arms bulging as he nearly pulled the giant bow into a full moon. A heavy armor-piercing arrow, as thick as a child's arm, shot out with a piercing shriek. Thud. It accurately pierced the eye socket of another giant crocodile lunging at the cargo truck. A woo. The giant crocodile let out a painful hiss, its massive head snapping back, blood mixed with murky fluid spraying from its eye socket. However, this fatal blow did not immediately end its life. Instead, the intense pain ignited its dying fury. The tail, covered in bone spines and as thick as a battering ram, swept with tremendous force against the iron cargo container. Boom. The deafening sound of metal deforming sent shivers down everyone's spine. The thick iron container was torn open like paper. Inside, the ropes securing the cargo snapped, and a few fist-sized precision bearings, shimmering with a faint magical glow, rolled out, bouncing a few times on the muddy ground, making a series of crisp clinks before being submerged in the mud, their shine quickly fading. Lin Yi's figure flickered like a ghost at the flank of a giant crocodile. He was neither a pure mage nor a warrior relying solely on fighting chi. His combat style was extremely unique, cleverly integrating the power of multiple types of magic into his swift and fierce knife techniques. Rock barrier. He spread his left hand, pressing it down into the muddy ground. A flash of earth-colored magical light appeared, and a small patch of mire instantly hardened and rose, forming a rough rock barrier half a meter high, perfectly blocking the giant crocodile's fierce tail swipe. Taking advantage of the moment the giant crocodile was hindered by the rock barrier, Lin Yi moved in. The short dagger in his right hand was no longer blue, but was suddenly covered by a layer of rapidly spinning, almost invisible wind blade. Swoosh. The blade sliced through the relatively soft belly scales of the giant crocodile with a sharp screech. This time, it was no longer an ineffective scrape. The wind-imbued blade cut into the gaps of the scales, dark green blood spraying out. But at the same time, a bone-chilling cold spread from the wound, attempting to freeze the flesh inside. Lin Yi had infused ice magic into the moment of the wind blade's cut. A double strike. Hiss. The giant crocodile cried out in pain, producing a sharp hiss, its enormous body suddenly twisting. Its back covered in sharp bone spines and thick moss crashing toward Lin Yi like a battering ram, carrying terrifying momentum. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The mire beneath him suddenly softened and sank, forming a small quicksand-like trap that slightly slowed the giant crocodile's charge. At the same time, his body leaped back agilely as if weightless, narrowly avoiding the fatal impact. However, when he landed, the soles of his boots sank deeply into the knee-high cold mire. A bone-chilling chill instantly coursing through him. In the chaotic battlefield, the childlike piercing cries grew increasingly dense and jarring, like countless needles stabbing into everyone's brain. Lin Yi keenly noticed that every time a giant crocodile prepared to launch a deadly pounce, its roar became particularly mournful and high-pitched, as if using this magical sound to precisely tear at the target's nerves and distract its attention. A scream was heard. A young bronze-level mage, pale-faced, with veins bulging on his forehead, was clearly tormented to the brink of madness by that magical sound. He attempted to conjure a fireball to attack the giant crocodile that was within reach, but the flickering flames in his hands were extremely unstable. In the end, with a whoosh, the fireball flew out at an awkward angle, missing the giant crocodile and instead singeing the hair of a spear-wielding warrior as it grazed his scalp. Soundwave barrier. Just at this critical moment, Isabella's cool and resolute chanting echoed, like a ladle of ice water poured into a boiling pot of oil. The silver badge on her chest suddenly erupted with a soft, pale blue light, rippling out like water waves. The invisible sound waves quickly expanded into a translucent hemispherical force field centered around her, enveloping the entire core area of the caravan. Sing. When the maddening cries of the child collided with this barrier, it immediately produced a high-pitched, teeth-gritting friction sound, like fingernails scraping against glass, but ultimately, it was blocked outside. The air within the barrier instantly became much clearer. Although the muffled roars from outside could still be heard, the soul-piercing, mentally disturbing magic was greatly weakened. What is this? The bronze-level adventurers inside the barrier felt as if they had been doused with a bucket of ice water. Jolting awake as the confusion and fear in their eyes rapidly faded, replaced by a sense of lingering dread and clarity. They gasped for air, cold sweat soaking their backs, gripping their nearly dropped weapons tightly, regaining their will to fight. The left flank is mine. Don't let them get near the wagon. Brun's booming roar was like a rock. His sturdy body moved to the left side of the wagon like a fortress, and the runes on the surface of his massive tower shield lit up as he slammed it into the mud. Buzz. A layer of pale golden defensive light spread out from the shield, forming a solid barrier. A giant crocodile that attempted to charge the wagon crashed into this light web. Bang. Like hitting an invisible city wall, the giant crocodile was thrown back by the tremendous recoil, and Brun seized this fleeting opportunity, roaring. As his enormous battle axe swung down with the force of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, targeting the comparatively weak jaw of the giant crocodile. Clang. Sparks flew. The hard scales blocked the axe blade, but the massive impact still left the giant crocodile dazed. Kaya's figure was like a silver flash, elusive in the thick fog. He never engaged the giant crocodile head-on. Instead, he wielded dual curved blades that sliced through with lethal silver lines, like the fangs of a venomous snake. He targeted the joints, eyelids, and the relatively soft connections beneath the scales where the giant crocodile was least agile. Each flicker, each strike, precisely pierced through the gaps in the scales. Puffed. Dark green blood splattered onto his dark leather armor, leaving corrosive marks. However, the life force of these swamp giant crocodiles was terrifyingly resilient. Even after Kaya's curved blades deeply pierced its forelimb joints, they still wildly swung their spiked tails with brute strength, like massive whips, splattering mud and forcing Kai to retreat, unwilling to engage in close combat. Lin Yi had just barely forced back a giant crocodile with a blended wind and fire explosive blade and rolled behind a deformed wagon, gasping for breath. Cold mud caked half of his face, and the giant crocodile's fangs had nearly grazed his throat, the chill of death making his heart race. Leaning against the cold steel, he breathed in the air thick with the scent of blood, his gaze sharp as he scanned the chaotic battlefield. He quickly locked onto a target, a slightly smaller giant crocodile that seemed to be injured and isolated. It was awkwardly turning around, trying to bite a staggering bronze swordsman. Now is the time. Lin Yi didn't rush in for a direct confrontation. Instead, he quickly made several hand seals with his left hand. The mire near the giant crocodile's hind legs suddenly softened and sank, forming a trap of mud that was neither too big nor too small. The giant crocodile was caught off guard, its massive body suddenly sinking, and its turning motion was forcibly interrupted, letting out an angry and anxious roar. Opportunity. Lin Yi moved, his figure shooting forward like an arrow, not charging directly at the giant crocodile's strongest front or back armor, but instead using the moment of its fall to swiftly maneuver to its side, targeting the thick connection point between its tail and body. Ice Pierce. Lin Yi's eyes turned cold, and all his magical power instantly concentrated. This time, it wasn't just a layer of ice covering the blade. Instead, the ultimate ice magic was compressed and gathered at the tip of the short knife. The knife tip shone with a blinding ice-blue brilliance, like a star of extreme cold. Swoosh. The short knife, imbued with biting cold, precisely pierced into the relatively tight gap in the scales at the base of the giant crocodile's tail. Instead of attempting to cut through the hard scales, he forced the highly concentrated icy magic, like a fine needle, deep inside, spreading wildly along the flesh and veins toward the interior. Roar. The giant crocodile let out an earth-shattering howl, filled with unprecedented pain amidst the chilling cries of the child. Its massive tail, like a battering ram, visibly stiffened, covered in a rapidly spreading layer of white frost as the power of ice erupted from within, freezing its blood and paralyzing its nerves. Without hesitation, Lin Yi withdrew his blade after landing a hit, rolling his body in the process, flipping like a nimble cat to face the wildly thrashing giant crocodile. The murky yellow-green vertical pupils of the giant crocodile contracted sharply in pain, filled with frenzied killing intent. Yet its movements became extremely stiff and uncoordinated due to the freezing of its tail. A flash of cold light appeared in Lin Yi's eyes as he raised the short knife again. This time, the tip was no longer gathering ice but a highly compressed, rapidly rotating micro-wind drill, aimed at the gap in the eyelids that had not fully closed due to pain. Wind drill break. Uft. The knife tip, accompanied by a piercing drilling sound, accurately stabbed into the giant crocodile's vulnerable eyeball. A foul-smelling liquid, mixed with dark green blood and viscous crystalline substance, suddenly splattered out, covering Lin Yi's face. The giant crocodile's body convulsed wildly, as if struck by high-voltage electricity, thrashing uncontrollably. Its massive head slammed into the mud, sending up a wave of mud as high as a person. Lin Yi wiped the foul-smelling liquid off his face, just as he withdrew his short knife. A strong, deathly aura, thick with the scent of blood, enveloped him from behind. He didn't even have time to turn around. Every hair on his body stood on end. Another giant crocodile had silently sneaked up behind him. That huge maw, capable of snapping him in half, was descending with a suffocating stench, its fangs glinting in his peripheral vision. Be careful. Ella's terrified scream tore through the air. A silver flash, like a meteor cutting through despair, arrived just in time. Her wolf-headed short sword, infused with all her fighting spirit and precision, sliced through the air. Clang. With a crisp sound, the short sword nailed into the relatively weak bone plate at the front of the giant crocodile's jaw, although it didn't fully penetrate. The immense impact and pain caused the giant crocodile's biting motion to halt abruptly, its head involuntarily tilting back. It was this pause. Lin Yi's survival instincts and honed combat reflexes erupted in an instant. His body slid sideways with no rigidity, while his short knife sharply slashed upwards. This time, the blade was covered with a thin yet intensely hot golden-red flame. Flame cut. Sizzle. The burning blade, like cutting through hot oil, fiercely sliced across the relatively soft throat area exposed by the giant crocodile's upward tilt of its head. The scalding blade cut through the tough membrane, severing the trachea and blood vessels, and dark green blood gushed out like an ignited fountain, carrying a scorching breath and a pungent, burnt smell, instantly pooling into a bubbling, foul-smelling dark green puddle on the cold, muddy ground. The giant crocodile's massive body crashed to the ground, its limbs thrashing violently for a few moments before finally becoming completely still. Thank you. Lin Yi lay in the cold, muddy water, gasping heavily, wiping his face smeared with blood, mud, and crocodile slime, his voice somewhat hoarse. In that fleeting moment, he truly caught a whiff of death. Just as Ella was about to respond, her expression suddenly changed. From the depths of the thick fog, a muffled groan from Galong, filled with pain, rang out abruptly. Though the sound was not loud, it felt like a heavy hammer striking everyone's hearts. The two felt their hearts tighten and quickly turned to look. In the rolling fog ahead, Galong, with a figure like an iron tower, was tightly entangled by a giant crocodile much larger than its kind. The scales of the giant crocodile gleamed like polished obsidian, heavy and cold, reflecting a dim light, with a small bony horn faintly protruding from its forehead. The terrifying maw of the obsidian giant crocodile was not fully open, but repeatedly slammed into Galong's crossed arms, blocking his chest with immense force. Each impact produced a dull thud like a drum. The hard, muddy ground beneath Galong's feet was plowed into two deep grooves by his boots, and the half-armor forged from fine steel showed obvious dents in the chest area. Yet he remained rooted like a mountain, refusing to budge. The golden badge on his chest suddenly erupted with blinding red light, due to the immense pressure and explosive force he was bearing. The light, like burning fighting spirit, pushed back the swirling white mist around him. Roar. Galong let out a roar that sounded more beastly than human, his arm muscles bulging like a coiling dragon. After enduring several impacts, he suddenly shifted from defense to offense, both hands, filled with red fighting spirit, shot out like burning iron pincers, firmly grasping the upper and lower jaws of the obsidian giant crocodile as it attempted to strike again. "Give it to me." Galong's eyes turned crimson, and all his strength and fighting spirit erupted at that moment. Crack! A clear, bone-cracking sound, sharp enough to make one's teeth ache, suddenly drowned out all the roars and commotion on the battlefield. The incredibly hard upper and lower jaws of the obsidian giant crocodile were ruthlessly torn apart by Galong's superhuman strength. The broken bone shards pierced through the tough membrane. Exposed to the air, yellow-green, viscous venom sprayed out like a broken dam from the ruptured mouth, splattering onto Galong's arms and chest armor, producing a horrifying hissing sound of corrosion. The giant crocodile leader let out an unprecedented, deafening howl mixed with agony and rage. Its childlike wail transformed into a hellish scream, its massive body thrashing wildly as it tried to break free from Galong's grip, venom and dark green blood pouring out like a torrential rain. Kai! Galong's roar echoed like thunder, resounding across the battlefield once more. His arms trembled slightly from the corrosion of the venom and the crocodile's struggles, but his grip on the crocodile's jaws remained as unyielding as the strongest shackles. The thick fog rolled, and a figure moving so fast it left only an afterimage appeared like a deadly snake poised to strike, suddenly emerging from the mist behind the obsidian giant crocodile as Galong's roar faded. Kai! The double-curved blades in his hands were no longer silver lines, but transformed into two dark, cold glimmers filled with piercing, killing intent. Kai's body was almost a straight line in the air, his crossed blades striking down like the stinger of a venomous scorpion, carrying all his speed, power, and precision. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. All gazes, whether from bloodied adventurers or the dying giant crocodile, instinctively focused on that point of cold light. Thud! The sound of the blade piercing the membrane and penetrating the bone was clearly audible in the dead silence of the battlefield. The giant crocodile's massive body, as tall as a mountain, suddenly went rigid as if all its strength had been drained, its murky, cunning yellow-green vertical pupils instantly losing all luster, leaving only endless emptiness and silence. In the next second, this terrifying swamp overlord, with splattering venom and brain matter, slowly and heavily toppled backward like a collapsing mountain. The splashing mud resembling a turbulent giant wave, instantly engulfing Kai's figure. Chapter 43. Swamp Puppy. The muddy waves surged, and a few seconds felt as long as a century. Finally, at the edge of the murky sludge, a hand covered in filth suddenly shot out, followed by Kai's violent coughing figure. He appeared as if he had just crawled out of the hellish mud pit, his dark armor smeared with sticky sludge, dark green crocodile blood, and disgusting brain tissue. With only his sharp eyes, still keen in the filth, proving he was still alive, Kai gasped for breath, each inhalation filled with a heavy smell of blood and mud. Struggling to pull himself out of the mire up to his knees, his double blades long gone from sight, Galong slowly released his grip on the giant crocodile's torn jaws, where the ruptured wound continued to ooze yellow-green viscous venom, dripping onto his fine steel arm and chest armor, producing a chilling hissing sound, wisps of acrid green smoke rising. The glow of the golden badge on his chest dimmed, but the red fighting spirit did not fully dissipate, flowing across his body like embers. Resisting the ongoing corrosion of the venom, he glanced down at his arm armor, pockmarked by the venom, frowning deeply, without a word. Simply tearing a piece of tough oilcloth from his waist, silently and forcefully wiping the venom off his arm, his movements steady like a rock. But his slightly trembling fingers revealed the immense pressure he had just endured in the struggle. The leader's death felt like the backbone of all the giant crocodiles had been pulled out. Mew mew. The remaining giant crocodiles let out short, chaotic cries of unclear meaning. No longer the carefully crafted cries of children, but more like the instinctive, fearful wails of beasts. Their massive bodies no longer held any intent to attack, turning tail and fleeing like lost dogs. Their thick, scaled tails, covered in moss, slapped the mud in a panic, stirring up larger, murky waves. The gray-green figures flickered in the rolling white fog, leaving behind rapidly spreading ripples and chaotic marks dragged across the mud, as the giant crocodiles fled in disarray. The thick fog shrouding the battlefield seemed to thin a bit due to the violent shock of the battle energy, no longer obscuring visibility to the point where one could not see their own hand. The view opened up, but the sight that met the eyes was even more shocking than when obscured by fog. The battlefield resembled a slaughterhouse ravaged by a giant beast. The cold mire was no longer a monotonous gray-black, but stained a nauseating dark purple by dark green crocodile blood, dark red human blood, and various filthy slimes. Broken weapon fragments, torn armor scraps, severed water plants, and unknown shells floated on the surface of the sludge. A few metal cargo trucks were tilted, sunk into the mud, one of which had been struck by a giant crocodile's tail, completely deformed, resembling a crushed can. At the cracked opening, the originally loaded cargo, bundles of beast skins, sealed magical potion boxes, and even some exquisite mechanical parts lay scattered on the ground, soaked in blood and mud, their value utterly destroyed. A few precision magical bearings that had rolled out earlier, shimmering with a faint blue light, now quietly lay in the muck, their glow completely extinguished and covered in filth. The air was thick with an overwhelming stench of death. The smells of blood, the unique fishy odor of crocodiles, the acrid scent of venom, the rot of the swamp, and the burnt energy scent released by the damaged magical items mixed together, forming a foul odor strong enough to churn the stomach. Galong wiped the last bit of venom from his hands, his gaze like a cold probe sweeping across the devastated battlefield. His voice low and hoarse yet cutting through the oppressive silence. Count the casualties. With the order given, the atmosphere instantly grew heavier. The surviving bronze-level adventurers, their faces still marked by the brutality of battle and pale with fear, silently began to search for their companions. Each time they dragged out a mangled corpse from the mire, it was accompanied by suppressed sobs or despairing silence. 3 bronze-level members confirmed dead. A middle-aged man with a scarred face, seemingly the bronze-level team leader, reported in a dry voice, tightly gripping a blood-stained wrist guard. Xiao Lu was swallowed by the first beast that pounced, and Amu was bitten in half from the side. He paused, lowering his voice. Old Chen wasn't killed by the beast. He was knocked down by a panicking person when the formation broke and fell into the mud, unable to get back up. The old Chen he mentioned was the young shield-bearing adventurer who had been the first to turn pale with fear at the sound of children screaming. His tower shield was skewed in the mud in the distance, half of its surface submerged in sewage, and beside it were deep marks where he had struggled, ultimately leaving behind a lifeless helmet half buried in the mud. The faces of several silver-level members looked grim. Brun walked up to his massive tower shield. The deep dent made by the giant crocodile's bone spike clearly visible along the edge, still stained with dark green blood. He silently traced the scar. The companion that had stood by him through life and death, its defensive runes dimmed significantly. Isabella's silver-white robe hem was corroded with several charred holes from splattered venom, with faint wisps of green smoke still rising from the edges. She frowned slightly, her fingertips glowing with a faint purifying light as she carefully treated the corroded edges. No silver-level members died, but the cost was heavy. Lin Yi leaned against the wheel hub of a relatively intact cargo cart, his rapid breathing gradually calming. His leather armor was torn in several places, covered in mud, blood, and crocodile slime, and a fiery pain throbbed from a wound on his left arm, scraped by the edge of a giant crocodile scale. He scanned the death-shrouded mire, his gaze sweeping over the tired and heavy faces of his companions, over the mutilated bodies half hidden in the mud, and finally landing on the massive corpse of the obsidian giant crocodile in the distance. A wave of intense nausea and helplessness surged within him, and he bent down, using his still-functioning right hand to sift through the cold, muddy water, trying to clean off the thick, sticky clumps of mud from his boot. Just then, a rustling sound, extremely slight and carrying a certain wet, slimy sensation, came from a patch of trampled water grass not far from his feet. Lin Yi instantly tensed, his muscles tightening, and he instinctively gripped his filthy short knife, his gaze shooting like lightning toward the source of the sound. As he pushed aside a few broken blades of grass, the muddy water rippled slightly, revealing a small, tender green figure. It was a crocodile, but compared to the ferocious beasts from before, its size was laughably tiny, only as big as an adult's palm. Its tender green scales were smooth and delicate, lacking the heavy moss and menacing bone spikes of adult giant crocodiles. Its small limbs short and clumsy, and a little tail anxiously splashing in the muddy water. At that moment, this little creature was tightly gripping a piece of mud-covered jerky that had fallen from the scattered cargo with its disproportionately small mouth. It seemed to sense Lin Yi's gaze. Abruptly lifting its head, its murky but lighter green vertical pupils warily staring at Lin Yi without blinking, its tiny body slightly recoiling, but its grip on the jerky tightened, emitting a low, threatening hiss from its throat. Lin Yi was stunned. The little creature's appearance was clearly that of a young offspring of those terrifying giant crocodiles. Yet its clumsy vigilance and the way it clutched the jerky created an absurd and stark contrast to the bloody hellish battle that had just taken place. "Go away." A vague, babyish voice, yet with a hint of fierceness, suddenly rang out. Lin Yi's whole body jolted, his pupils suddenly constricting. He suspected he had been injured in the ear by that magical roar, creating an illusion, and he stared intently at the little crocodile. The little crocodile seemed startled by his gaze, pulling back while still clutching the jerky, its tiny body nearly sinking into the mud, but it still mumbled indistinctly, "Hungry. Go away." This time Lin Yi heard clearly. The voice, though strange, like a baby just learning to speak, was remarkably articulate, in human language. "Oh my God, Lin Yi. It can talk?" Ella's voice was filled with incredulous delight as she finished cleaning the grime off her short sword and walked over to witness this miraculous scene. The little crocodile was evidently frightened by Ella's voice and the gleaming wolf-head short sword at her waist. It let out a short, startled cry, wanting to dive into the mud with the jerky still in its mouth. However, its limbs flailed in a chaotic attempt, not only failing to dive in but also toppling sideways into the muddy water with a splat, its tiny belly up, for short legs flailing helplessly in the air, covered in mud, looking both pitiful and comical. Ella couldn't help but laugh, the heaviness and sadness of the battlefield seeming to lighten a little because of this clumsy little creature. She crouched down, carefully extending her hand, a gentle breath of nature gathering at her fingertips, her voice soft as if soothing a child. Don't be afraid, little one. We won't hurt you. The little crocodile sensed the gentle aura, its struggling motions slowing down. Its grass-green vertical pupils remained alert, but seemed less fearful. Clumsily, it flipped over, holding onto the piece of jerky that was quite large for it, its wet eyes glancing at Ella and then at Lin Yi, emitting a faint, pitiful whine from its throat. Hungry. Ella's heart melted instantly. She looked up at Lin Yi, her emerald green eyes filled with pleading. Lin Yi, look how small and weak it is. If we leave it here, it will surely be eaten by something else or starve to death. Can we take it with us? It can talk. This is amazing. Lin Yi frowned tightly, reason telling him that this was absurd. The caravan was not a nursery. Traversing the perilous Black Spine Mountains and the misty marshes with a creature that was clearly one of the offspring of those ferocious beasts was a significant instability factor. Moreover, it could talk. That alone meant unpredictable trouble. Just as he was about to refuse, his gaze fell again on the little crocodile. The little creature seemed to sense Ella's kindness, no longer as fearful, struggling to hold onto the piece of jerky that was too large for it. Its grass-green eyes looking at Ella with wetness, emitting a faint, slightly aggrieved whimper from its throat. The gaze is clumsy and pure, filled with an instinctive desire for food and a fear of the unknown, completely unlike its fierce and cunning adult counterparts. Strangely, Lin Yi's refusal got stuck in his throat. He personally did not oppose giving this little life a chance, but this was not something he could decide alone. The team had just gone through a tragic battle, losing companions, and everyone was engulfed in sorrow and exhaustion. As the captain, Galong bore the safety of everyone. And this was certainly not the right time to propose adopting a mysterious creature that could even pose a danger. At that moment, Mark walked over with a grim face. He had just found his heavy arrow that pierced the giant alligator's eye socket in the mud. The shaft was bent. Hey, little wolf girl, stay away from that thing. It almost bit my boot. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly twitched his nose and looked sharply at his bag hanging on the side of the truck. Half of his cherished, glistening smoked venison was missing. On the edge of the bag, there was a row of small, muddy tooth marks. My jerky, Mark shouted in pain. The little alligator in Ella's arms stiffened suddenly, quickly stuffing the stolen, uneaten jerky under its body, then sprawled its limbs, puffed out its little belly, closed its eyes, and played dead. Its round, slightly muddy little belly rose and fell with its breathing, looking extremely comical. Lin Yi sighed, pulled Ella, who still wanted to argue, and whispered, "Let's not make a fuss. This isn't the time to discuss this." He glanced at Galong, who was silently wiping his weapon. And the camp filled with a sense of sorrow. First take care of it. Don't let it cause more trouble. We can ask the captain later when everyone's emotions are more stable. Ella looked around and understood that the atmosphere was indeed inappropriate. She nodded and carefully wrapped the little creature in a soft cloth, leaving only its small head exposed, whispering, "Okay, let's call it Yaya for now, alright? Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on it and won't let it run around or bite anything." She gently poked the little alligator's nose, and Yaya seemed indifferent to the name, just secretly opened one eye, cautiously glancing at Mark. As night fell, although the thick fog had not completely dissipated, visibility was slightly better than during the day. The team set up camp on the edge of a relatively drier high ground, the campfire crackling, the flickering flames dispelling the cold and dampness of the swamp night. Reflecting the tired and complex faces of everyone, the camp was filled with silence. The bronze-level survivors sat quietly around a smaller fire, tending to wounds and cleaning weapons. No one spoke, only the occasional muffled sobs could be heard. The atmosphere was slightly better among the silver-level survivors, but still no one laughed or joked. Brun was carefully repairing the dents on the edges of his shield with a special metal paste. Isabella softly chanted purification spells, treating the corrosive holes in her robe and the lingering toxins in the air, while Kai silently cleaned his recovered twin curved knives, each inch of the blade polished to a cold gleam. Yaya became the only source of vitality in the camp. After Ella carefully cleaned it with water and cloth, it seemed to have fully adapted to the environment and became bolder. Ella gave it a small piece of clean jerky, and it happily gnawed on it. After getting full, it began to crawl around on the soft cloth Ella had laid out, filled with curiosity about everything. Soon, it fixed its gaze on Galong. Galong sat on a rock next to the largest campfire, eyes closed in meditation, red battle aura slowly flowing over his body, resisting the corrosive poison lingering on his arm armor. He resembled a silent iron tower, exuding a powerful aura that warned others to stay away. Yaya dragged a small piece of meat scrap, wobbling its way toward Galong, clumsily navigating around the scattered equipment until it finally reached Galong's heavy, mud-covered battle boots. It seemed curious about the metallic texture, extending its tiny front paw to tentatively touch the cold tip of the boot. Then, it lifted its little head, its grass-green eyes gazing at the golden badge on Galong's chest, which emitted a faint pressure even while he rested. The moment its gaze met the badge, chirp, Yaya let out a short, terrified scream, as if struck by an invisible hammer. Its tiny body instantly stiffened, limbs tensed, maintaining a head-up posture, then fell straight back with a thud onto the muddy ground, belly up, eyes tightly shut, even dropping the scrap of meat it was holding to play dead again. But this time, its body trembled slightly. Galong slowly opened his eyes, his gaze like molten lava, dropping down to the little alligator playing dead at his feet. His face, as hard and cold as carved rock, seemed devoid of any expression. He extended a finger, corroded by poison yet still flowing with red battle aura. Using the fingertip that was the steadiest and had retracted most of its power, gently poked Yaya's exposed little belly. The touch was warm, soft, and carried the unique fragility of a cub. Ow! Yaya seemed to be burnt by a branding iron, jolting awake, flipping over, using all four limbs to roll and scramble back at an astonishing speed into the soft cloth laid out by Ella, exposing only its two terrified grass-green eyes. Staring fixedly in Galong's direction, its tiny body still shivering. Galong withdrew his finger as if nothing had happened and closed his eyes again. However, that momentary, almost teasing gesture surprised both Brun and Isabella standing nearby. Lin Yi leaned against his backpack, holding a piece of dry food but lacking appetite. The warmth of the campfire could not dispel the chill seeping from the depths of the swamp. He watched Yaya's clumsy antics around Ella and then looked beyond the glow of the fire, into the depths of the swamp that had been swallowed by fog again, unfathomable. In the distance, the deep, rumbling roar of a giant alligator could still be heard, like a ghost wandering in the mist. That sound still carried a chilling tone akin to a child's wail, which had once plunged them into a nightmare. Dawn was approaching, yet the thick fog stubbornly lingered. Only the edges were slightly brightened by a faint gray-white hue on the horizon. The ironclad cargo truck of the caravan was once again dragged out of the mire amidst the sound of calls, groaning under the unbearable load. Preparing to continue this arduous journey full of unknowns. The wheels slowly turned, crushing the cold, viscous layer of humus again, producing a dull squelching sound. The swirling mud remained murky, mixed with broken algae, shattered insect shells, darkened blood clots, and unknown sticky filth. Yet, in this swamp soaked in death and fear, beside the massive, fierce, deeply embedded claw marks of the giant alligators, in the mud scattered with blood-stained wrist guards and broken shields, a series of small, slightly disordered paw prints belonging to new passengers quietly appeared. Chapter 44. The ghost of the post station, combined, the sunset, like molten gold, strained to penetrate the heavy gray clouds of the Black Spine Mountains, spilling the last few reluctant golden rays over the desolate ridge. In this forgotten corner, an abandoned Imperial post station stood alone, like a giant skeleton dried by time, casting long, twisted shadows. The stone walls had long lost their former neatness, tightly entwined by withered, gnarled vines, as if swallowed by a giant python. The wooden door frame was decayed and riddled with wormholes, half of it had collapsed, hanging a few rotten wooden beams that creaked in the evening wind carrying the chill of the mountaintop. The wind is no longer just a howl. It slips in and out through the hollow window frames, emitting a continuous, low, mournful wail, as if countless lost souls are sighing between the cracks in the walls. At the top of the post station, the copper dove emblem, symbolizing the Empire's communication lifeline, has long been covered by thick layers of verdigris from years of rain and dust. Under the last rays of the setting sun, it glimmers with an ominous, dark green light, like a ghostly eye peering from the depths of a grave. A heavy iron cargo cart comes to a stop on the uneven gravel in front of the post station, the giant horned lizard pulling it puffing out thick, white steam. Goran jumps off the cart first, the heavy soles of his boots crunching on the ground. He scans the desolate building with sharp eyes, the golden emblem on his chest flickering with a faint yet undeniable dark red sheen in the encroaching twilight, like a dormant volcano. We rest here tonight. Goran's voice is low but carries an undeniable penetrating force, instantly overpowering the wind's wailing. He kicks aside a sharp-edged stone blocking the door, which rolls and crashes against the mottled wall. Bren, take two people and thoroughly check the inner and outer defenses. Don't overlook any blind spots. Isabella, set up the alert magic formation, covering the main building and the backyard. The rest of you, unload the cargo and cook. Move quickly. The commands are concise and powerful, and the weary team immediately springs into action. Lin Yi follows Mark as he pushes open the nearly collapsing door and steps into the post station's main hall. A suffocating mix of smells assaults them. Thick dust accumulated over the years, the sour odor of rotting wood, a certain animal den's musk, and a deeper, deathly scent that seems to be a blend of rust and dried blood. The light is extremely dim, barely allowing them to see with just the faint daylight seeping in from the doorway. The interior of the hall is even more dilapidated than it appears from outside, with several nearly unrecognizable rusted armor remnants piled up in the corners, like abandoned skeletons. A long counter, covered in cobwebs and thick with dust, stretches across the center, and behind it, a brass bell hangs precariously from a wooden hook, swaying slightly with the breeze they create upon entering, as if it might fall at any moment, producing a sound that could disturb the souls of the dead. Watch your step, little ghost, Mark warns in a low voice, carefully pushing aside a pile of scattered bones on the ground with his enormous bow. They are clearly human remains, their clothing long rotted away. And among a few stark white finger bones, one still clutches a half-crumpled, yellowing piece of parchment, the blurred ink barely discernible. Mark's voice carries the weight of a veteran. It looks like these poor messengers held on to the letters they were meant to deliver even in death. Lin Yi shifts his gaze away from the bones, scanning the stone walls around. The walls are riddled with dense arrow holes and deep knife and axe marks, with dark splatter stains still remaining in some areas. Clearly, this place has endured an extremely fierce battle. His gaze finally lands on a rusty brass torch holder in the corner, which has bent and deformed over time, but what catches his attention is the metal rod, which is densely engraved with many dates. He leans in for a closer look. The engravings vary in depth and technique, seemingly made by different people at different times. As he examines them downward, the latest and deepest inscription catches his eye, 17th of the silver moon in the year of the red moon. Lin Yi's heart sinks. The year of the red moon refers to an ancient calendar used by the empire 50 years ago. This post station has been completely abandoned for at least half a century, becoming a resting place for the dead. Strange. A cool voice breaks the silence. It is the silver mage Isabella. She stands before a wall marked with knife scars, her silver emblem radiating a soft, rippling blue light. Her slender fingers hover inches above the engravings, furrowing her brow as if sensing some invisible disturbance. The residual magic here is very peculiar. It does not seem to have dissipated naturally, nor does it resemble the remnants of a defensive formation. It feels more like it has been forcefully reinforced by a powerful, resentful curse solidified within these stones. Cold, viscous, with a lingering obsession of unwillingness. Her voice sounds especially clear in the empty, silent hall, accompanied by an inexplicable chill. Just as her words fall, a faint rustling sound, as if paper is being cautiously turned, emerges unexpectedly from a shadowy corner deep within the hall. The sound is so faint that it is almost imperceptible amidst the wind's wailing, yet in the tense atmosphere where even a falling needle could be heard. It resonates like thunder, clear as if it were in everyone's ear. It is as if an invisible person is hiding in the dark corner, holding their breath, carefully flipping through an old, dust-covered ledger of letters. Who is there? Bren's roar is like thunder on the ground. His burly figure instantly blocks the direction of the sound, and his massive tower shield crashes onto the stone floor with tremendous force. Buzz. A faint golden defensive rune spreads like a living creature from the bottom of the shield, quickly unfolding into a translucent golden web that covers a good portion of the hall, protecting him and the bronze-level adventurers behind him. The light of the web illuminates the darkness ahead. In the shadow a few steps in front of Bren's light web, the air begins to twist and ripple bizarrely, like the surface of water disturbed, as a dozen translucent, indistinct figures slowly take shape. They wear faded, ancient imperial messenger uniforms, their hems and cuffs stained with dark brown spots resembling dried blood. In their hands, without exception, they hold a letter emitting a soft blue glow, the light illuminating their indistinct faces. Most terrifying of all are their faces. Their features are completely distorted, like reflections in water that have been disturbed, leaving only a vague outline. Only where their eye sockets should be burned two flickering, cold blue flames. Ghostly postman. Ella gasps, and her wolf-headed short sword is instantly drawn, emitting a clear hum. The little crocodile in her arms, who has shown no fear along the journey, now emits an unprecedented sharp and piercing shriek. Its small body curling up, all four paws in the air, entering its most adept state of playing dead, trembling all over. Ella's voice carries a hint of barely perceptible panic. Legends say they are imperial messengers, cursed by a terrible curse, unable to find peace even in death, still obsessively trying to fulfill their mission of delivering letters. They are the very embodiment of those undelivered letters. These ghostly postmen seem to have no direct intention to attack Bren's light web or the others. They only move stiffly, like puppets on strings, step by step, mechanically advancing towards the light web. The ghostly blue letters in their hands grow increasingly radiant as they approach, as if accumulating some kind of power. When the foremost ghost is almost about to touch the faint golden light web, the letter in its hand suddenly opens on its own without wind. With a rustle, the paper flips open, and the long-dried ink on the pages begins to writhe, twist, and reorganize as if it has come to life. In the blink of an eye, lines of twisted, bizarre text emitting an ominous blue light appeared on the letter as if they were living creatures. Except the letter, a voice echoed. It was not a sound produced by a throat, but rather the noise created by countless old parchment papers and rough papyrus being violently rubbed and torn apart. Sharp, piercing, with a penetrating power that seemed to disregard physical barriers, it struck deep into the soul. Buzz. The Brun's light web rippled violently the moment it came into contact with the ghost, the powerful repulsion force pushing the ghost back a small half-step. However, strangely, the blue light emitted from the distorted letters that emerged from the letter easily penetrated the substantial light web defense, like illusory smoke. The blue light projected onto the cold, rough stone floor, forming flickering shadows of dancing text, like a ghostly ballet. Lin Yi's gaze instinctively swept over a flickering text shadow on the ground. Boom. A strong sense of dizziness suddenly hit his mind, and the scene before him twisted and blurred in an instant. Countless shattered images flooding in like a breached dam, a torrential downpour madly beating against the roof and window frames of the post station. The sound of a pigeon coop igniting and the pigeon's mournful cries coming from the backyard, desperate messengers letting out their last. Heart-wrenching roars amidst the flash of blades and rain of arrows, their cries eerily overlapping with the sound of the ghost's paper pages rubbing together at this moment. Don't stare directly at those words. Isabella's clear chanting voice was like a spring, instantly extinguishing the chaotic illusions in Lin Yi's mind. The top of her crystal staff glowed brightly with a silver emblem, and a layer of pale purple, translucent spiritual barrier rapidly unfolded like a water curtain, enveloping everyone inside. It was the soul binding technique. Those letters were the carriers of curses. Once the mind was attracted to them, gazed upon, or if those letters touched the body, the soul would be forcibly dragged, bound, and become a part of them. Her warning was still a moment too late. Among the bronze-level adventurers, a young man wielding a short sword and a strong man holding a spear lost all their vitality in their eyes the moment they made contact with the tech shadow. Becoming hollow and dazed, they were as if pulled by invisible threads, their faces bearing an eerie calmness, stepping out of the protective range of Brun's light web, walking straight towards the ghost holding the blue letter, as if willingly offering themselves, wanting to meet that ghostly blue light with their chests. Wake up! Mark's roar accompanied by the resonance of the bowstring. A heavy armor-piercing arrow tore through the air, accurately shooting through the ghostly blue letter heading towards the young adventurer's chest. PFF. Like bursting a water pouch filled with fluorescent liquid, the blue light on the letter erupted violently, scattering like shattered glass, quickly dimming and vanishing. The controlled young adventurer's body jolted violently. His eyes regained clarity, and then a wave of intense fear seized him, his face pale as paper, staggering back, gasping for breath. Another arrow followed, piercing through the letter aimed at the strong man, similarly rescuing him. Kai left flank. Golin's voice was deep and powerful, like thunder rumbling over the post station, causing dust from the roof to fall. He did not draw the giant blade on his back, but instead sat firmly on his horse, his calloused right fist clenched tightly. The crimson fighting spirit instantly enveloped his fist, like a red-hot branding iron, and then he slammed it hard into the stone ground beneath him. Boom! A visible wave of golden fighting spirit rippled out from Golin's fist, rapidly expanding like ripples on the surface of water when a stone is thrown in. Wherever the wave passed, those translucent, ghostly figures fluctuated violently like a poor signal image, distorting. And the letters they held emitted a sharp noise like paper being forcibly torn apart, the blue light flickering violently, becoming extremely unstable. Almost at the same time Golin made his move, Kai's figure moved. He blended into the shadows like a leopard, moving so fast that he left only a vague gray shadow in the dim light. His twin curved blades drew two deadly silver arcs, accurately slashing towards the core of a ghost's head that burned with blue, ghostly fire, which was usually the key convergence point for such spiritual entities. However, something strange happened. Kai's curved blade, capable of cutting through fine steel, met the ghost's translucent body and suddenly pierced through as if cutting into the densest fog, passing through without resistance. The blade passed through the ghost's body, only stirring up a few weak, faint blue sparks in the air. The ghost's figure merely blurred for a moment and then returned to its original state, continuing to mechanically move forward, the blue light in its hands stabilizing again. Physical attacks are useless. Kai's voice carried a rare surprise and seriousness as he quickly retreated, avoiding the approaching ghost's emitting text shadow. Lin Yi's reaction was similarly swift. The icy magic power he gathered at his fingertips transformed into 3 sharp ice spikes, shooting towards another ghost's chest with a whooshing sound. When the ice spikes hit their target, cold air instantly spread, and a thin layer of white frost covered the ghost's chest and abdomen, its movements clearly slowing down. But just a breath later, the white frost melted away like snow meeting the blazing sun, and the ghost figure returned to its original state, persistently holding the letter and moving forward. Damn it! Lin Yi cursed under his breath. His ice magic had similarly yielded little effect. But his keen battle instinct caught a detail. Although the ghost's movements were rigid and mechanical, there was a noticeable delay whenever they needed to change direction, as if bound by invisible ropes, forced to act according to certain specific rules and trajectories. Moreover, they seemed to wander aimlessly. But their overall moving direction appeared to converge faintly towards the post station's backyard. Attack the letters in their hands. Those letters are the key. Isabella's voice rang out again, calm with insight into the essence. The crystal ball at the top of her staff instantly glowed with a fiery red light, and a fireball the size of a fist, burning with orange-red flames, quickly took shape. Those letters were the anchor points of their existence, the core of the curse. Before her words fell, the fireball shot out, accurately striking a ghost's blue letter, which was glowing the brightest. Boom! The blue flames exploded violently, instantly engulfing the entire letter. The ghost let out a silent, yet seemingly resonating wail at the soul level. Its figure shrank violently like a punctured balloon, twisting, deforming, and finally dissipating into a wisp of green smoke in the air, leaving only a few unburned blue sparks falling. Effective. Lin Yi's spirit lifted, and he immediately changed tactics. He no longer sought widespread freezing, but instead highly compressed and refined his ice magic, forming thin, hair-like ice needles at his fingertips, shimmering with deadly cold light. He locked his gaze on another approaching ghost letter and flicked his fingers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several ice needles pierced through the blue glowing letter with precision like invisible poison stings. Sizzle. The blue light erupted like a burst bubble, quickly dimming and vanishing. The ghost's figure instantly became extremely transparent and thin. the letter in its hand scattering like ashes blown away by the wind, transforming into countless small, flickering blue paper butterflies that flew away in all directions. When these paper butterflies touched the light purple spiritual barrier maintained by Isabella, they emitted a faint buzzing sound and vanished like moths drawn to a flame, taking the ghost with them. A method had been found, but the battle did not become any easier. These ghostly couriers seemed endless, for every one destroyed. Another quickly coalesced silently from the corners of the shadows and the accumulated dust, holding new letters exuding an ominous blue light, continuing their tireless delivery mission. The shadows of the words projected by those letters were like maggots gnawing at the bones, and even with Isabella's spiritual barrier in place, the occasional leaked fragments of speech felt like tiny poisonous needles, constantly irritating and disturbing everyone's minds, making it hard to concentrate. Bryn's massive shield became the most solid barrier, standing like a rock in front of the bronze-level adventurers. Whenever a ghost approached to a dangerous distance, he would roar and slam his heavy shield down onto the ground. Buzz! The golden aura shockwave spread out again, temporarily repelling the nearby ghosts and causing the blue light of the letters in their hands to flicker violently, interrupting the projection of the words. But with every slam, the faint golden light net on his shield visibly dimmed a bit, and his broad forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, his breathing becoming heavy. Maintaining and activating the defensive runes was a huge drain on both his stamina and fighting spirit. This couldn't go on. Mark's quiver was already half empty, and he irritably discarded an arrow that had missed and broken against the wall, bending down to pick up a rusted, broken spear left behind by either a guard or an attacker. Damn it, these things are impossible to kill off. Our strength and arrows will eventually run out. Lin Yi's brain was racing, dodging the drifting shadows of text while using ice needles to precisely eliminate the approaching ghostly letters. His sharp gaze swept across the entire hall, missing no details. The ghost's tendency to move toward the backyard was becoming increasingly obvious, and his gaze returned to the brass torch holder in the corner, marked with dates. It seemed there was a deeper engraving behind the directional mark dated the 17th of the silver moon in the year of the red moon. He cautiously moved a few steps toward that corner, avoiding a drifting ghost. Using the faint light from Bryn's aura net, he leaned down to closely examine the rough engraving at the end of the holder, which did not end randomly, but clearly pointed toward the tightly closed small door leading to the courtyard behind the post station. At the bottom of the engraving, under a thick layer of dust, there was a line of crooked, deeply carved letters, as if left with the last ounce of strength. Don't open it. They are waiting. A chill shot up Lin Yi's spine, and he suddenly looked up at the decaying wooden door to the backyard, then at the ghostly couriers persistently moving in that direction. The cellar. Lin Yi shouted with all his might, his voice cutting through the noisy battle with unusual clarity, his finger pointing straight toward the backyard. Their source might be in the cellar in the backyard. There are warnings carved on the wall. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on that tightly closed wooden door, which seemed to separate another world. Galong's molten lava-like gaze suddenly sharpened like a knife. He hesitated not at all. His massive figure shot forward like a cannonball, crossing the hall in a few steps, his right leg slicing through the air with a roar as he kicked violently against the decaying wooden door. Boom! The overburdened wooden door instantly shattered under the immense force, rotting wood splintering like shrapnel, revealing the scene behind the door to everyone's eyes. The backyard was even more desolate than the hall, overgrown with weeds nearly half a person's height. Everyone's gaze was fixed on a large stone slab in the center of the yard, covered in thick dust and bordered by moss, firmly sealing a square entrance. The slab was covered in countless, overlapping footprints of various sizes, a chaotic mix of deep and shallow impressions, as if countless people had wandered and paced despairingly around this slab for a long time. Even more chilling was that at the moment the wooden door was kicked open, the rustling sound of letters in the hands of all the ghostly couriers in the hall eerily stopped at the same time. The entire post station fell into a deathly silence, with only the wind whistling through the broken hole, becoming clearer and colder. Immediately afterward, a chill, 10 times more intense than in the hall, seeped out from the cracks of the stone slab like an invisible tide, bone-chilling and oppressive. Simultaneously, from deep within the cellar, the sound of paper rustling came, dense enough to make one's scalp tingle. The sound was no longer the cautious rustling from the hall, but resembled a fierce wind sweeping through an endless forest, or countless hands frantically tearing and crumpling paper. Whoosh! Whoosh! The noise was grand, chaotic, filled with the fury of being disturbed and an unexplainable, long-accumulated malice. There below, Lin Yi's voice carried a tension he didn't even notice himself. The faint golden aura net Bryn maintained flickered violently under this surging cold and the noise at the soul level, swaying like a candle in the wind, flickering in and out. Isabella's light purple spiritual barrier also rippled violently, as if a boulder had been thrown into a lake, her face slightly pale, clearly under immense pressure. Bryn. Galong's voice was decisive, his massive body standing like a stabilizing pillar in front of the shattered doorframe, the dark red glow of the golden badge turning scorching hot. His gaze locked firmly on the slab covered in desperate footprints. I understand, Bryn roared, slamming his massive tower shield down again to steady the aura net. He took a deep breath, his bulging muscles tense, using the giant shield as a lever, driving the heavy edge of the shield forcefully into the crack at the edge of the stone slab. Hey! Accompanied by a deafening exhale from Bryn. The heavy stone slab emitted a grating groan that made one's teeth ache as it was slowly pried open. Decades of accumulated dust cascaded down like a waterfall, revealing a dark, bottomless square opening beneath. The moment a gap wide enough was pried open, whoosh. It was as if Pandora's box had been opened, or a countless number of azure crows resting in the abyss had taken flight. Countless letters, radiating a faint blue light, surged forth from the cellar entrance like a breached dam or a storm of paper caught in an invisible whirlwind. These letters were no longer solitary beings. The instant they burst forth, they attracted, entwined, and spun around each other, forming a massive, heart-pounding azure vortex in the air. The center of the vortex was as deep as an abyss, exuding a chilling cold and resentment 100 times stronger than before. With the rustling sound of paper spinning at high speed almost tearing through eardrums, the vortex expanded rapidly, instantly filling much of the backyard space, casting a pale blue glow that turned everyone's faces a sickly hue. The icy chill wrapped around everyone like tangible tendrils, ensnaring their limbs and bones. At the center of this azure vortex, a more solid and towering figure slowly rose. He wore the same uniform as the Imperial Messenger, but it was more elaborate, with remnants of insignia on the shoulder epaulets indicating his rank as the chief courier. His translucent form was several times more solid than the other ghostly couriers, allowing one to see the intricate copper buttons and the creased texture of the fabric on his uniform. The blurred features of his face, resembling reflections on water, were even more distorted, and the pale blue ghostly flames burning in his eye sockets blazed more fiercely, like two icy soul furnaces. Most striking was the object he held in his hands, which was not a flimsy letter but a heavy iron letterbox tightly bound by rusted chains, covered in dents. On the surface of the letterbox was a wax seal bearing the emblem of the imperial royal family, an eagle in flight. Although it had become blurred and dim over the years, it still exuded a heavy and imposing sense of oppression. The chief courier's hollow gaze swept over the horrified crowd below, and his voice, low and resonant like a tolling bell made of countless sheets of paper, echoed throughout the entire post station. Royal letters must be delivered. Each syllable carried a soul-shaking power that caused dust to fall from the already crumbling stone walls of the post station. Deliver, deliver, deliver. This heavy declaration created layers of echoes within the post station, as if countless ghosts were responding. Before the last word fell, the iron letterbox bound by chains in the chief courier's hands suddenly erupted with blinding azure light. Crack, clang. The rusted chains binding the letterbox snapped one by one, and the lid flew open as if lifted by an invisible force. In the next moment, the countless letters sealed inside, compressed for half a century, erupted like a volcano at its peak, no longer drifting paper, but transforming into arrows of letters radiating deadly blue light, their edges sharp as knives, piercing through the air with a shriek, indiscriminately shooting toward everyone in the post station. Whoosh! Watch out! Isabella's scream was drowned out by the sound of the letter arrows slicing through the air, as her mental barrier took the brunt of the impact. Thud, thud, thud. The pale purple barrier shattered instantly under the dense onslaught, like fragile glass, cracking with a web of fissures. It barely held for a moment before collapsing under the intense pressure, and Isabella let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. As the crystal at the tip of her staff dimmed sharply, Bryn roared, raising his massive shield in front of him, his faint golden light net reaching its peak. Clang clang. PSHHD. Most of the letter arrows were deflected by the light net, sending up azure sparks. However, a few letters enveloped in particularly dense blue light, seemingly carrying stronger curses, penetrated through Bryn's proud defensive light net as easily as a hot knife through butter. Ugh! Bryn let out a pained roar as one of the letter arrows struck hard against the armor of his left arm. The azure light exploded instantly, corroding the metal armor like strong acid, emitting a terrifying hissing sound and releasing acrid smoke. The armor was marked with twisted, pulsating cursed runes that burned into flesh and blood. The intense burning pain and the tearing sensation at the soul level caused his arm to spasm, and the light of the net dimmed drastically. In other directions, the bronze-level adventurers faced even more peril. A shield warrior's tower shield was struck multiple times by letter arrows, the shield groaning under the unbearable strain, and the immense impact knocked him to the ground. Another person, unable to evade, had their shoulder armor grazed, instantly branding them with azure-cursed runes, eliciting a shrill scream as their gaze turned vacant and hollow, staggering toward the chief courier. Gorin. Mark's voice was filled with despair. His arrows felt utterly powerless against the azure vortex and the chief courier's form. Fall back. Gorin's roar was like the fury of an ancient dragon. The golden badge on his chest erupted with an unprecedented, furnace core-like fiery red light, so dazzling it even temporarily suppressed the azure light of the chief courier's letter arrows. He did not dodge. Instead, he charged forward into the rain of destructive letter arrows, like a rock facing a raging storm, stepping forward with determination. With his fists clenched, The crimson aura, like molten lava, enveloped his arms, resembling two burning giant hammers. Break from me. Boom, boom, boom. Goran's fists became a blur of crimson shadows, each punch carrying terrifying power that shattered mountains and rocks as they struck against the incoming rain of letter arrows. The crimson aura collided fiercely with the azure-cursed light, annihilating. Countless letters were shattered under the force of his fists, turning into swirling azure light fragments. He stood as an insurmountable crimson dam, forcibly creating a relatively safe area amidst the chaotic vortex of letters, blocking the majority of deadly attacks in front of him. His uniform was burned through by the escaping cursed blue light, leaving numerous holes, and his skin bore scorched marks, but he stood firm, creating a glimmer of hope for his companions behind him. Kai, left flank gap. Goran's shout remained clear amidst the sounds of intense collision, his massive form and furious fists capturing the chief courier's and most letter arrow's attention. In that fleeting moment, Kai's figure moved, like a phantom merging with the shadows, or a rain swallow skimming the ground, reaching the peak of speed, utilizing the brief passage created by Goran's body and aura. In the momentary gap caused by the chief courier's full focus on attacking Goran, Kai's figure became a barely visible gray line, cutting in at an incredible angle and speed from the chief courier's massive spiritual form's blind spot. His target was not the chief courier's translucent body, but the broken rusted chains still wrapped around his wrist after the exploding iron letterbox. Those chains were a binding, a connection, and the embodiment of the core curse. Break! Kai's sharp and cold shout rang out. His twin curved blades crossed in front of his chest during the high-speed advance, the blade surfaces flowing not with aura, but with an ultimate, demon-repelling ghostly light aimed at spiritual beings. At the moment when the body reached the best attack position of the postmaster, the twin daggers shot out like venomous snakes from their lair, accompanied by a soul-rending shriek, fiercely striking the few broken chains. Clang! The instant the daggers hit the chains, a thunderous sound erupted that was not the clash of metal, but a terrifying sonic explosion that pierced deep into the soul. Like billions of sheets of paper being torn at once, and billions of souls howling in unison. Boom! The ghostly blue energy erupted from the point where the chains broke, like a volcano suppressed for half a century, the light instantly engulfing Kai's figure, drowning the postmaster as well. Aya! The postmaster let out an unprecedented, mournful howl filled with pain, unwillingness, and endless obsession. His tall and solid figure, under the impact of this violent energy, swelled and distorted like a balloon being inflated, then suddenly collapsed inward like a deflated sack. The chains were shattered. The core was destroyed. The massive ghostly blue vortex lost its support, collapsing in an instant, and the raining arrows of letters, now lifeless, fluttered down like leaves. The curse's blue glow quickly dimming, extinguishing into ordinary, decayed scraps of paper. The postmaster's twisted figure, after shrinking to the limit, flickered like a candle in the wind for a few moments, ultimately dissolving silently along with the falling letters into countless fragments of paper ash that sparkled with the last bit of dim light, falling like ghostly blue snow, covering the cold, muddy ground of the backyard and the stone slabs marked with footprints. When the last flicker of ghostly blue light extinguished, the station inside and out returned to complete silence. Only the brass bell in the corner, seemingly disturbed by the last wave of energy, still swayed slightly, producing a crisp and hollow sound that stood out in the stillness. Golan slowly retracted his fist, the crimson fighting spirit emanating from him retreating into his body like a receding tide. The golden badge on his chest dimmed, and beneath the uniform filled with burned holes. Strong muscles subtly heaved, breathing slightly heavy. He glanced at his arms, covered in scorch marks and holes, before finally focusing on the bottomless cellar entrance. His voice carrying the fatigue of battle and undeniable authority. Check the cellar. Bren, clutching his left arm burned by cursed writing, gritted his teeth and, along with two other relatively better-off silver ranks, cautiously approached the cellar entrance. Mark stood guard with his bow drawn, vigilant. The cellar entrance still exuded a chilling aura, but the heart-stopping curse and resentment had vanished without a trace. Bren carefully pushed aside the decayed letters and dust piled at the entrance with his massive shield. Stepping first into the darkness, Lin Yi and Ella followed, and the cellar wasn't too deep. Aided by the faint light coming from the entrance and a newly formed illumination orb from Isabella, the scene inside unfolded before everyone. This place was practically a grave for letters, countless unsent letters piled up like mountains, most envelopes already moldy and blackened, the paper stuck together, the writing blurred and indecipherable, exuding a strong, suffocating scent of decay. However, in the corners and a few areas clearly wrapped in special waterproof oilcloths, a small number of letters remained relatively intact. The wax seals on the envelopes faded but still showing the recipient's address and names clearly. Lin Yi walked over to a pile of relatively intact letters and casually picked up the one on top. The envelope was made of thick parchment, elegantly inscribed with flowing script. To Miss Eleanor Morningstar, 7, Oak Avenue, Emerald City, respectfully opened. The wax seal depicted a nightingale in flight, though faded. Its former delicacy was still discernible. Ella curiously picked up a letter written on light pink stationery nearby, the envelope exuding a faint, long-faded scent of powder. She carefully opened it, and, using the light of the orb, softly read aloud, "My dearest honey pie little cabbage, when you receive this letter, has the third marigold bloomed outside your window? Are your eyes still as bright and intoxicating as the silver moon on the night we parted? Are your lips still as sweet as the first drop of dew on rose petals in the morning? Oh, I miss you every moment. I miss your slightly furrowed brows, your lively footsteps, your adorable sneeze like a startled little deer, my dear. Believe me, even the way your little nose crinkles when you sneeze is more dazzling than the grandest fireworks at the Crimson Empire Festival. Yours, forever infatuated with you, ouch. Ha. My goodness. Honey pie little cabbage. A sneeze more enchanting than fireworks? Ha. After Ella finished reading, an uproarious laughter erupted both inside and outside the station. Even Bryn, whose wounds had just been bandaged, couldn't help but crack a smile, letting out a low chuckle. Several bronze rank adventurers laughed until they doubled over, some even in tears. The fatigue of the past few days and the earlier horror seemingly swept away by this excessively mushy love letter. Kai silently dug out an envelope wrapped in rough brown paper from another pile of letters, looking particularly plain. He shook off the dust, opened it, cleared his throat, and read in a deliberately imitated, somewhat rough and carefree tone. To Old Oak Tavern, Boss Tom Oak Barrel, when you receive this letter, I might be feeding mosquitoes in some corner of the Black Spine Mountains, or perhaps lying in the arms of some pretty girl. That would be best. Of course, the greater possibility is that I've kicked the bucket. He paused, and low laughter echoed in the station again. If I don't make it back, please take the time to go to that broken house at the very end of Crow Alley and tell that foolish woman Mary a word. Oh, and by the way, most importantly, tell that stingy brewer Tom. He owes me 3 barrels of fine malt beer, so he doesn't have to pay it back. But, if he suddenly feels guilty and thinks he owes me, his old drinking buddy, then pour a glass on my grave, the strongest kind, so I can catch a whiff down below. Your old pal, Scarface Jack's final words. Ha! Pour a glass on the grave. This Jack is a character. An even more fervent laughter resounded in the station, filled with the relief of having survived and a sense of appreciation for this dark humor. The bronze rank team members also gathered around, curiously rummaging through the letters, occasionally bursting into new laughter or exclamations. However, Lin Yi's gaze crossed over the noisy crowd, landing on the entrance to the cellar. Golan did not participate in rummaging through the letters. His tall figure leaned against the stone wall at the cellar entrance, holding a seemingly ordinary letter that was even slightly yellowed and brittle. The last glimmer of the setting sun fell on his chiseled profile, and Lin Yi was surprised to find that this golden rank adventurer, forged like steel, had a rare slight smile at the corners of his mouth, forming an almost gentle curve. His eyes, as hard as rock, seemed to soften and become distant as if melted by the words on the letter. Seemingly sensing Lin Yi's gaze, Golan looked up, and that softness did not completely disappear. He raised the letter in his hand, his voice deep but no longer cold. It's written to my daughter, telling her that I saw a rare golden feathered bird on the way, promising to return and draw it for her. His gaze fell back on the letter, his fingertip gently brushing over the yellowed page. The little girl who waited to see the golden feathered bird 50 years ago was probably now a silver-haired old woman. His tone was calm, yet carried a faint sense of nostalgia that transcended time. He carefully folded the letter and gently placed it back on top of a small pile of relatively well-preserved letters. The night had finally completely enveloped the Black Spine Mountains. In the station's hall, a roaring bonfire was lit, the warm, dancing flames dispelling the lingering chill and decay of the cellar, illuminating the old letters piled in the corner like a small hill. The orange-red flames danced over the yellowed, damaged papers, as if gently comforting the long-overdue feelings of longing and concern. Yaya seemed to have fully recovered from its earlier fright. It poked its little green head out from Ella's warm embrace, its grass-green vertical pupils curiously examining the pile of letters illuminated by the firelight. Suddenly, it twisted its little body, slid down Ella's knee, quickly climbed to the pile of letters, picked up an unsealed letter that revealed a bit of paper, and turned to run. Hey, Yaya, don't grab that. Ella chased after it, both amused and exasperated. The little creature clutched a piece of paper longer than its body, its 4 short legs struggling on the rough stone ground, making a pattering noise. Its clumsy yet determined appearance once again brought laughter from everyone. Even Brun, who was applying antidote ointment to his arm armor, couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Lin Yi leaned against the cold but no longer eerie stone wall, holding a piece of heated dry food in his hand, but his gaze lingered on the dancing bonfire and the old letters quietly recounting the past in the firelight. The sound of the wind outside the station continued to wail through the broken window frames and doorways, producing a moaning sound. But at that moment, the sound no longer resembled the weeping of the dead. Instead, it seemed as if someone was softly and gently reciting the letters sealed by time, which had arrived 50 years late. The lingering echoes of each word seemed to carry the warmth and anticipation of the writer, gently flowing through the silent night, like the cool moonlight quietly falling on the yellowed folds of the letter, illuminating the distant places that had never been reached. He suddenly understood. Those persistent, seemingly malicious, ghostly postmen, those curse-laden words that penetrated defenses and ensnared souls did not originate from pure evil or a desire for slaughter. It was a heavy, suffocating obsession that transcended the boundaries of death. Countless unfulfilled promises, unreceived longings, uncompleted missions, twisted into lingering vengeful spirits under the catalysis of despair and curses. They only wanted, regardless of everything, to complete the last journey interrupted by death. This obsession was so deep that even death itself could not erase it, could not stop them from repeatedly fulfilling their unfinished mission. The firelight danced in Lin Yi's pupils, reflecting the letter and the complex emotions rising in his heart, an awe of obsession, a sigh for the deceased, ultimately transforming into an almost inaudible sigh that merged into the wind outside the station, which sounded like recitation. Chapter 46. Dwarven outpost. The thick iron chains of the suspension bridge screeched painfully under the heavy grinding of the freight car, as if they could snap under the strain at any moment. Lin Yi leaned out from the cold edge of the car, and the midday sun poured down unobstructed, casting a scorching dark red hue over the dwarven outpost built against the volcano. The massive barriers were entirely constructed from rough volcanic rock, with sulfur's characteristic dark yellow stains seeping through the gaps, steaming faint heat waves in the bright light. Dozens of smelting furnaces carved into the mountainside resembled the breathing holes of a giant beast, with thick chimneys piercing the grayish sky, belching out billowing dark smoke. The smoke was not the usual gray-black, but a murky yellow-brown carrying a pungent sulfurous odor, swirling and accumulating over the narrow valley, forming a heavy oppressive cloud that even filtered the sunlight into a sickly yellow. The air was as dry and hot as being near a forge, with every breath carrying the strong metallic scent of iron being repeatedly hammered and burned. Yet, amidst this domineering atmosphere, there strangely mingled a rich, sweet, malty aroma, the scent of the strong liquor brewed by the dwarves using the volcanic residual heat, stubbornly declaring its existence. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled yet penetrating knocking sound came continuously from the large and small workshops deep within the rock walls, like the heartbeat of some giant beast. It was not chaotic noise, but a rhythm containing strength and cadence, each knock seemingly vibrating the ground beneath and subtly pounding on the heart. Lin Yi's gaze swept over the numerous blacksmith shops along the way, each with a sturdy wooden post filled with large iron rings at the entrance, hanging the proud works of the dwarves. The giant battle axes, polished to a cold gleam, had blades sharp enough to shave hair, and the forging hammers, with heads larger than a human's, were covered in signs of use, even including uniquely shaped flails and siege cones. Among them, a double-edged giant axe hanging prominently had a wide blade surface as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the slowly moving sulfur clouds in the sky, as if sealing a piece of burning heaven. Stop! The dwarven guard at the bridge raised his battle axe, its blade flashing an unfriendly cold light. He was solidly built like a rock, with a thick reddish-brown beard meticulously braided into 3 stout twists, each ending tied with several small bronze rings. As he shouted, his beard shook, and the bronze rings clinked together, creating a sharp contrast with his rough voice. His eyes, hidden beneath thick brows, were sharp like a hawk's. When his gaze swept over the freight car's side, catching sight of the prominent griffin emblem of the Radiant Commerce Guild, his brow instantly furrowed, his tone filled with undisguised disdain. You humans again, selling magical components? Last time that red-haired trickster tried to trade some fancy crystal bottles for our volcanic beer recipe? Dream on. Goran stepped forward to negotiate, his deep voice contrasting with the dwarven guard's booming tone. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Yi and Ella, holding Yaya, decided to take a brief stroll around the edge of the camp. In the central clearing of the camp, several dwarves were gathered around a row of massive oak barrels. The atmosphere lively. One dwarf with a thick beard, almost obscuring his mouth, was particularly boisterous. He raised a giant horn of liquor high above his head, amber liquid cascading down like a small waterfall, flowing freely along his gnarled, root-like reddish-brown beard. Pooling on the scorching stone ground and steaming up a white mist with a rich aroma of alcohol, indicating the high alcohol content. That's a side branch of the Copperbeard family. Mark's voice sounded behind Lin Yi, carrying a pure awe of strength. He pointed with the tip of his giant bow to the largest forge in the back of the camp, with the thickest chimney, which bore a prominent bronze anvil emblem. The leader is Bruno Copperbeard, his fists harder than granite, said to be able to smash the hardest star iron or with bare hands. Their volcanic beer. Mark smacked his lips, his eyes filled with both longing and a hint of fear, is matured using the scorching residual heat from the forge. Strong enough to serve as fuel. Last winter, a reckless mercenary drank 3 barrels here, ran out hugging an empty barrel, and slept in knee-deep snow for 3 whole days. When he woke up, he was still shouting that he dreamt the fire god himself was pouring him drinks. As they were speaking, 2 dwarves worked together to lift a newly brewed barrel of wine, swaying as they walked out of the nearby brewery. The deep brown barrel was stamped with a blazing flame emblem, and the wet wooden hoops were still splattered with fresh, dark wine. Even from a dozen steps away, a strong aroma mixed with rich caramel sweetness and the sharpness of high alcohol rushed towards Lin Yi, making him squint involuntarily. Just as Lin Yi and Ella were drawn in by the intense scent of the wine, they wandered to a relatively secluded workshop entrance near the rock wall. Unlike other shops that displayed weapons prominently, the tools here were arranged in an exceptionally neat and orderly manner, and there were few scattered mine residues on the ground. An elderly dwarf with a grizzled beard, braided into a simple strand hanging in front of his chest, was sitting on a small stool, focusing intently on hammering a delicate bronze gear with a small hammer in the light from the doorway, producing a crisp and rhythmic ding, ding sound. His eyes were gentle, and his wrinkled face radiated a unique tranquility and dedication typical of craftsmen. The little creature in Ella's arms seemed attracted by the occasional sparks flying from the dwarf's hammering, curiously poking its little head out and making a faint hissing sound from its throat. The old dwarf looked up upon hearing the sound, and instead of showing the vigilance or impatience that others might, his weathered face broke into a warm smile upon seeing the little green head and grass-green vertical pupils. He put down his hammer, extended his short, calloused fingers, and gently tapped the little creature's wet nose with a clumsy tenderness. "Hey, little one, interested in the sparks? That's the fire of the god of forging." The old dwarf's voice was hoarse yet gentle, filled with the affection of an elder. Lin Yi and Ella were touched by this friendly attitude and smiled back. The old dwarf introduced himself as Balin Stone Anvil, one of the oldest anvils in the camp, a title the dwarves used for senior blacksmiths. Balin was very interested in the delicate magical artifacts of humans, especially praising the ice blue, glowing enchanted dagger at Lin Yi's waist. Lin Yi humbly asked the dwarf about the smelting and forging techniques of star silver ore, as its toughness was precisely the characteristic he needed for his research on magical artifacts. As their conversation heated up, Balin mysteriously pulled out a small oak barrel from a hidden compartment in the corner of the workshop, which also bore the flame emblem, though its color was slightly lighter than that of Bruno's barrels. "Try this," Balin said in a lowered voice, with a hint of sharing a secret. "This is a little experiment I've been working on, changing the malt ratio to see if I can create something different." He took out 3 rough wooden cups and poured in the deep brown liquid. The wine was still very strong, tasting like swallowing a mouthful of burning coals, the burning sensation rushing from the throat straight to the stomach. However, compared to the intense and domineering aroma they had smelled earlier, this wine's flavor was somewhat one-dimensional and lacked depth. Lin Yi looked at the bubbling liquid in his cup and recalled some tricks he used in the past to improve the taste of inferior wine during his travels. An idea struck him. He pinched a bit of dried berry powder from his small pouch and quietly gathered a faint trace of ice magic with his fingertips, carefully wrapping it around a few drops of the wine to cool it slightly before pouring it into his cup and giving it a gentle swirl. "Uncle Balin, why don't you try this?" Lin Yi offered the adjusted wine, feeling a bit uncertain since his bartending skills were indeed clumsy. Balin looked at him with curiosity, but took a sip. He first instinctively frowned at the familiar burning intensity, but then his brow relaxed, and a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. He tasted it again, smacking his lips, his eyes growing brighter. And suddenly he slapped his sturdy thigh and laughed heartily. "Ha, kid, your technique is as rough as blacksmithing, but the idea is really good." He pointed at the cup. "The strength, that's what we dwarves value most, and you haven't lost that at all. But this flavor, haha, has a bit more of a sweet and sour wild fruit aroma, and that dryness pressing down in the throat seems to have smoothed out a bit. Interesting, really interesting." Balin highly praised Lin Yi's rough attempt at retaining the core intensity of the wine while adding layers to it. Their pleasant conversation was suddenly interrupted by a commotion erupting from the unloading area not far away. They turned towards the sound and saw the guards of the merchant convoy unloading barrels of malt liquor from their cart, preparing to stack them at the edge of the camp's open space. However, one of the barrels rolled over and inadvertently crushed the shallow gray stone line at the edge of the open space. This stone line was half an inch higher than the surrounding ground, a deep mark left by the heavy barrels placed there for years. Inside the line, 7 dwarf barrels stamped with the flame emblem were neatly arranged, like sacred sentinels. The bearded dwarf Grun, who had been drinking heavily, was the first to notice this act of disrespect, and the drunkenness on his face was instantly replaced by rage, his expression dark as a pot bottom. He slammed his horn drinking cup down onto the stone table with a bang, amber liquid splattering and staining his leather apron. "Stop, you blind humans." Grun's roar was like thunder, instantly drowning out the sounds of forging and the clamor. "Who allowed you to desecrate the sacred brewing area? Put down that damned sugar water barrel." He grabbed a huge iron clamp that was leaning against the table, still smeared with dark red furnace slag, and pointed it at the stone line as if wielding a war hammer. "Do you see the sacred mark left by our ancestors? The land of the anvil camp can only hold volcanic beer flowing with the spirit of the forge. This is a rule carved in stone." He glared at the bewildered captain of the merchant guards, fire blazing in his eyes. "Last year, there was an idiot who dared to use your bland malt liquor to douse the sacred fire of the forge. As a result, we stripped him and tied him to the hottest chimney, smoking him for 3 days and nights. When he came down, his proud beard, TSK, had turned caramel-colored. The surrounding dwarves immediately burst into laughter, some even deliberately splashing the wine from their cups towards the merchant's barrel that had crossed the line. The amber liquid flowing down the barrel and forming a small stream on the scorching stone ground, emitting a relatively light malt sweetness that was in stark contrast to the dwarven strong liquor. The captain of the merchant guards turned pale, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "We are just temporarily storing them. We will leave as soon as we finish resupplying. Besides, This is cargo from the glowing commerce. Do you dare to touch it? Huh, the glowing commerce? Grun hoisted the iron clamp onto his shoulder, his muscular arm bulging with veins. That broken commerce doesn't count for anything in the Amble camp. Even if your president himself came, he would still have to obey our ancestors' rules. He raised his voice sharply, reverberating across the area. Brothers, grab your weapons. Let's show these clueless humans who the real masters of the Amble camp are. 7 or 8 dwarfs, red-faced from drinking, immediately responded, grabbing nearby hammers and wine jugs, surrounding them aggressively. Even the guards at the bridge hurried over with battle axes in hand, their heavy steps echoing. The merchant guards quickly drew their swords, and the bronze-level adventurers swiftly formed a defensive formation, Mark's giant bow instantly drawn, an arrow smeared with ghostly green poison steady on the string, its cold tip aimed at the foremost grunt. The air instantly became as hot and tense as inside a forge, ready to ignite with just a spark. Lin Yi, and Balin were startled by this sudden turn of events and hurried over. Balin saw the encroaching barrel and the furious Glenn. His expression changed, and his gray eyebrows knitted tightly together. He lowered his voice, filled with deep concern, and said to Lin Yi, "Oh no, kid. Your people have stepped on Glenn's tail and violated the iron rule that Bruno values the most. This is trouble." Just at this tense moment, a low, powerful roar, like 2 massive volcanic rocks grinding against each other, erupted from the entrance of the largest workshop at the back of the camp. What's all the noise? Which bastard dares to cause trouble in the Amble camp? Chapter 47. The fusion of ice and fire. The heavy ironwood door of the workshop creaked open, and a figure blocked the entrance like a moving mountain. The afternoon sunlight shone on his shiny bald head, reflecting a blinding halo. Behind him, a thick, gray-white braid, as sturdy as a python, was meticulously woven and hung down to his waist, with the end tied to a rusty yet ancient and dignified Warhammer badge. It was Bruno, the Copperbeard. He was nearly half a head taller than an average dwarf, astonishingly burly, and his leather apron, stained with black oil and deep brown wine, tightly wrapped around his robust body. In a comical twist, he was also tightly gripping a half-eaten, sizzling wild boar steak in his left hand, the smell of meat mingling with the scent of oil wafting through the air. Bruno's eyes, burning like lava, scanned the tense standoff between both sides with a palpable pressure. When his gaze finally landed on the barrel of malt liquor that was precariously resting on the light gray stone line, his molten gaze froze for a moment, then surged with a sense of serious offense. He strode to the center of the open space, the sound of his heavy footsteps like war drums. Without even glancing at the pale-faced steward of the merchant caravan, he kicked the encroaching barrel hard with his oil-stained heavy leather boots. Human malt liquor? Bruno's voice was low and dangerous, dripping with undisguised disdain, as if he were evaluating a piece of inferior slag. From the soft, mushy spring waters of the Southern Valley? I tasted it last year, ugh. Tastes as bland as rainwater without salt. Drinking this stuff is worse than pouring it into the forge to temper it. Just to hear a sound, he casually tossed the leftover wild boar bone onto the ground, his greasy finger pointing toward the brewing stone furnace in the depths of the open space, which was the source of the sacred fire heated by geothermal energy. Real good wine should burn the throat like magma spewing from the earth's core. It should hit like the warhammer we wield, resonating with force. Strong enough. Rich enough. Do you thin-limbed humans understand a damn thing? Brewing is just like blacksmithing. It's all about the willingness to use firepower. Firepower. Do you understand? The steward of the caravan was stunned by this barrage of insults and hurriedly defended himself. Master Bruno, it's a misunderstanding. This is a fine product brewed with spring water from the top of Silvermoon Peak. Its taste is gentle and delicate, perfect for gentle. Bruno abruptly interrupted him, his tone suddenly rising like thunder, shaking the corks on the nearby barrels. Gentle means weak, means soft, means water. In the Anvil camp, only strong volcanic beer is worthy of a warrior's throat. He waved his greasy hand, spitting saliva almost onto the steward's face. Lin Yi's heart leaped to his throat as he stared intently at Bruno. Just as the dwarf leader was roaring in fury, Lin Yi keenly caught the fleeting moment when Bruno's gaze didn't just rest on the barrel itself, but briefly scanned a deeper groove carved into the stone slab next to the stone line. The groove still bore dried, dark wine stains, clearly formed by years of flowing wine washing against it. The merchant caravan's barrel not only pressed down on the stone line, but also genuinely encroached upon the inner edge of that groove, just as the tension reached its peak. And Glenn and the others were about to make a move again. A flash of inspiration struck Lin Yi. Recalling his earlier conversation with Balin, Balin had affirmed his rough but interesting mixing technique, saying it added more layers of flavor. A bold idea quickly took shape. Master Bruno. Lin Yi's voice was not loud, but it carried a strange penetrating quality, clearly resonating in the tense atmosphere. What if they could blend like star silver merging with black iron ore? Just as Bruno was about to issue orders to have his subordinates drive everyone away, he suddenly paused, his molten eyes filled with fury turning toward Lin Yi, his thick gray-white eyebrows raised high. He recognized this kid who had just been with Balin. Glenn was about to reprimand him, but Bruno raised a hand to stop him, his bald head glaring under the sunlight as he fixed his gaze on Lin Yi. Kid, what do you want to say? His tone carried an undeniable scrutiny. Lin Yi took a deep breath, and amidst the uncertain gazes of everyone, He walked over to the groove that symbolized the boundary and squatted down. He unsheathed the short dagger from his waist, the ice blue blade glinting in the scorching air. And instead of disputing the position, he used the tip of the knife to draw a clear circle on the stone slab. In the open space between the two barrels of liquor, star silver merging with iron ore can give hard steel toughness and prevent it from shattering. What about the wines? Can different wines, like different ores, also find a way to merge, preserving their essence while giving birth to new possibilities? Bruno crossed his arms, his molten gaze wandering between Lin Yi's face and the circle on the ground, not interrupting, signaling him to continue. Lin Yi stood up, walked to the merchant caravan's malt liquor barrel, and gently pricked the edge of the cork with the sharp tip of his dagger, causing it to pop out with a soft sound. The clear amber liquid immediately flowed down from the barrel's mouth, carrying the refreshing scent of apples and honey. Mingling with a hint of coolness in the scorching air, he turned to a nearby dwarf. "Excuse me, open a barrel of your magma." The dwarf looked at Bruno, who subtly nodded. The dwarf used a special wrench to pry open the heavy wooden cork of the volcanic beer barrel. Deep brown liquid, thick like viscous oil, surged out suddenly, the surface bubbling with tiny bubbles like an anthill, and an extremely domineering aroma, mixed with caramel, toasted bread, and a spicy scent of high alcohol. Instantly erupted, nearly overpowering the sweetness of the malt liquor. "Watch closely," Lin Yi said in a low voice, his gaze focused. He raised his right palm upward, and a pale blue ice magic aura suddenly brightened. The water vapor in the air rapidly condensed and spun, forming a walnut-sized, rapidly rotating pale blue ice vortex above his palm, emitting a faint hissing sound and releasing waves of cold air. Lin Yi concentrated fully on controlling the rotation speed and suction of the vortex, recalling Balin's insistence on balance, silently murmuring, 7 parts volcanic intensity, 3 parts malt softness. The vortex accurately first drew towards the mouth of the volcanic beer barrel, the deep brown liquor being pulled in as if by an invisible hand, taking up most of the space in the center of the vortex. Following that, the vortex slightly shifted, and the amber stream of malt liquor was absorbed, clearly in a lesser proportion than the volcanic beer. Pale blue, deep brown, and amber, 3 colors wildly intertwined, collided, and fused in the rapidly spinning vortex, forming strange spiral patterns like a nebula. The intense caramel spiciness and the refreshing apple sweetness underwent a marvelous reaction under the icy magic's influence. Just as the vortex reached its peak rotation and the internal colors began to even out, Lin Yi suddenly withdrew his magic. The mixed liquor broke free from its confinement, tracing a brief yet beautiful light brown arc in the air, and with a splash, it accurately fell into a large, empty ceramic jar that Lin Yi had previously placed within the circle. The wine in the did not immediately mix evenly, but instead presented an astonishing 3-layer structure. The bottom layer was a deep brown, as profound as lava, heavy and steady, while the top layer floated a delicate, sun-like amber foam. Most remarkably, the middle layer was filled with countless fine bubbles like silver sand, continuously rising from the deep brown base, passing through the amber transitional zone, and bursting in the top layer's foam. With each burst, a small wisp of mist carrying a peculiar fruit fragrance was released, and the midday sunlight penetrated this rising white mist, refracting a faint rainbow halo. "What on earth is this?" Glenn was the first to lose control, holding up a pair of iron tongs to the, wrinkling his nose and sniffing vigorously. His rugged face was initially filled with caution, but as the complex aroma mixed with the intensity of the base, caramel richness, fresh fruitiness, and icy mist entered his nostrils, the frequency of his nostrils flaring increased, and his tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed as he mumbled in a deep voice, "It smells pretty good." Bruno said nothing. His lava-like eyes were fixed on the rising bubbles and rainbow halo and he gestured for Lin Yi to pour a cup. Lin Yi scooped a cup and handed it over. Bruno did not drink it immediately. Instead, he extended his sturdy finger, dipped it into the wine, and rubbed it repeatedly between his thumb and forefinger, feeling the viscosity and smoothness of the liquid. Only then did he bring the wooden cup to his lips and restrainedly take a small sip. The moment the wine entered his mouth, Bruno's pupils suddenly contracted. First to sweep over him was the familiar burning sensation, like lava rolling down his throat, the signature of volcanic beer. Potent enough to make mercenaries lie drunk in the snow for 3 days, without any reduction. But this burning sensation had not yet peaked when a stream of coolness, like a mountain spring, carrying the sweetness of apples and the softness of honey, cascaded down perfectly. An indescribable complex aftertaste spread across his tongue, with the weighty depth revered by dwarves, akin to steel tempered 1,000 times, combined with the refreshing sweetness favored by humans, like a spring breeze brushing through wheat fields. Bruno's eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing an incredible forging miracle. He let out a short, unintelligible sound from his throat, then suddenly snatched the entire from Lin Yi's hand, tilted his head back, and gulped down more than half of it. The deep brown liquid flowed down his white beard and chin like a waterfall, soaking his greasy apron, which he completely ignored. What a delight! Bruno slammed the down onto the nearby stone table with a dull thud, wiping the wine stains from his chin with the back of his hand. His burning gaze fixed on Lin Yi. "Kid, what is this thing called?" Lin Yi looked at the wine in the still rising, bursting, and releasing icy mist bubbles, and recalled the snow-capped peaks he had seen last night at the foot of the volcano, faintly visible among the sulfur clouds, and blurted out, "Ice volcano. Ice volcano." Bruno repeated, pausing briefly, then erupted into a thunderous laugh. "Ha ha ha. Good. Good name. Strong enough. With a hint of cold cunning. Good." His huge hand slapped Lin Yi's shoulder heavily, the terrifying force nearly causing Lin Yi to fall to the ground. After laughing, Bruno suddenly turned around and shouted at the still-dazed Glenn, "Glenn, what are you still doing with that granite head of yours? Move these human syrup, malt beer barrels to the cool area by the east rock wall. Don't leave them here looking out of place." He paused, his voice even louder, "Now to the cellar. Bring out 10 barrels, no? 15 barrels of the best volcanic beer. Today, the Iron Anvil camp shall toast to the birth of this ice volcano. No one leaves until they're drunk." Glenn opened his mouth, looked at Bruno's unquestionable expression, then glanced at the magical, ultimately swallowing back the complaints that rose to his lips, and mumbled in a deep voice, "Got it, boss." He reluctantly directed his similarly confused companions to move the barrels, while the guards of the caravan exchanged glances, their swords and knives unknowingly drooping, their faces filled with disbelief, as a bloody conflict that seemed about to erupt dissipated in this manner. Ella came over holding Yaya, the little one stretching out its pink tongue, trying hard to lick the strange wine fragrance mixed with caramel, fruit, and alcohol in the air, clearly vocalizing, "Hungry. How did you think of this?" Ella's curious green eyes looked at Lin Yi, her fingertips still stained with the yellow beeswax from adjusting the bowstring. Lin Yi looked at the moved barrels, then at Glenn, who was directing the beer transport, and the dwarves who were busy but whose atmosphere had clearly relaxed, and softly said, "Often, conflicts do not arise from absolute opposition, but rather from both sides being stubborn about their own purity, without finding a ratio that can blend their essences." At this moment, old blacksmith Baron walked over, his wrinkled face wearing a gratified smile as he patted Lin Yi's arm firmly. Bruno looked at Baron, then at Lin Yi, a hint of understanding and approval flashing in his lava-like eyes. He laughed heartily and patted Lin Yi again. "That old fellow Baron has a good eye. Kid, come on. I'll show you my real treasure cellar. Baron, you come too. That experiment you were secretly working on might also benefit from this." Without waiting for a response, he dragged Lin Yi and Baron toward his largest workshop. In the evening, a huge bonfire ignited in the center of the Iron Anvil camp, and the dwarves' loud singing echoed in the valley, the lyrics telling of the mountain's ancientness and the furnace's glory. The air was filled with the enticing aroma of roasted wild boar ribs and the intense fragrance of freshly opened volcanic beer. Bruno, feeling spirited, insisted on pulling Lin Yi to compete in an arm wrestling match. When Lin Yi looked at the other person's arm, thicker than his waist, and with veins coiling like old tree roots, his mouth twitched. Suddenly, Goran reached out a large hand and pressed both of their wrists down on the rough stone table, saying in a low voice, "Calm down." This unexpected action drew loud laughter from the surrounding dwarves and caravan members. Yaya took advantage of the commotion, swiftly stealing a piece of roasted wild boar rib larger than its body, and ran over to the bonfire to feast. When Glenn pretended to have a stern face and pretended to reach for it, the little one immediately flopped onto its back, belly up, limbs stiff, eyes tightly closed, skillfully playing dead. That round, oily, comical appearance finally made the serious blacksmith unable to hold back, bursting into laughter, while the surrounding dwarves laughed until they were doubled over. Lin Yi leaned against the warm rock wall heated by the bonfire, playing with the rough wooden cup Bruno had poured ice volcano into earlier. The wine in the cup had nearly run out, but the lingering fragrance was still intoxicating. He looked up at the night sky, the starry sky over the Black Spine Mountains particularly brilliant, with countless stars scattered like broken diamonds, reflecting in the huge oak barrels filled with volcanic beer in the center of the camp, swaying and shining with the movement of the liquid. An otherworldly scene. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight pierced the sulfur clouds, the caravan's carts were already loaded with heavy, shimmering dwarven specialty memory metal ingots. Bruno personally took them to the suspension bridge, clapping Lin Yi's shoulder firmly and handing him a heavy, finely crafted brass wine jug, the body intricately engraved with the Copperbeard family's Warhammer emblem. "I've noted down the recipe for ice volcano." Bruno's voice was still loud but lacked yesterday's ferocity. "When you come back to Iron Anvil camp next time, I'll brew you an upgraded version." This time, excitement flashed in his eyes, a unique gleam of a craftsman pursuing perfection. He wanted to add some ground star silver powder, so that the wine would really show stars sparkling within. Can this stuff be drunk? Chapter 48. The Troll Valley. The morning mist in the Troll Valley was thick and unyielding, carrying an unsettlingly sweet aroma. The scent was like countless giant flowers blooming at their peak, about to rot, releasing the last hint of sweetness into the air, so rich it was almost suffocating. With every breath, this sweet fragrance stubbornly drilled into his nostrils, clinging deep in his throat, accompanied by a faint sense of decay. Lin Yi walked on the side of the caravan, carefully using his short knife to part the massive ferns hanging in front of him, almost as tall as a person. The broad leaves had finely serrated edges, glistening with plump dewdrops. When the leaves were moved, the dewdrops rolled down, refracting into a fragmented, rainbow-like halo in the hazy, ambiguous morning light. However, beneath this beautiful scene lay danger. Lin Yi could feel a few drops of dew splashing onto the back of his hand, bringing a slight, yet distinct, tingling sensation. These dewdrops mixed with the unique, barely visible active spores of this magical valley. Stay alert. Goran's voice rolled like thunder, particularly deep in the sticky sweet mist. He walked at the front of the group, the golden badge on his chest emitting a faint yet persistent red glow, serving as an ominous warning light in the fog. The scouts reported that within a 3-kilometer radius ahead, there were numerous traces of troll activity, fresh and dense. Lin Yi's heart sank, and he scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes. The trees in the valley were unusually tall, their bark a deep, dark green, covered in crisscrossing, deep claw marks. These claw marks were huge and fierce, clearly belonging to some terrifying creature. But strangely, Lin Yi soon noticed an unusual detail. All these claw marks avoided the branches heavy with ripe fruit. Whether it was the drooping, plump berries or the fragrant nuts hanging high above, the trunks below remained smooth and undamaged. It seemed that the creature leaving these marks, in its fury, was carefully guarding these fruits or perhaps the trees that bore them. Hey, look at this. Mark's deep voice came from beside a fallen giant tree. He crouched down, carefully prying a mushroom from the decaying trunk with his dagger. The mushroom's cap exhibited an extremely gaudy, almost blinding bright purple color, seemingly glowing under the dim light. The gills covering the stem were not the usual flat type, but arranged in fine, overlapping scales, gently opening and closing with the mushroom's breathing, producing a subtle rustling sound. Mesmerizing mushroom, Mark said with the vigilance of a hunter. Old Lin Ku said that the scent from this thing can drive the most docile herbivores mad, making them fiercer than predators. Looks like the ecology of this cursed place is quite bizarre. The caravan cautiously navigated through the increasingly dense fern jungle, the air thickening with that sweet, rotten scent. Finally, they arrived at a relatively open glade, where the mist seemed even more animated, swirling like boiling milk. Suddenly, the thick fog was torn apart as if by an invisible hand. Dozens of massive figures, exuding an oppressive presence, silently emerged from the roiling mist. They were all over 3 meters tall, their muscles coiling like moving hills. Their skin displayed a dark green, resembling moss-covered rocks, rough and tough. In their tangled, messy hair, fresh vines and various colored, oddly shaped mushrooms were entwined, resembling a bizarre jungle crown. However, what was most disconcerting and even chilling was that their pupils were not the common crimson or murky yellow of trolls, but presented a strange, almost transparent light pink. In those pink pupils, there was a gentle expression that was completely at odds with their massive, fierce bodies, or rather, a deep, primal longing. Aru? The leading troll let out a hoarse roar, its voice exceptionally dry and scratchy, like sandpaper rubbing against rusty metal, or the groan of a throat long deprived of water. It was larger than the others, with a fist-sized bioluminescent mushroom growing from the center of its head, emitting a faint green glow, its cap rhythmically pulsing with its breath. Put down the goods. The troll leader roared in a rough, common tongue, its enormous claws pointing at the caravan's cargo cart. Only leave vegetables and fruits. The rest can be taken away. Its gaze was fixed intensely on the tarpaulin covering the cart, and the pink pupils sparkled with unabashed greed. But it was not directed at flesh. The bronze-level adventurers in the caravan exchanged incredulous glances, their faces filled with disbelief at the absurdity. In their experience fighting trolls, these creatures were always bloodthirsty, synonymous with tearing and devouring flesh, and something like this, demanding only plant-based food, was simply absurd. The captain of the guards instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, swallowing hard, seemingly wanting to refute this ridiculous demand. Just then, a troll closest to the cargo cart seemed unable to contain itself, emitting a low growl as it lunged toward a fully loaded cart, its enormous claws slicing through the air with a shriek. "Be careful," someone shouted. However, the anticipated scene of the cart breaking apart and blood flying did not occur. The troll's claws precisely tore open a bulging burlap sack on the side of the cart, and yellowish-brown, dirt-covered potatoes tumbled out like a stream, rolling all over the ground. Right next to that bag of potatoes was an oak barrel, exuding a strong bloody scent, filled with fresh deer meat. The troll ignored the nearby barrel of meat, greedily scooping up the potatoes from the ground and stuffing them into its mouth, pure satisfaction shining in its pink eyes. "They really only steal vegetarian food," Ella exclaimed, holding Yaya in her arms, her bright green eyes wide with surprise. The little Yaya seemed fascinated by the giant green creature, curiously peeking out its tender green little head, its grass-green vertical pupils staring intently at the troll munching on potatoes. The little one unconsciously let out its familiar monosyllable, "Hungry?" Chirp. An unexpected scene unfolded. The troll closest to Ella and Yaya, clutching a cabbage, seemed to be struck by an invisible whip upon hearing Yaya's voice. Its massive body shuddered, letting out a short, terrified shriek. It stepped back 3 giant strides, its pink pupils warily, even a little frantically, fixed on Yaya, as if it had seen something extremely terrifying. Goran's eyes sparkled with insight, and the red glow of the golden badge on his chest intensified slightly. His steady voice instantly drowned out the chaos of the scene. "Bren, hold the cargo formation." Isabella. Prepare binding spells. Target the eastern open area. Bronze level. Follow my orders and throw the vegetables you have to the eastern open area. Quickly. The command was clear and decisive. Lin Yi immediately understood Goran's intention to create chaos. Divide the trolls and create an opportunity for encirclement. Without hesitation, he picked up a heavy bag of carrots nearby and threw it with all his might towards the eastern open area designated by Goran. The orange-red carrots drew an arc in the air and scattered in the center of the open space. Roar. The fluorescent mushroom on the troll leader's head flickered suddenly. Its pink pupils fixated tightly on the scattered carrots, emitting a low growl from its throat. It seemed to be caught in a moment of struggle, its gaze quickly darting between the truck and the carrots. In the end, the intense craving for vegetables overwhelmed everything. It let out an even louder roar, and with heavy steps, rushed towards the carrots first. The other trolls, seeing this, also abandoned the truck in front of them and, as if drawn by a magnet, surged towards the open space on the east side, following their leader. The scene instantly became more chaotic as the trolls fought over the vegetables, pushing and roaring at each other. Now is the time. Mark growled lowly, the giant bow already drawn like a full moon. A specially made tranquilizer arrow, smeared with a thick green liquid, shot out with a piercing whistle, aimed not at a vital spot, but at the leg of a troll at the back of the group, who was bending down to pick up a rolling pumpkin. Thud! The arrow hit precisely, and the troll let out a pained roar, its strong hind legs suddenly giving way, causing its massive body to stumble forward and crash heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. However, even after falling, its thick arms still clung tightly to the huge pumpkin as if it were a treasure. Block it! Bren's roar echoed. A troll, pushed by its companions and becoming agitated, swung its massive claws towards the edge of a truck. Bren's burly figure timely blocked in front, and the runes on his giant tower shield lit up instantly. Boom! A dull, heart-pounding sound erupted. The giant shield trembled violently, and the ground beneath Bren's feet sank slightly. What made Bren's expression change even more was that the faint golden defensive light net on the surface of the shield dimmed visibly upon contact with the troll's claws. It was as if some force was forcibly siphoning it away. Damn it! Bren gritted his teeth and growled. These guys have strange skin. Their magic resistance is extremely strong. Almost simultaneously, the tip of the silver mage Isabella's crystal staff glowed with a soft green light. Nature's bind, she shouted sharply, and several vines made of pure natural energy burst forth from the ground, flickering with emerald light, quickly wrapping around 3 trolls who were fighting over a pile of white carrots, attempting to bind them together. However, a strange mutation occurred. Sizzle. When the emerald magical vines touched the troll's dark green skin, they emitted a sizzling sound like strong acid corroding. The surface of the vines quickly turned charred and withered, their tough energy structure disintegrating rapidly like snow under the scorching sun, allowing the 3 trolls to easily break free from the bindings. Isabella's expression slightly changed, the light of her staff flickering unpredictably, and she warned urgently, "Be careful. Their bodily fluids can corrode plant-based magical energy." In the chaotic battle, Lin Yi's gaze remained locked on the tallest troll, the one with the fluorescent mushroom on its head. It was stronger than the other trolls, its power greater, and each swipe of its claws brought a dull wind sound. At this moment, it was drawn in by the scattered carrots, aggressively driving away other competing trolls, wanting to monopolize the food. Just as it suddenly turned, swatting away a nearby companion with its massive claws, preparing to pounce on the largest pile of carrots. Lin Yi keenly detected an extremely subtle anomaly. The leader's movement, at the moment it turned its massive head, displayed a slight delay that was hard to perceive, as if the joint in its neck had rusted. Accompanying this delay, the fluorescent mushroom on its head, about the size of a fist and emitting a faint green light, also noticeably swayed left and right. The amplitude and rhythm of that sway perfectly synchronized with the motion of its head, as if it were not growing from its head, but rather a signal light connected to a fragile bearing. A bold, almost insane thought struck Lin Yi's mind like lightning. All the clues instantly connected. Attack the vegetarian, protect the fruit trees, skin magic resistance, bodily fluid corrosion of plant magic, the strange symbiotic mushroom on its head, and this moment's deadly sway. Attack the mushroom on its head. Lin Yi exerted all his strength, shouting hoarsely towards his companions who were entangled with trolls, towards the center of the chaotic battlefield. His voice was like a drop of water thrown into boiling oil, instantly causing an explosion. Everyone's gaze, whether it was Bren blocking, Isabella preparing to cast again, Kai looking for opportunities, or the trolls fighting over vegetables, especially the troll leader who had just turned around, instinctively focused on the fluorescent mushroom that was violently swaying with its astonished turn. The troll leader's pink pupils suddenly constricted, its gentle base color instantly covered by an instinctive, overwhelming terror. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The atmosphere of battle pushed to a more perilous, more unknown peak. Chapter 49. The redemption of the moonlight mushroom. The troll leader's pink pupils shrank to pinpoints due to shock, a surge of instinctive fear gripping it. It subconsciously raised its hand to shield its head, its massive body stiffening for a moment due to this sudden threat. Just in that instant, Lin Yi had already acted. The ice magic within him surged and condensed at an unprecedented speed, the chill at his fingertips intensifying. A crystal clear, rapidly spinning ice spike instantly formed, carrying a bone-chilling cold and a sharp sound of slicing through the air, shooting towards the swaying mushroom like a bolt of ice-blue lightning. The ice spike did not directly hit the mushroom itself, but grazed the edge of its cap swiftly. A howl of pain, sharp enough to change pitch, erupted from the troll leader's throat. The sound was no longer the hoarse roar from before, but filled with an indescribable, deep-seated agony. Its massive body felt as though struck by an invisible giant hammer, staggering suddenly, its charging motion becoming rigid and sluggish, as if all the joints in its body had been frozen in an instant. For the first time, pure, almost collapsing pain appeared in its pink eyes, its massive head uncontrollably drooping, emitting a pained whimper. Effective. The weakness is the mushroom. Their nerves are connected to the mushroom, Kai shouted excitedly, his voice cutting through the troll's wail. He, like a ghost, slipped into the moment the troll leader was sluggish. Two icy silver flashes, like snakes striking, accurately slashed at the back of the troll leader's knee, exposed by its pain. Thud, thud. Dark green, viscous blood, as thick as grease, erupted like two fountains, splattering onto the surrounding ferns and grass, producing a hissing, terrifying sound, and those emerald plants rapidly withered, charred, emitting a pungent, burnt smell. Roar. The troll leader let out another ear-splitting scream, its massive body finally unable to support itself, crashing forward onto its knees, shaking the ground slightly. Lin Yi's discovery was like a lighthouse in the darkness, instantly pointing the way in the chaotic battlefield. Aim for the mushrooms on their heads, Bryn shouted, the giant shield forcefully pushing away a charging troll, creating an opportunity for the bronze-level adventurers behind. Attack the mushroom. Quickly. Mark's arrow immediately changed its target, no longer pursuing sedation or bodily harm, but skillfully aimed at the various mushrooms of different sizes growing on the heads of the ordinary trolls. Bronze-level adventurers seemed to awaken from a dream, abandoning the idea of directly confronting the trolls, and instead using their agile movements to target those trolls with distinct mushrooms growing on their heads. Blades flashed, and axes and arrows flew toward those vulnerable signal lights. Each successful attack was accompanied by the trolls' painful howls and the momentary stiffness of their movements, shifting the balance of the battle. The pressure on the silver-level adventurers significantly decreased, and they immediately concentrated all their firepower on the kneeling, struggling troll leader. Brun was like a moving fortress, his massive shield firmly planted in front of the leader, absorbing its furious, powerfully chaotic strikes caused by pain. Each impact made the shield groan under the burden, and the ground beneath Brun was plowed into deep furrows. Binding spells were ineffective. Use fire. Isabella quickly assessed the situation, and the green light at the tip of her crystal staff instantly transformed into a blazing red glow. Flame touch. Several orange-red fire rays shot forth like agile whips, accurately striking the tangled, messy hair of the troll leader. The vines and dry mushrooms entangled there were instantly ignited. Boom. The flames surged up fiercely. The searing pain drove the already tortured leader into complete madness. It let out a thunderous roar, like an enraged volcano, as its massive body twisted and slammed about, trying to extinguish the flames on its head, inadvertently deforming the nearby shrubs and several cargo trucks, sending sparks flying and thick smoke billowing. Now's the time. Lin Yi's heart raced in his chest, sweat mingling with mist sliding down his cheeks. All his mental energy was highly focused, his hands rapidly forming seals in front of his chest, and the magic power within him surged toward his fingertips like a flood breaking through a dam. The temperature of the surrounding air plummeted, and water vapor crazily condensed, forming a massive ice spear as thick as an arm, its entire body glistening, with a rapidly spinning tip covered in sharp spiral patterns. The ice spear emitted a terrifying chill, freezing the surrounding mist into tiny ice crystals that fell like snow. Spiral ice spear. Go. A cold light shot from Lin Yi's eyes as he exerted all his strength and pointed forward. Whoosh. The piercing sound of air being torn apart split the atmosphere, and the spiral ice spear, carrying the will to freeze everything, sliced through the air like a judgment spear from the depths of an extreme cold abyss, tracing a straight, deadly white line. The timing was perfect. The troll leader was in agony, throwing its head back to roar in pain from the burning flames above, and the glow-in-the-dark mushroom, symbolizing its power and suffering, was completely exposed in the trajectory of the ice spear. Thud crack. The ice spear hit the target with pinpoint accuracy, without the slightest deviation. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a crisp, heart-stopping shattering sound. That hard, jade-like, glow-in-the-dark mushroom was as fragile as glass before the spiral ice spear infused with extreme icy magic, instantly shattering into countless small, dimly glowing green fragments that scattered like fireworks. Ugh! The troll leader's massive body suddenly stiffened, all its violent movements coming to a halt. It emitted a series of unintelligible, low, mournful moans from its throat, as if all its strength had been drained. Even more shocking was that its enormous, pale pink pupils quickly became clouded with a layer of mist, visibly filling with tears. Large, dark green teardrops rolled uncontrollably down, like beads that had come loose from a string. These teardrops splashed onto the crushed cabbage leaves it was holding tightly, making a faint popping sound and splattering tiny dark green droplets. The immense pain and an indescribable sense of grievance were clearly written on its fierce, yet currently exceptionally fragile face. "Don't kill it." Ella's cry, laced with tears, rang out sharply. She held tightly onto Yaya, who had shrunk back into her backpack in fright from the troll's wailing. Looking at the giant's tearful expression as if she were seeing Yaya being bullied and feeling helpless. Her heart twisted. They just wanted to eat vegetables. They didn't really want to hurt anyone. Let it go? Just as Kai was about to deliver a fatal blow, his curved dagger raised halfway. He suddenly froze at Ella's words, looking at Goran. Goran's lava-like gaze was fixed on the weeping troll leader, a rare and complex emotion flashing in his eyes. His hand, which had been resting on the hilt of his massive blade at his waist, slowly raised, making a clear and powerful stop gesture to Kai and all the companions preparing to attack. The troll leader seemed to sense the cessation of the attack and the subtle shift in atmosphere. Its pink, tear-filled eyes scanned the motionless humans, then looked down at the broken vegetables it held and the scattered fragments of mushrooms belonging to its kin. After a brief, deathly silence, it let out a short, low roar that resembled a mournful wail, then made an unexpected move. It no longer looked at anyone, nor did it try to fight. Instead, it bent down suddenly and, with its enormous claws, desperately and almost greedily scooped up the scattered carrots, potatoes, and even a few fallen onions from the ground, all covered in dirt and its companion's blood. Then, it let out a retreating howl to the remaining trolls, who were also battered and whose head mushrooms were mostly damaged, and stumbled away, awkwardly and disheveled, into the rolling mist. The other trolls followed suit, grabbing any vegetables they could find, like a defeated army, hastily disappearing into the white mist, with a few dull mushrooms falling from their heads, abandoned in the chaos on the battlefield. The battle ended in an almost absurd manner. The camp quickly became busy, tallying losses. A significant amount of vegetables on the cargo truck had been ruined, with potatoes, carrots, and cabbages scattered on the ground, covered in mud. Casualties among personnel were light, with only 2 bronze-level adventurers suffering scratches from the troll's claws on their arms and thighs amidst the chaos. The wounds weren't deep, but the edges displayed a strange, deep green, akin to moss, slowly spreading towards the surrounding healthy skin, bringing waves of numbness and burning pain. It was plant toxin. Quite troublesome. The accompanying physician tended to the wounds, frowning deeply. However, Lin Yi's gaze did not linger on the injured, but rather fell on the edge of the clearing, on the mushrooms left behind by the trolls in their frantic escape. One of them was a larger fragment that had exploded out from the troll leader's head when it shattered. Although it had lost its glow, it remained relatively intact. More were the small mushrooms dropped by ordinary trolls, each varying in shape, beginning to emit a soft and stable green light under the dimming sky, like tiny lanterns scattered in the grass. A bold idea flashed through Lin Yi's mind: the powerful magical resistance of troll skin, the corrosive nature of their bodily fluids to plant magic, their herbivorous diet and symbiosis with strange plants, and the mushrooms growing on their heads, seemingly connected to their nerves. All of this pointed to a possible answer. Wait. Lin Yi quickly walked over to the injured, picked up a softly glowing green mushroom, and decided to try this. The juice from this mushroom might be able to neutralize the toxin. What? Silver Mage Isabella turned her head in surprise at his words. She looked at the glowing mushroom in Lin Yi's hand, then at the strange green spreading from the injured's wounds, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in her eyes. She did not immediately dismiss the seemingly absurd suggestion, but cautiously took the mushroom and drew a delicate silver dagger from her waist. Carefully, she scraped a tiny amount of shimmering powder from the gills of the mushroom using the sharp tip of the dagger. Then, she took out a small vial of purification potion she carried with her and mixed in the powder, causing the potion to instantly turn into a light green liquid that emitted a faint herbal fragrance. Bear with it, Isabella whispered to the injured person, dipping a clean feather quill into the mixture and gently applying it to the greenish area of the wound. The moment the potion touched the wound, the deep green toxin that spread like a living thing rapidly faded as if it had encountered its nemesis, visibly diminishing. The burning and numbness of the wound also lessened. And in less than half a minute, the originally grotesque green edges of the wound were reduced to faint, scar-like marks. Incredible, the accompanying physician exclaimed with wide eyes. Isabella looked at the remaining potion and the glowing mushroom in her hand, and the silver badge emitted a soft blue light. Her eyes were filled with insightful understanding. It was a moonlight mushroom, a rare magical fungus recorded in ancient texts that could neutralize most plant toxins. So that was it. They formed such a peculiar symbiotic relationship with the trolls. Growing on their heads, it was both their weakness and their guarantee for survival in this toxic valley. She looked at Lin Yi, her gaze filled with approval. Your observation and deduction saved them. The night completely enveloped the troll valley and around the camp. The collected moonlight mushrooms scattered at the edges of the tents, on the cargo truck, and even hanging from branches. They emitted a soft, stable, and non-dazzling green light, like countless natural magical lanterns, illuminating the camp in a tranquil and mysterious green glow, dispelling the eerie and cloying mist of the valley. Lin Yi sat by the campfire, using the gentle light of the moonlight mushrooms to open his leather notebook. He carefully sketched the shape of a moonlight mushroom, noting the details of the cap, gills, and stem. Beside it, he quickly recorded, Characteristics: stable light source, soft green cold light, very long duration, 12 hours. To be tested. Neutralizes multiple plant toxins, confirmed effective against troll claw poison. Contact with its juice can provide weak resistance to plant magic corrosion, speculated. Value assessment. Luminescence efficiency far exceeds that of fluorite, estimated cost over 30% lower than firefly droppings. Detoxification function has extremely high added value. Note: difficulty in acquisition is high. Apothecaries will definitely rush to buy. Further research on feasibility of artificial cultivation is needed. Yaya was attracted by the gentle light. Climbing out of Ella's arms and curiously poking at a small moonlight mushroom on the ground with its nose, then opening its little mouth to try to pick it up to taste. Ella reacted quickly, grabbing its mouth. Yaya, you can't eat this. The little one protested with a muffled whimper, wagging its small tail, but soon became distracted by the faint glow emitted by the mushroom itself. Reaching out its little paws to fiddle with it, playing happily, Golan stood with his back to the campfire, his tall figure silhouetted at the edge of the camp. He silently watched the mushrooms emitting guiding green light in the darkness, his molten gaze appearing deep and inscrutable under the soft green light. After a moment, his deep voice broke the night silence. Bren, collect all usable moonlight mushrooms tomorrow morning and store them properly. He paused and added, on the upcoming journey. There are many dark caves, and these might serve as landmarks. Lin Yi and Ella exchanged glances upon hearing this. They looked at the quiet, glowing little lanterns around the camp, recalling the troll leader's pained tears and frantic flight, dropping mushrooms in a chaotic manner during the day. These creatures, known as trolls, exhibited strange and obsessive behaviors, only consuming plant-based food, even leaving claw marks to protect fruit trees. Although they caused chaos, they never showed a desire for human flesh, nor had any real intention to harm. The glowing mushrooms they left behind now quietly lay in the grass and hung from branches, emitting gentle light, dispelling darkness and toxins. As night deepened, the wind in the valley became gentle, rustling through the tall ferns with a soft sound. The wind no longer carried the cloying scent of decaying flowers, but was wrapped in the faint, calming herbal fragrance emitted by the moonlight mushrooms. This fragrance filled the camp, as gentle as if someone were softly humming a lullaby in their ear. And those scattered moonlight mushrooms around the camp and deep in the grass remained faithfully emitting their soft, green light. They lay there quietly, like countless gentle eyes opened by the earth, silently watching this group of passersby. This light was the unspoken secret of the Troll Valley. The vulnerability and symbiosis hidden beneath a violent facade, a whisper waiting to be truly heard and understood. In this quiet night, they silently told a story about survival, persistence, and the possibility of reconciliation. Chapter 50, Starry Night Talk before arriving at Iron Forge. Combined, the outline of the dwarf mountains gradually became clear in the twilight, resembling a sleeping ancient giant beast with a rugged back at the end of the earth. As the caravan set up camp on the open meadow at the foot of the mountain, the last stubborn rays of sunlight swept over the highest snow peak, dyeing the cold snow a gentle and magnificent gold red. The wisps of pale blue smoke rising from the camp were drawn upward by this final brilliance, entwining with the velvety backdrop of the sky, resembling a fleeting golden thread sketched by a deity's hand. Tomorrow, the stone walls of Iron Forge will be in our sight. Golan's deep voice broke the sounds of setting up camp as he threw the last thick pine log into the crackling campfire with a thud. The sparks scattered like startled fireflies, with a few playfully landing on his open palm, covered in thick calluses and old scars, jumping a few times before reluctantly extinguishing. He brushed the wood shavings off his hands and gazed at the increasingly deepening mountain shadows in the twilight, thinking that the messenger of the Dwarf King was probably stamping his feet waiting for us at the city gate. The camp was busy and orderly. Bronze-level adventurers called out as they tightened the tent ropes and hammered in the stakes. Silver-level members sat around the increasingly lively campfire, conducting routine checks for their arrival at the destination. Bren repeatedly wiped his massive tower shield with an oil-soaked soft cloth. The crisscrossing scratches on the shield still stubbornly retained the troll's dark green, oddly plant-like blood, glinting ominously yet intriguingly in the flickering firelight. Isabella's crystal staff leaned against a smooth round stone, the pure crystal at the top greedily drinking in the last rays of sunlight, as if it contained a miniature, burning starry sky within, flowing with a golden-red glow. Lin Yi leaned against an old oak tree that had weathered many storms, the rough bark transmitting a solid and familiar sensation through his thin clothing. This sensation inexplicably pulled him back to the courtyard of the dilapidated relief station in Limestone City, where there was also a crooked tree with its bark stripped by children. Yaya wriggled free from Ella's warm embrace, waddling over with its characteristic slightly clumsy short legs, curiously approaching the pile of ashes at the edge of the campfire. Its small nose twitched, suddenly darting like lightning to grab a piece of charred wood that still glowed with dark red embers, and then it turned and ran. "Hey, little thief, that is my spark." Mark, who was carefully checking if the arrow shafts were straight and the feathers intact, burst into hearty laughter at this sudden theft, his loud laughter echoing far into the gradually quieting twilight. The giant bow in his hand glimmered with a cold and dangerous sheen under the campfire's light. This was the first time he had seen such a refined crocodile. Mark shook his head, drew out an arrow with a long tail feather. and unconsciously twisted the soft plumage with his fingers. The group he had encountered last time in the swamps of the Black Spine Mountains had been tough enough to even gnaw on silver-plated boots reinforced with steel. Yaya was different. Ella was quick to chase after it, bringing back the little creature along with its hot treasure in its mouth, her fingers gently brushing over its smooth, cool scales, her tone full of affection. This little ancestor even turned up its nose at a piece of raw meat, insisting that it must be grilled to a crisp, with a bit of char, before it would deign to take a bite. The laughter rippled across the campsite like pebbles tossed into a calm lake. Just then, Goran dragged out several heavy leather bags from a hidden compartment in a cart, exuding the fragrant aroma of oak. He untied the strings, and a rich scent mixed with roasted malt, and some earthy warmth instantly wafted through the air. It was the volcanic beer from the Anvil camp. Bruno had insisted on stuffing several bags into their packs when they left, shouting about needing something to refresh them on the road, and not to waste it. With a soft pop, Goran pulled the wooden stopper from one of the bags. Amber-colored liquid, like molten sunlight, bubbled out with cheerful, fine bubbles, filling a rough ceramic bowl and sending out ripples of golden hues. He raised the full ceramic bowl first. The liquid, under the firelight, seemed to contain a small, dancing flame. Cheers to Ironforge. Goran's voice was deep and powerful, penetrating the rising evening breeze, and cheers to ourselves. His gaze slowly swept over every face illuminated by the firelight, reminding them that on this journey, not a single letter that should have arrived was left forever in the mud of the Black Spine Mountains or under the claws of trolls. The hot liquid slid down his throat like swallowing warm, active magma, instantly dispelling the slight chill brought by the mountain wind. Lin Yi held the ceramic bowl, feeling the warmth in his palm, his gaze drifting over familiar, yet somehow different faces by the campfire. Brun was silently focused on polishing his shield. Isabella gazed tenderly at the crystal of her staff. Mark was seriously fiddling with his arrows. Kai was cleaning his curved blade in the shadows of the firelight. And there was a warmth in Ella's eyes as she played with Yaya. A subtle, indescribable warmth quietly gathered in his heart. This makeshift team, with their diverse backgrounds, had unknowingly forged a wonderful, unspoken understanding after traversing through the muck of the swamps, the specters of the way stations, and the attacks of trolls. Just like the volcanic beer swirling in this bowl, which originated from different oak barrels, each carrying its subtle differences, yet fiercely collided and blended together in the same ceramic bowl, ultimately brewing a unique, rich flavor that belonged to this campfire night. The campfire crackled steadily, like the earth's steady heartbeat. The dancing flames cast flickering shadows on everyone's faces, seemingly stirring up some deep-seated emotions. After a relatively long silence, it was Isabella's cool voice that first broke the tranquility. She didn't look at anyone, her long fingers gently stroking the smooth staff of her crystal rod, the silver emblem glowing softly, like moonlight. Since I can remember, I have been in the corridors of the Twilight Monastery in Emerald City. Her voice was soft, carrying a hint of distant reminiscence, speaking of the matron, an old woman who was as resilient and gentle as moonstone. She said the first time I unconsciously triggered magic was when I turned the silver moon medal, which the matron cherished like a treasure, into a fluttering white dove. A faint smile curved at the corner of her mouth, but unfortunately, the dove probably flew less than 3 feet before it fell straight down, hitting the kitchen's big tabby cat that was stealing fish jerky. Imagining that chaotic scene, several young bronze adventurers couldn't help but chuckle softly. Even Brun's taut jawline seemed to soften for a moment. Isabella's gaze pierced through the dancing flames, as if she were looking far away. The matron later told me that the true power of magic doesn't lie in how high it can fly or how dazzling it can become, but in what it can protect, just like she used her not-so-wide shoulders to guard us children abandoned in the corners of fate. The glow of the campfire danced in her eyes, reflecting the hidden tenderness and determination. Brun stopped polishing, his rough fingers, knuckles protruding like tree roots, reverently stroking the ancient emblem in the center of the shield, a crossed warhammer guarding a sturdy oak barrel, the ancient symbol of his family. The campfire's light licked the edge of the shield, revealing a deep, centipede-like dent, an imprint left by a troll's sharp claws. This shield belonged to my father. His voice was low, like 2 pieces of granite rubbing together, each word heavy with weight. He was a silver shield warrior, stronger than I am. He died 10 years ago in a foolish conflict at the border of the Crimson Flame Empire, while protecting retreating civilians. Under the firelight, that deep scar seemed to come alive, exuding a chilling aura. The last time I saw him, he patted this newly forged shield and said, "Kid, this thing can block fireballs, withstand siege hammers, but it cannot block the knives that stab from behind, nor the twisted hearts of men." Brun suddenly raised the ceramic bowl in front of him and drank the amber liquid, which burned as it went down. The swallowing motion tugged at the muscles in his neck, his Adam's apple rolling violently up and down, as if he were swallowing not wine, but 10 years' worth of bitterness and understanding. Now I understand. The last 3 words were so soft they were almost swallowed by the crackling of the campfire. Yet they struck heavily on everyone's hearts. Kai had been quietly sitting at the edge of the campfire's glow, almost blending into the shadows. At this moment, he suddenly leaned forward, picking up a branch from the edge of the burning wood pile, its tip burning fiercely. The leaping flames in his hand resembled a light pen. He remained silent, his wrist moving lightly, and the burning tip of the branch traced strange, fire-marked arcs in the cold air before him, at times sharp like a blade's light, at times tender like vines. His two curved blades lay carelessly on the grass beside his feet, their cold blades reflecting a flowing, dark red sheen under the firelight. My sister, Kai's voice suddenly broke the silence, carrying an intentional calmness, even a hint of self-mockery. She has had asthma since she was little. Every time it flared up, her small body curled up, coughing painfully, as if she were trying to cough out her tiny lungs. He used the burning tip of the branch to casually sketch the outline of a skull on the soft soil in front of him. The lines simple, yet imbued with a chill. The old apothecary in the city said to use starlight silver powder as a catalyst to harmonize lung qi. Huh. He scoffed coldly, poking the branch into the skull's hollow eye socket. That stuff is more precious than an equal weight of gold. The burning branch was casually thrust back into the edge of the fire, causing the flames to surge momentarily. So, I became an assassin. His gaze swept over the curved blade he had placed on the ground, his tone calm and undisturbed. This business isn't too bad at all. At least, every time the task was completed, he would return with a heavy pouch of money, bringing her a small basket of her favorite ripe sweet berries. The firelight danced on his expressionless face, reflecting a fleeting softness deep in his eyes. The campfire continued to burn steadily, emitting a comforting crackling sound, with the occasional popping sparks resembling tiny shooting stars, briefly piercing the darkness above the meadow before quickly vanishing into the cool night air. Lin Yi's gaze followed those fleeting points of light, but his thoughts drifted to a more distant place. The wrinkled face of Granny Martha from the orphanage, always smiling, Jack, holding a rough wooden sword, shouting earnestly in a childish voice to charge for big brother Lin Yi. Lucy, always sleeping tightly clutching her worn-out rabbit toy. Those distant yet vivid images surfaced exceptionally clearly in the warmth of the campfire and the shared pasts of his companions. Lin Yi's voice, tinged with a hint of barely noticeable hesitation and probing, broke the brief silence. It was the first time he had actively mentioned that distant starting point to others in this world. I come from a very far place, the East. Farther than the easternmost, ends you know. He paused, seemingly searching for the right words to describe that entirely different world, where there was no magic flowing in the air. No beasts capable of speech. People used an invisible energy called electricity to light up the night, bright as solidified sunlight. They replaced horse-drawn carriages with iron boxes called cars that could run faster than the swiftest horse without needing to be pulled by them. He described a world that seemed like a fairy tale to everyone present, watching the expressions on his companions' faces, a mix of surprise, confusion, and disbelief. Even Galong slightly raised his thick eyebrows. Galong fell silent for a moment, then slowly unfastened a few copper buttons at the top of his leather armor. In the firelight, a grotesque scar, like a huge centipede, twisted and extended from below his collarbone, disappearing at the edge of his waist armor. The scarred skin twisted and contorted, reflecting a dark red sheen in the firelight, like a sleeping, pain-filled snake. It's been 10 years. Galong's voice was deep, like distant thunder, his fingers unconsciously tracing the cold protrusion of that scar. Leading a squad of rookies, I charged into a troll's ambush, misjudged the situation. And 3 young men who were wrestling and fighting over the last piece of jerky in the camp just yesterday are now forever lost in that damned valley. His gaze did not leave the flickering flames, but it seemed that the firelight could not penetrate the depths of his profound eyes. From that day on, I set a rule for myself. Obstacles that can be smashed with my fist should never be circumvented with fancy tricks. Enemies that can be dealt with in the simplest and most direct way should never be dragged out unnecessarily. He lifted his wine bowl, but did not drink, merely watching the amber liquid slosh inside. Yet sometimes, on nights like this, illuminated by the firelight and filled with the scent of alcohol, he couldn't help but think. His voice lowered, carrying a rare, heavy fatigue. If only my mind had turned just a little more back then, even just a tiny bit. Would the 3 of them be sitting in some bustling, warm tavern now, slapping the table, drinking beer stronger than the magma of this iron anvil camp, bragging about their glorious days with Iron Fist Galong? He suddenly tilted his head back and downed the wine in one gulp. When he set the pottery bowl down, it clinked against the nearby stone, producing a crisp, lonely echo, like a heavy sigh that had gone unheard for 10 years. The sound of the wine bowl gently clinking reverberated softly across the quiet meadow, as if striking at the soft spot in everyone's heart. Lin Yi looked at these companions beside the campfire, who had shed their powerful exteriors and revealed their scars and regrets, and felt a sudden clarity in his heart. These adventurers, who walked on the edge of a knife and danced with death, all harbored a carefully protected soft spot deep within. Just like those letters sealed with special oil in the cellar, having endured 50 years of bumps, their envelopes might be covered in dust from the journey, frayed at the edges, but the handwriting inside, filled with longing, concern, love, or regret, remained as clear as ever, gentle as the moonlight pouring down outside when the letters were written. Yaya put down the half-eaten potato, swayed on her short legs, and made her way directly to the tallest Galong by the campfire. She stopped next to Galong's muddy, heavy battle boots, looked up with her little head. her grass-green vertical pupils filled with curiosity as she regarded this golden-level powerhouse who usually inspired her instinctive awe. When Galong, with a hint of inquiry and helplessness, slightly bent down his tower-like body, an unexpected scene unfolded. Yaya's little eyes twirled, then plopped down on the ground, belly up, paws in the air, displaying a standard playing dead pose. This sudden, dramatic surrender instantly dispersed the heaviness lingering in the air, causing the gathered crowd to burst into heartfelt laughter. Even the distant wind howling through the valley seemed to be infected by this laughter, becoming gentle and mild. As the night deepened, the campfire gradually subdued its intensity and noise, turning into a pile of dark red coals that emitted lasting warmth. Quietly pulsing beneath the grayish ashes like a sleeping molten heart, Lin Yi shifted to a more comfortable position against the old oak tree. Looking up at the profound night sky, the Milky Way resembling a ribbon adorned with scattered diamonds, stretching across the deep blue velvet backdrop. He looked down and saw a bit of leftover wine in the bottom of his pottery bowl. Within the clear amber liquid were reflections of a few tiny, slightly trembling stars. A wonderful realization surged in his heart. These people sitting around the campfire were like the scattered stars in this vast sky, each following vastly different trajectories in the boundless universe. Yet, due to the marvelous pull of fate, they briefly converged under the unfamiliar night sky of the Black Spine Mountains, their lights shining together, forming a unique and warm constellation. This constellation had no name, yet it was etched more clearly in his heart than any known star map. It's time for the shift. Galong's deep voice rang out as his tall figure stood up, the embers of the campfire casting his shadow long on the grass. Like a silent, moving mountain, filled with reassuring strength, he gazed deeper into the mountains, guarding this last night. Wait until tomorrow when the sun climbs over that peak. He pointed towards the snow-capped summit. You'll see the roughest gem on the Dwarven King's crown of iron furnace. Its smoking chimneys will dye half the sky sulfur yellow, more spectacular than the most active volcano in the Crimson Flame Empire. Lin Yi took the night watch torch from Galong's hand. The dry pine resin burning at the top of the torch, producing a soft, sizzling sound. The orange flame danced lively in the cool mountain breeze, swaying in a vibrant manner, momentarily reminding him of Yaya's pure and excited expression when she first saw the volcanic beer barrel open, with bubbles surging out. He watched as his companions, carrying the warmth of the remaining campfire, spoke in low voices and gradually slipped into their respective tents. Soon, the camp was enveloped in a peaceful silence, with only the occasional soft crackle of the campfire's embers, the distant, lonely howl of wolves in the mountain forest, and the small, even, contented snores of Yaya coming from Ella's tent. Lin Yi held the torch, standing at the edge of the camp. As the night breeze brushed his cheek with the fragrance of grass and the chill from the distant snow peaks, he looked at the sleeping camp before him, at the flickering flames in his hand, and then up at the brilliant, silent galaxy overhead, feeling a sense of clarity in his heart. Suddenly, he realized with great clarity that for some journeys, their deepest meaning is never found at the endpoint marked on the map. Instead, it lies in the long road leading to that endpoint, in the nights spent around the campfire with companions. It is in the heartfelt confessions illuminated by the firelight, in the trust and understanding flowing from clinking cups, and in the sincerity reflected on faces warmed by the coals, stripped of all pretense. These moments are like the core of embers buried deep in the ashes, never extinguished, continuously radiating warmth. This warmth is enough to dry the chill brought by the dampest marshes, to dispel the fog lingering in the deepest valleys, and to illuminate any dark journey filled with the unknown that requires companionship. In the sky, the dark blue night was finally tinged with a faint blush of dawn, and Lin Yi extinguished the torch in his hand, now burnt to a charred stick. He raised his head and gazed into the distance, in the embrace of the mountains. At the end of the misty valley, the massive, rugged silhouette of Iron Furnace Fortress, resembling a giant god's forge, had clearly come into view. Dozens, or even hundreds of large chimneys, standing like a forest, were currently spewing thick, sulfurous smoke. The smoke swirled in the cool morning air, gathering to form a heavy and spectacular cloud layer, hanging low over the fortress like countless powerful rocky hands reaching up from the earth's core, steadily lifting the sun of a brand new day ready to burst forth. Yi had somehow emerged from the tent and was cradled in Ella's arms. Its tender green head strained to peek out, its grass-green vertical pupils curiously gazing at the incredibly magical scene rendered by the thick smoke and morning light. Suddenly, the little creature broke free from Ella's embrace and scampered a few steps toward Iron Furnace Fortress, its short legs pattering along. Then it stopped, turned its head, and looked at Lin Yi standing at the edge of the camp, letting out a clear, rounded syllable from its throat, as if polished by the morning dew. Go. Lin Yi looked at it, then at the gradually clear and shining majestic silhouette of the fortress under the golden light of the rising sun. And a genuine smile spread across his face. He waved vigorously at Yi and at the companions who were also emerging from the tent. Chapter 51. Iron Furnace Fortress. Iron Furnace Fortress is not a castle, but a massive mountain city carved out from the belly of an active volcano. When the caravan finally arrived at the massive wrought iron gear gate, towering dozens of meters high, resembling the open mouth of a giant god, even the most experienced adventurers were deeply shaken by the sight before them. The enormous bronze gear, covered in rivets and intricate transmission structures, slowly turned, emitting a deep rumble like the breath of an ancient beast. Above the gate, thick steam pipes coiled like giant pythons, spewing out billowing white steam and emitting sharp whistles, mixing with the relentless clang, clang, clang of hammering from within the city, forming a wild yet orderly symphony of steel. The sulphurous smoke did not only gather in the distance, but surged from countless chimneys throughout the mountain, creating a heavy, rolling cloud cover above Iron Furnace Fortress, filtering sunlight into a hazy and fiery golden red, casting it upon the dark, gleaming volcanic rock buildings. The air was scorching, filled with a mixture of metal, coal, sweat, and strong malt beer, with each breath carrying the pulsating power of the industrial heart. Huiguang Trading Company, 7th Transport Team, Escort Number Heart of the Furnace. The caravan manager, a lean and capable middle-aged man named Horn, shouted loudly at the gate above, his voice sounding somewhat small in the echoing chamber of the massive gate. Moments later, a dwarf officer, dressed in a leather apron with copper trim, his beard intricately braided and eyes sharp as an eagle, poked his head out from the gate tower. Carefully checking the metal plate list in his hand, he waved his hand, and with the sound of even larger gears meshing, the wrought iron gate, which seemed capable of stopping a dragon, slowly opened inward, revealing the brightly lit, bustling main road sloping upward behind the door. The caravan flowed into this hall of steel and rock like a stream merging into a boiling river of lava, moving slowly amidst the curious or indifferent gazes of countless dwarves, human merchants, and halfling craftsmen. The vast cargo area had already been divided into sections, with the griffin flag of Huiguang Trading Company planted on a relatively dry platform near the inner wall. Unloading, document handovers, and busy counting with the dwarf warehouse manager continued until the afternoon, when the last box of precision bearings, sealed with magical seals, was carefully delivered to its designated spot by the dwarf's steam crane. Manager Horn wiped the mixture of oil and sweat from his forehead, revealing a relieved smile. He walked over to the group resting beside a pile of crates, carefully taking out a thick leather bag embossed with the trading company's secret silver emblem. When the bag was opened, what spilled out were not coins, but palm-sized metal cards, intricately engraved with the griffin pattern on the edges and featuring a perfectly cut piece of golden sunstone at the center. Under the light cast from the warehouse ceiling, the cards reflected dazzling golden light. These were the Golden Sun cards used internally within the Huiguang Trading Company, each representing a considerable amount of wealth that could be exchanged or directly spent at the company's locations across the continent. Everyone, Horn said, his voice carrying the ease of completing a major task and the smoothness typical of a merchant. The journey has been arduous and fraught with dangers. Thanks to all of you working together, the goods have arrived safely and on time at Iron Furnace Fortress. As per the contract, this is a one-way commission. He distributed the cards to each person, including the bronze-level adventurers. Each person receives 150 golden suns. The caravan will rest in Iron Furnace Fortress and replenish supplies for half a month. During this period, your food and lodging will still be covered by the company, and rooms have been booked for you at the Echo Inn in the mountain belly. The heavy cards felt cool to the touch, but beneath the cold metallic surface lay a burning wealth. With bronze-level adventurers receiving 150 golden suns, the amounts for silver and gold levels were even more substantial. 150 golden suns, enough to buy a decent house in an ordinary town or to ensure a family's livelihood for several years. For these daring adventurers, this was undoubtedly an extremely generous reward. The crowd erupted into suppressed whispers of excitement, with several young bronze-level adventurers flushing red, their fingers repeatedly tracing the raised griffin patterns on the cards, their eyes sparkling with infinite anticipation for the upcoming experience in Iron Furnace Fortress. The strongest dwarven volcanic beer, the rumored wondrous steam-powered baths, and perhaps even those bold and passionate dwarven maidens. Mark weighed the card in his hand, a smile creeping at the corners of his mouth as he carefully tucked it into the inner pocket of his leather armor. His giant bow was polished to a shine, and this money might buy him a few enchanted armor-piercing arrows, or he glanced at a peculiar composite crossbow hanging in a distant weapon shop window. Bren silently placed the card into an iron box at his waist, alongside his family emblem, the green bloodstains on his shield having been cleaned. But the deep scar remained glaring. This money might be sent back home. Kai's card flipped skillfully between his fingers before disappearing from view. His gaze swept across the bustling street and finally landed on a shop with a sign for Starlight Potions, hoping to buy more star silver powder this time. Isabella gracefully tucked the card into the hidden pocket of her robe, her thoughts seemingly drifting towards the famous Firestone Library in Ironforge, said to house many lost ancient magical scrolls. Goran casually stuffed the card into his pocket, as if placing a common stone inside. His eyes scanned the excited team members, and he spoke in a low voice. Money is a good thing, but don't get carried away. Ironforge isn't a country tavern. Here, trouble can be bought for a copper coin by the basketful. Stay alert, don't capsize in the gutter. Losing your commission is minor, but losing your life can't be compensated with any amount of gold. His words felt like a bucket of cold water, dousing the overly inflated desires of some. Ella carefully put away the card, more concerned about Yaya. The little creature seemed frightened by the vast, noisy environment filled with unfamiliar metallic scents, curled up in Ella's backpack, with only its vigilant eyes peeking out. Meanwhile, Lin Yi felt the heavy weight of the Gold Sun card in his palm and the gentle warmth from the tiny Gold Sun stone, his heartbeat involuntarily quickening. This unexpectedly generous reward was one of his key objectives for this trip. He suppressed the urge to act immediately and patiently followed the team to settle down at the Echo Inn in the mountain's belly. The inn was carved into the mountainside, with a heavy oak door separating it from the outside chaos. The room was small but dry and warm, with brass wall lamps casting a steady glow on the stone walls. After setting down his simple luggage, Lin Yi didn't rest for a moment. He declined Mark's invitation to try Ironforge's spiciest magma wine, quietly telling Ella, "Keep an eye on Yaya. I have some business to attend to," before hurriedly blending into the throng of Ironforge's bustling crowd. His target was clear: the Heartforge Metal Exchange, the largest and most authoritative metal raw material hub in Ironforge, jointly operated by 3 major dwarven clans with a stellar reputation. The exchange was located in a vast hall transformed from a naturally formed lava cave. The heat was even more intense than outside, with the air filled with the sizzling sounds of hot metal quenching, the booming of giant hammers, and the loud, bargaining voices of dwarves. Countless suspended railcars, driven by thick iron chains and gears, whizzed overhead, carrying blocks of metal ingots that shimmered with different lusters. On a massive display platform, various metals were piled up like small mountains: crimson iron ingots, azure cold iron ore, and starlit silver with a twinkling sheen. Lin Yi's gaze, like that of a hawk, precisely locked onto a pile of inconspicuous, dull silver-gray ingots that seemed to be covered with a strange, oily film, dwarven mountain specialty, memory metal. An old dwarf, dressed in a grease-stained leather apron, his beard white yet meticulously groomed, was smoking a large stone heather pipe, squinting as Lin Yi approached. "Human lad. Not bad eye. Looking at this sleeping stone?" His common tongue was thick with a dwarven accent, and the smoke he exhaled carried a spicy herbal scent. "Yes. I need to buy a badge for making a special magical lamp." "A lamp?" The old dwarf raised his bushy eyebrows, clearly surprised. This thing." He tapped a piece of memory metal ingot with the stem of his pipe, producing a dull sound. "Good ductility. It can be drawn into lines finer than a hair. The key is, after you heat and shape it at a specific flame temperature, it can remember that shape when cooled. Heat it to the same temperature next time, and it will twist back by itself. It saves blacksmiths a lot of hammering work. It's great material for making precision springs and movable joints." "A lamp?" He shook his head, expressing confusion. But the dwarf's practicality soon brought him back to the main topic. "The spot price is 3 gold sun for 1 standard ingot, about 10 kilograms, with discounts for larger quantities." Lin Yi quickly calculated in his mind. Buying at the source, the price was only 1/5 of that in Greystone City. With the 150 gold sun he had, it was enough to buy nearly 50 ingots. According to Alfonso's estimates, 50 ingots of memory metal would be enough to support the production of thousands of core components for sensing lamps. And a sensing lamp sold for a profit of more than 100 times in Greystone City. "I want 50 ingots, Lin Yi said without hesitation, his voice slightly hoarse with excitement. The old dwarf's eyes flashed with surprise, then a shrewd smile appeared. Big customer. I'll give you a good price, 145 gold sun. Plus I'll throw in 5 volcanic slag whetstones. Guaranteed to make your knife shine brighter than a dwarven bride's teeth." The transaction went exceptionally smoothly. Lin Yi paid using the Gold Sun card. The Merchant Guild has branches everywhere, and Ironforge naturally has an exchange. Watching as the dwarven craftsman carefully packaged 50 heavy, shimmering memory metal ingots into specialized shockproof wooden boxes, sealing them and issuing a delivery order stamped with the 3 clans' joint seal. With this order, he could pick up the goods from the designated warehouse at any time before the merchant caravan left. The massive wooden boxes were labeled with Lin Yi's name and the address of the Echo Inn, transported directly by the exchange's steam railcar. Clutching that thin yet weighty delivery order, Lin Yi stepped out of the hot and noisy exchange, letting out a long breath. The cool mountain air filled his lungs, clearing his excited mind, while the setting sun's afterglow pierced through the sulphurous clouds, casting a more magnificent gold-red hue over Ironforge. A sense of immense success and anticipation for the future washed over him like a warm current. Chapter 52. The world never lacks for sand sculptures. The crisp evening air of the mountains flowed into his lungs, carrying a mix of sulfur and distant pine scents, slowly calming his tense nerves from the hefty transaction. The sunset's afterglow struggled to penetrate the thick sulfur clouds, painting Ironforge's countless dark rock structures, rugged bronze pipes, and the figures weaving through them in a layer of magnificent and warm gold red. A profound sense of stability and anticipation for the future flowed through him like warm malt liquor. By the time he returned to the Echo Inn, night had fallen. The heavy oak door of the inn blocked most of the external noise, and inside, the warm and dry stone corridor was illuminated by the soft glow of hanging brass wall lamps. In the hall, Ella was clumsily trying to wipe the oil from Yaya's scales with a damp cloth. The little creature had clearly sneaked out for an adventure while she wasn't looking. "How did it go?" "Smoothly." Ella's eyes brightened when she saw Lin Yi return, temporarily forgetting the struggling Yaya. Lin Yi nodded with a smile. Raising the delivery order in his hand, not elaborating on the details, but the sparkle in his eyes said it all. I've secured my goods and can pick them up anytime. Want to go out for a stroll tonight? Experience the nightlife of the City of Iron? Ella immediately perked up. Of course. Yaya's been bored too. The Yaya in her arms seemed to understand the word out, wriggling excitedly and emitting faint hissing sounds. The two settled their luggage, securely hiding most of their gold sun and only bringing a small amount of change. Then they merged into the sleepless city of Ironforge. Filled with curiosity about its night, the night in Ironforge was not asleep. It simply shifted to a different rhythm of clamor. The massive forges never rested. The deep thuds of thump, thump, resonated like the heartbeat of the city, penetrating the rock walls and becoming an eternal background sound. On either side of the main road, countless gas streetlights made of brass and glass have already been lit, illuminating the streets as bright as day. Steam-driven trams clatter along fixed tracks. Along the street, the weapon shops and/or stores that usually operate during the day have mostly closed, replaced by various brightly lit taverns, food stalls, and, well, some shops adorned with ambiguous red lanterns. The air is filled with enticing food aromas, with huge roasted rock goat legs sizzling and dripping with oil. Nuts, thickly coated in caramel, are being stir-fried on hot stone slabs, releasing a sweet, caramelized fragrance. Along with large barrels of cold dwarf beer said to be chilled with deep glacier water. Shall we grab something to eat first? Lin Yi suggested, his gaze drawn to a mobile stall with a strong meat broth aroma, featuring a sign with a large pot. The stall owner was a dwarf woman whose arms were thicker than Lin Yi's thighs, vigorously stirring a rich soup in a stone pot the size of a bathtub, where chunks of meat, root vegetables, and unknown fungi bobbed. They each ordered a steaming bowl of meat soup, accompanied by bread that was as hard as stone but incredibly delicious when broken and soaked in the soup. Yi also got a small piece of a crispy, roasted bone, happily gnawing on it at Ella's feet, temporarily forgetting to be vigilant about the outside world. With their bellies full, their curiosity for exploration heightened. They strolled along the bustling main street, feeling the unique pulse of this steel city, passing by a massive tavern called the Boiling Cauldron. The deafening noise and singing hit them like a wave. Ella curiously leaned in to peer inside, and Lin Yi followed her gaze. In the center of the tavern, a large group of excited shouting dwarves and human adventurers surrounded a massive stone table. In the middle of the crowd, Mark was flushed, sweating profusely, with his giant bow pitifully leaning against the wall. Opposite him sat 3 stout dwarves, each only reaching his chest, but as robust as small barrels. On the stone table before them, a row of over a dozen giant oak mugs, resembling small water barrels, were filled with deep brown, bubbling volcanic beer. Drink, drink, drink. The crowd chanted rhythmically. Mark grabbed one of the mugs, took a deep breath, and tilted his head back to gulp it down, the liquid flowing down his gnarled neck, soaking his leather armor. He struggled to swallow, his Adam's apple bobbing vigorously, his face rapidly turning from red to purple. After finally finishing one mug, he slammed the empty cup on the table, letting out a muffled roar in an attempt to display his bravado. However, the dwarf across from him, an old man with braided beard and copper rings at the ends, merely scoffed dismissively. Calmly, he picked up his mug, even flashing a smile at the crowd, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and then, with an almost elegant yet highly efficient speed, downed the entire mug of beer as if pouring it into a bottomless pit. Not a drop wasted. After finishing, he smacked his lips, looking provocatively at Mark. Mark's gaze had begun to blur, his body swaying slightly as he trembled to grab a second mug, but only managed to drink half before his body lurched. And he vomited the previously consumed beer mixed with remnants of dinner everywhere. He slumped down as if all his bones had been removed, sliding down the chair to the floor, drawing a round of good-natured laughter and cheers from those around him. A few dwarves chuckled as they propped him up and dragged him to a resting bench in the corner of the tavern designated for the fallen. Ella watched in shock, and Lin Yi couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. It seemed Mark would be spending the night on that bench. Leaving the chaos of the boiling cauldron behind, they turned into a relatively narrow alleyway, where the lighting was somewhat dimmer. The air here was mixed with stronger scents of perfume and cheap alcohol, with some elaborately dressed figures leaning against wooden doors adorned with red lanterns and bold carvings. Look over there. Ella suddenly tugged at Lin Yi's sleeve, suppressing her laughter as she pointed deeper into the alley. There, a familiar figure from a merchant group, a young bronze-level adventurer who usually boasted about his romantic escapades. Lin Yi remembered him as Roy, was being enthusiastically flanked by 2 exceptionally strong dwarf girls, dragged toward a door with a pink lantern. The 2 dwarf girls wore tight-fitting skirts covered in cheap sequins, trying hard to show off their curves. They sported thick, well-groomed sideburns. Yes, you read that right. And their muscular arms were thicker than Roy's thighs. Their faces were painted with thick, colorful makeup, their smiles wide enough to reveal their back molars, and one even had a shiny gold tooth. Don't be shy, little handsome. Now that you're here, let us sisters show you the warmth of Ironforge. One of the dwarf girls said in a voice as loud as a gong, gently patting Roy's back with a hand as large as a fan, nearly knocking him off balance. The expression on Roy's face was nothing short of spectacular. The excitement he felt before setting out completely replaced by extreme terror, disbelief, and a near breakdown on the verge of tears. He resembled a quail that had wandered into a den of beasts, his body stiff, his face as pale as paper, desperately trying to escape from the two iron clamp-like arms painted with bright red nail polish. No, I'm good. Thank you. I just remembered I have soup simmering at home. Goodbye. Roy's voice quivered, and as one of the dwarf girls bent down to pick up a fallen sequin hairpin, he unleashed an unprecedented survival instinct. Ducking low and darting through the gap between their arms like a startled rabbit, he tumbled and crawled, running wildly toward the alley's exit without looking back, even forgetting that his belt had come loose, panicking so much that he nearly lost one of his boots. Hey, don't run, you little rascal. The other dwarf girl called out, hands on her hips, her loud voice echoing in the alley. We don't bite. Lin Yi and Ella hid in the shadows at the alley's entrance, witnessing the entire scene, stifling laughter until their stomachs hurt. Yi seemed to sense the comical atmosphere, letting out short, chirpy sounds resembling laughter in Ella's arms. It seemed Roy's thrilling experience had exceeded expectations. Lin Yi wiped away the tears of laughter. Ella was also laughing so hard she was shaking. I bet he'll have a psychological shadow over dwarf girls for the rest of his life. The lighthearted laughter dispelled all fatigue, and the two continued to wander aimlessly, experiencing the myriad sights of Ironforge at night. They saw a giant steam-powered music box playing rousing dwarf war songs in the square. A halfling technician setting up a stall under a street lamp to repair various intricate mechanical pocket watches and steam gadgets. They saw dwarf children chasing glowing mechanical beetle toys in the alley and drunken dwarves linking arms, singing off-key ballads as they stumbled into the depths of the night. Before they knew it, they had reached a viewpoint on the city's edge, elevated and relatively quiet, overlooking the dazzling, steam-filled panorama of the vast city below. The massive chimney clusters continued to spew sulfurous smoke, glowing like slowly burning dark red coals under the night sky. Further away lay the silhouettes of undulating black mountains, silent beneath the starlight. The night breeze carried a chill that brushed against their cheeks, and Yi fell asleep in Ella's arms, letting out soft snores. Two people leaned against the cold bronze railing, gazing at the tireless steel furnace below. It's incredible, Ella murmured softly, her emerald eyes reflecting the city lights. Like a bizarre dream filled with swamps, ghosts, trolls, and here. Lin Yi nodded, equally filled with emotion. The rewards of money are certainly important, but the vibrant, bustling, life-filled exotic scenery before them, along with the easy smiles of their companions, are also irreplaceable treasures of this journey. He thought of the children at the orphanage. If Lucy could see this fantastical city shrouded in steam, and if Jack could hear the deafening battle songs of the dwarves, a smile unconsciously curved his lips. Yes. He looked towards the distant mountains, where the night sky, illuminated by sulfur clouds and city lights, presented a dark red hue dotted with sparse stars. To be alive and to see all this is truly wonderful. The heart of Ironforge's furnace continues to provide a passionate background sound for this fleeting piece, with its unchanging rhythm. Chapter 53. Homeward bound, the mornings in Ironforge are always wrapped in a layer of sulfur-colored mist, with the sound of hammers striking or echoing from deep within the mountains, like an unwearied heartbeat. Lin Yi was awakened by the dew on the window frame, glistening with a metallic sheen. This unique scenery, where volcanic geothermal heat meets cold air, was something he had never seen in Emerald City. He rubbed his still aching shoulders. The wound from the troll's claw, which had scratched him half a month ago, had scabbed and fallen off, leaving only a faint pink mark as a reminder of the dangers of their journey. In the courtyard of the inn, bronze-level adventurers were gathered around a wooden table, unpacking their bundles. A young swordsman named Tame was holding his newly acquired steel breastplate, repeatedly rubbing his fingertips over the anti-slip edges, his mouth stretching into a grin. Next to him, the archer Lena was wrapping a new deerskin string around her longbow, with enchanted arrows she had picked up from the weapon shop hanging from the bowstring, their tips glimmering faintly with silver. The air was filled with the savory aroma of roasted wild boar chops. The dwarf chef in the back kitchen was using an iron rod to flip the meat on the grill, the dripping fat sizzling on the charcoal, mingling with the distant scent of malt beer, creating a unique sense of stability in Ironforge. Linny, are you heading to the lava tavern? Mark's loud voice came from the courtyard entrance, where he was shouldering a shiny giant bow, with two newly added armor-piercing arrows coated in star silver powder in his quiver. Brun and Kai are going too. Isabella said she would go to the library for research and will meet us later. Lin Yi donned his faded leather armor, feeling the familiar weight of the short knife at his waist. The blade had seen some wear, with a small chip taken out during their previous battles. He replied, coming, and quickly followed Mark's footsteps. The lava tavern was hidden in a narrow alley next to the warehouse area, with a wooden door hanging a pitch-black oak sign that read, "Beer stronger than lava, friends truer than steel" in dwarven script. Pushing the door open, a wave of heat mixed with the scents of malt, sweat, and metal rushed out to greet them. The oak long tables were filled with greasy dwarf blacksmiths, who raised bullhorn mugs larger than their faces. Their cheeks flushed as they laughed heartily, shaking dust from the beams above. Brun had already claimed a corner spot, with a full mug of amber volcanic beer in front of him, foam spilling over the rim and pooling on the table. Kai leaned against the bar, spinning an empty wine glass with his fingertips, his gaze fixed on the wall decorations made from troll tusks. 3 lava hearts. Mark called out confidently, slapping the bar. The dwarf bartender grinned, revealing 2 copper teeth, and turned to fill the mugs from the barrel. As the liquid poured out, it fizzed slightly, and a thin layer of condensation quickly formed on the mug's surface, warming the throat all the way down to the stomach. With a kick that surged like a volcanic eruption, "My crossbow finally needs a new string," Mark said, downing a large gulp of beer, wiping the foam from his mouth, and tapping the new arrows in his quiver. Old Copperbeard from Smithy Alley said these star-silver tips can pierce the thick skin of shadow leopards. "Next time we encounter that pesky creature, I won't need to rely on Isabella's flame binding." Brun didn't speak, merely raised his mug to clink with Lin Yi's. The crisp sound of their glasses colliding carrying a silent acknowledgement. Next to his silver badge, Brun now had a new small copper hammer hanging. This was a gift from a dwarf blacksmith for a warrior who could withstand 3 hits from a troll, said to bring the blessing of the god of forging. Kai suddenly spoke, his voice softer than usual. "The star silver powder at the apothecary is 30% cheaper than in Emerald City, so I bought 2 extra jars. Enough for my sister for half a year." He paused, looking at Lin Yi. "That knife of yours needs repairing." Lin Yi touched the worn spots on the sheath. It was indeed time for a change. There were plenty of forging masters in Iron Forge, and who knows how long he would have to wait for the next opportunity. But as he calculated, he found his money running low. "Are you upgrading your weapon?" Ella's voice suddenly came from behind, holding the curled-up Yaya in her arms. The little creature seemed startled by the tavern's noise, clinging to Ella's clothing with its tiny paws. Ella noticed Lin Yi's hesitation and pulled out her golden sun card from her waist, smiling as she handed it over. "I don't have much to buy this trip. I'll lend you 10 gold suns. Just pay me back when we return to Emerald City. We can't have you returning with a chipped blade. What if we encounter a beast? I don't want to help you block attacks again." Yaya seemed to understand the words beast, peeking out from Ella's embrace and hissing at Lin Yi, as if in agreement. Lin Yi took the golden sun card, feeling the cold metal touch his fingertips, while his heart felt warm. In this blood-stained journey of adventure, such trust was more precious than gold. Ironforge's most famous blacksmith shop, Copperbeard Forge, was located near the volcanic platform. At the entrance stood a statue of a warhammer carved from a single piece of star iron, the hammerhead radiating a faint magical aura. The owner was an elderly dwarf named Balin Copperbeard, sharing the same name as the old anvil at the outpost. It was said that their ancestors were brothers, and his face was covered in wrinkles mixed with iron filings, but his eyes shone bright, like tempered steel. "You want the knife to channel magic? And you want it sturdier?" Balin took Lin Yi's short knife, flicking it with his finger, producing a crisp ting. "The material of this knife is decent, it just lacks a bit of fire. I'll add some memory metal shavings and star silver powder, and we'll temper it with volcanic geothermal heat. I guarantee it will allow your magic to flow along the blade and withstand the claws of trolls." Lin Yi watched as Balin placed the knife into the glowing furnace, sparks flying onto his rough apron, not leaving a single mark. That was a special apron made of dragon scales mixed with asbestos. When the hammer fell, sparks erupted in the workshop like scattered stars. Memory metal shavings melting under the high temperature, flowing along the knife's pattern, merging with the original steel. 3 hours later, when Balin doused the knife with cold water, a sizzling sound erupted, and a brand new short knife appeared before Lin Yi. The blade glimmered with a faint silver-blue sheen, sharp enough to reflect a person's image, with a fine spiral pattern etched around the handle. Balin explained that this was a magic flow channel designed to reduce magic loss during casting. Lin Yi held the new knife and tried to gather a hint of ice magic. Indeed, the magic flowed swiftly along the blade's pattern without any hindrance, and he could even clearly feel the trajectory of the ice crystals circulating along the blade. Unable to resist, he swung the knife, and a faint blue wind blade sliced through the air, more solid and swift than before, leaving a shallow white mark on the wall. Half a month of peaceful times vanished in the blink of an eye. When Horn knocked on the inn's door with the caravan managers, Lin Yi was helping Ella groom Yaya's scales. The little guy had eaten too many baked potatoes at Iron Forge, and his scales were shining with a greasy luster. "It's time to head back." Horn's voice carried a hint of urgency as he held a new cargo list. The goods from Iron Forge had been loaded, and the return trip would only bring some dwarven forge tools and beer barrels, with space for your 50 ingots of memory metal. The shipping fee will be 5 gold suns, deducted from your payment, as a discount from the Merchant Guild. Lin Yi followed Horn to the warehouse and took a look. His memory metal was packed in an iron box lined with moisture-proof velvet, securely fixed in a corner of the cart, next to a few sealed barrels of volcanic beer. The barrel bodies stamped with the Hammercrest family emblem. "Rest assured, this box is shockproof and pressure-resistant, safer than carrying it yourself." Horn patted the iron box, his tone confident like a merchant. The return team was much quieter than on the way there. The excitement of the outbound journey was replaced by fatigue, and many people felt their injuries throb in the bumps. Lin Yi walked in the middle of the line, his new knife humming softly in its sheath, as if echoing his heartbeat. They didn't encounter large groups of magical beasts, but faced a more troublesome opponent, a group of shadow leopards adapted to the battle traces. These magical beasts blended with the rocks, lurking beside the bloodstains left from the previous fight, and ambushed the caravan as they passed, their sharp claws carrying the stench of decay, lunging at the outermost bronze adventurers. "Be careful." Lin Yi's mental energy first sensed the movement, and the moment the new knife was drawn, ice magic spread along the channel, and a layer of white frost appeared on the blade. He sidestepped the shadow leopard's pounce, twisting his wrist, the blade accurately slicing towards the leopard's neck. The upgraded blade was exceptionally sharp, cutting through fur and skin with almost no resistance. Blood instantly staining the ground. Nearby, Mark also reacted, pulling back his giant bow. A star-silver arrow pierced the other shadow leopard's eye, the enchanted glow on the arrowhead exploding, pinning the leopard to the rock. The battle ended quickly, but no one relaxed. Tame's arm was slashed open by the shadow leopard's claws, and the wound, which was almost healed, started to bleed again. These creatures come with the smell of blood. Goran frowned as he inspected the leopard's corpse. The traces of the previous battle had become bait for them, and this return trip would likely not be peaceful. The following journey confirmed Goran's judgment. They encountered an ambush from carrion vultures at the pass of the Black Spine Mountains. These scavenger birds were attracted by the bones left from the previous fight, darkening the sky as they swooped down, their beaks and claws carrying deadly pathogens. When Lin Yi swung his new knife, he clearly felt the smooth transmission of magic. He infused wind magic into the blade, unleashing a curved wind blade that instantly knocked down 3 vultures, saving nearly 30% of his magic compared to before. When the familiar greenish-blue glow of the walls of Emerald City appeared in their sight, a wave of suppressed cheers rose from the team. Tame leaned against the cart, his bandage soaked in blood, yet he smiled broadly. We're finally back. Lena, holding a broken bow, had tears welling in her eyes. Her hometown was just south of Emerald City, and in half an hour, she would see the old locust tree at her doorstep. As the caravan drove onto Emerald Avenue, the setting sun painted the street in golden red. Familiar market calls, the glow of magical light boxes, and even the street corner newsboy shouting, "Extra! Latest monster encyclopedia!" made people's hearts race. Horn distributed the final payment. Lin Yi had 145 gold suns left on his card, after deducting the 5 gold sun shipping fee. And he immediately found Ella, handing over a 10 gold sun note. "Thanks, I need to pay you back, otherwise, you will say I'm defaulting." Ella smiled as she took it, teasing, "Your new knife is worth much more than this 10 gold suns. Next time in battle, you'd better protect me more." Yi seemed to understand, peeking out from Ella's arms, nudging Lin Yi's hand with his little head, making soft woo-woo sounds in his throat. Mark pulled out a crumpled piece of parchment from his pocket, showing the route to Smithy Lane. "I rented a stall next to the Copper Gear Workshop. Come over for a couple of drinks when you have time. I'll treat you to the freshly brewed malt beer." Ella handed over a wooden token engraved with a green feather pattern. "I'm still staying at the Green Feather Inn. If you want to find Yi to play, just mention my name." Lin Yi also wrote down the address of his small courtyard in the west of the city and handed it to the two. "There's a crooked tree in the yard. Easy to find. When you come, I'll make you ice volcanoes." The setting sun cast a warm glow over the 3 of them, and the magical light boxes along Emerald Avenue lit up one by one, stretching their shadows long. Goran had already taken Bryn and Kai to the guild to turn in their quest. Horn was busy counting the return cargo, and only Ye was still peeking out from Ella's arms, looking at Lin Yi's direction, seeming reluctant to part. "We're off. Next adventure, together again." Mark waved and turned towards Smithy Lane, carrying his giant bow. Ella also held Yi, glancing back 3 times as she walked towards the inn. Lin Yi stood still, touched his new knife at his waist, and looked at the address in his hand. The night in Emerald City was still lively, but Lin Yi knew that some things had already changed. His knife was sharper, and he had more friends. Chapter 54. Orders. As the morning light of Emerald City just spread over the rooftops of Smithy Lane, Lin Yi stood in front of the familiar wooden door of the Copper Gear Workshop, carrying what appeared to be a heavy canvas bag, but was actually light as a feather thanks to wind magic. The door knocker was still the pair of interlocking bronze gears, but they were much shinier than 3 months ago, clearly polished by someone. Just as he was about to raise his hand to knock, he heard the sounds of metal clanging inside, mixed with the hissing of steam engines, much livelier than the last time he visited. With a creak, he pushed the wooden door open, and the sight before him left Lin Yi momentarily stunned. The small workshop, which could originally accommodate 5 or 6 people, had now knocked down the walls of the 2 adjacent shops, expanding its area by more than 3 times. New shelves had been built on the walls, neatly stacked with lamp bases waiting to be assembled, and the copper switches glimmered with a faint golden sheen in the morning light. 7 or 8 apprentices in gray work uniforms were busy around the workbench, some hammering metal parts, others embedding crystal pieces into lamp bases, while others pushed small carts transporting components. The entire workshop resembled a finely tuned clock, with every gear operating efficiently. "Lin Yi, you finally came back." A familiar voice came from deep within the workshop. Alfred was wearing a newly sewn purple robe, though 2 copper buttons on the collar had fallen off again, and his hair was messier than last time, looking like a scarecrow that had just crawled out of an alchemy furnace. He was holding a semi-finished lamp base, still smeared with machine oil, and when he saw the canvas bag on Lin Yi's back, his eyes instantly lit up like 2 burning flames. "Where's the memory metal? It didn't get stolen by trolls on the way, did it?" "Don't worry, it's more reliable than your perpetual motion pigeon." Lin Yi smiled as he unfastened the canvas bag, and with a slight movement of his wrist, a faint blue wind magic quietly spread. The 50 ingots of memory metal, which could originally bend a carrying pole, now felt as light as a pile of feathers, effortlessly poured onto the workbench. The metal ingots glimmered with a faint silver-blue sheen, their surfaces still retaining the patterns from dwarven forging, looking like a miniaturized version of stars under the workshop's steam light. Alfonso also squeezed over, holding a lamp base with the switch rune just engraved, and upon seeing the memory metal, his eyes widened. This is the dwarven forged memory metal? It's much shinier than what the human guild has. Alfred couldn't wait to pick up a metal ingot, trace his fingers on it, and sniff it as if he were tasting top-notch volcanic beer. Not bad, not bad. The carbon content is just right, and the ductility is sufficient. Much better than the samples sent by the Glimmering Commerce Guild. He suddenly slapped his thigh and pulled Lin Yi to a corner of the workshop where an iron cabinet stood. Opening the cabinet door revealed neatly stacked dozens of exquisite wooden boxes. Look, these are the samples we made. We sent 10 for the Glimmering Commerce Guild to try, 3 of which are custom noble versions inlaid with crystal pieces, and 2 have added aromatherapy functions. Lin Yi picked up a noble version sample. The lamp base was made of brass, with a swirling vine pattern engraved on the edges. The lampshade was a translucent light purple crystal, through which he could see the intricate magical circuits inside. He pressed the switch rune, and a soft light purple glow instantly lit up. Brighter than the ordinary version, but not glaring, and it subtly emitted a faint lavender scent, clearly Alfonso's handiwork. How was the guild's feedback? Lin Yi asked. Feedback? Of course. It was overwhelmingly positive. Alfred's voice suddenly rose, the hem of his purple robe sweeping across the workbench, creating a clattering sound of metal parts. Last time, Kyle from the Glimmering Commerce Guild came to inspect and tested the samples in the guild building for 3 days. When he came back, he slammed the table and said he wanted to increase the order. 200 of the civilian version at 5 gold suns each, 300 commercial versions at 10 gold suns each, and 100 noble versions at 30 gold suns each. Several noble lords and wealthy individuals have already placed advance orders, wanting to use these sensing lamps early to showcase their power and connections. Do you know? We even added a dimming function to the noble version lamp base, which can change brightness based on the pressure applied by the hand. Kyle said those pampered lords would definitely love it. Alfonso chimed in excitedly. The guild has also allocated the second investment, a full 200 gold suns. We used this money to expand the workshop, hire apprentices, and bought a new stamping machine. Now, apart from the memory metal, we've almost finished producing all other parts. We just need you to bring back the metal for assembly. He pointed to the parts on the shelf. Look, we've made 500 bases, prepared 600 crystal lampshades, and even brewed 10 jars of active root extract. We just need the core components made of memory metal. Lin Yi looked at the full workshop of parts and busy apprentices, suddenly realizing why Alfred said there was no time for inventions. The previously chaotic little workshop had now transformed into an orderly production line. Even the wooden box in the corner that used to store perpetual motion pigeon parts had been repurposed into a parts storage box with labels on it. What about your perpetual motion pigeon? You didn't take it apart for parts, did you? Lin Yi teased. Mentioning the perpetual motion pigeon, Alfred's face instantly fell. Like a child who had their candy taken away. Who has time for that? I have to supervise the apprentices making parts and coordinate orders with the guild. Last time, I almost used mosquito repellent instead of the fragrance for the aromatherapy lamp. Luckily Alfonso caught it early. He switched gears, becoming excited again, rubbing his oil-stained hands. But it's fine. Once we finish this batch of orders and receive our first share, I can buy better materials for inventions. By then, I'll make a pigeon that can fly all over Emerald City, letting the people from the Glimmering Commerce Guild see that I, Alfred, am not just an alchemist who makes lamps. Alfonso secretly gave Lin Yi a wink and lowered his voice. Last time, the teacher secretly took apart the spring piece from the sensing lamp, wanting to install it in his automatic cleaning machine. But the spring was too sensitive and made a little pit in the workshop floor. I hit it. Saying this, he pulled out a small metal piece from his pocket, which still had gear patterns on it, causing Lin Yi to chuckle. By the way, your memory metal can be reimbursed. Alfred suddenly remembered something, pulling out a thick ledger from the drawer filled with dense numbers. The investment from the Glimmering Commerce Guild specifically set aside funds for raw material purchases. How many gold suns did you spend on buying metal? We'll deduct it from there, so you 1T have to pay out of your own pocket. Kyle said that as long as we can deliver on time, future raw material purchases can go through the guild's channel. Although it's a bit more expensive than buying from the dwarves, it's convenient since you 1T have to travel with the caravan. Lin Yi calculated. Buying 50 ingots of memory metal cost 145 gold suns, plus 5 gold suns for shipping, totaling 150 gold suns. After deducting it from the guild's procurement funds, it meant he was essentially bringing goods at zero cost this time, plus earning a 300 gold sun escort fee, which was a reward earned with his life. Several bronze-level adventurers escorting the caravan would never return. If these magical lamps sold well, he wouldn't have to take on such grueling escort tasks in the future. The civilian version is 5 gold suns each, 200 lamps would be 1,000 gold suns. The commercial version is 10 gold suns each, 300 lamps would be 3,000 gold suns. The noble version is 30 gold suns each, 100 lamps would be 3,000 gold suns, totaling 7,000 gold suns. After deducting costs and the guild share, we could get at least 2,000 gold suns. By then, I want to double the size of the workshop, hire 10 more apprentices, and buy a machine that can automatically engrave runes. So Alfonso won't have to stay up late carving switches anymore. Alfonso's eyes lit up upon hearing about the automatic engraving machine. Really, teacher? Then I'll have time to study the temperature control array. Last time I tried installing the temperature control array on the lamp base. It could keep the lamp's temperature at 20 degrees, so it wouldn't freeze hands in winter and wouldn't be hot in summer. Of course it's true. Alfred patted his chest. Oil from his purple robe smudging the ledger, but he didn't care. Once we have the money, we can buy whatever materials we want and invent whatever we want. By then, I'll make a machine that can brew beer automatically, so you can have fresh volcanic beer every day, and then make a golem that can clean automatically, keeping the workshop forever clean without you having to sweep up part fragments every day. Lin Yi looked at the excited duo and suddenly found all the metal parts in the workshop to be endearing. The Alfred who used to just stare at the perpetual motion pigeon now spoke fluently about orders and shares. And the Alfonso who used to follow behind his teacher could now independently design new functions. The sensing lamp not only changed the workshop's fate, but also helped this master-apprentice pair find a new direction. By the way, do you want to try the newly made lamp? Alfonso suddenly remembered something and took an assembled commercial version sensing lamp from the shelf, handing it to Lin Yi. This one has a delayed shut-off function. It will stay lit for 10 seconds after a person leaves, making it convenient for walking at night. Lin Yi took the lamp base, pressed the switch rune, and a soft white light instantly lit up, illuminating the surrounding workbench. He walked to the workshop door, deliberately slowing his pace as he left. The lamp indeed did not go out immediately. Instead, it stayed lit for 10 seconds before slowly dimming, like a considerate butler leaving a light on behind him. Not bad, much more thoughtful than the previous version, Lin Yi praised. Of course, Alfred proudly lifted his chin. I also want to add a music function to the noble version, so that pressing the switch can play a little tune. Carl said those noble ladies would definitely love it. But I don't have time to work on it now. Once this batch of orders is finished, I'll study it, he said, picking up a piece of memory metal and tapping it with a small hammer, producing a crisp sound. The metals you brought back are more than enough to make 600 lamp springs, and the leftovers can be used for spare parts. Even if the guild increases the order later, we won't have to panic. The apprentices in the workshop were still busy, the wheels of a small cart rattling, the steam engine puffing in accompaniment, mixed with Alfred's shouts and Alfonso's reminders, forming a lively symphony of gears. Lin Yi leaned against the doorframe, looking at the workshop filled with sensor lamp parts and sparkling memory metal, suddenly feeling that the adventures of the past 3 months were worth it. Not only had he earned a reward and upgraded his weapons, but he had also witnessed the growth of a small workshop, a feeling more solid than cutting down a group of trolls. By the way, let's go to the mole hole for dinner tonight. My treat. Alfred suddenly patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, getting some oil on Lin Yi's leather armor. To celebrate the arrival of our memory metal, and also to celebrate that we are about to get our first share. I want to eat 2 portions of grilled rock hoof beast ribs and drink a big cup of malt beer, Alfonso added from the side. I also want to order some Emerald Bay crystal shrimp jelly. Last time you said it was delicious. I haven't tried it yet. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, sure. But you have to fix your teacher's purple robe first, or you'll be mistaken for a beggar when we get to the restaurant. Alfred looked down at his purple robe, which had lost a button, and waved his hand nonchalantly. It doesn't matter. Once we have money, I want to make 10 new purple robes, each with copper gear buttons, so that everyone in Emerald City will know that Alfred from the Copper Gear Workshop is not just a madman who invents things. Lin Yi continued, by the way, since we're having a gathering, how about I introduce you to 2 friends? They are friends I made during this mission, quite capable and reliable. If our sensor lamps make money in the future, there might be some envious people. If I'm not around, you can still find reliable people to help. Alfred's expression became much more serious. You think ahead, so I need to dress a bit more formally. I can't leave a bad impression. Chapter 55. An invitation to dinner in the afternoon of Emerald City. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a warm golden hue on the stone-paved road, giving the newsstand at the corner a layer of warmth. Lin Yi, holding 2 neatly folded parchment invitations, walked briskly toward the familiar Koo newsstand. The newsstand owner's son, Tom, was a clever young boy who delivered newspapers every day with a canvas bag, navigating the streets of Emerald City better than the locals. Tom. Lin Yi waved from a distance, pulling a shiny silver moon coin from his pocket. Help me deliver 2 letters. One to Miss Ella at the Green Feather Inn and the other to Mr. Mark at the Hammer Apartments near the Copper Gear Workshop in Smithy Alley. Tom's eyes lit up, quickly putting down his shoulder bag, taking the invitations, and stuffing them into his pocket, thumping his chest in assurance. Don't worry, brother Lin Yi. I often deliver newspapers to Miss Ella's inn, and Mr. Mark's apartment is right next to the workshop. I'll guarantee delivery within an hour. After saying that, he slung the bag back on and dashed into the alley like a nimble squirrel, the copper bell on his canvas bag jingling nonstop. Lin Yi smiled and shook his head, turning to walk toward the clothing shop in the west of the city. The previously faded leather armor was full of battle scars. He couldn't dress too casually for tonight's gathering. The shopkeeper was a kind middle-aged woman, who immediately welcomed Lin Yi warmly upon seeing him enter. Mr. Lin Yi. What a rare guest. We've just received a batch of new fabrics, made from fine cotton produced in the South, light and durable. Would you like to try some? Lin Yi picked a dark blue short jacket, paired with cream-colored linen trousers, and cinched with a black leather belt, which had a small copper buckle engraved with simplified wind runes, specially customized by the shopkeeper from a runesmith, understated yet tasteful. After changing into the new clothes, Lin Yi looked at himself in the copper mirror. The young man in the reflection stood tall, the dark blue jacket accentuating his complexion, and the sharp aura honed from frequent battles blended with a hint of composure, making him look less like a wandering adventurer and more like a young noble from a good family. He touched the bronze badge in his pocket but didn't pin it to his chest. His strength was sufficient now, and he didn't need to rely on a badge to prove anything. Just as he returned to the courtyard, he heard a knocking sound at the gate. Upon opening the door, he saw Tom panting, running back with 2 folded letters in hand. Brother Lin Yi, Miss Ella, and Mr. Mark both replied, saying they will definitely come tonight. Lin Yi smiled and handed Tom the promised silver moon, watching him bounce away. He opened the replies. Ella's handwriting was delicate, with a small drawing of a toothy face at the end, while Mark's was bold and vigorous, simply stating, "Will arrive on time," also bringing 2 jugs of good wine. The few large characters suited his generous personality. In the evening, Lin Yi arrived early at the Mole Hole restaurant. The owner was a short dwarf chef, best known for his roasted meat and seafood, and Lin Yi had reserved a corner booth in advance, also ordering a portion of roasted mashed potatoes that Yaya loved to eat. Lin Yi. The booth door swung open, and Mark's loud voice came first. Today, he was rarely not wearing that oil-stained leather armor, instead donning a brown wool coat, and his hair was neatly combed, though he still had a wine jug slung over his shoulder, clearly prepared to drink to his heart's content. Ella followed behind, wearing a light green silk gown, the hem embroidered with exquisite leaf patterns, her silver hair pinned up with a vine-like silver hairpin, and she was holding Yaya, who was curled up in her arms. The little one had also changed into new clothes, wearing a red scarf around her neck. Upon seeing Lin Yi, she immediately jumped down from Ella's arms and ran over on her short legs, rubbing her head against Lin Yi's pants. "Sit down." Lin Yi smiled and stood up, pulling out chairs for the 2 of them. "I had the owner reserve the dishes you like. Mark, I also ordered 2 barrels of volcanic beer that you love. And Ella, there's also the fruit salad you enjoy." Just as he was speaking, the booth door swung open again, and Alfred and Alfonso walked in. Alfred had indeed changed into a newly sewn purple robe, the copper buttons at the collar finally sewn on, and his hair was slicked down with hair oil, though there was still a bit of oil at the corner of his mouth, clearly having been tinkering with parts before leaving. Alfonso wore a light gray cotton linen shirt, with the sleeves rolled up to his forearms, revealing his slender but strong arms. However, upon seeing Ella, his eyes widened instantly, and his cheeks flushed bright red. This must be Miss Ella, right?" Alfonso stammered, his voice an octave higher than usual. "Brother Lin Yi said you are an elven ranger, and your archery is super impressive." Ella couldn't help but laugh, a mischievous glint in her eyes as she leaned closer to Alfonso, her voice soft as a feather. "Oh? How do you know my archery is impressive? Would you like me to teach you to shoot next time?" Alfonso's face turned even redder, like a ripe apple, and he stammered, fumbling to grip the dinner knife, nearly pulling the tablecloth down. Mark burst out laughing, clapping Alfonso on the shoulder. "Don't be nervous, kid. Ella is just teasing you." Lin Yi also smiled, handing a glass of juice to Alfonso. "Drink some juice to calm your nerves. Otherwise, when the dishes arrive, you won't even be able to hold your fork." Ella, seeing the moment was right, sat down with Yaya, placing a small bowl of roasted mashed potatoes on the floor. "Yaya, don't just play. Eat something to fill your stomach first. There will be your favorite grilled ribs later." Yaya immediately leaned over, holding the mashed potatoes in her little paws, making a mess all over her face, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Not long after, the dwarf chef came in with the dishes. The first dish was charcoal-grilled rockhorn beast ribs, 2 large pieces of ribs glistening with a charred aroma, brushed with a sauce made from honey and volcanic chili. Next to it were golden roasted corn and carrots, and the fragrance instantly filled the entire private room. Alfred's eyes lit up, and before anyone could dig in, he grabbed a knife and fork, cut a large piece of meat, and stuffed it into his mouth, gasping at the heat but reluctant to spit it out, repeatedly exclaiming, "Amazing." Next on the table was crystal shrimp jelly from Emerald Bay, with whole crystal shrimp embedded in the transparent jelly, adorned with green cilantro leaves, looking like a delicate gemstone. Alfonso carefully forked a piece and put it in his mouth. The icy shrimp jelly carried the sweetness of seafood, instantly dispelling the earlier tension. "Is this the crystal shrimp jelly that Brother Lin Yi mentioned? It's really delicious." Then came the volcanic cheese-baked mushrooms, filled with cheese and ham bits, with the golden cheese stretching in long strands. Mark took a bite, and the richness of the cheese mixed with the fragrant mushroom made him squint his eyes in satisfaction. "This cheese is specially made by dwarves, right? It's much more fragrant than ordinary cheese." Ella preferred the fruit salad, with fresh strawberries, blueberries, and mango mixed with honey yogurt, refreshing and light. After several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere in the private room became even livelier. Mark hugged the beer barrel and poured Alfred a full glass of volcanic beer. "Mr. Alfred, your sensing lamp is a great thing. When I sell it well, I'll buy a noble version for my sister too. Alfred was already flushed from drinking, patting his chest and assuring, no problem. I'll give you a 20 discount. No, 50. Lin Yi held up his wine glass, subtly gathering a hint of wind magic with his fingertips. The magic flowed down his throat, quickly breaking down the alcohol, though it didn't completely dissipate. It kept him in a pleasantly tipsy state. Yi had already eaten enough, lying at Ella's feet, snoring softly, with the red scarf around its neck tilted to one side. I can't take it anymore. Alfred slumped in his chair, the wine glass in his hand swaying, spilling wine all over himself. I can't drink as much as you guys. Mark, you're too good at drinking. Lin Yi, how come you don't get drunk? Lin Yi smiled and shook his glass. I can handle my liquor, but I can't drink too much. I still have to take you guys back later. After chatting for a while, Alfred and Alfonso could no longer stand. Lin Yi settled the bill, supporting Alfred, while Mark supported Alfonso, and Ella carried the sleeping Yi as they all walked out of the restaurant. A carriage was waiting at the door, and Lin Yi helped Alfred and Alfonso into the car. Alfred was still mumbling. Next time, I must invent a machine that can drink alcohol and get you all drunk. Then we'll head back first. Ella waved goodbye to Lin Yi, suggesting they gather again when they have time and bring Yi along. Mark patted Lin Yi's shoulder. If you need anything, just call me. I'm right at Smith's Alley, always ready. Chapter 56. Moving turmoil and barbecue celebration. Lin Yi stood at the entrance of the old courtyard, looking at the few pairs of old leather boots in the corner covered in dried mud, finally taking a deep breath and making up his mind that he really couldn't live in this broken courtyard anymore, ever since returning from Iron Furnace Fortress. Every time he pushed open that peeling wooden door and heard the creaking sound, he felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Now he could at least be considered a somewhat asset-rich adventurer. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt, and finally one morning, he slapped his thigh. Move. I must move. With the hard-earned 300 gold suns in hand, Lin Yi found a well-known housing agency in Emerald City. The half-orc agent with a handlebar mustache greeted him warmly as soon as they met. I guarantee you will be satisfied, Mr. Lin Yi, with your budget. You can easily pick a small courtyard in the south of the city. The first place he recommended was called Wind Whisper Courtyard, featuring a 30-square-meter small courtyard with all new furniture and even a magical lamp. Just as Lin Yi was a bit tempted, the agent stroked his beard and added, but there's an old oak tree in the yard, and the last heavy rain broke quite a few branches, so you'll have to fix it yourself. Oh, and there are 3 wild squirrels living in the tree hollow that love to steal nuts. Lin Yi immediately pictured the scene of squirrels scratching at the window in the middle of the night and quickly shook his head. Over the next week, he ran around almost to the point of exhaustion. The second courtyard had a bright magical lamp, but unfortunately leaked rain. The agent joked that he could have a free shower at midnight. The third courtyard had weeds taller than a person, and when he pushed through the grass, an irritable old wild rabbit jumped out, daring to chase after his ankles to bite him. The fourth place was even more absurd, right up against the city wall, where he could hear the clanging footsteps of city guards patrolling all night, louder than a troll's roar. Lin Yi escaped within 5 minutes of looking at the house. Until the afternoon of the 7th day, the agent led him down a small alley by the river. The name Morning Light Courtyard sounded comforting. The courtyard was square, not very large, but well laid out, with an old locust tree leaning beside the door, casting a cool shade. The furniture inside was warm-toned oak, and there was a light blue magical lamp in the study corner. Although it required a magic crystal, the overall feel was warm and bright. The previous resident was an old scholar, quiet and tidy. The agent rubbed his hands and introduced, the monthly rent is 5 gold suns. You won't find a better price in the south of the city. Lin Yi looked at the empty flower bed in the courtyard and suddenly remembered the flowers and plants his mother used to grow in the yard back home before he crossed over. His heart stirred slightly, and he decided, this will do. While signing the contract, he felt a pang in his heart as he touched the little over 200 gold suns left in his money pouch. This money was hard to earn. But thinking of never having to listen to the sound of the wind at night again and not having to take a long detour to the workshop, he felt the money was worth spending. On moving day, the sun was just right. He hired 2 movers to handle the old furniture and only took his clothes and weapon box. Just as he moved the last box into the new house, he heard a familiar, cheerful voice outside. I heard someone finally decided to move. Ella stood at the door with a beaming smile, holding Yi. She was dressed in a light green casual dress today, looking particularly fresh. Mark followed behind her, still looking boisterous, and surprisingly carried a large wine jug nearly half his height on his shoulder. We're here to help. Mark's loud voice shook the courtyard walls as if they were trembling. This courtyard is nice. It's 10 times better than that broken place before. He strode in, looking around, and finally his gaze fell on the heavy stone table and benches in the corner. How do you plan to move this big thing? Just as Lin Yi was about to say he would find movers, Mark rolled up his sleeves. Don't bother. Watch me. He bent down and lifted the stone table, his face turning red as he exclaimed, this thing is heavier than the giant bough I carried last time. Lin Yi quickly stepped forward to help, and together they managed to lift the stone table to the center of the courtyard, both panting heavily. Mark, are you okay? Ella, holding Yi, laughed so hard she couldn't straighten up. You've only moved 1 table, and there are still benches. Mark puffed out his chest. Who said I can't? It's just a few stone benches. He turned around to move the stone benches, but as soon as he lifted one, his foot slipped, almost crushing his foot with the bench. Fortunately, Lin Yi was quick enough to support it, and they both fell onto the grass, the stone bench thudding down beside them, shaking the ground. Haha. Ella laughed until tears came out, and Yi jumped down from her arms, circling the stone bench and pawing at its legs as if trying to help. Stop just laughing. Mark got up, brushing off the grass from his clothes. Ella, where's your nature magic? These grapevines are almost withering. Don't you need to save them? He pointed at a few drooping grapevines in the corner. Ella walked over with a smile, her fingertips glowing with a soft green light as she gently brushed past the withered vines. It was just a lack of water and sunlight, simple. Her voice was gentle, like a chant. Wherever the green light passed, the leaves unfurled at a visible speed, gleaming with health, and the delicate vines seemed to awaken, actively wrapping around the climbing frame in the corner. Lin Yi curiously leaned in, just about to reach out to touch, when Ella gently swatted his hand away. Hey, plant killer, stay back. Do you remember that poor mint plant in Ironforge? He instantly retracted his hand awkwardly. Last time he tried to help water it, he ended up spilling an entire pot, almost drowning the carefully nurtured mint. Mark, standing by, laughed at his expense. Exactly. Lin Yi, stick to moving rocks. Leave the plants to us. Lin Yi was at a loss for words. And who was it that almost crushed their foot while moving rocks just now? The three of them bantered back and forth, laughter echoing in the small courtyard, while Yi excitedly ran around, sometimes picking up a leaf and other times chasing its own tail in circles. After a busy half-day, the courtyard finally started to take shape. As the sun set, everything was bathed in a warm golden glow. Lin Yi pulled out the prepared grill and charcoal from the storage room and then, like a magician, produced several paper packages. Tonight, you're going to taste authentic Blue Star barbecue. Mark sniffed as he leaned in. What is this? It smells amazing. Chili powder, honey, and this, Lin Yi said, shaking a dark paper package, lowering his voice mysteriously. Dwarf's secret barbecue soul powder, made from roasted malt and volcanic salt. It's absolutely delicious. He lit the charcoal and placed the marinated rock-hoof beast meat skewers on the grill. The skewers came in 3 flavors, sweet with honey glaze, spicy with chili powder, and savory with soul powder. The fat dripped onto the charcoal, sizzling and releasing an enticing aroma that quickly filled the air. Mark eagerly hovered by the grill, trying to sneak a bite several times, but Lin Yi laughed and swatted him away. What's the rush? It's not ready yet. It won't taste good. Ella carefully helped him thread green peppers and mushrooms onto vegetable skewers, placing them on a small grill nearby. Your grilling method is really sophisticated. She observed Lin Yi skillfully turning the meat skewers. We just throw them directly on the fire until they're cooked. The soul of barbecue lies in the seasonings and timing, Lin Yi said with a hint of pride. Too much heat and they burn, too little and they lack flavor. The seasonings must also be tailored to the meat. Sweet ones need more honey, and spicy ones need a good layer of chili to pack a punch. The first to be ready was the spicy skewers. Mark couldn't wait to grab one, took a big bite, and immediately started puffing from the heat, but couldn't bear to spit it out, mumbling indistinctly. Wow, this spicy flavor is spot on. Way better than the barbecue in the Ironforge Tavern. Ella cautiously tried a honey-flavored skewer, her eyes widening slightly. What a unique flavor. Sweet, but not greasy. It pairs so well with the meat. She then tried the one sprinkled with soul powder, nodding after chewing. This is also delicious, with a salty flavor and a hint of malt. Yi anxiously circled around Lin Yi's feet, its little paws tugging at his pant leg, whimpering. Lin Yi laughed and tore off a small piece of non-hot lean meat, placing it in its special little dish. Take your time eating, you little glutton. Yi immediately buried its head and got to work, getting its face all greasy, occasionally looking up with its big, wet eyes at him, as if urging for another bite. Mark had initially been holding his wine jug, but after a few skewers of meat, he actually tossed the jug aside. No way. Drinking would take up space in my stomach and affect my performance. He focused on the spicy skewers, devouring 5 in a row, his lips turning red and beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet still shouting, Lin Yi, give me 10 more, and more of the sweet ones. Ella also let loose, her favorite being the honey flavor. After 3 skewers, she couldn't resist her curiosity and took a spicy one. But as soon as she bit into it, she gasped from the heat, waving her hand to fan herself, but still insisted on finishing it. Wow, this spicy flavor has a strong afterkick. The more I eat, the more I want. Lin Yi watched his friends gobble down the food, their hands greasy, and saw the bamboo skewers piling up on the ground, feeling a simple sense of satisfaction. Eat slowly, there's plenty, don't overdo it. What are you worried about? Mark wiped his mouth and sighed contentedly. For this flavor, it's worth it even if I burst. Lin Yi, next gathering, it's still here. I'll bring the good meat. Then I'll bring elven fruit wine, Ella said, her cheeks slightly flushed, unsure if it was from the spice or the warmth. It will definitely pair perfectly with this barbecue. As night deepened, the stars hung low. Mark had already slumped in his chair, rubbing his round belly and burping. I can't eat another bite, Lin Yi. He pointed towards the guest room. I'm taking this spot, and I'll settle the score with you tomorrow for making such delicious food. Ella also lazily yawned, pointing at Yi, who had curled up on the stone table, holding half a skewer of meat and sleeping. I'm tired too. The little one has already fallen asleep. Lin Yi settled his two friends and gently carried Yi back to its cozy little nest. Looking at the messy scene in the courtyard, with cups and plates scattered about and bamboo skewers all over, he couldn't help but smile. The first dinner in the new home, though busy and tiring, was filled with an unprecedented warmth and vitality. The next morning, Lin Yi was awakened by the sounds in the courtyard. He opened the window and saw Mark huffing and puffing as he adjusted the position of a stone bench, while Ella was nearby holding Yi and directing him. A little to the left. Yes, now move it a bit this way. Mark complained as he moved. If I had known, I would have set it all up in one go yesterday. Now my arms are too sore to lift. Ella chuckled. Who told you to only have eyes for the meat skewers yesterday? Lin Yi walked out with 2 cups of hot milk. Thanks for your hard work. You too. There's still some barbecue left. Do you want some? Yes. The two answered in unison. And Mark immediately dropped the stone bench and dashed towards the kitchen. I'll go heat it up. Don't let Yi steal any. The morning light was soft, filling the small courtyard. The newly grown grapevine leaves swayed gently in the breeze, and the stone table was set with a simple breakfast and reheated barbecue. While Yi joyfully circled around Mark's feet, Lin Yi thought, this feeling is certainly more than 10 times better than that old, drafty courtyard. Chapter 57. Courtyard commotion and task invitation. As the morning light filtered through the gaps in the grapevines, casting mottled spots of light on the stone table in the courtyard, Lin Yi heard a thud knock at the door, mixed with Mark's loud voice. Lin Yi, open up. I brought freshly baked malt bread. Lin Yi put down the short knife in his hand and smiled helplessly. Ever since moving to the new house, Mark and Ella seemed to have taken root here, visiting an average of twice every 3 days, more familiar with the layout of the courtyard than he was. When he opened the door, he indeed saw Mark carrying an oiled paper package, with Ella holding Yi, and unexpectedly, someone else following them, Aaliyah. Long time no see, Lin Yi. Aaliyah greeted him with a smile, still dressed in her dark green ranger outfit, a colorful parrot perched on her shoulder. Blank went north for a long-term mission, and I heard you moved to a new house, so I came to take a look. Lin Yi stepped aside to let them in, and just as he closed the door, he heard the parrot on Aaliyah's shoulder speak up. New house. Beautiful. Better than that broken cave. The voice was sharp and carried a hint of arrogance. Yi immediately became unhappy, jumping down from Ella's arms and running with its little short legs to confront the parrot, tilting its head and hissing, as if to argue back. But the parrot flapped its wings and flew to the grapevine, looking down at Yi from above. Short legs. Can't reach. Stupid. Yi was so angry it spun in place, its little paws clawing at the grapevine as support, but it couldn't climb up, only baring its teeth at the parrot in the air. Aaliyah quickly brought the parrot down. Bobo, don't bully Yi. But Bobo was still unconvinced, flapping in Aaliyah's arms. It's stupid. It can't catch up with me. Lin Yi and Ayla laughed heartily, while Mark placed the malt bread on the stone table and unwrapped the oil paper, saying, forget about those 2 little ones. Let's eat the bread first. I specifically asked the bakery and blacksmith alley to add walnuts. It's really fragrant. Ayla walked to the center of the courtyard, looking at the lush grapevines and the exquisite stone table and stools, and couldn't help but exclaim, I never expected that you could have such a comfortable life in Emerald City after just half a year. She glanced at Lin Yi again, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. And your strength is much stronger than before. Your aura is much more stable. It's all just luck. Lin Yi said with a smile as he handed Ayla a cup of tea. I ran a trip to Iron Forge with the merchant caravan, made some money, and upgraded my weapons, so my strength has improved a little. Ayla added from the side. What luck? He fought with trolls up close in Iron Forge, and even brought back 50 ingots of memory metal, solving a big problem for Alfred's workshop. Ayla's eyes lit up. Is that the workshop that makes sensing lamps? I heard that the nobles in Emerald City have been scrambling to buy them. I didn't expect you to be involved too. The two of them chatted more and more comfortably, going from sensing lamps to the archery skills of the elves, and soon became close friends. Over the next month, Morning Light Courtyard became a gathering point for friends. Mark came almost every day, sometimes bringing grilled meat, sometimes carrying a wine jug. Later, he simply bought 2 lounge chairs and placed them under the grapevines, claiming to help look after the courtyard. But in reality, he lay on them every afternoon to sleep, and his belly grew visibly rounder. Ayla and Alia often practiced archery together, and sometimes they would compete in archery in the courtyard. The war between Bobo and Yaya never stopped. Bobo always loved to snatch food from Yaya, while Yaya would secretly hide Bobo's bird food, leading to plenty of funny incidents between the birds and the crocodile. One afternoon, Lin Yi practiced with his knife in the courtyard. He held the upgraded short knife, with wind magic flowing along the knife handle, the blade emitting a faint blue light, and each slash brought a sharp sound of wind. After finishing a set of knife techniques, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned around to see Mark lying on the lounge chair, his belly rising and falling with each breath like a swollen ball. Ayla and Alia were sitting by the stone table drinking tea, holding a book in their hands. I say you guys, Lin Yi walked over and patted Mark's belly. Your gut is almost as big as a rock-hoof beast. Aren't you planning to take on any tasks? If you keep lying down like this, your giant bow is going to rust. Mark opened his eyes, touched his belly, and retorted, I'm not fat, just have a big stomach. Besides, taking on tasks is so tiring. Nothing beats drinking tea and sleeping in your courtyard. Ayla couldn't help but laugh. Mark is right. but I occasionally practice knives with Lin Yi. What about you? All you do is eat and sleep. Last time I asked you to help move a flower pot, you were out of breath. Alia agreed, exactly. I heard that the Adventurers Guild has quite a few good tasks recently. If we don't take on any more, our bronze badges will be forgotten. Lin Yi sat on a stone stool, took a sip of tea, and suggested, how about we go take on a task together? It can help us stretch our muscles and earn some gold suns. It's better than lying around at home every day. Hearing earn gold suns and stretch muscles. Mark instantly sat up, his eyes bright. Really? What good tasks are there? If it's as dangerous as last time escorting the caravan, I'm not going. Ayla and Alia also became interested. Ayla took out a task list from her storage bag, which she had bought from the newsstand that morning. The Adventurers Guild updates it every day, summarizing all recent tasks. Let's see if there's an easier task. The four of them gathered around the stone table, flipping through the task list. Hunt wild boar group. Reward 10 gold suns. Location in the Black Forest 50 miles outside the city, Alia read. But wild boar skins are too thick, it's troublesome to fight. Collect moonlight grass. Reward 8 gold suns. Location in the Moonshadow Valley. Ayla shook her head. Moonlight grass only appears at night. It's too time-consuming. Mark was picking and choosing. This escort caravan task won't work, it's too far. This clearing beast nest task won't work either, it's too dangerous. Just then, Lin Yi pointed at a task on the list and said, look at this. Hunt wolf pack. Location near Mapletown 150 miles outside the city. Quantity 10 to 15. The leader's strength is close to silver level. Recommended bronze level team or silver level solo. Reward 20 gold suns. 20 gold suns? Mark's eyes widened. That's much higher than usual bronze level tasks. But if the leader is close to silver level, can we handle it? Ayla thought for a moment and said, all four of us are bronze level. Alia and I are rangers, so we have no problem with ranged output. Lin Yi is strong in melee and can control. Mark, although a bit chubby, still has his archery skills. We should be fine as a team. Alia nodded. And there aren't too many wolves. As long as we cooperate well and take out the leader first, the rest of the wolves will be easy to deal with. Mark stroked his chin and looked at his belly, making up his mind. All right, let's take this task. Just let you see that my archery skills haven't declined. As he said this, he deliberately puffed out his belly, accidentally causing the armrest of the lounge chair to creak. Lin Yi smiled as he folded the task list. Then let's go to the Adventurers Guild to take the task first thing tomorrow morning. Let's prepare well tonight. Mark, don't eat too much, or you won't be able to run tomorrow. Mark patted his chest and promised, don't worry. Tonight, I'll only eat 1 bowl of rice. But by the evening, looking at the skewers of meat Lin Yi grilled, he couldn't help but eat 3 bowls of rice, and his belly was even rounder than before. Chapter 58. All set to go. The hall of the Emerald City Adventurers Guild was always bustling with noise, with the sounds of metal clashing, conversations about task handovers, and the occasional outburst of disputes intertwining to create a vivid picture of daily adventures. Lin Yi, Mark, Ayla, and Alia gathered in front of the reception desk, their eyes fixed tightly on the yellowed parchment in the receptionist's hands. The receptionist was a capable-looking middle-aged woman who usually wore a professional smile, but at this moment, her brow was furrowed as she read the content on the paper in a low voice. Mapletown has been attacked by wolf packs 6 times in the past month. 2 townsfolk were bitten, one of whom has a broken leg and still cannot get out of bed. 12 livestock were taken, including 8 oxen, 3 sows, and 1 milk sheep. For a small town that relies on agriculture and animal husbandry, this is almost a devastating loss. She paused, her finger tracing over the supplementary notes at the bottom of the parchment, her tone growing heavier. Last Wednesday night, 3 wolves broke through the wooden fence at the east end of the town and entered the yard of Farmer Anna. At that time, Anna's grandson was still playing in the yard. Fortunately, the patrol arrived in time, but the child was severely frightened and has had a high fever for 3 days. These wolves are no longer just foraging. Ayla was the first to break the silence, her usually vibrant green eyes filled with worry, her slender fingers unconsciously rubbing the hilt of her short sword at her waist. Normal wolf packs would avoid human settlements unless they were extremely hungry. But these wolves not only actively attacked livestock, but also dared to enter farmhouses. This indicated that they had lost their fear of humans and even regarded humans as hunting targets. Mark put away his usual playful demeanor, extending his rough palm to gently stroke the giant bow that had accompanied him for many years on his shoulder. He took a deep breath and said firmly, don't worry. This time we won't let them harm anyone again. My armor-piercing arrows can penetrate a wolf's shoulder blade. As long as Lin Yi can hold down the leader, I guarantee it won't be able to escape. Alia gently patted the parrot Bobo on her shoulder. Bobo seemed to sense the heavy atmosphere and unusually stayed quiet, only scanning the surroundings with its pea-sized eyes vigilantly. Alia's voice was cold and steady. I will prioritize attacking the ordinary wolves to reduce their mobility and relieve some pressure on Ella. Bobo is very sensitive to danger and can give us early warnings. Lin Yi nodded, his gaze sweeping over the 3 people before finally landing on the receptionist. Is there more detailed information about the wolf pack leader? For example, its size, characteristics, and whether it has any obvious weaknesses. The receptionist immediately took out a supplementary report from the drawer and handed it over. According to the information from Maple Leaf Town, The leader is about 1/3 larger than an ordinary wolf, and it has a noticeable old injury on its left front leg, which causes a slight limp when it walks. Additionally, its fur is dark gray, making it hard to spot in the night. You must be cautious. Lin Yi took the report and quickly skimmed through it. Remembering the key information, he raised his head, looking at the three, and clearly assigned tasks. Since the information is clear, we will act according to the plan we agreed on previously. I will be the core, responsible for close combat to restrain the leader while using multi-element magic to control the field. Mark, you provide long-range support, focusing on attacking the leader's old injury on its left front leg, and be ready to deal with any ordinary wolves that slip through. Ella, you attract the firepower of the ordinary wolves in close combat, using your agile movements to maneuver. Don't engage them head-on. Alia, you focus on providing long-range cover for Ella, accurately shooting at the joints of the wolves, and kill them directly if necessary to minimize Ella's pressure. He paused, looking at Ella. Yaya will be left to you. Put it in your backpack to avoid it running around and interfering with us during the battle. Ella smiled and nodded, taking out a piece of deliciously roasted jerky from her backpack and handing it to the curious Yaya, who immediately grabbed it and retreated into the backpack, happily nibbling on it. After the discussion, the four prepared to leave the guild and head to Maple Leaf Town. Considering the 150-mile journey was quite far and they were carrying weapons and equipment, they decided to take a horse-drawn carriage, which would save their strength and allow them to reach their destination quickly. However, when they arrived at the carriage rental point near the east gate of Emerald City, they encountered unexpected trouble. Several carriages were gathered at the east gate, and the drivers were chatting in small groups. When they saw Lin Yi and the others approaching, the previously lively atmosphere quieted down a bit. Gentlemen, where do you want to rent a carriage to? A driver in a coarse cloth coat with a goat beard stepped forward first, his gaze sweeping over their weapons at their waists and the adventurer badges on their chests. We are going to Maple Leaf Town, Lin Yi stated bluntly. Is there anyone willing to make this trip? The reward is negotiable. Upon hearing Maple Leaf Town, the smile on the goat-bearded driver's face instantly vanished, and he waved his hands repeatedly. No, no, who dares to go there now? The wolf pack has been causing a ruckus for nearly a month. Last week, a colleague passing by the outskirts of Maple Leaf Town with goods was almost surrounded by wolves, and his carriage was overturned. Fortunately, he ran fast and managed to escape with his life. Other drivers also gathered around, refusing in unison. Yeah, who would dare to run to Maple Leaf Town now? Unless they don't care about their lives. I heard that a carriage going to Maple Leaf Town was targeted by wolves a couple of days ago. The driver barely escaped with his life, and all the goods were taken by the wolves. You are adventurers, you might be able to protect yourselves. But we ordinary drivers don't have that ability. If we encounter wolves on the way back, it would be sending ourselves to death. Mark frowned, feeling somewhat impatient. We will take responsibility for your safety. Just get us to Maple Leaf Town, and we'll double the reward. How about that? But no matter how much Mark raised the price, the drivers remained unmoved. An old driver, his face lined with hardship, sighed. It's not that we don't want to earn this money. The risk is just too great. We have families to support. If something happens, what will happen to our loved ones? You should find another way. Lin Yi observed the stalemate before him and realized that continuing to haggle was pointless. After a moment of contemplation, he took out a pouch of money from his pocket, pulled out 5 silver moons, and held them high. 5 silver moons. Who is willing to make this trip? We can agree to one condition. Just take us to within 50 miles of Maple Leaf Town, and then we will walk in. This way, you can avoid the most dangerous areas on your return trip. For ordinary drivers, 5 silver moons was quite a considerable income, equivalent to the pay for 3 short trips. The drivers exchanged glances, their eyes revealing hesitation. After a moment of silence, a sturdy young driver with dark skin stepped forward. I'll go. 5 silver moons to take you to 50 miles outside the town, not a step further. As long as you guarantee to get off outside the 50 miles, I will take you. Lin Yi immediately handed over the 5 silver moons. Deal. Let's set off now. The young driver took the money, counted it carefully, confirmed it was correct, and called to everyone. Get in. My carriage is over there. I've specially chosen strong horses that can get us there quickly. The 4 followed the driver to a spacious carriage, drawn by 2 strong brown horses, with a carriage body made of sturdy oak and ventilated wooden windows on both sides. Mark jumped onto the carriage first, leaning his giant bow against the corner. Ella carefully sat down, holding Yaya from her backpack, while Alia followed closely behind, with Bobo curiously looking around on her shoulder. Lin Yi was the last to board. He lifted the curtain of the carriage, glanced back at the gradually receding gates of Emerald City, and then looked towards the distant outline of the mountains and forests, silently calculating the upcoming journey in his mind. The carriage started moving slowly, the wheels rolling over the cobblestone road with a rumbling sound, carrying the 4 towards the land fraught with danger. Chapter 59. Maple Leaf Town. The carriage traveled along the bumpy dirt road for nearly 4 hours, the wooden wheels occasionally rolling over gravel with a creaking groan. The sunset painted the sky a splendid orange-red, and the outlines of the distant mountains gradually blurred in the twilight. The 4 finally caught sight of the outline of Maple Leaf Town, a small town shrouded in the shadow of the wolf pack, eerily quiet at this moment. The town was not large, surrounded by low wooden fences, and many houses had smoke curling from their rooftops. However, The tense atmosphere in the air made the tranquility seem particularly fragile. The carriage stopped 50 miles outside the town, and the young driver anxiously looked around, urging, "Everyone, I can only take you this far. I need to hurry back. This area isn't safe after dark." The four quickly got off, bid farewell to the driver, and with their backpacks, walked along the winding path towards Maple Leaf Town. After more than an hour of trekking, they finally reached the town's entrance, where an old man in a coarse robe with graying hair approached them hastily. His brow was furrowed, but upon seeing Lin Yi and the others, a hint of relief appeared on his wrinkled face. "You must be the adventurers from Emerald City. We've been waiting for you. I am Audrey, the mayor of Maple Leaf Town. We are here to deal with the wolf pack problem," Lin Yi said, extending his hand to shake with the mayor. Noticing that the mayor's palm was rough but slightly trembling. "Please take us to see the injured townsfolk and the areas that were attacked. We need to understand the details." The mayor nodded and led the four through the town streets. Most of the houses on either side of the street had their doors and windows tightly shut, and occasionally someone would peek out from a window. Upon seeing the weapons at their waists and the badges on their chests, they would show a bit of relief. A few children playing were hurriedly pulled back into the house by adults, and the sound of the door latch falling was particularly clear on the quiet street. Soon, everyone arrived at a low earthen house, and the mayor gently pushed the door open. "This is old Henry's house. He was the most severely injured by the wolf last month, and surviving was purely luck." The room was dimly lit, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of herbs mixed with blood. Old Henry lay on the bed, his right leg wrapped in thick burlap bandages, with dark red blood seeping from the edges. The old man's face was pale as paper, his lips cracked, and his breathing was weak and rapid, clearly suffering greatly. By the bed, a woman in patched clothes was wiping old Henry's forehead with a wet towel. Seeing the crowd enter, she stood up, her eyes red. "You are here to help us, adventurers, right?" "We are." Ella stepped forward, her voice gentle as water. "Don't worry too much. We will deal with the wolf pack as soon as possible. Can you tell us what happened at that time?" The woman wiped her tears, choking back her memories. "That afternoon, the old man went to the back mountain to gather sweet potatoes while I was cooking at home. Suddenly, I heard his desperate cries for help. When I ran over with a kitchen knife, I saw 3 wolves surrounding him, and one particularly large wolf was biting his right leg, dragging him into the mountain." Her voice trembled, that beast's eyes gleamed with ferocity, and blood was dripping from its mouth. "I was so scared that I could only scream for help. Fortunately, the patrol team was nearby, and they heard the noise and rushed over with torches and spears to drive the wolves away. If they had been even a moment later, I fear." Lin Yi walked to the bedside, carefully unwrapping old Henry's bandage to check the wound. Even after several weeks, the wound was still gruesome, with deep bite marks exposing bone, and the surrounding tissue was necrotic, emitting a foul smell. He asked, "Did the wolf that attacked Henry have any special characteristics, such as size, fur color, or old injuries?" Old Henry struggled to open his eyes, his voice weak but filled with fear. "Yes, there was one wolf that was particularly large, a whole size bigger than a normal wild wolf. Its left front leg seemed to be limping, running with a noticeable limp, but it was not slow at all. Its fur was gray-black, with a tuft of white fur on its chest, and its eyes were amber. When it looked at you, it felt like the Grim Reaper was staring at you." After saying this, the old man was gasping for breath, as if he had returned to that terrifying afternoon. Lin Yi's heart stirred. This matched the characteristics of the leader mentioned by the guild receptionist perfectly. He signaled Ella to leave some special healing herbs for old Henry, then followed the mayor to the next location, the chicken farm that had been attacked by the wolf pack. The chicken farm was located on the western side of the town, originally surrounded by a half-height wooden fence, but now the fence had been torn with several large gashes, and the broken wood still bore deep claw marks. The ground was littered with dense chicken feathers and dried dark red bloodstains, while a few surviving chickens huddled in a corner, trembling as if still trapped in fear. Elia crouched down, lightly brushing her fingertips over the claw marks on the fence, then retrieved a gray wolf hair from the gaps in the claw marks, holding it in her palm for closer inspection. This hair is 3 times thicker than ordinary wolf hair, and it is harder in texture. It should be left by the leader. Look, the edges of the claw marks are very irregular, indicating that this wolf's claws are exceptionally sharp, and its strength is immense. An ordinary wooden fence is like paper in front of it. Mark stepped forward, measuring the size of the claw marks with his fingers. His brow furrowed. With claw marks this big, the leader must be quite large. My armor-piercing arrows need to aim for its vital spots to be effective. Ordinary arrows may not even penetrate its fur. Lin Yi walked around the chicken farm and found that the wolf pack broke through from the western side of the fence, where the claw marks were most concentrated, and the ground still bore chaotic wolf paw prints. He noticed that the wolf pack's attack route was very strategic, first concentrating their strength to break through the weakest part of the fence, then quickly launching an attack and immediately retreating after succeeding. The whole process was clean and efficient. From the traces at the scene, this pack of wolves was not ordinary beasts. Lin Yi said solemnly, "They have a clear tactical awareness, first focusing their strength to break through the weak fence, then going in to attack livestock. Moreover, they specially chose to act in the afternoon when most townspeople were resting indoors, and the patrol team was changing shifts with low vigilance." After leaving the chicken farm, The mayor led the four to the blacksmith shop in the center of town. The blacksmith shop's door was tightly closed, and the mayor knocked on the door. A burly man with muscular arms opened the door. He was the blacksmith, Old Bull. Seeing everyone, Bull sighed. "You are here to investigate the wolf pack, right? Come in and sit." His voice was hoarse, and his eye bags were deep, clearly having not slept well for days. The smell of iron filings and coal filled the blacksmith shop. In the corner, a teenager lay on the bed, his leg wrapped in bandages. Old Bull pointed to the teenager and said, "This is my son, Tom. 2 weeks ago, he went to the river to fetch water and was bitten by a wolf on the thigh. Now he can't even get out of bed. If I hadn't happened to be nearby forging iron and heard the cries for help in time, he might not have made it," just letting out a heavy sigh. "What kind of wolf attacked you?" Lin Yi looked at the boy. Tom's eyes flashed with fear, his voice trembling slightly. That wolf was particularly fierce. Larger than any wolf I've ever seen, with a deep scar on its left front leg, it ran with a noticeable limp, but its speed was terrifying. It suddenly charged out of the woods like a gray lightning bolt, directly pouncing on me, biting my leg and dragging me back. I struggled desperately, but it was too strong for me to break free. If my father hadn't arrived in time and hit it with a red-hot iron tongs, I might have been dragged away. I saw the wolf biting my son, and my eyes turned red. Old Bull continued, his voice still filled with fear. "I grabbed the hot iron tongs from the furnace and smashed it on its leg. I must have hit its old injury." That beast let out a painful howl, glaring at me with eyes that were not like a wild animal, but more like a vengeful person. It hesitated for a moment before finally letting go and running away. Now that I think about it, if I had been alone at that time, it probably wouldn't have given up so easily. After collecting this information, Lin Yi and the others followed the mayor to the town hall. The town hall was small, with a long table in the center, covered with a simple map of Maple Leaf Town and its surroundings. Lin Yi unfolded the map and marked it with charcoal, based on everyone's descriptions. The wolf pack leader has an old injury on its left front leg, which is its fatal weakness, from the incidents of several attacks. This wolf is not only huge, but also extremely clever and cunning. It avoids direct confrontation and specifically looks for weak points in defense to launch attacks. Mark leaned closer to the map, pointing in the direction of the back mountain. Its left front leg has an old injury, making its movement inconvenient. I will ambush from a farther slope, specifically targeting its old injury to shoot. But from the description, this leader reacts extremely quickly. I need someone to draw its attention to ensure a hit. While I engage in close combat, I will use wind magic to disrupt its movements, creating chaos to give you shooting opportunities. Lin Yi nodded and drew tactical routes on the map. I will face the leader head-on, using my knife and various magic to maneuver around it. However, from the townspeople's descriptions, this wolf's strength far exceeds that of ordinary beasts. I cannot fight it head-on and must rely on agility and magic to maneuver, waiting for the right moment to deliver a fatal blow. He turned to Ella. "You attract the firepower of the ordinary wolves from the right side, using your agile movements to draw them out. Do not engage them directly." From the scene traces and eyewitness descriptions, these wolves cooperate seamlessly. It would be dangerous if they were cornered. Finally, he said to Elia, "You will provide remote cover for Ella on the left side, precisely shooting at the joints of the wolves to limit their movement. Pay special attention to the leader's actions. It may suddenly change targets, and you need to give timely warnings." He paused, his expression serious as he estimated. "From the current information, we estimate there are about 12 ordinary wolves. We should concentrate our fire to take out half of them first to weaken their fighting strength, and then work together to deal with the leader. But we must be cautious. This leader wolf is very cunning and may launch a surprise attack while we are dealing with the ordinary wolves. Everyone must stay highly alert." Ella and Elia looked at the clear tactical markings on the map and nodded in agreement. "This plan is feasible, but we must be fully prepared. We will scout the back mountain first thing tomorrow morning to determine the specific location of the wolf pack's den and the surrounding terrain, setting an ambush at dusk." Mayor Audric watched the four of them methodically formulate their tactics, and his tense nerves finally relaxed a bit. He stood up and said, "I will go prepare rooms and food for you. If you need any help tomorrow, just let me know. The men in the town can assist. Although we are not professional fighters, we are all willing to contribute to protect our home." Outside the window, the sun had completely set, and the night enveloped Maple Leaf Town. Distant dog barks added an unsettling atmosphere. Lin Yi looked at the marked wolf activity routes on the map, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the short knife at his waist. The image of the leader wolf gradually became clearer in his mind. Its massive size, the limp left front leg, the gray-black fur, and the amber eyes that flickered with almost human-like intelligence and cruelty. This was not an ordinary hunt, but a life-and-death struggle against a cunning and powerful opponent. As night deepened, the lights in Maple Leaf Town went out one by one, leaving only the lights in the town hall still on. The four continued to study the tactical details until the moon was high in the sky. Chapter 60. Forest Reconnaissance. Morning light struggled to penetrate the dense canopy of the back mountain of Maple Leaf Town, casting dappled and fragmented shadows on the forest floor. Lin Yi and the others stepped carefully into the dense forest, each step cautiously landing on the thick layer of fallen leaves, making a nearly imperceptible rustling sound that was almost covered by the sound of the wind in the woods. The forest appeared tranquil on the surface, but it was actually fraught with danger. The air was mixed with the scent of decaying leaves and pine resin, and deeper within, there was a faint hint of blood, reminding everyone that the shadow of the wolf pack had already descended upon this place. Lin Yi walked at the front, his form light as a cheetah, with a wisp of faint blue airflow gathering at his fingertips. This was his modified whisper of the wind, different from the rough dispersion of conventional wind system reconnaissance magic. It compressed the magical power into hundreds of fine streams of air, silently spreading forward like an invisible spider web. The air currents deftly swept past tree trunks and brushed against rocks, accurately reporting movements from 60 meters away. 3 heavy breathing sounds, chaotic yet rhythmic footsteps, and even the subtle crunch of wolf claws breaking dry branches. To the 3 o'clock direction, 3 adult wolves were foraging in coordination. Lin Yi lowered his voice, flicking his fingertips lightly, sending a thin mist of ice onto the ground ahead, forming a faint blue ice crystal mark that only the team members could recognize as their pre-agreed danger warning symbol. He gestured towards the dense thicket on the right side, indicating to bypass it from the side, remaining silent so as not to startle them. Mark immediately raised his large bow, with a piercing arrow already nocked. This experienced archer's muscles tensed, and the arrowhead slowly adjusted to the direction indicated by the wind, ready to strike like a venomous snake. His pupils suddenly constricted, and he whispered almost inaudibly, 11 o'clock, 25 meters, the bushes are moving abnormally. Before he finished speaking, everyone instinctively held their breath. Even the bird on Elia's shoulder tucked its wings, leaving only a pair of vigilant green eyes focused on the moving bushes. Lin Yi's fingertips spun the wind element suddenly, and a layer of transparent still wind shroud enveloped the team, isolating all footsteps and breathing sounds. At the same time, he flicked out a few nearly invisible ice mists that accurately landed on the branches ahead, the ice crystals melting into fine water droplets that cleverly obscured the wolf's line of sight. The shadow of the wolf in the bushes paused for a moment, and a large head slowly emerged. Its gray-black fur glinted coldly in the mottled morning light, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air, and its amber eyes sparkled with almost human-like vigilance. A few seconds later, the robust male wolf let out a low growl, seemingly confused by the anomaly in the air, and eventually turned and disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. This level of vigilance was far beyond that of ordinary beasts. Mark slowly relaxed his bowstring, his tone carrying rare seriousness. They're not just foraging, it seems more like they're on a patrol mission. The leader is likely smarter than we imagined. Lin Yi nodded, the residual wind magic at his fingertips still conveying distant movements. When they attacked the townsfolk before, they exhibited the ferocity of wild beasts. But now they seem to have developed a tactical caution. It appears the leader is deliberately training the pack, which is more dangerous than mere ferocity. Continuing deeper for about 2 miles, the terrain ahead suddenly dropped, forming a long and eerie valley entrance. The exposed rocks on the valley walls were gray-brown, resembling countless stacked bones, casting a sinister shadow in the morning light. This was the infamous Valley of Bones, the core activity area of the wolf pack. Lin Yi raised his hand to signal everyone to stop, and the wind magic at his fingertips spread again. This time not limited to the ground, but flowing up along the valley walls as if it had a life of its own, seeping into every corner of the valley. The air currents cleverly echoed in the valley, accurately reporting the collected information. 7 breathing sounds intermingled, with one particularly heavy, each breath accompanied by a noticeable wheezing noise. And the footsteps were severely unbalanced, with subtle pauses when the left front leg touched the ground. This was exactly the characteristic they had been desperately searching for in the leader. Additionally, they could capture the subtle sounds of wolf fur rubbing against the rocks, the crisp cracking sounds of gnawing bones, and even clearly distinguish the outline of a spacious cave on the eastern side of the valley, with a large number of white bones scattered at the entrance. The leader was in the cave on the eastern high ground of the valley, a position that was easy to defend and hard to attack. Lin Yi withdrew his magic and drew an accurate simple topographic map on the ground. The valley entrance was the only passage for them to enter and exit, and the traces on the ground were dense, with fresh fur and claw prints, indicating that this was the core route for their daily comings and goings. Judging by the direction of these claw prints, they set out from here every evening and returned at dawn. Elia crouched down, deftly picking up a tuft of gray-black wolf fur with her fingertips, and then brushed aside the fallen leaves on the ground, revealing a half-broken livestock bone with deep bite marks, still tangled with a few tattered coarse fabric fibers. They were no longer satisfied with livestock. She handed the fabric fibers to Lin Yi, her voice cold as ice. These fibers are from the townsfolk's clothing. They have officially included humans in their hunting range. We must resolve this before the next attack, or there will inevitably be more casualties among the townspeople. Ella leaned in to closely observe the chaotic claw marks at the valley entrance, her brow furrowed. Although the marks are chaotic, you can see the tactical trajectory of a flanking maneuver when you look closely. Their attacks are quite organized, not a blind charge, but a coordinated hunt. Lin Yi stood up, his gaze sharply sweeping over the slopes on both sides of the valley entrance. The eastern slope is high and has a wide field of view, suitable for Mark to set an ambush. Elia, you will take cover behind the rocks on the western slope, providing remote support for Ella. I will guard the center of the valley entrance, ready to confront the leader when it appears. He crouched down, using a branch to sketch out the detailed ambush route and the movement range of each person, according to the villagers' descriptions. The wolf pack would set out in batches from the valley entrance at dusk every day, with ordinary wolves coming out first to scout. The leader usually appeared about 15 minutes later, and the stiffness in its left front leg hitting the ground would be our best identification mark and attack opportunity. Mark gently caressed the giant bow, a hunter's keen light flashing in his eyes. I will apply a paralysis potion to the arrows in advance. As long as it hits its old wound, it will be difficult for it to move for half an hour. I will use wind magic to disrupt its balance, creating the best shooting opportunity for you, Lin Yi added, then looked at Ella and Elia. The ordinary wolves are for you to handle. Try to take out half of them first to reduce the pressure later. Remember, these wolves cooperate in a very structured way. Do not underestimate them. Elia nodded, taking out specially made arrows from her quiver, the arrowheads coated with a light green potion. This is a special slowing potion made by the elves, which can significantly slow down the wolves' movement speed, making it easier for Ella to maneuver. The four of them slowly retreated along the outskirts of the valley entrance, carefully erasing all traces. By the time they exited the dense forest, the setting sun had begun to slant to the west, and the smoke from Maple Leaf Town was once again curling up into the sky. Chapter 61. Pre-battle deployment. The entrance to the Bone Valley was enveloped in a chilling atmosphere. The cold autumn wind whistled through the jagged rock walls, emitting a low, mournful sound as if foretelling an impending fierce battle. Lin Yi stood in the center of the valley entrance, his black robe fluttering in the wind, slowly raising his hands, the magical energy swirling at his fingertips causing the surrounding air to ripple. He knelt on one knee, pressing his right palm firmly against the ground, closing his eyes to concentrate and sense the flow of energy in the earth's veins. A strand of pure ice magic spilled from his fingertips, like living icy tendrils, silently seeping into the cracks in the rocks and the layers of fallen leaves. This magic wound its way along a carefully designed path, ultimately condensing into crystal-clear ice cores at 6 preset points. Each core shimmered with a faint blue light, connected to each other by invisible threads of magical energy, forming a perfect frost formation magic array. The first layer of traps was complete. Lin Yi stood up, brushing off the dust from his robe. His gaze shifted to the dense forest on both sides of the valley. The next task was to set up the wind barrier. He walked between two sturdy spruces, hands clasped in front of his chest, as the bluish-white wind elements quickly gathered, swirling in his palms to form two miniature cyclones. With his graceful arm movements, the cyclones seemed to come alive, extending and elongating into translucent ribbons of wind, weaving through the trees. These air currents were deliberately suppressed at an extremely low frequency, their hissing sound almost completely masked by the sound of the wind. However, if a creature intruded, it would trigger the furious mode of the air currents, and countless wind blades would tear through the air in an instant. The wind barrier could not only slow down the wolf pack speed, but also create chaos. Lin Yi explained to his teammates, while taking out prepared strips of cloth from his bag. These strips were soaked in a special oil and carefully buried around the offal of the livestock used as bait. He lightly tapped his fingertips, and fire magic left a crimson seal on the surface of the cloth strips, these seals flickering in the darkness, waiting for the moment to be triggered. After setting up the 3 layers of traps, Lin Yi drew his waist knife, the blade shimmering with a cold glow under the dimming light. He summoned wind magic with his left hand and controlled fire energy with his right, the two-colored flowing light wrapping around the blade like a living thing. The blue and red lights merged and flowed on the knife's edge, emitting a faint energy hum. Ice for control, wind for disruption, and fire for strong attack. Lin Yi murmured softly, twisting his wrist to test the knife's balance. Meanwhile, behind the rocks on the left high ground, Mark was making the final preparations. He placed his beloved giant bow on a specially made stand and took out 3 specially made arrows from his quiver. The first arrowhead was coated with a ghostly green paralysis potion, with finely carved wind runes on the shaft. The second arrow was made entirely of obsidian, with a tripartite armor-piercing tip. The third arrow's tail was wrapped with mithril filaments, capable of generating a strong shockwave upon impact. He inserted the arrows into the quiver in the order of use, then took out a polished reflective lens, carefully calibrating the shooting angle and wind direction. Within 30 meters, the wind speed was stable. Mark murmured, his calloused fingers gently brushing over the bowstring. I have a 70% chance of hitting the old wolf's old wound. Lin Yi silently approached him, pointing to a certain spot in the valley entrance, and said, wait until it steps on the ice trap. Its leg will show a noticeable stiffness. That will be your chance. Mark nodded solemnly, pulling the bowstring back to test the feel. The bow emitted a slight hum, as if responding to its master's anticipation. On the right side of the valley entrance, Ella was making her final pre-battle preparations, leaning against an ancient pine, carefully polishing her beloved wolf-head short sword, the blade reflecting the afterglow of the setting sun, shimmering with a mercury-like luster. She held the short sword level to her lips, softly chanting an ancient elven incantation. As the clear syllables flowed out, silver-white runes gradually appeared on the blade, these runes moving across the metallic surface like living vines. This was moonlight enchantment, capable of drawing on the power of moonlight in night battles to enhance the weapon's sharpness. I can simultaneously restrain 4 to 5 ordinary wolves. Ella made a unique tactical gesture typical of elves to Lin Yi, her slender fingers tracing graceful arcs in the sunset. If I raise my left hand, it will require Elia's long-range support. Not far behind a tree, Elia was conducting a final check of her arrows. She organized the arrows in her quiver by function. Ordinary lethal arrows were neatly arranged. Arrows coated with the slowing potion were set aside in a special pouch. A few arrows tied with miniature explosive crystals were carefully secured in the most accessible position. She drew out a slowing arrow, gathering natural magic at her fingertips. The emerald green radiance flowing along the shaft, ultimately condensing into vine-like runes at the arrowhead. I will prioritize targeting the wolves attempting to flank Ella, Elia said softly, her shoulder parrot Bobobo nervously shaking its feathers. This clever parrot seemed to sense the tense atmosphere of the impending battle, suddenly letting out a warning call. Elia immediately tensed, looking in the direction of the sound, only to find it was just a squirrel scurrying across the branches, and she let out a sigh of relief, gently stroking Bobobo's feathered crown to soothe it. Lin Yi returned to the center of the valley entrance, checking the magical flow at each trap node once more. He placed his hand on the last ice core, feeling the ice energy contained within, nodding in satisfaction. He then took out the pendant named Warm Sun from his pocket and pressed it against his chest. The pendant immediately radiated a reassuring warmth. This warm current flowing through his meridians made the different attributes of magic within him more docile and controllable. The setting sun gradually sank, dyeing the sky with a magnificent crimson hue. Lin Yi gathered the team members around him for the final tactical deployment. Remember our rhythm. First deal with half of the ordinary wolves, then focus on the leader. Ella will be responsible for the left flank. Mark will suppress the right flank, and Elia will provide overall support. The old wolf's left front leg is its fatal weakness, and we must not give it a chance to counterattack. Mark made the final adjustment to the angle of the bow. Ella tightened her grip on the short sword. Performing a beautiful flourish, Elia placed an explosive arrow on the string, and Bobobo perched on Elia's shoulder, its sharp eyes constantly scanning for movement in the valley. The wind in the valley had inexplicably ceased, leaving only the faint sound of falling leaves, and the air was filled with a suffocating tension. Lin Yi leaned against the trunk of an ancient tree, his fingertips lightly touching the swirling wind barrier beside him, feeling the powerful energy contained within. The afterglow of the sunset stretched his silhouette long, the silver threads embroidered on his black robe flickering in the dusk. As night deepened, the first star twinkled at the edge of the sky. The Bone Valley was silent, with only the magical energy circulating in the traps emitting a faint glow in the darkness, like a lurking beast opening its eyes, quietly waiting for its prey to arrive. Chapter 62. The battle begins. The last trace of sunset splashed like blood at the entrance of the Bone Valley, dyeing the jagged rocks and withered grass a tragic dark red. The air was thick with the smell of blood and a wild restlessness, as if even the wind carried a murderous intent. Suddenly, a chilling wolf howl echoed through the valley, filled with rage and hunger. 11 robust gray wolves shot out of the valley like arrows, their muscles bulging, their fur glistening with a metallic gray-black sheen in the twilight, and their eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty ferocity. These were clearly not ordinary wild wolves. Each one exuded a fierce aura close to the peak of black iron, with drool mixed with dark red blood dripping from their fangs, and their claws scraping against the rocks made a piercing sound. Behind the pack, a giant wolf, far larger than its kin, stepped out of the shadows. This was the lead wolf, marked by old injuries, its shoulders towering high, covered in steel-like dark gray fur, radiating an aura close to silver level. The most striking feature was its left front leg, which had a slight limp where the fur had long since fallen off, revealing a grotesque scar tissue. When the lead wolf caught the scent of its companion's blood at the valley entrance, it suddenly raised its head and let out a deafening roar. The sound echoed like thunder, causing loose stones on the rock walls to tumble down. The remaining wolves, hearing the command, flashed with a frenzied light in their eyes and surged toward the adventurer team like a tide. Trigger the first layer of traps, Lin Yi shouted, his fingertips moving slightly, instantly activating the frost field buried in the ground at the valley entrance. Pale blue ice crystals spread from the ground at a visible speed, instantly freezing the back legs of the 3 leading gray wolves in place, sharp ice crystals piercing their fur and causing blood to flow along the ice surface. The lead wolf's pupils contracted, but it did not retreat. Instead, it let out an even more furious roar, its massive body charging at Lin Yi like an out-of-control war chariot. Just at that critical moment, Elia's arrows flew through the air. 3 arrows coated with a slowing potion accurately struck the gray wolves attempting to flank from the side. The vine runes on the arrows activated instantly, wrapping around the wolves' limbs and causing their movements to slow down. Isla darted out from the shadows of the trees, her short sword drawing 2 silver arcs in the twilight. Moonlight, grant me a sharp blade. Isla softly chanted an elven incantation, and the silver runes on her short sword suddenly glowed. She nimbly dodged a gray wolf's pounce, countering with a precise thrust into the wolf's throat. Another gray wolf, entangled by the vines, struggled, but Isla executed a graceful spin, her short sword glinting coldly. And the wolf's head fell in response. However, the ferocity of the wolf pack exceeded expectations, as two more gray wolves seized the opportunity to pounce on Isla, their claws whipping up fierce winds. Isla hurriedly retreated, blocking one claw strike with her short sword, but another wolf's claw grazed her arm, instantly staining her sleeve with blood. Isla, Elia exclaimed, quickly knocking an arrow. The parrot on her shoulder squawked urgently, flapping its wings nervously, and a bomb arrow was released, hitting the gray wolf that lunged at Isla squarely. With a thunderous boom, the wolf pack was temporarily pushed back. Meanwhile, the lead wolf had lunged right in front of Lin Yi. He gripped his waist knife tightly, the blue-red intertwined enchantment glow on the blade particularly striking in the dusk. Instead of retreating, he advanced, swiftly drawing ice runes with his left hand. 3 sharp ice spikes shot out, accurately targeting the lead wolf's injured left front leg. The moment the ice spikes hit their target, they exploded into a cloud of ice mist, causing the lead wolf's left front leg to buckle, its pounce noticeably slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi sidestepped and released a condensed wind blade with his right hand, simultaneously activating the wind barrier on both sides of the valley entrance. Hey! The high-speed, swirling airflow crazily sliced through their fur, blood splattering everywhere. But one particularly strong gray wolf surprisingly forced its way through the wind barrier, charging straight at Lin Yi's back. Watch out! Mark's voice roared from the high ground on the left. The armor-piercing arrow whistled through the air, accurately piercing the gray wolf's eye socket. The giant wolf howled in agony and collapsed, its limbs twitching violently. The lead wolf was caught in the wind barrier's airflow. Several blood trails slashed across its back. It violently shook its head, revealing its fangs, attempting to bite Lin Yi's throat, but failed to notice that Lin Yi had already formed a layer of thin ice beneath its feet. The moment the lead wolf stepped onto the ice surface, its massive body immediately lost balance. Lin Yi seized this fleeting opportunity, leaping up, the enchanted knife radiating a blue-red glow, striking fiercely at the lead wolf's neck. The blade sank about an inch deep, blood flowing along the edge. In pain, the lead wolf became even more frenzied. Disregarding the wound on its neck, it abruptly turned, its thick tail whipping toward Lin Yi like a steel whip. Lin Yi was already on guard, wind magic forming a cyclone beneath his feet, allowing his body to retreat lightly like a falling leaf. On the left slope, Mark had already drawn his giant bow, his muscular arms steady as a rock. The runes carved on the arrowhead glowed faintly in the dusk, and he held his breath, waiting for the best moment. When Lin Yi again shot ice spikes at the lead wolf's hind leg joint, the lead wolf's left front leg once again stepped onto the frost field's ice crystals. The moment its movements completely froze, Mark released the bowstring. The armor-piercing arrow shot out like lightning, accurately penetrating the old wound on the lead wolf's left front leg, deeply embedding itself in the muscle. The lead wolf let out a heartbreaking howl, staggering back a few steps, unable to support its body's weight with its left front leg. But the battle was far from over. The remaining 3 gray wolves seemed enraged by the lead wolf's injury, simultaneously pouncing toward different team members. One aimed directly at Lin Yi, who was casting spells. Another lunged at Elia, whose arrows were running low. The last one charged toward Isla, who had an injured arm. Elia remained calm in the face of danger, quickly pulling out the last 3 ordinary arrows from her quiver. Bobo, disrupt on the left, she softly commanded. The clever parrot immediately flew toward the approaching gray wolf, pecking at its eyes, buying precious time for Elia. 3 arrows shot out in quick succession. Although they did not immediately deal a fatal blow, they successfully stalled the wolf's pounce, allowing Elia to retreat and reload special arrows. Facing the charging gray wolf, Isla's eyes flashed with sharp light. She suddenly lowered her stance, gripping her short sword in reverse, and at the moment the wolf's claw was about to reach her face, she suddenly thrust upward, the tip of her sword precisely slicing across the wolf's throat, but the wolf's momentum still knocked her to the ground. Isla, Lin Yi exclaimed, wanting to help, but was firmly entangled by the lead wolf. Though the lead wolf was severely injured, its ferocity only intensified as it madly lunged and bit, forcing Lin Yi to respond with all his strength. Just then, Mark's second arrow flew through the air. This arrow, coated with a potent paralysis potion, grazed the corner of the lead wolf's eye, leaving a deep blood mark, causing its vision to blur and its movements to slow once more. Now's the time, Lin Yi shouted, his fingertips stirring with fire magic, and the blazing fire spell seals buried around the bait instantly activated. Pale red flames erupted from the ground, forming a wall of fire that divided the battlefield. The dancing flames provided a clear target for Mark, and the third specially made arrow flew out, accurately striking the back leg tendons of the lead wolf. The arrowhead penetrated through the thick fur, embedding deeply into the muscle tissue. The lead wolf's hind leg suddenly gave way, and its massive body fell to one knee with a thud, landing right in the core area of the frostbound domain, its legs instantly frozen by thick ice crystals. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Yi leaped up again, channeling wind and fire magic into the long knife in his hand, the blue-red halo on the blade becoming increasingly dazzling. He aimed for the lead wolf's neck and swung down with all his might. At the same time, Aaliyah's explosive arrow and Ella's elven swordsmanship also took down the last two ordinary gray wolves. The lead wolf let out a final howl, its massive body convulsing violently a few times before crashing to the ground, never to move again. Mark hurried down the slope, looking at the fallen lead wolf and the surrounding wolf corpses, wiping the sweat from his forehead. His gaze swept over his teammates. Lin Yi had a slightly deeper wound on his hand, but only had shallow scratches on his body. Instead, Ella's arm was bleeding profusely, and Aaliyah's quiver was completely empty. Everyone's face showed fatigue, but their eyes sparkled with the light of victory. This wolf's strength is indeed close to silver level, Ella panted, wiping the blood off her short sword with her uninjured hand. Its fur is as tough as iron, and if it weren't for our teamwork, we would have probably paid a much greater price. Aaliyah nodded in agreement. Carefully inspecting the lead wolf's corpse, the ordinary wolf pack has also reached the peak of black iron. No wonder they could run rampant in this area. The sun completely sank below the horizon, the night sky spreading like ink, with stars beginning to twinkle against the backdrop. The flames at the valley entrance gradually extinguished, leaving only the ice crystals reflecting the bright moonlight. Lin Yi took out healing powder from his bag and carefully sprinkled it on his arm's wound, while Mark began to inspect the lead wolf's corpse for valuable loot. Aaliyah bandaged Ella's wound, and Bobo stood on Aaliyah's shoulder, its sharp eyes still vigilantly scanning the dark valley. The night breeze swept through the valley, bringing a hint of coolness and dispersing the lingering smell of blood. Bobo, we are really amazing. Chapter 63. The triumph cheer in the faint morning light. The mist in Bone Valley had not yet fully dissipated, and a faint smell of blood still lingered in the forest. The four of them had completed processing the loot, carefully binding the massive head of the lead wolf with sturdy burlap rope to a solid wooden stick. The head was exceptionally large, with dark red blood clots congealed on its gray-black fur, and the pair of eyes that once radiated ferocity were now tightly closed. The gruesome old scar on its left front leg stood out prominently in the morning light. This was their strongest evidence of overcoming the wolf pack. Mark hoisted the wooden stick onto his broad shoulder, the weight of the head causing it to bend slightly. The team set off towards Maple Leaf Town along the path they had come, each of their faces displaying a weary, yet satisfied expression. When their figures appeared at the town entrance, the young sentinel Andrew immediately recognized them, especially the conspicuous trophy on Mark's shoulder. He excitedly turned to shout towards the town. They've come back. The adventurers have returned victorious. They've brought back the head of the wolf pack leader. This shout was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring ripples throughout the town. The previously closed doors and windows flew open, and townsfolk poured out of their homes, gathering on both sides of the street. When people saw the gruesome wolf's head with their own eyes, a deafening cheer erupted from the crowd, hats and handkerchiefs thrown into the air, as cheers, applause, and cries of joy intertwined. Aunt Martha, supporting her still recovering husband, leaned out of the window, and when she saw the wolf's head, tears streamed down her face. Thank the gods. We can finally live without fear. Old Blacksmith Bull excitedly rushed out of his shop, grabbing Lin Yi's hand, his voice choked with emotion. Thank you. My son Tom was so excited to hear you were going to exterminate the wolf pack that he couldn't sleep all night. Now he can finally rest easy. The town mayor quickly approached, looking at the wolf's head and the wolf corpses being dragged behind, a long-lost smile blooming on his face. I knew you would succeed. Tonight we will hold a grand bonfire party to celebrate this memorable day. The townsfolk eagerly rushed forward to help, some lifting the wolf corpses, others handing over cool well water and clean handkerchiefs. Children curiously yet fearfully surrounded the wolf's head, but dared not come too close. The four of them were surrounded by enthusiastic townsfolk as they made their way to the town square, where colorful banners were hung in front of homes along the route. And the entire town was filled with a long-awaited festive atmosphere. In the evening, a huge bonfire was lit in the center of the town square, the flickering flames casting a red glow on the surrounding crowd. The townsfolk cut the wolf meat into large chunks, skewering them with thick branches and slowly roasting them by the bonfire. Fat dripped onto the charcoal, making a sizzling sound, and the rich aroma of meat filled the air above the entire square. Come, try our Maple Leaf Town's special method of roasted meat. The mayor personally handed a few perfectly roasted skewers to the four heroes, saying, although wolf meat is not as tender as livestock, this is our most sincere gift. Thanking you for eliminating this great pest for the town. Lin Yi took the roasted meat, took a bite, and found the meat firm and chewy, with a slightly charred surface, yet juicy inside, carrying a unique charcoal aroma. Ella and Aaliyah sat by the bonfire, warmly conversing with the townsfolk, listening to them recount the peaceful life of the town before the wolf pack's attack, their eyes shining with longing. Bobo stood on Aaliyah's shoulder, occasionally pecking at the meat chunks offered by its owner, making satisfied chirps. Yaya was carefully placed on Ella's lap, nibbling on the unseasoned wolf meat prepared just for it, its face covered in grease. At the bonfire party, the townsfolk sang long-standing folk songs, and children held hands, dancing joyfully around the fire. The entire town immersed in a long-awaited atmosphere of happiness. The next morning, the mayor had arranged a carriage to take Lin Yi and the others back to Emerald City. The townsfolk gathered early at the town entrance to see them off. Aunt Martha handed them a basket of freshly picked apples. Old Brun presented carefully packed roasted wolf meat, and the skilled weaver Lillian gifted them soft fabric she had woven herself. If you pass by again, you must come to Maple Leaf Town. The mayor tightly clasped Lin Yi's hand. You are always welcome here. You will always be friends of Maple Leaf Town. The carriage slowly started, and Lin Yi and the others waved goodbye to the townsfolk until the outline of Maple Leaf Town completely disappeared from view. The carriage traveled along the familiar dirt road, and the four leaned back in the carriage to rest, only Mark occasionally pulling out roasted wolf meat to take a few bites, savoring the deliciousness of the previous night. In the evening, the carriage arrived at Emerald City. The four of them headed straight to the Adventurers Guild, where receptionist Lucy's eyes widened in surprise when she saw the wolf's head and mission certificate on their shoulders. Oh my, you really succeeded. As far as I know, this Wolf King's strength is close to silver level, and several experienced adventurer teams dared not take on this task. Lin Yi handed the task voucher and the wolf's head to Lucy. After she carefully checked and confirmed everything was correct, she took out a heavy pouch of money from the counter. This is your reward, 20 gold suns. According to the guild's regulations, since the task was completed exceptionally well, there are no additional deductions. Lin Yi took the pouch and evenly divided the gold coins into 4 parts, handing them to Mark, Ella, and Elia. You all worked hard. This is your deserved reward. Mark weighed the gold coins in his hand and grinned. This trip was truly worth it. Not only did we earn money, but we also enjoyed such authentic roasted meat. When the 4 of them walked out of the guild, it was already late. The magical street lamps of Emerald City lit up one by one, casting a soft glow on the streets. I'm going back to rest well. I've really worn myself out during this time. Ella yawned and bid farewell to the 3, heading towards her residence in the west of the city. Elia also said, I need to go back and organize the records of this adventure. Let us team up again when there's a suitable task next time. Mark patted Lin Yi's shoulder hard. See you at the usual place tomorrow. It's on me. Let us have a good drink and talk about this exciting battle. Lin Yi nodded in agreement, watching his 3 companions leave before turning towards his small courtyard in the east of the city. Upon returning home, he carefully stored the gold coins, washed up briefly, and lay down on his bed. The details of this task surfaced in his mind, from the seriousness when accepting the task, to the cautiousness during the investigation, to the tension while setting traps, and finally to the cheers and joy of victory. The bright moonlight spilled through the window onto the floor, and Lin Yi closed his eyes with a faint smile on his lips. Chapter 64. The Silver Road. The morning fog in Blacksmith Alley still carried the warmth of last night's forge. As Lin Yi stepped onto the cobblestone path and turned into the alley, his nose caught the familiar scent of machine oil. However, today, this scent was accompanied by an unusual bustle. The previously quiet corner of the alley now had 2 temporary stalls set up, with vendors shouting about the imitation copper lamp bases that had even crooked switch runes, selling cheap. Same as the Iron Gear Workshop's bright lamps. Don't miss out. A few commoners dressed in coarse cloth surrounded the stalls, examining the dull magic crystals on the lamp bases, their eyes filled with curiosity. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, ignoring the shoddy imitations, and walked straight towards the wooden door with a copper gear sign. Before he could push the door open, he heard the sound of metal clanging inside, mixed with Alfred's booming voice. Alfonso, recalibrate mold number 3 again. The people from the Glowing Merchants Association are coming this afternoon to pick up the first batch. Don't mess it up. Pushing the door open, a wave of heat, mixed with machine oil and rosin, rushed at him. The workshop was several times busier than the last time he visited. A new workbench had been set up in the corner that was previously piled with scrap iron, and 3 apprentices were busy around the stamping machine. Metal sheets were being pressed into neat lamp-based shapes amidst the roar of the machine. The switch runes on the edges, though not as finely carved as Alfonso's, were still fairly clear. Alfonso sat in the position by the window, a thick scroll of orders spread out in front of him. His fingers stained with ink as he marked the noble version column with a charcoal pencil. When he saw Lin Yi, his eyes instantly brightened, and he nearly poked the scroll with the pencil. Big brother Lin Yi, you're finally back. Was the mission in Maple Leaf Town successful? Fairly successful. What do you have here? His gaze swept over the boxes of parts stacked to the ceiling before landing on the newly hung sign on the wall that read sales volume of the sensor lamp. It indicated in red paint, common version, sold out, commercial version, sold out, noble version, remaining 5, with the ink still shiny and fresh. Don't mention it. Alfred's voice came from behind the workbench. With his hair dusted with copper shavings and still holding half-finished lamp bases, he hurried over, the hem of his purple robe sweeping over the boxes on the floor with a clattering sound. The day after you left, the Glowing Merchants Association put the sensor lamps in the Radiant Trading Company in the Central District. The common version is priced at 3 gold suns, the commercial version at 10 gold suns, and the noble version at 30 gold suns. They sold over 200 common versions on the first day, and by the evening of the 3rd day, even the noble versions were sold out. The old alchemist pulled out a thick piece of sheepskin parchment tied with golden thread from his pocket, featuring the Glowing Merchants Association's gilded griffin emblem, with dried wax on the edges. With trembling fingers, he unfolded it, and dense writing came into view. To the Copper Gear Workshop, after 3 days of trial sales at the Radiant Trading Company, the response to the sensor lamps has been enthusiastic. The additional orders are as follows: 500 units of the common version, simplified magic crystal version, unit price 3 gold suns. 800 units of the commercial version, reinforced base, range adjustment, unit price 10 gold suns, and 500 units of the noble version, moonlight crystal lampshade, soft light formation. Unit price 30 gold suns. Additionally, the association will launch cross-city promotions, covering the 7 main cities surrounding Emerald City. If sales meet the target, subsequent order quantities will increase by more than 3 times. 3 times. Alfonso couldn't help but exclaim, dropping his charcoal pencil, leaving a black mark on the scroll. Big brother. Look, they want 500 noble versions. They're using moonlight crystals for the lampshades. The Glowing Merchants Association said the countess in the west of the city sent someone to ask yesterday if they could customize a version with the family crest. Lin Yi's gaze fell on the profit calculation column at the end of the order. After deducting the costs from magic crystals, metals, and crystals, the total profit from this additional order was a staggering 6,700 gold suns. According to the agreement with the Glowing Merchants Association, the workshop would receive 30% of the profits, totaling 2,010 gold suns. Following his agreement with Alfred for a 70-30 split, he would receive 1,407 gold suns. This number made his fingers tremble slightly. He remembered when he first arrived in Emerald City. Even a meal of ribs from the mole's cave had to be considered for a long time. But now he was about to hold nearly 1,500 gold suns in wealth, feeling as if it were a lifetime away. Alfred clearly calculated this profit as well. He turned and dragged a heavy leather bag from under the workbench. The edges of the gold coins visible at the opening glimmering coldly in the morning light. Here, this is your share. The old alchemist stuffed the pouch into Lin Yi's hand, and the weight was astonishing, the coins clinking inside, producing a crisp sound. The people from the Glowing Merchants Association said this is just the share from the trial sales. Once this batch of additional orders is delivered, factoring in the premium from the cross-city promotion, the profits could double. Lin Yi held the pouch, rubbing his fingers over the texture of the leather, but he didn't feel the excitement he had expected. He recalled the days of gnawing on black bread at the relief station in Grey Rock City, remembered fighting goblins in the Blackwood Forest, and thought of those civilians in the Troll Valley who could only flee in despair due to their weakness. Wealth is a good thing, but without enough strength to protect it, it could become honey that attracts wolves. Can't be happy. Alfred noticed his unusual demeanor, his excitement fading as he pulled Lin Yi to a secluded corner of the workshop, lowering his voice. I know what you're thinking. I haven't been able to sleep these past few days, always pondering that the better the sensor lamps sell, the more people will be watching us. The old alchemist's voice carried a barely noticeable tremor as he pointed outside at the vendors selling imitation lamp bases. Look, even these small fry want to get a piece of the pie. Right now, with the Glowing Merchants Association's reputation backing us, those greedy hyenas might not dare to pounce openly. But once our goods are sold across the 7 main cities and profits snowball into 10-fold or 100-fold, do you think those powerful figures and big trading companies will be content to just watch from the sidelines? He paused for a moment, took out a crumpled note from his pocket, on which were scrawled hasty characters written in charcoal. Yesterday, while purchasing magic crystals, I overheard 2 members of the Dark Claw Trading Company chatting, saying they want to figure out the core principles of the sensing lamp. Lin Yi's brows instantly furrowed, and his fingers unconsciously tightened around the money pouch. Right now, he was just a bronze-level adventurer, even with the connections of the Radiant Trading Company. If he truly encountered forces capable of mobilizing silver or even gold-level power, he would still be utterly defenseless. He needed to improve his strength as soon as possible. Lin Yi's voice was low and firm as he touched the bronze badge on his chest. The cool texture of the badge's edge left a chill in his palm. I want to advance to silver level. Alfred was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, his eyes revealing agreement. Exactly. The silver level is a threshold. Once you pass it, you'll truly step into the mid-level of adventurers. At least when trouble arises, you'll have the ability to protect yourself. However, the alchemist's tone shifted. The magic you've used before was self-taught. If you want to advance to silver, you need a more systematic skill support. I need real magic skill books, especially systematic texts on basic meditation and elemental magic, Lin Yi stated directly. He was very clear that the little magic skills he had learned on his own might suffice at the bronze level, but if he advanced to the silver level, facing opponents who mastered complete spell systems and received formal training would expose all his weaknesses. Alfred stroked the stubble on his chin, pondering for a moment. Magic books are hard to find. The Sky Tower in Emerald City is only open to internal apprentices, and the guild library's collection is too basic. If we're talking about broad channels, it has to be the Radiant Trading Company. They not only sell magical artifacts, but also privately circulate skill books. Though the entry requirements are extremely high. Entry requirements? Yes. The old alchemist nodded, his expression serious. You either need to be a noble with a title, a silver level or higher adventurer, or a partner with deep cooperation with the trading company. Ordinary bronze level adventurers don't even have the right to inquire, let alone buy. He shifted his tone, patting Lin Yi on the shoulder. But you're different. You are a shareholder of the sensing lamp and have a formal contract with the Radiant Trading Company, making you a strategic partner. As long as you speak up, they have no reason to refuse. After all, the stronger your strength, the better you can ensure the stability of subsequent orders and the confidentiality of technology, which aligns with their greatest commercial interests. Lin Yi's eyes lit up, and his grip on the money pouch loosened a bit. He had seen the strength of the Radiant Trading Company. They certainly had many scarce magical resources. Lin Yi glanced at the busy apprentices in the workshop and then at the vendors still calling out outside the window. Before that, you also need to pay attention to safety. Don't rush to add orders too quickly. Close the workshop door properly at night. I'll draw a few simple warning magic arrays for you. If someone breaks in, they will set off an alarm. Alfred nodded with a smile. I'll have Alfonso go by warning magic crystals later. With your magic arrays added, even if the Dark Claw Trading Company people come, they won't have it easy. The old alchemist shifted his tone again, his voice becoming more solemn. Just buying a few skill books will at most allow you to master a few advanced spells. To truly solidify your foundation, you need a systematic support structure. I actually have a longer-term suggestion. Attend a magic academy. A magic academy? Lin Yi's heart stirred. He had only seen related records in the guild's miscellaneous notes, which said it was a cradle for cultivating high-level magicians, but the entry requirements were frighteningly high. Within our St. Roland Kingdom, counting the border-affiliated city-states, there are only 3 legitimate magic academies. Alfred walked to the workbench and pulled out a yellowed map from under a pile of blueprints, pointing to an area marked as Starry Forest in the south. The closest to Emerald City is the Southern Starry Magic Academy, located deep in the Starry Forest. Backed by the Eternal Spring Eye, the concentration of magic veins there is 3 times that of the city, and it is said that even the tiles in the library are engraved with magic gathering runes. Although it is named for magic, actually, elites from all professions, including warriors, rangers, and alchemists, gather there. It is the true cradle of talents in the kingdom. He traced his finger across the map, his eyes filled with yearning. That place is not accessible to just anyone. Last year, when I went to deliver alchemical materials, I caught a distant glimpse. The guards at the entrance were all silver level, and entering requires checking a talent crystal, plus you need a recommender. The recommender has to be either a hereditary noble, a powerful high-level adventurer, usually referring to mithril level or above, or a guarantor from major trading companies or top forces. Lin Yi's gaze fell on the words recommender, and he felt a stir in his heart. I'm currently only bronze level. Even if I have connections with the Radiant Trading Company, would they be willing to guarantee me? Maybe not right now, but it will be different once you advance to silver level. Alfred patted his shoulder, speaking with certainty. You haven't turned 18 yet, have you? After Frost Month, the 11th month in the kingdom's calendar, it will be your coming-of-age ceremony, just in time for the Starry Academy's enrollment next spring, the 1st month. By then, if you go to the Radiant Trading Company with the silver badge, they will definitely be willing to guarantee you. A silver-level 18-year-old has immense potential. Those merchants know better than anyone. He changed the subject, his tone growing serious again, but don't get too proud. There are countless heroes in the world. The Starry Academy enrolls no more than 3,000 new students each year. It sounds like a lot, but the vast majority of those spots have long been reserved for the offspring of major nobles, military families, and those above mithril level. Their talented children can basically gain admission. The truly available spots for grassroots talents rely on their own talent and luck. On average, each academy has only about 100 slots per year. The competition is fierce, akin to thousands of troops crossing a single log bridge. Those nobles and elite offspring have the best resources and mentors from a young age. They lay the foundation at 3 years old and begin targeted training at 5, with all kinds of precious potions and magic texts never lacking. Even if you're lucky enough to get in, catching up to their pace will require 10-fold, 100-fold more effort than others. Lin Yi fell silent, recalling what he had read in the magic hierarchy record at the library in Greystone City, which stated that over 70% of high-level magicians in the kingdom came from the 3 magic academies. Among the remaining 30%, 2/3 were elites cultivated by private tutors of the nobility, and those who truly clawed their way up from the grassroots accounted for less than 10%. It was too difficult for grassroots talents. Alfred sighed, his voice tinged with regret. When I was young, I knew a herbalist named Old Link, who had astonishing talent. He grasped the formula for antidotes using only a found book called Basic Herbalism and could even improve anti-magic potions. But he didn't reach the silver level threshold until almost 30. And by the time he wanted to seek a force for a recommendation to enter the academy system for learning, he had already far exceeded the 20-year age limit of the Starry Academy. In the end, he could only open a small herbal shop outside the city, regretting it for life, never able to break through the shackles of the silver level. He pointed to the apprentices in the workshop who were polishing parts. Look at them, all kids with some magical talent, yet they can only learn to forge and carve runes under me, not even mastering proper meditation methods. This is the fate of grassroots magicians. They either get lucky and find a secret manual or become apprentices to high-level magicians, spending their lives revolving around pots and pans. If they can break through to bronze level, it would already be a stroke of good fortune. Those who graduate from magic academies would never come to do this kind of hard work. They either return home to inherit their family businesses or are eagerly snatched up by major forces. At the very least, they can become researchers in mage towers, living much more comfortably than we do. He seized the opportunity, accumulating initial wealth through the sensing lamp, and gained the capital to purchase knowledge in exchange for resources. He is young and still has enough time to sprint to the silver level and knock on the door of the Magic Academy. This stroke of luck must not be wasted. I will first advance to silver level, obtain the skill books to lay a solid foundation, and then apply to the Starry Academy next spring. Lin Yi's gaze became incredibly firm. As for those forces that are eyeing the sensing lamp, once I come out of the academy, they will no longer be able to manipulate me at will. Alfred nodded with satisfaction. By the way, regarding the Radiant Chamber of Commerce, I will write a letter with Steward Kyle shortly. If there are advanced spells suitable for the silver level, I will notify you at the first opportunity. That evening, Lin Yi went to the headquarters of the Radiant Chamber of Commerce in the central area of Emerald City. After reporting his name, he was received by Steward Kyle, who had handled the order last time. The businessman, dressed in a silk vest, still wore a professional smile. But there was a hint of politeness in his eyes when he saw Lin Yi. I am here to trouble you with two things. Lin Yi did not beat around the bush. First, I want to purchase several magic skill books, preferably with casting models for the silver level. Second, I would like to ask the Chamber of Commerce to keep an eye on the admission information for the Starry Magic Academy next spring. After I advance to silver level, I hope to receive your recommendation. Steward Kyle's smile paused for a moment, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the emerald on his ring. His gaze lingering briefly on the bronze badge on Lin Yi's chest, but he did not show any contempt. Mr. Lin is an important partner of the Chamber of Commerce, and both matters are easy to discuss. Regarding the magic books, the Chamber indeed has channels to acquire them. There is a book called Starlight Meditation Method that is sufficient to support your training to the peak of silver. If you want to systematically build a spell system, the Chamber can also provide a complete basic skill collection for each elemental school, including Secret Tome of Flames, Basic Fire Spells, Core of Eternal Frost, Basic Ice Spells, Heart of Solid Rock, Basic Earth Spells, Vine Language, Basic Wood Spells, and Flowing Stream, Basic Water Spells. He calculated briefly and continued. The total cost for all these books is approximately 600 gold suns, which includes the guarantee fee to ensure the integrity and authenticity of the books. You also know that truly good things are always expensive. 600 gold suns. This is almost equivalent to the expenses of a wealthy family for decades. But Lin Yi just calmly nodded. This investment concerns his future and is worth it. Yes. Please process it for me as soon as possible. Very well. Steward Kyle's smile grew even wider. Now, regarding the other matter, you seem to mention. Yes. Lin Yi met Steward Kyle's gaze, his tone steady and firm. After I successfully advanced to silver level with the help of these books, I hope to participate in the admission assessment of the Southern Starry Magic Academy next spring, and at that time, I hope to receive a guarantee and recommendation from the Radiant Chamber of Commerce. Steward Kyle's motion of rubbing the ring paused slightly, and a glimmer of shrewdness flashed in his eyes. He pondered for several seconds, seemingly weighing something, and finally spoke slowly. The recommendation qualification for the Starry Academy is indeed very precious, and the number of slots the Chamber has each year is extremely limited. Lin Yi's heart tightened slightly. However, Steward Kyle quickly changed his tone. But you are different, Mr. Lin. You are not only an important partner of the Chamber, but also a highly potential young magician. If you can successfully advance to silver level through your own efforts before the admission season begins after your coming-of-age ceremony, it will fully prove your talent and value. At that time, the Radiant Chamber of Commerce will be very willing to issue you a guarantee letter and recommendation. His tone became extremely serious. Investing in a future powerhouse is also one of the core business philosophies of the Chamber. Your growth aligns deeply with our long-term interests. When Lin Yi left the headquarters of the Radiant Chamber of Commerce, the night had completely enveloped Emerald City. The magical lamps of various styles on both sides of the street had already lit up, casting soft and colorful light on the ancient cobblestone road, weaving into flowing, dreamlike rivers of light. He strolled alone to the edge of the central square, looked up, and gazed far at the towering spire that pierced the clouds, its peak radiating a soft, blue magical glow. That light was cool and constant, like a guiding star hanging in the deepest part of the night sky. Strength is everything. Chapter 65. The craze for cultivation. 3 days later, Lin Yi stepped into the grand entrance of the Radiant Chamber of Commerce once again. Unlike when he purchased memory metals before, this time he walked directly to the secret vault within the chamber that is not open to ordinary customers. A specialized area for buying and selling magical books, rare recipes, and high-level alchemical items. The air was filled with the faint fragrance of aged parchment, special ink, and some purification magic, and the environment was quiet and solemn. After presenting his credentials and paying the final payment, a well-dressed steward wearing white gloves carefully retrieved the several magic books Lin Yi had ordered from the temperature-controlled safe in the back room. Lin Yi's fingers brushed over the powerful titles, and he could distinctly feel the weak magical fluctuations contained between the pages and the accumulated knowledge of the years. His eyes sparkled with an uncontrollable excitement, as if he had obtained priceless treasures. Thank you. Lin Yi carefully placed the books into a waterproof backpack lined with soft velvet, nodded to the steward, and then hurriedly left the chamber. Upon returning to Morning Light Courtyard, he almost immediately immersed himself in this newly acquired sea of knowledge. The content of the books was far deeper and more intricate than the basic magical theories he had encountered before. Many techniques regarding the microscopic manipulation of magical power, the coordination and repulsion of different elemental forces, and how to simplify and solidify spell models onto weapons or oneself opened a new door to him. He read, understood, and deduced with great eagerness, often sitting for half a day by the stone table in the courtyard, sometimes deep in thought, sometimes gesturing complex magical trajectories in the air with his fingers. When Ella and Mark came to find him, they often saw him frowning in contemplation over a book or surrounded by subtle elemental glows. Through reading and discussions with Isabella from the Adventurers Guild, Lin Yi also thoroughly clarified the two paths to advancing to silver level as an adventurer. Firstly, the traditional task accumulation. Completing a sufficient number of tasks rated bronze high or above, the guild conducts a comprehensive assessment, and if the experience, contribution, and overall ability meet the standards, one can qualify for the silver assessment tasks. The assessment tasks are usually difficult and need to be completed individually. Success is required to advance, making this route stable but time-consuming. Secondly, there is strength certification. If an adventurer is confident in their strength, they can directly apply for strength assessment at the guild. The guild will arrange specialized assessors to evaluate the applicant's combat ability, survival skills, adaptability, etc., through a series of practical or simulated tests. Once the assessors unanimously determine that the applicant indeed possesses strength beyond bronze and reaches the silver level, they can bypass the tedious task accumulation and directly obtain the silver badge. This path is quicker but requires extremely high personal strength, and the assessment process is very strict. The most significant external difference between the silver and bronze levels lies in that badge. The bronze badge is merely a symbol of identity and level, while the badges of silver and above are carefully crafted by the guild's alchemy masters and enchanters, with a solid protective magical array intricately engraved inside, using micro-sculpting technology. Once infused with the holder's magical power or subjected to a certain intensity of attack, the badge can automatically activate, forming an invisible energy shield around the holder's body. Although the shield's strength is limited and cannot withstand powerful attacks for long, at critical moments, it is enough to deflect a cold arrow, negate the aftermath of a deadly spell, or withstand the claws and bites of monsters, serving as a precious emergency lifeline. This is not just an honor, but a tangible guarantee of survival, which has made countless bronze-level adventurers yearn for that bright silver badge. Lin Yi's goal is undoubtedly the second path of strength certification. He longs for more powerful abilities and believes that his accumulation and breakthroughs during this period are sufficient to meet the standards. However, before that, he needs to thoroughly digest the newly acquired knowledge, integrate it, and further enhance his combat capabilities. In the following half-month, Lin Yi began an almost frenzied training regimen. He was no longer satisfied with practicing in the courtyard, but would head out every morning to the depths of the Black Forest outside Emerald City or to remote valleys, where there were more open spaces and a more authentic natural environment for him to showcase his skills. His training methods were extremely unique, requiring no medium, such as a wand. The enchanted short knife upgraded by Master Balin in Ironforge became his best focus for casting spells. In a clearing in the forest, Lin Yi moved like the wind, the short knife in his hand no longer just a mere blade. As he swung the blade, it would sometimes generate sharp wind blades that cut through the air with a hiss, sometimes condensing icy mist that frosted the surrounding grass and trees, and other times entwining with scorching flames, leaving charred marks on the ground. He applied his fine manipulation skills of magical power to his swordsmanship, making the wind blades thinner, faster, and harder to grasp, occasionally cutting out whirlwinds mixed with ice shards or wind pressure slashes with a faint burning effect. He practiced instant activation of close combat runes, attempting to briefly empower the simple sharp and sturdy runes onto the blade at the moment of swinging, increasing the power of each strike exponentially. He fully integrated magic into every action of combat, making magic no longer a separate ranged attack method from swordsmanship, but a part of his close-quarters combat, complementing each other and creating a chemical effect far beyond simple addition. This training method consumed a significant amount of magical control and mental energy. After each training session, Lin Yi was nearly exhausted, drenched in sweat, and mentally drained. However, he could clearly feel that his control over magical power was becoming more intuitive, and the combination of swordsmanship and magic was increasingly smooth and natural, with his overall strength growing at a visibly rapid pace. Lin Yi's relentless spirit also unknowingly stimulated his teammates. Ella was the first to be unable to sit still, seeing Lin Yi leaving early and returning late every day. Rapidly increasing in strength, she could no longer relax in the courtyard trimming flowers and playing with Yi. She picked up her archery and stealth training again, dragging Alia along as a practice partner, and the two trained in the forest with moving target shooting, stealth tracking, and counter-tracking, honing their ranger skills. The bauble on Alia's shoulder also became more alert, serving as a natural alarm during their training. The biggest change came from Mark. This once meat-loving, wine-drinking man with a protruding belly seemed to have been struck awake upon seeing Lin Yi's desperate training. He touched his round belly, glanced at the giant bough in the corner that was almost gathering dust, and a look of shame and realization crossed his face. Damn it, if this goes on, I won't even be able to draw my bow, Mark muttered, then suddenly stood up. From the next day on, Mark's figure also appeared at the training grounds outside the city. He no longer indulged in sleeping in and gourmet food, and began restorative training. First, he ran with the giant bow to rebuild his endurance, which had declined due to laziness. And then he repeatedly drew the bowstring to regain the strength and precision of his arms that had been nearly drowned in fat. He even started practicing close combat techniques to prevent being powerless in close encounters with enemies. The high-intensity training and dietary control brought significant results. Mark's round face became angular again, his bulging muscles recovered the fat, and his once protruding belly shrank at an astonishing speed. The once powerful and oppressive archer had returned. Although he would still mumble about the skewers Lin Yi grilled, there was a newfound sharpness and focus in his eyes. A wave of positive training enthusiasm quietly arose within the team. Chapter 66. New mission. The mornings at the Emerald City Adventurers Guild were always wrapped in a faint metallic scent. A mix of forge warmth and iron dust from adventurers' armor drifting in from Smith's Alley, entering through the guild's open oak doors. Inside, the sounds of people were already bustling. The crisp clinking of copper cups, loud conversations during task handovers, and the occasional outburst of disputes and curses intermingled to create a vivid and noisy daily adventure scene. Today, he wore a navy blue short coat that was convenient for movement, with the bronze badge pinned in an inconspicuous position, yet it still attracted a few glances. After all, in a guild where most were black iron and bronze beginner adventurers, it was rare to see a bronze advanced adventurer with such a restrained presence. He ignored the scrutiny around him and headed straight for the task board on the west side of the guild, where there were tasks ranging from the most basic, clear the farm goblins, to the marked dangerous, slay the troll. The task lists were layered by reward and difficulty, with the top few pages bound with red string, mostly high difficulty tasks that only gold and silver level adventurers could undertake, while the mid-level area displayed his target for this trip. 15 gold suns. Lin Yi's gaze fell upon a yellowed piece of parchment, his fingertips gently brushing over the rough texture of the paper. The writing on the task list was done in charcoal, with a vigorous stroke but somewhat hurried. Capture the fugitive Black Blade. This villain is extremely vicious. Close to silver level in strength, adept with a black iron long knife, possesses incredible strength, and has single-handedly killed 3 bronze high-level guards. 3 days ago, he ambushed a merchant caravan at the south gate of Emerald City and fled into the Blackwood Forest with the loot, whereabouts unknown. Task requirements: capture or kill. Bring back his weapon or corpse as proof. Reward: 15 gold suns. Note: it is recommended that silver level or bronze high-level teams undertake this, as the forest environment is complex. Proceed with caution. 15 gold suns is quite a generous reward for ordinary bronze adventurers, enough to rent a decent small courtyard in Emerald City for half a year. However, several adventurers gathered around the task board shook their heads and retreated after reading it. A bronze mid-level warrior with a beard clicked his tongue and muttered to his companion. A knife wielder close to silver level, hiding in the Blackwood Forest? What's the difference from sending oneself to death? Last time I went to the edge of the Blackwood Forest to gather herbs, I encountered shadow leopards that could tear through iron armor. Not to mention there's such a ruthless character lurking inside. Another scout carrying a short bow agreed. I heard Blackblade is a wanted criminal in the Crimson Flame Empire, with at least 10 lives on his hands. His swordsmanship is fast enough to split arrows. With our skills, we would just be delivering food to him. Lin Yi, however, did not move. His fingertips paused for a moment on the words close to silver level, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. He needed a real, evenly matched battle to test his strength and break through that layer of shackles, and this Blackblade happened to be the most suitable opponent. Lin Yi, you've been staring at this task for so long. Do you intend to take it? A loud voice came from behind. Lin Yi turned around to see Mark approaching, carrying his well-polished giant bow, with a quiver on his shoulder containing a few armor-piercing arrows dusted with star silver powder. Mark's belly had noticeably shrunk since the last time they met, clearly indicating that he hadn't been slacking off during his training. However, he still wore a somewhat carefree smile on his face. After all, this was the formidable 15 gold sun, and that black knife was not the same as the troll minions they had dealt with before. This was a serious character who had actually killed people and was hiding in the Blackwood Forest. Even if he were strong, going in alone would be too risky. I know, Lin Yi nodded, not denying it. That's why I didn't plan to go alone. His eyes scanned the guild entrance, and he already had a suitable candidate in mind. Ella? The Elven Ranger was familiar with tracking skills, had precise archery, and was not weak in close combat either. With her help, the efficiency of tracking would greatly improve, and it could also compensate for his lack of experience in forest environments. As soon as Mark heard this, he immediately understood. You want to find Ella? That girl is indeed reliable. If it weren't for her holding off the ordinary wolves alongside Elia last time, we wouldn't have easily dealt with the leader. All right, hurry and find her. This task probably won't be taken up quickly. After all, not many dare to take it on. The morning mist in Emerald City had not yet fully dissipated, and the cobblestone road was still damp, reflecting the faint golden glow of the magical street lamps that had not yet extinguished. He didn't go to the Green Feather Inn where Ella stayed, but headed straight to his morning light courtyard in the east of the city. During this time, Ella often brought Yaya here for meals and sometimes practiced archery in the yard, so she was likely still there. Sure enough, as he reached the courtyard entrance, he heard Yaya's whimpering voice from inside. Lin Yi pushed open the slightly ajar wooden door and saw Ella squatting under the grapevine, holding a small piece of fragrant roasted jerky, teasing the little creature at her feet. Yaya still looked the same tender green, but it had gained some weight since their first meeting in the swamp. At this moment, it was circling Ella's skirt, pawing at her pant leg, making eager hissing sounds like a child begging for food. Slow down, no one is going to snatch it from you. Ella's voice was as gentle as a breeze in the forest. She gathered a wisp of weak natural magic at her fingertips and lightly brushed over Yaya's muddy scales, cleaning the dirt off. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the grapevines, falling on her, and her light green silk dress shimmered softly. Her long hair was tied up with a vine-like silver hairpin, revealing her delicate and fair neck, depicting a vivid image of a forest elf. Hearing the door open, Ella looked up, and, upon seeing Lin Yi, her emerald eyes instantly brightened. You're back? Don't you have to go train today? Yaya also stopped begging for food, turning its little head towards Lin Yi, its grass-green vertical pupils filled with curiosity, while still remembering to stuff the jerky into its mouth, puffing up its cheeks as it chewed with a crunch. Lin Yi sat down at the stone table and briefly explained the guild's task. He concluded, "This is a good practical opportunity. It can test my strength and earn some gold Sunday. However, I'm not familiar with the Blackwood Forest, so I'll need your help tracking. Are you willing to go with me?" Upon hearing this, Ella put down the jerky in her hand, her smile fading a bit, replaced by a serious expression. She knew Lin Yi had been preparing for his promotion to silver level recently, and this practical experience was very important for him. Moreover, the challenge of approaching a silver-level fugitive made the adventurous spirit within her stir. Since dealing with the wolf pack in Maple Leaf Town, she hadn't encountered any decent opponents for a while. "Of course I'm willing," Ella nodded without hesitation, reaching out to pat Yaya's little head. "But what about Yaya? It's too dangerous to take it to the Blackwood Forest. The magical beast there won't be as gentle as we are." Lin Yi had already made plans. "We can temporarily leave it at Alfred's Copper Gear Workshop. Alfonso has always wanted to play with Yaya, so it's perfect for him to help look after it for a few days. We can pick it up when we get back." Ella's eyes lit up. "That's a good idea. Alfonso said last time that he wanted to make a little nest for Yaya. It's just right for him to try." After making the decision, the two of them began to prepare separately. Lin Yi returned to his room, opened the wooden box under his bed, and took out his gear. In addition to his short knife, he also brought a small leather pouch filled with healing potions, antidotes, and several bottles of mana recovery potions, all specially made by the dwarves and more effective than regular potions. On the other side, Ella was also preparing seriously. She took out her elven longbow from her storage bag. It was made from ancient wood from the starry forest, with a faint dark green sheen on the bow body, inscribed with the elven rune for precision. She carefully checked the bowstring and took out several specially made arrows from her quiver. 3 vine arrows coated with slowing potion, 2 armor-piercing arrows tied with miniature explosive crystals, and 1 capture hand arrowhead coated with paralysis toxin. This was specially prepared for dealing with strong enemies. As long as it hit, it could incapacitate the target for a short time. In addition to weapons, she also brought elven tracking tools, a small bag of tracking powder that glows under moonlight, which, when sprinkled on the ground, reveals traces of creatures that have recently passed by, a whistle made from some bird's feather that can summon nearby small birds to help scout the environment, and a crystal that can sense magical fluctuations, in case the Black Blade also used magic. Once they were ready, the two of them took Yaya to the Copper Gear Workshop. Alfred and Alfonso were busy, and upon seeing them, Alfonso immediately put down what he was working on. Alfred, hearing that they were going on a mission, didn't ask much and only patted his chest, assuring them, "Don't worry, leave Yaya to us, it won't go hungry. I'll have Alfonso make it a cozy little nest and roast jerky for it every day." Alfonso quickly nodded, afraid that Lin Yi and Ella might change their minds. After settling Yaya, the two finally set off towards the Blackwood Forest. At the city gate of Emerald City, the guards saw the weapons at their waists and the adventurer badges on their chests. They only did a simple identity check before letting them out of the city. The dirt road outside the city was lined with maple trees, and it was now deep autumn. The maple leaves were as red as fire, and as the wind blew, they fell in a flurry, carpeting the path ahead. The Blackwood Forest was about 50 miles from Emerald City. The two chose to walk instead of riding horses, so they could adapt to the surrounding environment as they approached the forest. Along the way, Ella occasionally stopped to observe the plants and animal tracks by the roadside, explaining the characteristics of the Blackwood Forest to Lin Yi. The Blackwood Forest is different from the Troll Valley we visited before. The trees inside are mostly ancient trees that are hundreds of years old, their branches intertwining, making it difficult for sunlight to penetrate. It's dark even during the day, like dusk. Moreover, there are many types of magical beasts inside. The most dangerous ones are not the large ones, but those that excel in ambush, like the Shadow Panther, and a small snake called the Poison Vine Snake, which is the same color as vines. If you get bitten, you must detoxify quickly, or you'll be completely paralyzed within half an hour. Lin Yi listened attentively, committing this information to memory. After about 2 hours of walking, the trees ahead gradually became denser. The sunlight that could still be seen was now blocked by thick branches and leaves, leaving only scattered spots of light on the ground. The atmosphere in the air changed as well. It was no longer the fresh scent of grass from outside the city, but filled with the damp smell of decaying leaves and some unknown beast's blood. The Blackwood Forest is here. Ella stopped, took out the bag of tracking powder from her storage bag, opened the bag's mouth, and carefully sprinkled a little on the ground at the forest's edge. The powder fell on the dead branches and fallen leaves, immediately glowing with a faint blue light, outlining several vague footprints on the ground. Ella crouched down, carefully observing the size and depth of the footprints. Her brows slightly furrowed. This should be left by the black blade. The footprints are very large, and the depth is significantly greater than that of an ordinary adult, indicating that his weight and strength far exceed that of a normal person. Look here. She pointed to a slight scratch at the edge of the footprint. It seems that his shoe sole has a small notch, which is very beneficial for our tracking. Lin Yi also leaned over to take a look, and sure enough, there was a shallow scratch on the outer side of each footprint, as if a small piece of the shoe sole had been knocked off by something. The marks are very fresh, likely left around yesterday afternoon. Ella stood up, brushed the dust off her hands, and her gaze became sharp. He did not deliberately hide his tracks. The footprints are very clear, and the direction is towards the depths of the forest. Either he is too arrogant, thinking no one would dare to chase him in, or he is confident, possibly having a hiding place in the forest or accomplices. Lin Yi tightened the short knife at his waist, the blade glinting coldly in the dim light. He could sense that there seemed to be a faint, ominous aura spreading from deep within the forest, an aura belonging to the black blade, ferocious, bloodthirsty, and with a hint of disdain. Regardless of which it is, we must be cautious. Lin Yi's voice was low and firm. You focus on tracking, and I will keep watch around us. If anything happens, we will immediately regroup. Ella nodded, tucked away the tracking powder, and took a regular arrow from her quiver, knocking it to the string. This was prepared for emergencies. She took a deep breath and stepped into the shadows of the Blackwood Forest first, her footsteps light as a cat, barely making any sound. Lin Yi followed closely, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily, wind magic gathering quietly at his fingertips. With any movement, he would be ready to unleash a gust blade, prepared for battle. The forest was eerily quiet. Only the rustling of leaves in the wind and the occasional calls of unknown birds in the distance. The light grew dimmer. Towering ancient trees stood like silent giants, their twisted trunks reaching for the sky, casting sinister shadows. The ground was covered with a thick layer of decaying leaves, soft underfoot, occasionally crunching under dead branches. The sound sharp in the silence of the forest. Ella walked slowly, stopping occasionally to examine the ground for traces, adjusting her direction. Her movements were skilled and precise, bending down to observe the footprints, leaning against a trunk to sniff the scent, or looking up to see if there were any broken tender shoots on the branches. Just then, Ella suddenly stopped, crouched down, and gently brushed her fingers over a leaf stained with dirt. Her expression became somewhat serious as she looked up at Lin Yi and said, "The traces have become clearer. Look at the dirt on this leaf. It's still wet. He must have accidentally brushed against it just now." She pointed to a relatively open area not far ahead. "He is right in front, no more than 3 miles away. And have you noticed, his footprints are getting deeper, and the strides are getting larger, as if he is deliberately quickening his pace, or perhaps luring us in." Lin Yi followed her gaze, where the trees were relatively sparse, and he could vaguely see a patch of low shrubs. "Luring?" Lin Yi frowned, tightening his grip on the short knife, a faint glow emanating from the blade. "No matter what he intends to do, we must be cautious. You continue to track while keeping your distance, and I will scout ahead." Ella nodded, adjusting the angle of the arrow on the string, her eyes sharp as an eagle. "Don't worry, I will stay close to you, and once there is any situation, I will alert you with an arrow immediately." Lin Yi took a deep breath, adjusting his magical power to its optimal state, wind magic gathering beneath his feet, making his steps even lighter. He stepped carefully towards the direction of the shrubs, each step taken with utmost caution, his ears attentively listening to the sounds around, and his eyes scanning every possible hiding spot. The wind in the forest seemed to grow colder, carrying a hint of a murderous intent.